In this world, there exists only victory and defeat. The victor reigns supreme, and notions of virtue or vice hold no sway. This book is filled with intricate schemes, the likes of which you have never encountered. By day, I ride an electric bike to school, and by night, I drive a Range Rover to charm the ladies, traversing every corner of this city steeped in desire. In a society rife with materialism, each individual yearns for wealth and power, tirelessly striving toward that end, with the allure of various beautiful women ever present. Just as light begets darkness, for every soul basking in the brilliance of success, there exists another languishing in obscurity. Typically, we label those dwelling in the shadows as ruffians, ne'er-do-wells, or members of the underworld, yet, in truth, all share a common goal: the pursuit of money, power, and women. Curiously, those who navigate the murky waters of society, regardless of their standing, seem to effortlessly attract romantic partners. The more successful they are, the more stunning their companions. I exist in the liminal space between light and dark, frequenting casinos while seldom engaging in gambling, and few are aware of my kind's existence. I lead a life of discretion and subtlety. I neither lack for money nor for women, for I am a card sharp. I never envisioned myself becoming a card sharp. This unfortunate and bizarre transformation began with a transfer to a new school. Some assert that schools are even more intricate than the world outside, populated by a legion of individuals who act without regard for consequences, devoid of principles or boundaries, capable of bringing ruin upon others. The summer of 2 years ago saw me reluctantly transferring to a city school to prepare for the entrance exams. This decision was not my parents' doing, but rather the folly of my utterly irresponsible uncle. My parents are honest, hard-working individuals who have spent their lives toiling without ever venturing beyond our humble town, while my uncle, a decade my senior, has always been a carefree scoundrel, frequently seen with women clad in revealing attire. I have never witnessed him engage in labor or business, yet he possesses an inexhaustible supply of cash. On several occasions, I have seen local thugs approach him, treating him with a strange courtesy. Once, I even witnessed him being picked up in a Mercedes, yet I never considered my uncle to be particularly capable, for he has always exuded a frivolous demeanor. My parents have long advised me to maintain my distance from him, as he is a quintessential example of poor conduct, having committed every conceivable misdeed. Yet, I found myself drawn to him, for he would teach me tricks of magic and occasionally bestow upon me a bit of pocket money. Despite his reckless lifestyle, my uncle has, over the years, provided me with more allowance than my parents ever did. Recently, however, he seemed to have lost his senses, suddenly suggesting that I transfer schools, a proposition my parents shockingly accepted without hesitation. Regarding this transfer, I was utterly unwilling. I had yet to receive a reply to the love letter I penned to my deskmate, Xiaohua, and had plans to invite her to play ranked games together. Now all my hopes have been dashed. On the journey, my uncle insisted that I hand over all the money my family had given me for safekeeping. Yet once it was in his possession, he changed his tune, refusing to return it. He urged me to remember never to trust anyone and insisted that a man must live a life of adventure to truly be called a man. He implied that I should not expect to excel academically, but rather to immerse myself in the world for a few years to gain experience. My uncle's irresponsibility is astounding. Not only did he swindle my money, but upon arriving in the city, he abandoned me at the school, leaving me with a mere 300 yuan, claiming it to be half a month's living expenses. My father had given me 3,000, yet that would scarcely cover my internet fees. Initially, I had hoped to economize enough to visit an internet CF, perhaps fortuitously encountering a kindred spirit to share a few gaming sessions with. To be honest, I am still a virgin, but all of that was destroyed by my uncle's meddling. With a heavy heart, I approached my new class for registration. The homeroom teacher, a woman in her 40s, was heavily made up and clad in black stockings, surveying the room with a predatory gaze. She instructed me to introduce myself while standing at the front. "I am Xiong Sanming," I declared. Although no one spoke, I could sense the derision in their eyes. They looked down upon someone transferring for a lesser school. The teacher assigned me a seat at the back, adjacent to the trash can. The last row housed only one individual, slumped over his desk in slumber. His solitary seat was a clear indication of his status as an academic underperformer, perhaps even a class bully. Though I was reluctant to sit beside him, I had no choice, which only deepened my gloom. As soon as the bell rang, a group of 6 or 7 students swarmed around me, their demeanor suggesting they were far from exemplary pupils. The fellow beside me jolted awake, sporting a buzz cut and a scar across his face. I swallowed hard, apprehensive of their intentions. Xiongge, where did you transfer from? Treat us to something this afternoon. Which district? What's your rank? Lend me your account for a game. Their voices clamored like a pack of robbers, and I dared not admit that I was merely a Diamond 5 player in League of Legends, fearing they might seize my account. Suddenly, a hefty hand clamped down on my shoulder. Squeezing it twice, it was the buzzcut fellow. I did not dare resist or speak, feeling a sense of trepidation towards him. Kid, who the hell allowed you to sit here? It was the homeroom teacher, I mumbled, head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. I thought it prudent not to offend him. His appearance suggested he was no benign character. What if he decided to strike me? Before I could finish my sentence, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen as the buzzcut thug kicked me to the ground. Before I could comprehend the situation, the skinny guy who had asked for my account pointed a finger at me and berated me. Are you blind? In class 6, it's brother gang who calls the shots. You dare mention that old hag again? At his words, all eyes in the classroom turned towards me. Sitting on the floor, I remained silent, the pain in my stomach eclipsed by the burning shame on my face. On my very first day at this new school, I had been humiliated in front of the entire class, and I seethed with rage towards my uncle. If it weren't for that scoundrel insisting I transfer, would I have had to endure such bullying? The thug who had kicked me stood up, cracking his knuckles ominously, clearly intent on further violence. I was terrified, yet could utter no protest, my mind a blank slate. What are you doing, Lu Benxiang? And you, Wang Gang, why are you bullying him? A girl rushed in, and I glanced up to see her freckled face. I found her more beautiful than any celestial being. Oh look, the class monitor Lu Xiaoming is flexing her authority. We haven't done anything. He tripped over his own feet. The skinny guy, Lu Benxiang, replied with a mocking tone, glancing at Wang Gang with a smug air. Wang Gang helped me to my feet and asked, tell the class monitor, did you trip over your own feet? I don't believe you. Xiong Sanming, tell me, did they bully you? The class monitor asked, her gaze piercing into mine. After a moment's hesitation, I shook my head. I tripped over my own feet. As soon as I uttered those words, they erupted in laughter, and the class monitor stomped her foot in frustration. I realized I had cowered, yet my fear of further punishment outweighed my desire to save face. Wang Gang pulled out some money, instructing me to buy 2 bottles of sports drink. I obediently accepted the money and left the classroom, though I had no idea where the school store was. Xiangzi, take Saming to familiarize him with the route from now on. Let him handle things, Wang Gang said with a knowing smile. Lu Benxiang wasted no time dragging me along. On my very first day, I was dubbed Sandwich, and I feared the days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. Yet I had no alternatives. As long as I could avoid further beatings, I would endure, even with the lingering pain in my abdomen. Soon, we arrived at the school store. I picked up 2 bottles of sports drink, something I typically wouldn't indulge in myself. Thankfully, I still had the living expenses my uncle had left me. As I paid, Lu Benxiang watched closely, his eyes gleaming with greedy anticipation. Didn't expect you to have 300 to spare, Sandwich. Don't say anything after school. Get me a skin for Yasuo, and he'll help you out in the future. I chuckled softly and remained silent, pondering that if I were to purchase him a skin, I would have to endure hunger for the week. Moreover, his earlier comments in class held no weight. If one were to show filial respect, it ought to be directed toward Wang Gang. As I exited the supermarket, I lifted the curtain and inadvertently nudged against something soft. Instinctively, I squeezed it, and it felt surprisingly pleasant. Upon closer inspection, my eyes widened in astonishment. 3 girls stood before me, and the only word that could describe them was stunning. One had a chic shag haircut, while the other 2 sported long hair with a few strands colored differently. I had never encountered such beautiful girls back in my hometown school. At that moment, I realized my hand had inadvertently brushed against the chest of the short-haired beauty. In an instant, I withdrew my hand and pretended nothing had happened, hastily lowering my head and walking away. Stop right there, came a sharp exclamation as the shag-haired girl firmly grasped my arm. Though she was undeniably beautiful, her expression now resembled that of a predator ready to pounce. What's the matter? I stammered, retreating a few steps and casting a pleading glance at Lu Benxiang. I hadn't meant to offend. I lacked the audacity for such a thing. To my dismay, Lu Benxiang transformed into a different person, bowing and scraping to the girls, his face blooming with a smile, addressing them as Sister Lu and Sister Qi. The sight chilled me to the bone. What do you mean, what's the matter? How dare you take advantage of your auntie? Which class are you in? He's from class 6, he just transferred today. Lu Benxiang betrayed me, sending a shiver down my spine. Just you wait. Don't think of leaving after school. The short-haired girl threatened, pointing at me. I mused that had I been a girl, she might have already resorted to slapping me. The three girls stormed back into the supermarket, and I felt a heavy weight on my heart. However, that moment of softness lingered in my memory. Those three girls were indeed breathtaking, possessing both stunning figures and exquisite features, dressed in a trendy manner. Yet, Liu Benqiang's words plunged my spirits into despair. It's over, Sandwich, you've gotten yourself in trouble with Sister 17. Just brace yourself for the storm. At the mention of Sister 17, I shuddered, well aware of her reputation as a school bully. What was I to do after school? My mind was a whirlwind. I knew that schools were never devoid of top students or delinquents, nor were they lacking in troublemakers and bullies. Yet, I could never have imagined attracting trouble on my very first day at a new school. Holding 2 bottles of sports drink, I returned to the classroom with a sense of foreboding. I had always been timid and conflict-averse, but upon seeing Wang Gang, a glimmer of hope emerged within me. If only I could resolve the situation without facing any backlash, I would willingly part with my money. Sandwich, you useless piece of junk, did you succumb to a drink on the way? Wang Gang began with a derisive tone. I handed him the sports drink, gritting my teeth as I fished out 200 yuan from my pocket. Wang Gang's eyes lit up, and his demeanor softened considerably upon seeing the cash. It seemed my uncle was right nowadays. Nothing was recognized but money. Brother Gang, consider this a token of respect. Let me stick with you from now on. I offered the money, resigning myself to a week of eating dirt. Wang Gang, with a smile, pocketed the cash and slung his arm around my shoulder as if we were brothers. No problem. In our school, there's nothing Gongzi can't handle. Seeing Wang Gang take charge eased my anxiety. They say money can grease the wheels of any machine, and that was undeniably true. That's splendid, Brother Gang. I have something to ask of you. A girl just warned me not to leave after school. I believe her name is Sister 17. Wang Gang's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly pressed 200 yuan into my hand. I can't help you with this. If you've crossed Sister 17, you might as well prepare for your demise. Clutching the 200 yuan, I was utterly bewildered. My uncle had always said that there was hardly anything that money couldn't solve. But when it came to situations where money was ineffective, that was when one truly faced dire consequences. Under my relentless questioning, Wang Gang informed me that one must never provoke Sister 17 and her crew at school. They consisted of 5 girls, nicknamed from 15 to 19, each with formidable connections. A single phone call could summon a small army, and even the school's top dog, Zhang Su, had to show them respect. Sister 17 was the one who had threatened me after school. She was the most beautiful yet temperamental among them, known to have ties with several internet CAF managers nearby. As the afternoon wore on, my mind was a blank slate. After the class learned of my predicament involving Sister 17, not a single person would engage with me. Wang Gang advised me to quickly seek out any connections I had, or else it would be too late. As the final class drew to a close, a few rough-looking individuals appeared at the classroom door, peering inside. The atmosphere instantly turned somber, akin to a graveyard, as every student lowered their heads, afraid to breathe. One of them, sporting a crew cut, called out Liu Benqiang's name. I felt a chill run down my spine as I watched Liu Benqiang scurry over, bowing and scraping, which filled me with an ominous premonition. I couldn't discern their conversation, but suddenly, their gaze fell upon me. The crew cut guy beckoned me with a crooked finger, his eyes filled with malice. Trembling, I stood up and walked outside under the scrutinizing eyes of my classmates, my grip on the 200 yuan in my pocket tightening as fear consumed me. "Hello, big brother. What can I do for you?" I asked cautiously. "Are you the freshly transferred Xiong Sandwich? You're quite bold to act like a thug in broad daylight. Do you have a death wish?" The crew cut guy pressed his hand against my head, ruffling my hair, while another in sportswear grabbed my neck. "I'm Sully. I didn't mean it. Can I make it up to you with a feast?" I stammered, trembling as I produced the 200 yuan, which was swiftly snatched from my hands. "This could be interesting. After school, come to the alley by the school to discuss matters. If you dare to run, it'll make your life a living hell." After the crew cut guy left with my money, I felt a semblance of relief. My uncle often said that accepting money meant one would take on the responsibility, and, at the very least, I had an opportunity to clarify things. As soon as school ended, before I could exit the classroom, Liu Benqiang and Wang Gang approached me, offering to accompany me, assuring me they would plead my case since we were in the same class. However, I knew they wouldn't truly help. They were merely afraid I would flee. They flanked me on either side, and even if I wanted to run, it was impossible. Ultimately, I called my uncle, but his phone was turned off. Soon, we arrived at the small alley outside the school, where the 3 girls from earlier were waiting, cigarettes in hand. A group of 7 or 8 boys, some of whom were clearly not students, loitered nearby, smoking. Thankfully, the crew cut guy was also present. Sister 17, we've brought sandwich from our class, Wang Gang said politely to the shag-haired girl, who immediately shot me a piercing glare. A blonde-haired boy discarded his cigarette and approached me, while the others closed in. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with anxiety. I sought help from the crew cut guy, hoping he would intervene, but he didn't spare me a glance, appearing completely unfazed. "Is this the kid?" the blonde boy asked, gripping my collar with a wicked grin. Sister 17 nodded in fury, her eyes ablaze with a desire to devour me. "Kid, take off your glasses," the blonde demanded. Panic surged through me, and I hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Sister 17. I truly didn't mean to. Can I apologize properly?" "Apologize to your mother." Slap. A resounding slap struck my face, leaving me momentarily dazed as my glasses flew off. Before I could gather my wits, the blonde kicked me hard at a group of individuals encircled me, subjecting me to a relentless beating. I shielded my head, obscured from all sight. Someone tugged at my hair, fiercely striking me, while others kicked me mercilessly, hurling insults. My body ached excruciatingly, and a profound sense of injustice welled within me, nearly bringing me to tears. Time seemed to stand still. In that moment, memories of my parents flooded my mind, recollections of childhood companions, as well as the words of my uncle, who once declared that a man must brave the winds and waves, traversing deserts and oceans. I lost track of how long the assault lasted lying on the ground. Clutching my head tightly, I tasted the dirt in my mouth, yet I gritted my teeth, enduring the torment, hoping this nightmare would soon end. 17, that's enough. If we don't leave now, we'll miss our turn at the internet CAF. I'm eager to play ranked matches. A girl in overalls finally intervened, and the assailants ceased their blows. I recognized the girl in overalls from earlier in the day. She was one of 3 girls, tall with long hair, cascading down her shoulders and captivating single-eyed eyes. Although I understood her intervention was not out of benevolence, I felt a surge of gratitude nonetheless. If it weren't for Sister 16 waiting for ranked matches today, I would have beaten you to a pulp. 17 spat at me, delivering 2 more kicks for good measure. Sitting on the ground, I was overwhelmed with indignation, biting my lip to stifle my tears. "All right, enough already. Let's go," another girl in a red skirt remarked, casting a sympathetic glance in my direction. I was acutely aware of my disheveled state, resembling a pitiful creature. Yet, I recalled my uncle's words. A man should only shed tears for the woman he loves. Under no circumstances should he weep otherwise. "Fego, thank you for coming in person today." 17 turned her attention to the blonde boy, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her shirt, her demeanor shifting dramatically. The blonde boy tossed his hair back, grinning as he said, "No problem. You all go have fun. I've saved you some computers. They'll join you for some late-night gaming." "Fantastic. Sister 16 will finally reach Gold 3 in her last ranked match. Sister 18 is close to Gold 2. 17 chirped, though the girl in the red skirt visibly frowned. "Thanks, but 18 and I have plans with friends at another internet CAF. We'll play together next time." "Let's go," 16 replied coolly, turning to leave with 17 and 18. The blonde boy's gaze fixated hungrily on their retreating figures, his hands flailing in the air, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. "Fego, let's have a little fun with 17 tonight. Her backside is quite enticing." The mohawk-haired boy chimed in, offering a cigarette to the blonde. "Damn, that's a must. But tonight, let's find a way to get her to stay for an all-nighter, preferably alone." As everyone smoked and laughed about their plans for 17, I remained in agony, unable to focus on their banter. Sitting on the ground, I wiped the blood from my face, grappling with an indescribable turmoil. My nose tinged with a bitter ache. The mohawk-haired boy had taken my money, yet throughout the ordeal, he had not uttered a single word in my defense. I stared at him, my feelings of injustice intensifying. The mohawk boy averted his gaze, perhaps feeling guilty, before he barked at me. "What are you staring at? Are you unhappy about getting beaten?" I remained silent. I had always been the kind of person who avoided trouble, seen by others as timid and apprehensive. Yet I had my pride, and in the face of the mohawk boy, I felt a deep sense of betrayal. The blonde boy approached, extending a cigarette to me while patting my shoulder, saying, "We might as well consider this a meeting of fate. Tomorrow, bring me 500 yuan, and if anything comes up at the school, just find me at the Feixiang Internet CAF." I numbly nodded. Being beaten, yet expected to pay them, was not something I willingly accepted, but I felt powerless to resist and lacked alternatives. My uncle had once told me that one's fists cannot combat many hands. A brave man cannot withstand a multitude. Regardless of the circumstances, the wise adapt to circumstances, using their intellect to safeguard themselves. The blond boy and his group departed, and the Mohawk boy casually tossed a parting remark, demanding I bring him another 200 yuan tomorrow, assuring me he would look out for me in the future. I nodded in feigned agreement, fully aware of his unreliability. Wang Gang and Lu Bunxiang followed suit, showing no concern for my plight. In an instant, I found myself alone in the narrow alley, sitting on the ground, my nose stinging. Unable to contain the flood of emotions, I began to cry softly. I loathed those who struck me, but my resentment for my wretched uncle was even greater. Had he not forced me to transfer schools, and if I could have reached him today, I would not have been subjected to this beating. After weeping for a while, I felt somewhat relieved and decided to take a bus home, vowing never to endure this torment at such a wretched school again. Moreover, I had no money to give to the blond boy. I knew that if I could not gather the funds by tomorrow, they would surely continue to assault me. As I picked up my shattered glasses and stepped out of the alley, I caught sight of a familiar figure at the school's entrance seat. Was my detestable uncle. I quickly wiped away my tears and brushed off the dirt on my clothes, fearful of being discovered. Next to my uncle was a white BMW with several tattooed men seated inside. Chapter 3. Encounter. I rubbed my eyes to ensure I wasn't mistaken. Indeed, it was my detestable uncle. Throughout the year, he consistently favored wearing crisp white shirts and polished leather shoes. Despite his polished appearance, only I knew of his carefree and irresponsible disposition. I had always been baffled by how he managed to be acquainted with so many notorious figures. Originally, I intended to return to school to freshen up and change my clothes, but he spotted me from a distance, a cunning glint in his eye as he waved at me with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Reluctantly, I approached him, thinking to myself how infuriating it was that he chose to appear just after I had been beaten up. My uncle scrutinized me from head to toe, the smile fading from his face, and his expression shifted immediately. He approached and asked directly, "What happened? On your first day of school, you end up like this?" "It's nothing, just had a little fall." "What are you doing here?" I replied curtly, still grappling with a lingering sense of vanity that prevented me from losing face in front of him. "Impressive, isn't it? You really took a significant tumble. Your eyes are red, and your face is swollen. Even your glasses are shattered." His tone was laced with sarcasm, and I felt a sting in my nose, almost on the verge of tears. My uncle had always possessed keen insight. Nothing could ever escape his notice. Clenching my fists and grinding my teeth, I snapped back. "It's none of your business. I'm going home." "Home? Hell no. Who dares to treat my nephew like this? This will not go unpunished. Get in the car." His words left me momentarily stunned. He was entirely different from before, and I hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. To my surprise, he had arrived in a BMW, and upon seeing a few tattooed men smoking in the car, I felt a surge of confidence. My earlier resentment towards him dissipated instantly. I thought to myself that had my uncle arrived a bit earlier, I wouldn't have been beaten. It would have been those ruffians who would have faced the consequences. If only Sister 17 had seen my uncle, she certainly wouldn't have dared to confront me. Once in the car, I recounted the events that had transpired, even mentioning the pooling of money. I presumed my uncle would rally people for revenge, but his response left me bewildered. "You foolish boy. Do you have hands just for digging in the dirt? They hit you, and you didn't fight back? If you can't win, why didn't you at least go for their eyes? What have I always told you?" I wanted to express my inability to fight back, but I recalled his previous words. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, at least go for the eyes. It sounded straightforward, yet in reality, I doubted my courage to do so. "All right, let's grab a bite first. Then we'll head to the Flying Net CAF to find that brat." I refused to let this slide. My uncle's rebuke left me speechless, yet warmth spread through me. He was still my uncle, ready to help when trouble arose. We enjoyed a barbecue nearby, where my uncle ordered 5 chicken legs for me and insisted I drink 2 bottles of cold beer. Afterward, my head spun slightly, but the pain in my body eased considerably. "Have you had enough to eat? We'll go teach that brat a lesson." At those words, I felt a twinge of cowardice. Although I had been beaten, I had no desire to retaliate. I merely wished for the ruffian not to trouble me again. "Uncle, maybe we should just forget it. Just find him. I'm afraid he'll come after me again." "Nonsense. Can't you show some dignity? Being beaten up like this and still being a coward? If he causes you trouble once, you hit him back. You keep hitting him until he dares not bother you again. Seeing my uncle's eyes redden, I couldn't tell if it was from anger or the alcohol, but it was intimidating nonetheless. Growing up, my uncle was always carefree and rarely showed anger, making this moment even more complex for me. I wondered if he had truly changed. Perhaps sensing the weight of his words, he placed a hand on my shoulder and said earnestly, Ming, it's not that I want to help you, but some matters you must resolve on your own. When we find that brat, you pay him back in kind. Do to him what he did to you. Do you understand? Yes. I nodded vigorously, though fear still lingered in my heart. Yet with my uncle backing me in the presence of several tattooed men, I felt a newfound courage. As long as they were around, no one at school would dare to bother me again. They exuded a certain streetwise charm that was undeniably impressive. After our meal, which concluded around 9 in the evening, my uncle led the group to the Flying Net CAF, parking the BMW at a distance. I felt a flutter of nervousness, but the sight of the tattooed men reassured me. I had engaged in fights before, but they were mere squabbles among friends. I had never sought revenge like this. However, with my uncle leading the charge, I felt emboldened. I remembered vividly how that yellow-haired ruffian had assaulted me earlier in the alley. Go inside first. We'll keep watch from behind. When you find that kid, you hit him hard, understand? My uncle handed me a cigarette, and I took a deep drag, affirming to myself that I would not disgrace him. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door to the Flying Net CAF. Though fear still gripped me, I was more terrified of embarrassing my uncle in front of others. I had always known that beneath his nonchalant exterior, he held a fierce pride. Inside, the air conditioning was brisk, filled with gamers immersed in League of Legends, and I saw no sign of the yellow-haired ruffian at the bar. After searching the CAF fruitlessly, a question nagged at me. What if he wasn't there? Just as I contemplated leaving, my gaze fell upon a row of private rooms at the back. Perhaps the ruffian was in one of those rooms. If I failed to locate him tonight, I was sure he would seek me out tomorrow once my uncle departed. Suddenly, someone tapped my shoulder. It was my uncle, accompanied by several tattooed men. Instantly, confidence surged within me, and without hesitation, I headed towards the private rooms. The doors were all closed. While the rooms couldn't be locked, I certainly couldn't knock on each door to search. As I pondered my next move, I suddenly heard a moan that sounded like Sister 17's voice coming from the innermost room. I approached the door and listened closely. Indeed, it was Sister 17 and a yellow-haired ruffian inside, engaged in some indecorous activity. I glanced back at my uncle, steeled myself, and pushed the door open. Upon entering, I was struck dumb. Sister 17's face was streaked with tears, her clothes strewn across the floor, while the yellow-haired ruffian held her wrists firmly. I stood frozen. The sight of her in such a state left me speechless. Though I had seen adult films before, I had never laid eyes on a woman's form in reality. The sight of her bare skin left me breathless. What are you doing here? Sister 17 shouted, her arms instinctively shielding her chest. I noticed her form being contorted and felt my throat tighten. Get out, the yellow-haired ruffian barked, pointing towards the door. I noticed the dragon tattoo on his shoulder, and instantly my confidence waned. Flee. I came to bring money? I stammered, my voice shaky. Get out and wait. I'll come for the money after I'm done here. The ruffian's tone softened slightly as he turned back towards Sister 17. Leaning over her, I stood there, paralyzed, unable to move. I am acutely aware of the purpose of tonight's gathering and that my uncle and several older brothers are waiting at the entrance. If I were to step outside now, I would surely bring shame upon my uncle. Throughout my life, he has treated me with utmost kindness, and I cannot allow myself to disgrace him. Perhaps it was the chicken leg I devoured earlier or the alcohol that emboldened me, but as I gazed upon the figure of Chishur, a small flame ignited within me. Suddenly, the young man with yellow hair turned his head and, noticing my hesitation, approached me with a swift slap, glaring with fury as he shouted, "Don't you understand human language?" I lowered my head, shielding my face, feeling the sting of humiliation. A glance at Chishur's fair legs filled me with determination. And I stammered, "No, I didn't come to give you money." In fact, before I could finish, I bit down on my rage and retaliated with a forceful slap across the young man's face. My uncle often said that the first strike is the strongest. Only a fool waits to be struck before retaliating. The slap left the young man momentarily stunned, as I was too, but before I could threaten him, he threw a punch that darkened my vision, sending me crashing to the ground. The young man unleashed a torrent of kicks while cursing at me. I covered my head, waiting for my uncle to come to my aid, but after a long moment, no one appeared. The pain was becoming unbearable. In a fit of defiance, I sprang to my feet, a fire burning within me. There was no way I could let my uncle down. With my eyes shut tight, I swung my fists wildly, unsure of where they landed, but determined to hit the young man. I gritted my teeth, holding on until my uncle arrived. I sensed someone had approached the room, filling me with newfound courage. I fought fiercely, oblivious to the young man's audacity in striking back. With my uncle's presence, I felt invincible, throwing punches with reckless abandon. Soon, the young man was on the ground, and without a second thought, I mounted him, raining down blows upon his face, a feeling of unprecedented exhilaration washing over me. I lost track of how many punches I threw or how many I endured. My vision blurred and sparkled, yet my only thought was to pummel the young man mercilessly. I had to present myself well in front of my uncle. Strangely, I found myself glancing at Chishur, whose tears from earlier tugged at my heartstrings. Throughout my life, I have always been unable to bear the sight of a woman's tears. Perhaps my uncle was right. Tears are a woman's most potent weapon, and any man who cannot stand the sight of them is truly a man of valor. In a flash, the young man lay on the ground, no longer fighting back, his hands covering his face as he screamed in anguish. Encouraged by Chishur's tearful gaze, I felt an unending strength coursing through me. As I continued to strike, I unleashed a torrent of curses upon the young man and his entire family. My uncle had often taught me that a man must stand tall and never resort to despicable means against a woman. Eventually, I was pulled away, and the young man lay there, bloodied and motionless, while I too was in a dire state, blood streaming from my nose. "Uncle, look, I didn't let you down." I turned to see a crowd gathered at the door, but my uncle was nowhere in sight. A chill ran through me as my confidence evaporated. Looking at the defeated young man, a sense of dread enveloped me. I had truly landed myself in a predicament. "Chishur, you should leave," I shouted before fleeing the private room. She called out to me, but I couldn't catch her words. The internet CAF was devoid of my uncle-less presence, filled only with onlookers gaping at me. Realizing the gravity of my situation, I dashed out of the CF, unimpeded by anyone. Outside, I spotted my uncle leaning against his BMW, casually smoking and chatting with a friend, a mischievous grin on his face. "Uncle, when did you come out? You scared me to death." My heart had been racing, but seeing him calmed me. "I've been out for a while. What are you afraid of? Did you win?" My uncle asked with a smile, handing me a cigarette. I hesitated, but ultimately accepted. Taking a few puffs, I felt the burn in my throat and suddenly realized that perhaps I had been led astray by my uncle. Had I not taken down the young man, I would surely have been beaten to a pulp in that CAF. "We need to leave, Uncle. They will chase us soon." I glanced back at the entrance, noticing figures chasing after me. "Leave? Why does it matter to me? You were the one who fought him, not me." My uncle's playful demeanor sent chills down my spine. Seeing him so serious, it felt as though a million wild horses were charging through my mind. This was a treacherous trap. Now I understood. My reckless uncle had no intention of helping me seek vengeance. Instead, he had pushed me into danger and was now washing his hands of it. With the pursuers drawing near, anxiety gripped me. If my uncle abandoned me, I would be reduced to a mere pulp tonight. "Xiong Jiudong, if anything happens to me, my parents will never let you off the hook." In a moment of desperation, I pointed a finger at my uncle, my courage surprising even myself, yet he merely chuckled. "Look at you growing some backbone. Fine, I'll help you this once, but you better get in the car and wait." Hearing this, I finally felt a sense of relief. Surely, my uncle would consider my parents' feelings, as I was indeed his own nephew. If anything were to happen to me, he would bear the consequences. The bloodied young man was helped out, and my heart raced again as my uncle approached him with several tattooed brothers, exchanging hushed words. I could not discern what was said, but soon the young man and his entourage returned to the CF, seemingly reaching an agreement. I sat in the car, patiently waiting, finally able to breathe easy. It dawned on me that I had relied solely on myself in the CF, defeating the young man without any assistance, a feat I had never dared to imagine. In a moment of clarity, I grasped my uncle's intentions. He wished me to grow stronger. Yet, it was my first day at a new school, surrounded by strangers. Even if his intentions were good, his methods could very well have led to my demise. As I sat in the car, reflecting on the events, Chishur's image lingered in my mind, her skin so fair. I took a deep drag from the cigarette, swallowing hard, a flicker of excitement coursing through me. Perhaps coming to this place was not such a bad turn of fate after all. Half an hour later, the car halted in front of an entertainment venue. My uncle and his companions exited with jovial expressions. I gazed at the flickering neon lights and the women in short skirts and high heels, an ominous premonition stirring within me, especially given my uncle's notorious reputation. "Uncle, where are you taking me?" I swallowed hard, fearing he might be leading me to a brothel. "Of course, we're here for you to unwind. You're at the age where it's time to become a real man." My uncle's smile and casual demeanor left me utterly bewildered, yet a thrill coursed through me. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly, and I was unprepared for it. It's no wonder my uncle has always been unpredictable. Who takes their nephew to such places? Though he is merely a decade older than me, he is still my uncle. I'm astounded. "Uncle, are you truly jesting with me? You have brought me here to seek a lady?" My eyes widened in disbelief, my heart leaping in shock. What else would we be doing here? If one does not wish to partake, one can simply wait here while I indulge in a double delight. Without a backward glance, Uncle uttered a remark, chuckling with several tattooed gentlemen as they sauntered towards the entrance of the entertainment venue. Standing in the parking lot, my mind was a blank slate, utterly bewildered by what Uncle was orchestrating. Perhaps he was merely testing my resolve. Should my will falter at this juncture, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to hold it against me. If he were to divulge this to my parents, I would surely face dire consequences. After all, I am merely 17. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. I have matters to attend to in a while, Uncle urged, and I found myself a loss for words. Throughout my life, I had never encountered such a situation. I had watched countless films from the island nation, yet had never set foot in a place like this. "Uncle, I still have school tomorrow." My voice was barely a whisper akin to a mosquito's buzz, and Uncle did not catch a word of it. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached the entrance, her slender brows accentuating her oval face. Strutting in high heels, she walked with an alluring sway, her smile radiant as she engaged in conversation with my uncle, suggesting a prior acquaintance. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a voluptuous hourglass figure, clad in a white fitted dress that hugged her curves, adorned with a large red flower that left little to the imagination, revealing the outline of her undergarments, causing one to swallow hard. Uncle jested with her, playfully patting her rear and pinching her as though she were a cloud of cotton candy. Intriguingly, the woman did not seem offended. Rather, she laughed merrily, her gaze shifting toward me. "This young gentleman is quite handsome. Is it your first time here for a bit of fun?" She scrutinized me with sultry eyes, her flirtatious glances sending my heart racing. I could detect the fragrance of her perfume, and my gaze was drawn to her ample bosom. I quickly lowered my head and swallowed hard, feeling excitement rather than fear surge within me, my mind filled with scenes reminiscent of the films I'd seen. Upon glancing down, I was captivated by her long, flawless legs shimmering with allure. "My nephew is still a virgin. Sister Su, find someone young and lively to attend to him. It must be someone youthful and beautiful. We cannot have him straying." Uncle chuckled, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. I thought to myself, no need to search further. This one suffices. She possesses both ample bosom and a curvaceous figure. Much like Teacher Bodo, Sister Su approached me, her demeanor cheerful, saying, "Rest assured, Donggu, once the handsome lad arrives, I will prepare a red envelope for you. Remember to come find Sister for your red envelope." As she spoke, she playfully flicked my nose with her long, enticing fingers, beckoning me with a seductive gesture that felt as though she were tugging at my very heartstrings. Truth be told, I felt Uncle was being overly meddlesome. Sister Sue was quite pleasant. Suddenly, Uncle pulled me aside and whispered in my ear, "Sanming, remember, a courtesan is heartless, and an actor is untrustworthy. Never let emotions cloud your judgment when playing. Those who become emotionally invested must abstain. Do you understand?" I nodded, and Uncle turned to enter with the tattooed gentleman, while Sister Sue led me inside. I kept my head down, fidgeting nervously, following closely behind her, my eyes fixated on the large red flower adorning her rear, unable to pry my gaze away. Her walk was full of captivating charm, and I wanted to tell Sister Sue that there was no need to find anyone else. I would gladly let her take the lead, yet the words escaped me. Upon entering a dimly lit private room, furnished only with a small bed, my heart raced, and my palms began to sweat, a mix of excitement and complexity swirling within me. Chapter 5. A true man, little handsome. Wait here. Sister Sutiste. Flicking my nose once more before turning on her heels and departing. I stared longingly at her retreating figure, instinctively reaching out as if to grasp her presence. A flicker of desire igniting within me. My throat constricted as if a weight were lodged there, my mouth dry as if about to combust. I plopped down onto the small bed, surveying my surroundings. The pink sheets were pristine, the air lightly scented, whether from an air freshener or perfume I could not discern. Under the dim lighting, beads of sweat began to form on my brow. Uncle often said that beginnings were the hardest, and as this was my first visit to such a place, it was an undeniable truth that I felt nervous. Yet, the thought of soon becoming a true man made me feel suddenly more mature. I simply pondered what awaited me and hoped it would be a woman as enchanting as Sister Sue. I also felt a surge of gratitude towards my meddlesome uncle. He had instilled in me a myriad of unconventional ideas throughout my upbringing, but now he had truly come through. Abruptly, the shadowy room was breached, and I swallowed hard as I glanced over, my heart racing at the sight of none other than Sister Sue. She had changed into a black camisole, her wine-red wavy hair cascading over her chest, paired with a tight black leather miniskirt that hugged her voluptuous form, creating an illusion that she might burst forth at any moment. She carried a small handbag, her gaze languidly fixed on me. "What is the matter, little handsome? Why do you look at me with such strange eyes? Is it not permissible?" "Yes, no, I mean," I stammered, breathless with excitement, as if I were dreaming. My throat felt ablaze, and I was close to suffocating. I wanted to express my eagerness. I had never been so willing for anything in my life. Sister Sue burst into laughter, playfully flicking my nose again. I could sense my cheeks burning crimson, and I bowed my head, my legs instinctively clenching together. My mind a haze. Sister Sue placed her handbag beside the bed, tossing her hair back, and suddenly, I was enveloped in the scent of roses. I inhaled deeply, watching as she retrieved a red envelope from her small bag. I had previously heard Uncle mention that ladies would present a red envelope to a virgin, said to bring them good fortune. However, at this moment, the envelope seemed trivial. I would gladly offer my own resources. She handed me the envelope, then settled down beside me, close enough that I could hear her breath and feel her warmth against my body, yet I remained completely still, my body rigid with tension. "Little handsome, Sister Sue will take good care of you," she whispered in my ear, her warm breath sending shivers down my spine as if I had been electrified, leaving a tingling sensation in my ears. Her fingers danced upon my arm, and I swallowed hard, blushing fiercely, nodding slowly while my hand stealthily found its way to her back. Suddenly, she extended her hand toward me, her gaze playful and inviting, her long, delicate fingers captivating, yet I was uncertain of her intentions, opting to feign compliance. Moments later, she smiled brightly, her laughter infectious, leaving me puzzled and hesitant to inquire about the source of her amusement. My face burned with embarrassment. If there were a crack in the ground, I would gladly leap into it. "Ah, so it is indeed your first time, little handsome. You must pay for this experience. For your first time, Sister Sue will offer a discount. Only 500. My uncle will pay for me." I stuttered, my words faltering under Sister Sue's gaze. I would willingly part with 500 or even 5,000 for this opportunity. After all, it wasn't my money. Sister Sue's expression shifted abruptly, her eyes locking onto mine as she spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Dongu has already left. He said you would pay for yourself. Surely, you did not come here for pleasure without any money?" "What?" Upon hearing those words, I was utterly taken aback. The tone in Sister Sue's voice had shifted dramatically. I hastily withdrew my hand from her back, and an unsettling feeling washed over me. It dawned on me that I might have been ensnared once again by my second uncle. What would I do if he left? For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words, unable to articulate my thoughts. I stood there, dazed, and it seemed Sister Sue sensed something amiss. Her once amiable expression now cloaked in frost. To be frank, gazing at her instilled a sense of dread within me. I was uncertain of how to proceed. All my earlier thoughts vanished, and I fervently hoped my second uncle would have a change of heart and not abandon me in this place. Sister Sue retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her small purse, pinching one between her fingers as she fixed her gaze upon me. I felt as if nails had sprouted beneath me, cold sweat trickling down my forehead, my heart shattered into a million pieces. "Sister Sue, I didn't mean to," I stammered. "I acted impulsively. I shouldn't have touched anything before paying. What should I do now?" "Never mind. You may leave now." Her tone was unnervingly flat as she gestured toward the door, yet I could sense the murderous intensity in her gaze, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Trembling, I stood up, a flicker of relief coursing through me. Under her piercing stare, I fled in a panic, yet I resolved within my heart that I would return, not for anyone else, but for the fierce look she cast upon me. I vowed to return and confront her with the money, and then assert my dominance over her. As I exited the entertainment venue, my face burned with humiliation, and my heart brimmed with unspoken grievances, a sour ache settling in my chest. I loathed my wretched second uncle. He had seldom treated me this way in my childhood, yet now he seemed intent on toying with me. First, he swindled my living expenses, then tricked me into the flying net CAF, and now he had abandoned me in this dismal place. I couldn't fathom why he was treating me so cruelly, but he had certainly shown me the ruthless nature of some people, reminding me of his words, "Never trust anyone." It was past midnight, and with less than 100 yuan to my name, I steeled myself to head toward school, each step laden with sorrow. Gazing up at the starry night sky, the solitary moon hanging above, I reminisced about old friends, my parents, and home, a sanctuary where I could unleash my true self, a place free from worry. Suddenly, my phone chimed with a message from my second uncle, consisting of only a single sentence. "If you don't want to be played, rely solely on yourself, and strive to become a true man. Don't forget to gather enough money for their medical expenses." Seeing the message, I couldn't contain my fury, cursing my second uncle for being a scoundrel, devoid of decency. He had reduced me to this state and still dared to offer unsolicited advice. I had been a man since birth. Was this some sort of amusement for him? And what was this nonsense about medical expenses? By the time I returned to school, it was nearly 1 in the morning. The gates were locked, yet I managed to scale the wall and sneak in, the darkness obscuring my view, nearly causing me to tumble and injure myself, my phone shattering in the process. My second uncle often remarked that misfortunes seldom come alone, and clutching my broken phone, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. The following morning, I dragged my weary body into the classroom, my eyes resembling those of a panda, every muscle aching. I had been beaten in a narrow alley the previous day, and the pain only registered after a night's sleep. If it weren't for my second uncle's devious schemes that led me to the flying net CAF to confront that punk, I wouldn't be enduring this torment. Yet, I felt a swell of pride within me. I had taken down that punk without any assistance, something I had never dared to imagine before. As I approached the classroom, I noticed a crowd gathered in the hallway, with Sister 17 standing out with her short, stylish hair. Wang Gang and Lu Benxiang were among them, engaged in conversation. I dared not linger and prepared to enter the classroom when I heard a shout, "Sandwich! Come here!" Turning around, I saw Wang Gang beckoning me, a mischievous grin on Lu Benxiang's face. An uneasy premonition settled in my stomach, but I steeled myself and walked over, fearing that Sister 17 might seek retribution for my actions the previous night. "Sandwich, why didn't you greet Sister 17 when you saw her? How inconsiderate of you," Lu Benxiang remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I bristled at being called Sandwich, especially by this arrogant little monkey. I nodded at Sister 17 as a form of greeting, feeling an unusual surge of pride in her presence, even harboring a fleeting impulse to strike Lu Benxiang. Sister 17 fixed her gaze on me, dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, exuding a fresh vibe. However, I dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. The sting of her slap from yesterday still lingered on my face. "Damn you, Sandwich. You'd better show respect to Sister 17 from now on, or else you'll be in for it," Wang Gang bellowed, turning to grin at Sister 17, his face plastered with obsequiousness. Sister 17's expression towards me was peculiar, almost astonished. In a moment of reckless impulse, I retorted, "What is it to you?" The words caught Wang Gang and Lu Benxiang off guard, both momentarily stunned. As if they had misheard, I licked my dry lips, remaining silent, but clenched my fists in resolve. At that moment, I felt like a true man. Wang Gang stared at me, his eyes wide with rage, yet confusion flickered within them. I thought to myself, if I could defeat that punk, I could certainly hold my own against him. I anticipated that Wang Gang would retaliate, and I was ready to fight back, but he merely glared at me, his gaze unwavering. The more he stared, the more confident I became. My second uncle once told me that society tends to prey on the weak. The more submissive you are, the more you are bullied. Enduring and retreating brings no dignity, only by becoming strong will others refrain from crossing you. Today, I truly understood the meaning of those words. Chapter 6. A bloody battle in the classroom. After exchanging glances with Wang Gang, I remained indifferent, though a part of me feared he might recruit others to confront me. However, I had already reached my breaking point. I had no money, no allies, and could not rely on my wretched second uncle. Wang Gang stormed into the classroom, and Lu Binxiang flashed me a middle finger. I chose to ignore him. If this skinny monkey dared to provoke me, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Sister 17 pulled me aside, and I feigned calmness in her presence, despite my racing heart. I'd already taken down that punk, and what had transpired could not be undone. I merely hoped my second uncle had managed to settle things with that punk on my behalf. "Thank you for last night," I said, my gratitude genuine. Her response caught me off guard, but I quickly recalled her vulnerability, realizing she must have been deceived by that punk at the CF. If she were truly willing, why would she have shed tears? "Sister 17, you're too kind." It was nothing, I replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of fulfillment, a feeling I had never experienced before. Just yesterday, she had been furious with me, and this sudden change left me feeling elated. "From now on, we are friends. I hope you can keep last night's events a secret," she proposed, biting her lip with difficulty. I nodded in understanding. Since childhood, I had been taught that a woman's reputation and purity were paramount, ideas instilled by my second uncle. However, upon reflection, I found some truth in his words. They were not entirely baseless. Suddenly, the class bell rang. Just as I was about to step into the classroom, Sister 17 tugged at my arm, her grip soft. "By the way, Bear Sandwich, who were those people driving the BMW last night?" Her question piqued my interest. This was an opportunity to elevate my status. If the entire school learned about my uncle with the BMW, it would be a matter of pride, especially with those tattooed tough guys involved. That is my dear second uncle, who has cherished me since childhood and has never allowed anyone to bully me. I spoke with a sense of pride. But the next word from Sister 17 left me utterly dumbfounded. How could he have told Brother Fei last night to demand 1,000 yuan for medical expenses within 3 days? He even said that if the money was not forthcoming, he would let Brother Fei and the others come after me for revenge. At that moment, my heart turned cold and fragile. While I might dismiss others' words, when it comes to my despicable uncle, I knew he was capable of such treachery. Suddenly, I recalled the message he sent me last night. It dawned on me that this scoundrel was determined to ruin me. Just then, the class bell rang, and as Sister 17 was leaving, she said, 1,000 yuan is not that much. If you need help, just let me know. I'm in class 1. I nodded, but my mind was a blank slate. I had no idea how I had offended my uncle or what he intended. Could it be that my father had wronged him? If there was no prior grudge, why would an uncle go so far as to destroy his own nephew? I resolved to call home later. I needed reassurance. Upon entering the classroom and making my way to the back row, my mind was suddenly overwhelmed. My books had been thrown to the ground, and water was spilled all over the desks and chairs. A surge of anger coursed through me. I looked at my soaked textbooks, and everyone was casting pitying glances my way. Yet no one spoke up, not even class monitor Lu Xiaoming. Wang Gang sat there, nonchalantly crossing his legs. I knew he was behind this. "Wang Gang, did you do this to my books?" I asked through gritted teeth, my fists clenched, barely restraining myself from smashing his face in. My uncle had always said that impulsiveness is a devil. One must never jump to conclusions without understanding the situation. "Go to hell. I don't know anything." Wang Gang rolled his eyes and cursed. His defiance only fueled my suspicion. If he were innocent, why would he react so defensively? Besides, who else in class 6 would dare to act this way if not him? Even if he hadn't done it himself, he was surely the mastermind. Just as I was about to question him further, our English teacher, who was in her 20s and freshly graduated, entered the classroom with a book in hand. Upon seeing the mess, she immediately inquired what happened. "Who is the coward that dares to make my classroom such a mess?" I spoke with feigned sarcasm, and from the looks in my classmates' eyes, it was clear Wang Gang was the culprit. "Xiong Saming, who are you cursing?" Wang Gang shot up, pointing at me, completely disregarding the teacher. "Whoever did this, I'll curse them. If they dare to act, they should own up." I retorted angrily, and the teacher stood frozen in shock. She was young and gentle-natured. Under normal circumstances, I would never curse in front of her, but my patience had worn thin. Wang Gang raised his hand to slap me, but in a flash, I punched him squarely in the nose, sending him crashing onto the trash can. The pent-up rage within me erupted. Without hesitation, I charged at him, kicking and cursing, feeling an exhilarating rush as if all my blood was boiling. The classroom descended into chaos, and the English teacher fled. Suddenly, someone from behind grabbed me. It was Liu Banxiang, who seemed to be trying to mediate but was clearly siding with Wang Gang. "Shut the door and beat him up." Wang Gang struggled to rise and lunged at me. In an instant, we were entangled on the ground, each of us throwing punches. I gritted my teeth, determined to fight back despite taking my fair share of hits. My only thought was if I could defeat the little yellow-haired kid, what was Wang Gang to me? I had never fought like this before, but I felt no fear. I couldn't believe the transformation within myself. As the scuffle intensified, a group of students pinned me down, turning my one-on-one battle into a brawl. Countless kicks rained down upon me, and the entire class rallied behind Wang Gang. Liu Banxiang, the scrawny monkey, held onto my hair, mercilessly slapping my head, and my scalp burned. I wanted to retaliate, but couldn't rise. My frustration boiled over. Go to hell. In a fit of rage, I reached for Liu Banxiang's eyes, clawing at whoever I could. As my oppressor scattered, I stood up and, without a moment's thought, charged at Liu Banxiang, seizing a chair. In that moment, I was blinded by fury, wielding whatever I could find to strike him down. A piercing scream echoed, reminiscent of nails scraping across a chalkboard, as Liu Banxiang clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, wailing. Blood gushed from a gash on his scalp, and the sight jolted me back to reality. Just then, the classroom door burst open with a kick, and 5 or 6 teachers rushed in. Everyone froze in place. But I recalled my uncle's words. A man must either refrain from violence or commit fully, leaving no room for mercy. Without thinking, I lunged at Wang Gang, only to have my arm seized. In a fit of desperation, I head-butted him squarely in the face. He howled in pain, clutching his face, while I was firmly restrained by 2 burly male teachers, with our class supervisor, the formidable old hag behind them. At that moment, I felt as if I were on the brink of collapse, my head ready to explode, blood streaming from my nose, my body drenched in a mixture of my own and others' blood. Even as I was escorted out of the classroom, I felt no regret. Though my body ached, I felt like a man, and the fearful gazes of my classmates only ignited a sense of exhilaration within me. Soon, Liu Banxiang and Wang Gang were taken to the hospital, and I found myself alone in the office, facing 7 or 8 teachers, including the principal and the head of my department, whom I had seen during orientation. The balding supervisor incessantly spoke to me, but in my daze, I couldn't comprehend his words, nor those of the other teachers. My legs felt weak, and the world around me blurred, with only the supervisor's bald head remaining clear in my vision. Just as I thought I might collapse, I heard a statement that ignited my fury. Call his parents to come to the school. Inform them about his violent behavior. Demand they pay for medical expenses and the damages to the furniture, and then expel him. Why should I be the one to pay? Why should I be expelled? I refused to accept it. Throughout my life, I had always been honest, but I clung to the principle of fairness. Everything must be just, setting aside the fact that my books were ruined and I had been ganged up on. If it weren't for my desperate resistance, it would have been me being sent to the hospital. Silence. Suddenly, a punch struck my chest, and I fell heavily to the ground, my body feeling as if it had fallen apart, utterly drained of strength. I finally recognized that it was the year's supervisor who had struck me. You think you have a right to speak? If you don't compensate, I'll call the police and send you back to where you came from. I've never seen a student like you in all my years. I've never encountered a teacher like you. I shot back defiantly, but he glared at me, lunging forward to slap me twice. The injustice of those blows nearly brought me to tears, but I bit my lip, refusing to let a single tear fall. Are you going to call your parents? The year's supervisor questioned, gripping my collar. He openly insulted and struck a student, yet not a single teacher in the room spoke up. Chapter 7. What is dominance? A burning sensation enveloped my face, while a warm flow surged within my nostrils. Lowering my head, I felt the crimson trickle from my nose. The 2 slaps I had just endured left me in profound discomfort, yet the emotional distress I felt far outweighed the physical pain. Faced with the aggressive demeanor of Director Han, I hesitated to voice my refusal, but suddenly recalled my Uncle's words. Those who recognize the situation are the true heroes. In critical moments, one must think ahead to safeguard oneself. Director Han, I shall call my guardian now. I recited my uncle's phone number, fully aware that, despite the injustice I faced, He would surely assist me in reclaiming my dignity. Before my eyes, Han dialed my uncle, his tone imperious and harsh, reminiscent of a grandparent scolding a child, his expression as if everyone owed him a debt. The other teachers remained silent, not daring to utter a word, even holding their breath in his presence. I could not help but look down upon them. I was uncertain whether my uncle would be angry or disappointed with me. I knew his pride was formidable, and being reprimanded unjustly would undoubtedly weigh on his heart. Moments later, Han hung up with satisfaction, a smug grin upon his face as he declared, "This guardian seems quite sensible. He will arrive shortly." I initially believed the ordeal would conclude there, yet to my dismay, Han insisted I remain standing until my guardian's arrival, stating that I could leave only then. A profound sense of injustice surged within me. I'd been unjustly assaulted, yet I was the sole one being reprimanded. Han settled into his chair, evidently awaiting my uncle's arrival, while a disdainful expression crossed his face as he approached me, condescendingly stating, "How dare a newcomer bully their classmates and resort to violence? Such a student is undoubtedly a menace. One rotten apple spoils the barrel. Had I known, I would never have allowed him into Class 6. I wiped away the blood from my nose, a fury igniting within me. I longed to shout to everyone, who has ever seen a newcomer instigate trouble with a school bully? Who has witnessed an individual daring to confront a collective? Yet, I remember my uncle's words. Accusations can arise without justification. Regardless of what others said, I would wait for my uncle to arrive and relay the entire truth. Time seemed to crawl agonizingly slowly. Each second felt unbearable, and my legs began to tremble, nearly buckling beneath me. Meanwhile, Han casually reclined, engrossed in his phone. After what felt like an eternity, a few individuals entered the office, appearing to be in their 30s and brimming with energy, yet my uncle was nowhere in sight, leaving me feeling somewhat despondent. "Who are you looking for? Are you the guardian of Xiongsanming?" Han arrogantly inquired, his posture exuding arrogance, as if he were the ruler of all. The newcomers surveyed the scene, their eyes landing on me. One approached, inspected my face, and asked, "You must be Xiongsanming, correct? Your uncle will arrive shortly. Can you hold on?" "I'm Fine." I nodded vigorously, determined to withstand until my uncle's arrival. Han's slap had ignited a fire within me. I had never experienced such humiliation in my life, and I would not let this matter rest. My uncle had often said that one must acknowledge their faults and stand firm when facing adversity. However, in this instance, I had done nothing wrong. I was the victim of provocation. The individuals remained silent, steadfastly standing their ground, seemingly uninterested in Han's presence. I noticed that they were likely my uncle's friends, here to assess my condition. Han's pride began to falter. With a dismissive glance, he scrutinized them from head to toe. "You lot have no manners. Is this a place you can enter at will?" The group remained silent, not even sparing him a glance. I thought to myself, how audacious. They were clearly unfazed by Han's bravado. Being members of society, they could potentially retaliate if provoked. Observing their indifference, Han's expression darkened. "Go summon the security guard. I dare anyone to misbehave here." Someone promptly dashed out to fetch security, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the individuals before me. Just then, I heard my uncle's familiar voice. "Excuse me, I am Xiongsanming's guardian. May I inquire about his whereabouts?" Upon hearing my uncle's voice, a wave of excitement washed over me. I soon spotted him entering the office, accompanied by several well-dressed individuals. My confidence soared as I saw him. He immediately spotted me, his expression shifting dramatically. I knew I must appear quite disheveled, yet his presence brought me solace. "Uncle," my nose tinged with emotion, and I rushed to recount the entire ordeal, including the 2 slaps from Han. My uncle's eyes glistened with indignation. His countenance darkened ominously, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. Han took a step back, visibly shaken, repeatedly inquiring about the arrival of security. "Is everything you said true?" my uncle queried, each word deliberate. I nodded emphatically. "Uncle." They ganged up on me, demanding compensation without due cause, and even threatened expulsion. He pointed, accusing the auton, the sting of his slaps still fresh in my memory. My uncle's expression hardened as he approached Han. I had anticipated an eruption of fury, but to my astonishment, he merely smiled and offered an apology, turning to kick me lightly while mumbling, "I apologize, young one. My nephew lacks understanding and has caused trouble for the school." In that moment, I was taken aback. Despite my uncle's history of discipline, This particular reprimand struck deeper than any before, resonating with all my pent-up grievances. Have you forgotten what I taught you? If you strike someone, you must compensate them, regardless of the circumstances. His words left me utterly bewildered. This was not the uncle I knew. While he had always been somewhat eccentric, he had consistently defended me. Han joined in the laughter, relishing the spectacle. See? This child's guardian is sensible. If someone is struck, they must pay for medical expenses. Otherwise, the parents will not relent, and the school will have no choice but to involve the authorities. Han's smug demeanor radiated pride, as if he relished the sight of subservient guardians. My uncle, however, maintained a facade of politeness. We will pay. The child is young, so let us avoid involving the authorities. We can discuss this matter. Get out and wait. My uncle roared, his tone shifting dramatically. You've caused injury. I cannot protect you. I gritted my teeth, suppressing tears as I exited the office, utterly astonished by the turn of events. Standing at the doorway, I felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yet my thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of chairs crashing and shouts emanating from within. I heard my uncle's voice, fierce and indignant. How dare you touch my nephew, you old fool? Do you have a death wish? I can strike him, but who dares to lay a finger on him? What did you say? Who do you call an old fool? I call you a bald-headed fool. Striking someone requires compensation, does it not? Did you not consider the reasons before you struck him? I will pay for his medical expenses right now. Then came a loud thud, as if something had toppled over, accompanied by gasps and screams from the onlookers. As the commotion continued within the office, my uncle's shouts mingled with Han's cries of distress. I touched my painfully kicked backside, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Just moments ago, my uncle had been conciliatory, and now he had transformed into a whirlwind of fury. Had he truly laid hands on Han? The scuffle intensified, the sounds indicating a fierce confrontation. Yet before long, the noise subsided, and my curiosity compelled me to push open the office door. To my astonishment, I found Han sprawled on the floor, his hair disheveled and his head bloodied, the entire office resembling a chaotic disaster scene. Uncle stood there, panting heavily, an expression of indignation etched on his face. The others appeared to have engaged in a scuffle, leaving me utterly dumbfounded, feeling an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him. Uncle, what is this? I hesitantly inquired. Nothing, just a bit of restlessness. This matter does not concern you, he replied nonchalantly. At that moment, I truly felt the bond of kinship with him. Yet, with the scene having escalated to this extent and someone now lying on the ground, I was at a loss for what to do. Somming, remember this. If you hurt someone, you must compensate them. I will cover the expenses today, and you will repay me later. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, retaliate with all your might. Should anything arise, you will bear the consequences. Uncle won't clean up your mess. Do you understand? I understand, I nodded vigorously. Uncle and the others lit up cigarettes, showing no intention of leaving, occasionally spitting on the ground. I had never witnessed such an imposing side of him before. Not only had he confronted Han, but he also spoke to me in front of other teachers with such authority. However, I feared that my academic journey was now at an end. An expulsion loomed over me. Soon, the school security arrived, apprehending Uncle and his companions without resistance. My heart sank at the sight of Uncle being taken away. Yet he maintained his defiant posture, still exuding an air of indignation. In that moment, I grasped the meaning of facing the consequences of one's actions alone. If I could shoulder the burden myself, why would I implicate Uncle? Uncle, I can no longer hold back my tears, which streamed down my face. Go wash your face and get back to class. Don't worry, no one dares to expel you unless I am dead. With those final words, Uncle was led away. I wiped my tears and nodded earnestly. After washing my face in the restroom and gazing at my reflection, I resolved to take responsibility for my actions moving forward, vowing never to involve Uncle again or allow anyone to bully me. Upon returning to the classroom, I was met with astonished gazes from my peers. I made my way to the last row, casually taking Wang Gang's book, erasing his name on the title page, and inscribing Xiong Sanming instead. Chapter 8. Entering the gambling arena. The morning passed without a sight of Wang Gang or Lu Binxiang. Yet news of my escapades had spread throughout the school, including my involvement in the altercation with Han. The tales grew more extravagant with each retelling, some claiming I had powerful connections, that my father was a big shot in the underworld, capable of summoning a fleet of trucks with a mere phone call, and that even the school dared not challenge me. In reality, my parents were honest folk, leading a straightforward life, never having raised their voices at anyone in my recollection. Uncle often remarked that the moniker for honest people is inept, yet I did not share that sentiment. Despite the dubious rumors circulating, I had not heard of any impending expulsion. Even my homeroom teacher, that old hag, had yet to make an appearance. Nevertheless, unease lingered in my heart, uncertain of what schemes the school might concoct, especially the gray director, Han. As noon approached and classes ended, the school intercom blared, announcing the third-year class 6 and my name, but the content was utterly astonishing. There was no mention of the fight, merely a call for students to foster unity and strengthen friendships, as if nothing had transpired at all. I couldn't help but ponder what connections Uncle had leveraged to suppress such a significant incident. During the lunch break, after eating, I returned to the dormitory alone. The other students regarded me as if I were a tiger, afraid to make a sound. This sudden shift in demeanor took me by surprise. I couldn't tell if they were scared of me or of Wang Gang, but it mattered little. The situation was what it was. I lay on my bed, drifting into a deep slumber. When I finally awoke, it was 6 in the evening. I had slept the entire afternoon without anyone waking me. I had never skipped class before, but the sensation was oddly liberating. After having a bite to eat, I ventured to an internet CAF outside the school. I dared not return to Feixiong Internet CAF, as the matter with the yellow-haired boy remained unresolved, and I had no desire to engage in another fight. In truth, I had never been fond of fighting. I had always avoided trouble since childhood. Besides, on such a sweltering day, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping beverages while playing a few ranked matches seemed like pure bliss. Who would choose to fight when one could indulge in such comforts? This was my first time at Pepsi Internet CAF, and the ambience surpassed that of any ordinary Internet CAF. The air conditioning was pleasantly cool. Using the little money I had left, I purchased a membership, even depleting my lunch funds, but I decided to indulge myself first. I found a private room to log in, and truthfully, had it not been for my fear of encountering the yellow-haired boy, I would not have wasted my money on a private room. It was quite expensive. I discovered that the desktop displayed information about all the LOL players in the CAF, allowing for direct chatting, and all hero skins were available for free. I felt an immediate sense of elevation. My internet fees were not wasted. Among the various accounts, a few IDs caught my attention: 15, 16, and 18. I immediately thought of the group of girls led by Sister 17 and wondered if fate was playing a trick on me. However, with only 2 Internet CAFs near the school, running into them was not too improbable. It merely felt coincidental. What truly caught my eye was someone in the chat asking for teammates, and the ID was none other than 18. I rubbed my hands together mischievously, clicked to add her as a friend, and she accepted almost instantaneously, inviting me to join her game room. I thought to myself that having a diamond account certainly made things easier. If I could climb a few ranks, who knows what could unfold. Previously, leveling this account had been no small feat, encountering countless fools who would instantly pick Yasuo and feed the enemy team, leading me to countless defeats. Otherwise, I would have long been in the Diamond 1 or 2 tier. Donning my headset, I immersed myself in the game, reveling in the essence of LOL's rapid development, securing kills. Though players often scorned those who stole late-game kills, the game was all about progression. The one who developed first reigned supreme. After 25 minutes of gameplay, I had amassed 21 kills and was thoroughly enjoying myself when someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder from behind. I turned around, stunned to find 3 fierce-looking girls with hands on their hips, their faces filled with anger. The girl in front with long hair and suspenders was none other than Sister 16, who had previously intervened when others attempted to harm me. "It's you. How do you play this game? Why do you always steal my kills?" Sister 16 demanded. I swallowed hard, unable to meet her gaze. Just moments ago, I had been confidently securing kills, but I never anticipated they would track me down in the Internet CAF. It felt surreal. Exactly. Why do you always steal my misfortunes kills? And here I thought you were a diamond player. TSK. The girl in red shorts shot me a disdainful look. I recognized her as Sister 18. The other girl, who seemed timid and was trying to calm him down, must have been Sister 15. At that moment, I could not find the words to respond. Uncle had once said that when caught red-handed, the best course of action is silence. Explanations only serve to conceal, and concealment implies dishonesty, which invites trouble. Forget it. It's just a game. Let's head back, Sister 15 murmured, tugging at the hands of Sister 16 and Sister 18. I was sweating profusely, hoping these ladies would leave soon. I truly could not handle this. This cannot just be brushed aside. He needs to treat us to drinks. Sister 18 insisted. I was taken aback. I had just spent all my money on internet fees, and now. Uncle often said that a man with money is a man, while a man without money is a mere boy. In that moment, I truly understood the meaning of how a single penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. Sister 16 shot me a meaningful glance before turning away with her friends. I felt my face flush. I didn't even have money to buy them drinks. How utterly humiliating. Before I could calm my racing heart, two individuals strolled past the door of the private room, only to turn back and fix their gaze upon me. Adorned with tattoos on their arms, a sudden chill ran down my spine, and an ominous premonition washed over me. "What's the matter, big brother?" I inquired cautiously, fearing they might be associates of a young troublemaker. Though I harbored no fear of him, I was no match for a group. "Xiong Saming, right? Are you aware that everyone is currently searching for you? Dongo wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were not friends of the young troublemaker. Yet, why did my second uncle seek me? After settling the bill, I noticed a black Santana parked outside the internet CAF. Once inside the car, someone called my second uncle to inform him that they had found me and would be bringing me over immediately. As the call ended, several individuals in the vehicle glanced at me simultaneously, their faces adorned with faint smirks, but a sense of unease crept over me. In my haste, I had barely inquired about these individuals. What if they weren't friends of my uncle? The car journey was fraught with anxiety, lingering until I was ushered into a mahjong parlor, my heart suspended in a state of trepidation. However, upon spotting a white BMW parked outside, I finally felt a sense of relief. I recognized the license plate as the same one my uncle had driven previously. Upon entering the mahjong parlor, I was nearly overwhelmed by the thick haze of smoke, which caused my eyes to sting and my stomach to churn. Under a few shabby fans sat numerous individuals, their tattoos suggesting they were not of the virtuous sort. Several women with dyed hair and heavy makeup lingered about, their disheveled appearance contrasting sharply with the decorum I had expected. My uncle had often remarked that one could gauge a man's character by the company he kept, particularly the women surrounding him. After scanning the room in vain for my uncle, I was led to the second floor of the parlor, where the air conditioning provided a refreshing contrast to the chaos below. Near the bar at the entrance, I spotted a woman in a strikingly short red dress, her long legs accentuated by flesh-colored stockings. For a brief moment, I found myself entranced, unable to pull my gaze away. Although not conventionally beautiful, her figure was undeniably captivating, leaving the girls from school in the dust. Two individuals called her Sister Fei Fei, inquiring about Dong Ji's whereabouts. She gestured towards the far end of the corridor while casting a sidelong glance at me, her elongated eyes slightly upturned. Dressed in a revealing tank top, she exposed a hint of cleavage, an alluring sight I dared not stare at for too long. "Who is this kid? Why did you bring him along?" Sister Fei Fei inquired, to which the response was, "This kid is Dong Gu's nephew. He has caused some trouble at school, and since we couldn't reach him by phone, Dong Gu insisted we bring him here." Upon hearing this, she nodded knowingly, a smile gracing her lips. No wonder he couldn't keep his eyes off me upon entering. The root of the issue is clear. My cheeks flushed crimson as I lowered my head, wishing to vanish into the ground. What an embarrassing predicament. "Kid, you can go on your own," one individual said brusquely before turning away, striding towards the end of the corridor. I could hear the voice behind me dripping with insincerity. "Sister Fei Fei, why are you so dressed up today? How about dinner together tonight? Scram, go find somewhere cool to stay. I have to accompany Dong Gu for dinner tonight." Upon reaching the door of the room where my uncle was located, I knocked for what felt like an eternity until it was answered by a bald man, his intimidating physique making him appear quite fearsome. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm searching for Xiong Jiudong. He is my uncle." The bald man shouted into the room, and only then was I allowed entry. As I stepped inside, my eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before me. An array of vibrant red banknotes sprawled across the table. In all my life, I had never seen such a vast sum of money. My uncle, cigarette in hand, was engrossed in a card game with several others. He waved at me, and I instinctively positioned myself behind him, captivated by the mountain of money that seemed almost mesmerizing. While I had witnessed gambling before, I had never encountered stakes this high. Back in my hometown, the bets were modest, no more than a few hundred at most. Yet, the cash before me was unfathomable. A mix of anxiety and concern gnawed at me, If my uncle lost, would he leave me here to settle the debt? My heart raced at the thought. My uncle was capable of anything. I anxiously observed the game, though I couldn't fully grasp the rules. All I could do was silently wish for my uncle to take me away from this unsettling atmosphere. As the players continued to place bets, I remained in the dark about the cards my uncle held, watching as he casually tossed away bills as if they were mere scraps of paper. The air conditioning was set to a frigid temperature, yet I was drenched in sweat, my heart racing with apprehension. At that moment, I was more anxious than anyone else in the room. Soon, all bets were placed, and the moment to reveal the cards drew near. My palms were slick with sweat, praying my uncle would not lose. If he lost such a substantial amount, what would happen then? The players unveiled their cards, each revealing two, but I had no inkling of which hand was superior. I was utterly lost. Only my uncle remained, holding his cards close to his chest. Dongzi, reveal your cards already. What are you stalling for? One of the older players urged, causing my heart to nearly leap from my chest. Yet, my uncle merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed. I fear you all may lose your trousers in this game, he joked, rubbing his hands together as if victory were assured. Enough chatter. I'm waiting to win your BMW and take a girl out for a spin, boasted a hefty man, at least 200 pounds, far exceeding the largest pig in my hometown. Fine, let us satiate your greedy desires. My uncle, hands crossed over the cards, revealed his hand, a pair of nines. Instantly, chaos erupted in the room. Some slammed the table, others cursed, while my uncle grinned as he collected the money. I, however, was drenched in cold sweat. My uncle's hand movement had been a sleight of hand. Unbeknownst to the others, I recognized the trick, having been taught by my uncle himself. Suddenly, it dawned on me why he had never needed to work, yet always seemed to have endless cash. I could scarcely believe my uncle resorted to cheating, and it appeared no one else noticed. Yet, this was indeed a form of deception. In my hometown, being caught cheating at cards could lead to a severe beating or worse, loss of fingers. In the midst of the uproar, my uncle calmly picked up the pair of nines before crossing his hands once more, placing the cards back into the deck. I knew he had swapped them again. He had once said that a deck of cards had a fixed number of suits and values. If you couldn't return a swap card, it would spell failure. Throughout it all, he remained composed, engaging in conversation while maintaining his poker face. They say a minute in a casino is worth 10 years of labor. The entire process unfolded in mere seconds, and he amassed a fortune. I was drenched in cold sweat, nearly suffocating from the tension. I gazed at the pile of money before my uncle. It was an uncountable stack. He turned to me, nudging me with his foot, and snapped. What are you dawdling for? Help me collect the money. Shaking, I began to assist him, having never seen or touched such a vast sum of money in my life. Yet, the surrounding individuals fixed their eyes on me, their gazes burning with intensity. My heart raced with fear, and my hands trembled uncontrollably. The hefty man continued to stare, intensifying my unease, until suddenly my uncle slapped my hand, the sting jolting me back to reality, and my hands ceased to shake. Somming, why can't you get through on your phone? Where have you gone? Why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Uncle Air reached out to wipe the cold sweat off my forehead, and I pretended to nod. In truth, my anxiety was overwhelming. It felt as though everyone could see right through me. If anyone discovered that I had switched cards to cheat at gambling, I would undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp. My mind was constantly haunted by the image of Xiaohua's uncle's bare hands. I could never have imagined that Uncle Air would dare to cheat at the card table, nor could I fathom that the poker techniques he had once taught me were, in fact, tricks of deceit. Uncle Air seemed to sense something was amiss. After collecting his winnings, he told the others to continue playing while he pulled me aside to a secluded sofa. He tossed me a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and without a second thought, I took one and placed it between my lips. I had never smoked before, often choking on the smoke and tearing up, but now it brought me a strange sense of relaxation. Yet, the cold sweat continued to trickle down my forehead, and my impatience grew. I just wanted to leave this place. The shock of witnessing the cheating had rattled me to my core, and my fear eclipsed all else. What's wrong with you? Did a dog bite your backside? Uncle Air began with his usual sarcasm, but I was too preoccupied to engage in banter. All I wanted was to escape this mahjong parlor. Leaning close to him, I whispered, "Uncle, how can you gamble? Who are these people? We should leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Uncle Air burst into laughter, slapping my shoulder and saying, "Samming, I know what I should and shouldn't do. You have no right to lecture me." I felt a surge of frustration, and despite my appearance of distress, he seemed unfazed. If we didn't leave soon, I feared the repercussions of his cheating would be dire. But you can't cheat. If caught, they'll chop off your hands, I said in a hushed tone, terrified that others might overhear. If anyone discovered Uncle Air was cheating, it would be catastrophic. Before I could finish, Uncle Air's expression darkened, his demeanor turning serious. I instinctively shrank back, suddenly hesitant to speak. What did you just say? You can tell. His gaze pierced through me, and his low, gravelly voice sent my heart racing. There was a wildness in his eyes that frightened me, and I lowered my head, too intimidated to respond. I never intended to accuse him. I merely understood the dangers of cheating at cards. Although I had never gambled myself, I was aware that gambling was fraught with peril. Uncle Air glanced around, squinting as he whispered, "Come with me." Without further ado, he grasped my arm and dragged me down the corridor, his eyes aflame with a manic intensity that made me increasingly uneasy. Yet, there was a strange excitement on his face, and the thought of him using sleight of hand to cheat caused my heart to race. He was fearless, but I was terrified. Uncle Air rendait me a cigarette, wrapping an arm around my shoulder, and quietly asked, sobbing, "Tell me the truth. What did you see just now?" I quickly shook my head, fearful of provoking his anger. Despite his frivolous demeanor, he held a significant position in my mind. "I'm asking you, how did you know I was cheating?" He tightened his grip around my neck, and his fierce expression made me tremble. "It was during the card reveal. You used the card-switching technique you taught me." I crossed my hands to demonstrate the motion he had once shown me. However, Uncle Air's expression grew grave, and he tightened his grip further. "I want to know how you figured it out. Tell me, what else did you see?" At that moment, he appeared a stranger to me, the madness in his eyes unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Perhaps he feared being discovered for cheating, or perhaps he doubted my ability to discern the truth. I recounted everything honestly. Had he not taught me those techniques, I would have been oblivious. Once learned, certain skills are hard to forget. And even though Uncle Air executed them flawlessly, I was still able to see through them. In reality, I had only observed the maneuver and not the actual card switch. I inferred his cheating from his actions. In a matter of seconds, he had completed 2 switches, and if my assumptions were correct, he probably had at least 2 playing cards concealed on him now. After I finished speaking, Uncle Air erupted in laughter, vigorously slapping my shoulder. Though it pained me, I noticed tears streaming down his face, making his behavior today seem quite peculiar. "Well done, Samming. This is truly unexpected." Uncle Air wiped his tears, and I had never seen him cry before. Although he had just laughed heartily, I sensed that his tears were not born of joy. We stood in the corridor smoking, and anyone observing us would find it hard to believe we were uncle and nephew. He bore no resemblance to an uncle, and I certainly did not fit the mold of a dutiful nephew. As we finished one cigarette, Uncle Air's expression gradually shifted to calm, yet it lacked his usual carefree demeanor, leaving me with a profound and perplexing question. "Uncle, may I ask you something?" I ventured cautiously, and he nodded. "Why do you teach me these tricks? Is it so I can assist you in gambling?" "No, it's simply because you are different from others." His response left me bewildered. Throughout my life, I had considered myself ordinary, living an unremarkable existence, never sensing any uniqueness within me. If I were to identify any distinguishing feature, it would be my prowess in playing League of Legends, destined to reach the pinnacle of the game. Uncle Air patted my shoulder with earnestness, saying, "Starting tomorrow, you must come to this mahjong parlor every night, rain or shine, even if the sky falls. Do you understand?" "What? Why?" I protested. "I refuse. If I have to come to this rundown mahjong parlor filled with ogres every night, how will I ever visit the internet CAF or spend time with friends? Because you're different from others. Unless..." Uncle Air's mischievous grin sent a chill down my spine, and I sensed a foreboding dread. Chapter 10. The heart of a fierce tiger. I knew Uncle Air well. I had witnessed this kind of cunning smile before, and it always signaled mischief. I had fallen for his tricks too many times, and this time, I was resolute in not being deceived. As a student, no one would bat an eye if I spent time at an internet CAF, but frequenting a mahjong parlor would be my undoing. Regardless of what schemes Uncle Air concocted, I would not agree. "By the way, you still owe me 30,000 for medical expenses. Since you are my nephew, I will let you off with just a little interest. When will you repay me? Being a man means being responsible for your words. Don't forget to pay that little brat at the internet CAF 1,000 for his medical bills." Uncle Air replied, adopting a tone of entitlement as he resumed his lecture. I wanted to ask him if I was truly his biological nephew. I could always retrieve the medical expenses from my parents. Besides, Sister Sue had inquired about you several times, wondering why you hadn't visited. Uncle, you are despicable. Didn't you say you wouldn't make me gamble on your behalf? But you. I never said you had to gamble to repay me. I just want you to come here every night and get to know everyone. Just observe their games and learn. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Not coming to the mahjong parlor would lead to my parents demanding money. And coming meant I had to familiarize myself with these ruffians and watch them gamble. What on earth was this all about? Uncle Air kept insisting that I was different from others. Did he think I was exceptionally handsome? Or was he grooming me to become a cheat to take over his operations in the future? I had minimal exposure to gambling. I had only seen others play during festivals. Every summer, Uncle Air would return to teach me some sleight of hand tricks, and now it seemed he had truly invested considerable effort into my education. I once led a tranquil existence, merely an honest and unassuming young man, devoid of any particular aspirations. After all, I was only 17, and the most pressing desire was to experience love and perhaps own a motorcycle, with a couple of leisurely pursuits to fill my days. I had always believed that those who gambled were merely evading legitimate endeavors, destined for ruin. However, I was taken aback to discover that my uncle had ventured into gambling and even managed to profit from it, a notion that had never crossed my mind before. Somming, he advised, the techniques I share with you are mere sleights of hand. Your path in life is determined by your own choices. His expression was grave, and I nodded earnestly, for despite his often frivolous demeanor, he could be serious when it mattered. At that moment, a figure approached, Fei, the enticing barmaid at the entrance. Her long, shapely legs accentuated by shiny black sandals. I couldn't help but steal a few glances. My uncle instantly transformed, rubbing his hands together with a broad grin, nearly drooling as he handed me a small stack of money, insisting, go buy yourself a new phone, and remember my words, if you dare not show up, I'll break your legs. Fei playfully chimed in, Dongo, what time is it? Aren't you coming for a late-night snack? I'm starving. My uncle waved me off to hurry along, and before I could leave, I witnessed him entwined with Fei, their intimacy rendering me speechless. Fortunately, I had long since built immunity to my uncle's antics, as he had often brought women home. Suddenly, thoughts of Sister 17 flooded my mind, her iconic hairstyle and the moment she was bullied at the internet CAF. A dryness crept into my throat, and an inexplicable restlessness took hold. It was already late at night when I exited the mahjong parlor, clutching a stack of cash. I mused that perhaps my uncle had a shred of humanity left. After all, why else would he win so much money? To save for a wife, perhaps? With a heart full of questions, I returned to my school dormitory, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, visions of endless piles of money danced before me, if only they were mine. The next morning, I found myself entangled in a dream, on the verge of the final act, when suddenly I felt a firm grip on my head. Startled, I wondered if the deity of dreams had come to visit. Upon opening my eyes, I realized it was a stranger playfully tousling my hair. His mocking gaze filled me with irritation. I had no idea who he was, but his unwelcome gesture spoke volumes. Xiong Saming, someone is looking for you downstairs, he teased, his expression taunting. I could sense the tension in the dorm. My roommates looked alarmed. I recognized that this individual was not to be underestimated, and my tone softened. All right, I'll wash my face and be down shortly. After washing up, I found that my dorm mates had vanished, as if I bore plague. Just then, a chubby boy entered, a timid fellow with braces, looking utterly bewildered at my presence. He turned to flee, but I swiftly pulled him back, determined to uncover the truth behind the sudden avoidance. Clear my throat, I asked politely, could you enlighten me? Why do you all avoid me when we share the same dormitory? His stammering response prompted me to drag him into the restroom, where I offered him a cigarette from the pack my uncle had given me. Seeing his hesitance, I handed him the entire pack, and we began to converse. It was only then that I learned his name was Tian Xiaowei, nicknamed Old Tian, a good-natured underachiever. Once assured of my lack of hostility, he revealed that the school's notorious leader, Zhang Su, had targeted me for a beating, a rumor that had spread like wildfire, particularly since Wang Gang was associated with Zhang. I understood the gravity of the situation. Troubles seemed to perpetually find me. Yet, I felt no fear and vowed not to be submissive. I would never bully anyone, but neither would I allow anyone to bully me. With a fierce determination, I departed the dormitory, fists clenched, ready to confront any challenge, be it the school's top bully or the second in command. As I stepped into the vibrant morning on campus, I anticipated a throng awaiting me. Yet only one striking figure caught my eye. Clad in a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her signature hairstyle glistening in the sunlight, she approached. To my surprise, it was Sister 17. What a coincidence, I greeted, uncertain if she had summoned someone to confront me. Xiong Saming, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been? Her words sent a jolt through me, and I felt an unsettling premonition at the knowing smile on her face. I haven't been anywhere. What's up? I nervously touched my nose, fearing that my late-night escapades at the mahjong parlor or my visit to Sister soon might have come to light. Don't pretend. What mischief did you get up to at the internet CAF yesterday? She glared at me, hands on her hips, exuding an intimidating presence. I was momentarily speechless, recalling my uncle's warning that women could be as fierce as tigers, changing their moods faster than one could flip a page. The atmosphere grew tense until a rumble from my stomach broke the silence, causing Sister 17 to erupt in laughter. Blushing, I asked, have you had breakfast? If not, allow me to treat you. My voice was barely a whisper, but to my surprise, she readily accepted, taking my hand and leading me to the cafeteria. As we walked through the campus, many eyes were drawn to us, and I felt a rush of embarrassment, while she appeared unfazed, her enthusiasm infectious. The sweet scent of her presence lingered in the air, captivating yet indescribable. Seated in the nearly empty cafeteria, facing Sister 17 as we shared breakfast, I found myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the unprecedented intimacy of the moment. Having never asked a girl out before, I couldn't fathom how I had managed to secure this encounter with her. Memories of our first meeting flooded back, including the softness of her touch and the stinging slap she had given me, but all that seemed trivial now. As the class hour approached, our laughter filled the air, and I shared endless jokes, particularly enjoying her reactions to the risky ones. She reciprocated with amusing tales, like the time someone sent a love letter meant for Sister 16 to Sister 18, or the embarrassing incident involving little 15 in the shower. Hours may have passed as we talked, yet the connection felt exhilarating and sweet, a feeling I had never experienced even when I had a crush on Little Flower. Xiong Saming, there's something I need to tell you. Go ahead, what is it? I'm at your service, Sister 17. I cannot say for certain, but tonight at 9, I will be waiting for you in the park behind the school. Before I could even process her words, Sister 17 dashed away, a blush adorning her cheeks. Yet, I hadn't had the chance to express my thoughts. I must visit the mahjong parlor tonight. Otherwise, my uncle would truly break my legs. Chapter 11. The leader of the mahjong parlor. Throughout the day, I sat in class, unable to absorb any information, my mind entirely occupied with thoughts of Sister 17. She had invited me to the small park behind the school tonight, but I was still unfamiliar with the path. Oh no, that isn't the crux of the matter. The real issue is that I must go to that wretched mahjong parlor tonight. If I fail to show up, my uncle will surely give me a thrashing. He has not hesitated to do so throughout my life and is a man of his word. His orders must be followed, and I am forbidden from informing my parents. The thought of my uncle compelling me to witness a game of cards, albeit during my leisure hours, only serves to hinder my pursuits with the ladies. Oh no, I mean my studies. I yearn to question him if I am truly his biological nephew. I am merely 17, yet he insists I engage in such nonsensical activities. Each time I mention my age, he retorts that I am 18 in the traditional sense, and thus considered an adult. I cannot fathom the source of his twisted logic. He is utterly unreasonable. But what if I stand up Sister 17 tonight? Would she ever forgive me? My uncle has always said that when a woman is present, one must seize the opportunity. To refrain is foolish, yet to partake may still yield no reward. If I do not attend tonight, I surely cannot forgive myself. After a day of hazy thoughts, I resolved to first visit the mahjong parlor and then return before 9, allowing me to accomplish both. I purchased a new phone at the school gate and, upon exiting, spotted a group of individuals in the distance. I turned back to the phone store, for I had glimpsed the yellow-haired thug. A group of 7 or 8 was milling about, with the yellow-haired one strutting confidently at the center, cigarette in mouth, exuding an air of arrogance. I found it hard to believe that I could bring him down. Today marks the 3rd day since I transferred schools, and he must be here to collect money from me. But I currently possess no 1,000 yuan. Even if I did, I wouldn't wish to part with it. Now that I reflect, perhaps visiting the mahjong parlor is not entirely a negative venture. If I could befriend a couple of formidable figures, I could easily deal with the yellow-haired thug upon my return. Instead of demanding money from me, he might end up handing me cash. Arriving at the mahjong parlor by taxi, I realized it was located beside a residential community, surrounded by halal restaurants and northeastern cuisine. Even before darkness fell, the parlor's entrance was crowded with vehicles, though my uncle's BMW was conspicuously absent. To be frank, I was hesitant to enter alone, as the place was filled with burly men adorned with tattoos, many of whom hadn't even changed out of their school uniforms in their haste. What if I entered only to be beaten and thrown out? I instinctively checked my pockets. I still had a bit of money, which bolstered my courage. My uncle always said that a purse is a woman's second face, and money is a man's backbone. With money, one can stand tall and face the world without fear. After lingering at the entrance for a while, I steeled myself and ventured inside, reminding myself that my uncle, Xiong Jiodong, would likely spare me any harsh treatment. As I pushed aside the curtain at the entrance before I could step through, a loud roar echoed, and all eyes suddenly turned to me. A dozen men sprang to their feet, and I was so startled that I fell onto the ground, for they all wielded steel pipes and knives. I was nearly paralyzed with fear, feeling a slight dampness in my trousers. I had only ever witnessed such scenes in movies, and I deeply regretted entering this wretched mahjong parlor. If I could have a second chance, I would never set foot inside. They seemed equally surprised, staring at me in shock. The once bustling parlor fell silent, akin to a graveyard. One could hear a pin drop. I thought to myself, could my uncle have set me up for this? After I exposed his cheating last night, could he have lured me here to silence me? Oh, dear parents, forgive my unfilial actions as I depart this world. At that moment, my scalp tingled with dread as a man with a dragon tattoo stepped forward, his arms marked with burn scars, and pointed a knife at me, saying, "Hey, you little brat, where did you crawl out from?" I was too terrified to utter a word. I wanted to speak my uncle's name, but no sound escaped my lips, and tears nearly spilled from my eyes. Without a second thought, I sprang to my feet and dashed toward the exit. Catch him. He must be a spy sent by Wang the Lame. Just as I reached the door, I was pinned to the ground, my face meeting the dirt, and I was swiftly dragged back into the parlor. I desperately explained that I didn't know any Wang the Lame, and that I was Xiong Jiodong's nephew, but they paid no heed. Speak quickly. Did Wang the Lame send you? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you. They must have suspected I was a spy, intent on eliminating me first. Faced with a gang of ruthless thugs, I felt utterly trapped. Just then, a woman shouted, "Let him go. He is here looking for Dong Gu." Upon seeing her, tears welled in my eyes. It was Sister Fei Fei, who had seen me with my uncle the day before. I silently thanked the heavens as I crawled to her side, gripping her arm tightly. She glared at the thugs and pulled me upstairs in a mahjong parlor. Still shaken, I struggled to find my voice, trembling as I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves. If it hadn't been for a timely intervention, I might have been severely harmed. "What is a child like you doing here? You're looking for Dong Gu, right?" she asked, still focused on her nails. "Yes," I replied. If it weren't for my insufferable uncle insisting I watch a bunch of thugs play cards, I would have been comfortably lounging in an internet CAF, enjoying the air conditioning. Suddenly, the sharp screech of brakes echoed, followed by a cacophony of shouts from downstairs. Fei Fei's brow furrowed. "This is bad." She dashed to the window, and I followed suit. Peering down, I saw several black SUVs pull up with a group of men in black clothing emerging, all wielding weapons. "You scoundrels, pay up," the leader shouted, and immediately others began to hurl paint at the mahjong parlor while some smashed their weapons against the building. The sounds of chaos filled the air, and those inside rushed out, leading to a frenzy of fighting. The shouts and curses were relentless. I was awestruck, for I had never witnessed such a brawl before. Both sides were relentless, indistinguishable from one another, as the open space in front of the parlor became a battlefield. People were smashing the black SUVs, and in an instant the car windows shattered. The ground was littered with paint buckets and bloody bodies, the shock of the scene far surpassing its visual impact. Beside me, Fei Fei pulled out her phone, speaking urgently. "Brother Long, it's bad. Wang the Lame has sent people to smash our place." I understood why I had been targeted upon entering. Today was the day of a gang fight, and this group had been sent by Wang the Lame. I had arrived at the worst possible moment. However, I felt that my visit was not in vain. Such a spectacle was rare. Had I not come to the mahjong parlor, I would have missed this extraordinary brawl. Both sides were composed of hardened individuals, and when they fought, They meant business, yet they avoided targeting vital areas. I recalled the brawls at school, where a group would surround and mercilessly beat one person, often targeting the meek who dared not retaliate. In a school brawl involving many participants, the conflict rarely escalates due to mutual familiarity, unlike the individuals before me. At the slightest provocation, resort to genuine weapons and violence. The disparity in the intensity of their actions is indeed shocking. As the altercation unfolded, I sensed something amiss. This melee appeared to arise and dissipate with remarkable swiftness. The numerical advantage was clear, and many retreated to the mahjong parlor, while several others fled in panic. The group clad in black clearly outnumbered us, yet the seasoned ruffians inside the mahjong parlor were no pushovers, having already damaged several vehicles and taken down a few of those in black. As the fray persisted outside the mahjong parlor, Sister Feifei suddenly nudged me, urging quickly, "Let's exit through the back door. We must hurry." Without hesitation, I took off running. Earlier, I had found amusement in the chaos, but now the prospect of being caught in the fray filled me with dread. I knew that Wang the Lame and his associates would not entertain any explanations nor care whether I belonged to the mahjong parlor. If they seized me, I would undoubtedly face a severe beating. In a mere blink, we dashed down from the second floor, where the fighting at the entrance was fierce. The patrons of the mahjong parlor were blocking the door as those outside attempted to break in. Feifei pulled me toward the back door, but upon arrival, we were met with dismay. The door was locked. "What do we do now, Sister Feifei?" I was at a loss for words, my heart racing with fear. "Go hide in the women's restroom. Brother Long will be back soon." Though I heard her suggestion, my legs felt immobilized. To be honest, I had never entered a women's restroom in my life, let alone now, when I was unable to overcome this psychological barrier. "Brother Long is coming. Brother Long is coming," someone shouted, followed by a cacophony of curses from outside the mahjong parlor, causing Feifei to exhale in relief. I quickly inquired, "Who is Brother Long?" "He is the boss of our mahjong parlor." Upon hearing this, my anxiety began to dissipate, for I believed that the return of the parlor's leader would surely bring reinforcements. As anticipated, a convoy of more than a dozen white sedans appeared at the entrance, with a group of individuals wielding sturdy clubs, their arms adorned with white ribbons, emanating an intimidating aura that was chilling to the bone. The leader of this group, a burly man with a prominent scar across his face, radiated a fierce energy, making it apparent that he was a formidable fighter. Chapter 12. Society's Madness. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang the Lame's followers turned and fled, abandoning their vehicles in a panic. The tide of the situation had shifted dramatically, leaving me breathless with astonishment. A wild chase ensued in the streets, with participants brandishing weapons and hurling insults at one another, resembling a scene from an action-packed film that was too exhilarating to resist. Just as I stepped outside, I was hit by the pungent scent of paint. Someone had splattered red paint at the mahjong parlor's entrance, while others smashed cars with iron rods, vandalizing several black SUVs beyond recognition. Moments later, Brother Long returned, cursing under his breath, his gaze landing on me with an intensity that sent a jolt of fear through my body. "What is that kid in a school uniform doing here? Don't tell me he's here to play mahjong." I glanced down at my uniform, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. In my haste, I had forgotten to change, and encountering someone from school in such a situation would surely spell trouble. I quickly stripped off my uniform, rolling it into a ball. Brother Long approached, his piercing gaze scrutinizing me, the bloodshot whites of his eyes unsettling. "I'm looking for my uncle, Xiong Jiodong," I stammered. Upon hearing my uncle's name, Brother Long paused, momentarily taken aback, while others gathered around, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they were gazing at an extraterrestrial. "Everyone, I'll be leaving since my uncle isn't here." Just as I turned to leave, Brother Long seized my arm with a knowing grin. "Wait, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. You lot, clean up the paint outside. We'll settle the score with Wang the Lame tomorrow. Damn it." In that instant, my legs weakened, uncertainty flooding my mind. Why was Brother Long interested in me? I had never dared to associate with someone of his caliber. His presence alone was intimidating. With a mix of anxiety and trepidation, I followed him into the mahjong parlor, acutely aware of the menacing aura he exuded, reminiscent of those who had dealt in the darker trades of life. Brother Long removed his t-shirt, revealing a muscular physique adorned with tattoos, including a striking red dragon that left me in awe. To be honest, I had only seen such tattoos in foreign films. An imposing red dragon coiled across his back, its fierce fangs and menacing expression exuding an unmistakable ferocity. He smoked a cigarette while regarding me, tilting his head to ask if I smoked. I hesitated, shaking my head. It wasn't that I couldn't smoke, but rather that I feared doing so in his presence. Why are you here, nephew of Judo? Shouldn't you be in school instead of loitering around here? Are you bored? Not exactly, Brother Long. It's just, I faltered, unable to articulate my reason for being there. I couldn't very well say my uncle sent me. That would surely embarrass him and invite retribution. After fumbling for an appropriate excuse, Brother Long's gaze remained inscrutable, and I lowered my head, terrified to breathe. I truly don't understand what you youngsters are thinking all day, but you're still young, and there's much for you to learn about society, Brother Long remarked, a mischievous glint in his eye. My uncle had previously mentioned that a person's true essence is revealed through their eyes, and, at this moment, I understood the weight of those words. The mere look from Brother Long sent cold sweat cascading down my back, and I felt utterly wretched. Let us go. Next time you come here, don't wear that uniform. Are you trying to provoke me? I quickly shook my head, insisting it was unintentional. Yet now that he was allowing me to leave, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I vowed never to return to that dreadful mahjong parlor, even if it meant facing my uncle's ire. I understand, Brother Long. What did you just call me? Say that again. Caught off guard, I flinched at his sudden outburst, his fierce demeanor causing my heart to plummet. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and I was uncertain where I had erred. I had said nothing inappropriate, merely, when you see me, you'll address me as Uncle Long. Your uncle is my brother. In this world, respect must be maintained. Do you understand? I understand. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. I had heard tales of the strict hierarchies within these circles, where a careless word could lead to dire consequences. The importance of face was paramount, often valued above life itself. Having said the wrong thing had clearly displeased Brother Long, and I resolved to tread carefully in the future. My uncle often cautioned that trouble often stemmed from careless words, and one must always leave a margin for discretion. Stepping out of the mahjong parlor, I was drenched in sweat, feeling lightheaded as a breeze chilled my spine. However, upon glancing at the time, I nearly leapt in shock. It was 8:40. With Sister 17 waiting for me at the small park behind the school, I realized I would need half an hour to return, and I had no idea how to find that park. My goodness. I hastily boarded a taxi, urging the driver to accelerate towards the school. No matter what, I had to arrive punctually at 9 o'clock. As time slipped away during the ride, I was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of my urgent predicament. They say there are 3 pressing needs for a person, and I was undoubtedly experiencing one of them. After all, a fleeting moment of spring romance is worth a fortune. If my visit to the mahjong parlor caused me to miss this date, I would surely regret it bitterly. Upon reaching the school, I sprinted towards the dormitory, uncertain of the location of the small park. I needed someone to guide me. Otherwise, I would likely be searching until dawn. To my astonishment, as I entered the dormitory, I found it completely deserted. Where had everyone gone? The clock read 9:05, and my anxiety escalated. I contemplated calling Sister 17, but alas, I didn't even have her phone number. In desperation, I resolved to seek her out myself, hoping that fate would favor the earnest. God bless, amen. Behind the school was a street teeming with hotels, a cyber CAF, and 2-foot massage parlors, while the rest consisted of snack stalls and barbecues, with the air thick with the scent of cumin. In the past, I would have relished exploring this street, but now, I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the small park. Just as my heart raced with trepidation, I spotted a familiar silhouette, those long, slender legs, Sister 16. I rushed towards her, though I might have overlooked her if she hadn't been wearing overalls. She looked at me quizzically and asked if I needed anything. After catching my breath, I inquired, "Do you happen to know where the small park is? Could you lead me there? I'm in a hurry." Her expression shifted dramatically. Her fair complexion flushed crimson, and her face contorted with anger as she retorted, "I don't know. Keep your distance." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving me stunned. Had I neglected to check the calendar before stepping out today? Why was I so unfortunate? It was just a simple question about directions. Was it really necessary to respond so harshly? Perhaps her relatives had visited recently, affecting her mood, yet her reaction left me utterly perplexed. Time continued to slip away as I dashed along the street, attracting the attention of several passers-by. After a lengthy run that left me parched, I stopped at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water and inquire about the small park. Little did I know, this inquiry would leave me utterly flabbergasted. The store owner explained that the small park was not a typical recreational area, but rather the name of a hotel located at the end of the street. The realization struck me hard. I had assumed Sister 17 wanted to chat and stroll, never imagining she would invite me to a hotel. And to think I was late. Throughout my life, I never envisioned such a fortunate turn of events. Had I known it was a hotel, I would have arrived at least 2 hours early to wait for her. After a series of misadventures, I found myself standing before the hotel named Small Park. Who on earth decided to give it such an absurd name? If only they had chosen something like Home Inn or Hanting. Without further contemplation, I dashed into the hotel and spotted a young woman on the sofa opposite the front desk. With her signature shag haircut, she was engrossed in her phone, and my heart raced. I took several deep breaths, attempting to maintain my composure while preparing excuses for my tardiness. I vowed that had I known Sister 17 was inviting me to a hotel, I would have chosen the mahjong parlor over this. "Hey, I'm here." I feigned nonchalance as I approached her, only to be met with surprise. To my dismay, I realized I had mistaken her for someone else. This woman sported a shag hairstyle, yet she appeared far more mature, at least in her 20s, with makeup adorning her face, dressed in an alluring outfit that left little to the imagination. I stood there utterly at a loss. She paused, then said in person, "You're slightly more handsome than your WeChat photos. Let us get a room." What? I was taken aback. Was she seriously suggesting we get a room on our first meeting? Had she lost her senses, or had the world gone mad? I consider myself somewhat attractive, but I never imagined I could drive a woman to such fervor. Was there some misunderstanding? "Is this your first time seeking such company? Do you want me to book the room?" I stammered, "I'm sorry, but I forgot my ID." Seeking company? It suddenly dawned on me that this young woman was looking for a casual encounter. I had inadvertently misidentified her, seemingly stumbling into a serendipitous opportunity. Chapter 13. The fortunate innocent. My uncle often said, "Speak quickly or be swift to act, lest you fall into traps." Now, an opportunity lay before me, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Without hesitation, I rushed to the front desk to pay for a room, but then I paused. What about Sister 17? We had agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. That sweet anticipation lingered in my heart. Yet if I were to disregard my commitment and pursue this encounter, how would I feel later on? I found myself torn between immediate gratification and the potential for a lasting connection. Ideally, I desired both. "Sir, please provide a deposit for the room key." The front desk attendant said, already presenting the room card without requesting my ID. I hesitated, not due to the money, but because, in truth, I wished to share a room with Sister 17. I yearned for the possibility of returning here in the future with her. What should I do? This unexpected fortune caught me entirely off guard, reminiscent of how I felt when happiness arrived just as I was unwell. I wished for a way to divide myself, to partake in both opportunities. "Is the room ready?" The young woman behind me inquired, a cigarette between her fingers. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow and approached cautiously. Despite my reluctance, I ultimately made a choice, one that favored future possibilities. "Could I add you on WeChat? Perhaps I could come back tomorrow night." I lowered my head, pulling out my phone, hoping to add her. She regarded me with surprise, then glanced at her attire, asking, "What is going on? You're not interested?" No, it's just that I forgot to bring cash tonight," I stammered, fabricating an excuse. In truth, I was eager to engage. If it weren't for my commitment to Sister 17 tonight, I would have jumped at the chance without hesitation. She laughed, and I felt a flush of embarrassment. What a humiliating reason, especially in such a context. She rummaged through her bag, produced 300 yuan, and offered it to me with a smile. "No worries, you can borrow mine. Just make sure to be good, and you won't have to pay me back." Grasping the money she had given me, my mind went blank. Her words felt surreal. I had never encountered such a situation before. She was clearly interested, and now, with money in hand, how could I refuse? Would I still be considered a man if I turned her down? What was I waiting for? "Hurry up, I can't wait," she urged, and in a moment of spontaneity, I turned to book the room, my imagination running wild with thoughts of what might transpire. I swallowed hard, feeling the heat rise in my throat, and silently apologized to Sister 17, knowing such opportunities were rare. Wait, a thought struck me. My uncle had once said, "When things seem too good to be true, there's often a catch." Good fortune doesn't fall from the sky. It's usually a trap. Reflecting on my encounter with this young woman, everything felt surreal. She was beautiful and forward, yet the suddenness of it all left me questioning. Even if she sought a casual encounter, wouldn't she want to confirm my identity first? Was she truly willing to pay for the room herself? Based solely on her appearance and figure, there were countless men on the streets vying for her attention. Why would she need to engage with someone like me, a complete stranger? The more I pondered, the more I felt something was amiss. I recalled having seen news reports about individuals being lured into hotel rooms under false pretenses, or worse, having their organs harvested. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down my spine. I muttered to myself that this situation was too suspicious. I had never encountered such a stroke of luck in my life. What if? It is fortunate that I possess a quick wit at critical moments. I must consider the consequences of my actions. I had often heard my uncle recount tales of deceitful tricks. If someone were indeed using such tactics to ensnare me, I would be none the wiser. After much contemplation, I decided against the hotel room plan, returning the money to her with an apology, stating that I had other matters to attend to that evening. With that, I turned and fled, feeling a mix of reluctance and relief. The pressure I had felt moments ago was immense. What if I had been tricked into a room, only to wake up missing a kidney? As I burst out of the hotel, I collided with a few individuals, not realizing what had happened until I recognized the three women before me, 16, 17, and 18. Their presence together was undoubtedly a striking spectacle. In a society that values beauty, they could easily be deemed the epitome of attractiveness. "What are you doing here?" they exclaimed in surprise. I managed a sheepish smile, and before I could explain myself to 17, she called out, "Sorry for being late, Xiong Sanming. Let's go have some fun together." At those words, a jolt ran through me. My mind raced. To join three women in playful company was something I had only dreamt of in fantasy films. "Did you call him over?" 16 skeptically asked. I swallowed hard, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. I had no idea that little park was the name of a hotel. It was no wonder 16 had scolded me earlier. Anyone in her position would react similarly if someone rushed in, urging a woman to take them to a hotel, claiming they could hardly wait. If it had been someone with a shorter temper, the situation could have escalated quickly. I invited him to join us. Otherwise, it would be dull. 17 pouted, tugging at 16's arm in a playful manner that made my heart flutter. I discreetly admired them as they stood before me. 16 in denim overalls showcasing her long legs. 18 in a red dress complemented by whimsical white stockings, and 17 appearing even more beautiful than before. I could hardly contain my excitement. Had I not chosen to leave earlier with my clever instincts, I would have missed such an incredible opportunity. I was filled with admiration for my own wisdom. I even imagined awarding myself a grand trophy, adorned with a vibrant flower, as I strode confidently into the hotel room. Then, I heard 17's voice snap me back to reality. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You're drooling." She playfully pinched my arm, and I chuckled as I followed the three women into the hotel, my heart racing with exhilaration. Despite my uncle's carefree demeanor, I doubted he had ever experienced such adventures. The thought of four companions journeying through trials together, overcoming challenges, was exhilarating. Suddenly, I noticed 19 among them. "What are you doing here?" I asked, as the three women approached her, clearly familiar with one another. My mind briefly blanked. Could the alluring woman I had just encountered be part of their group? The way they interacted left no room for doubt. Now, with four women together, their animated chatter filled the air, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the memory of our earlier encounter. This unspoken tension lingered, yet I remained curious. Did 17 and her friends enjoy such playful escapades? My thoughts raced. What if they were inclined towards games of a more unconventional nature? Observing them alongside my own self, I felt vulnerable and outnumbered, uncertain of what I could handle, especially as a novice in such matters. "Come on, you're lucky to be joining us." 17 beckoned, and I felt a shiver of anticipation. I was unsure of what had been said among them, but they had huddled together, and even 19 was now part of this gathering. Only the petite and innocent 15 was absent, seemingly unsuitable for today's activities. 19 shot me a knowing glance. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I stood there, a bundle of nerves, surrounded by an intoxicating atmosphere that felt almost surreal. "Wait a moment." 17 dashed to the bar and grabbed a room key, swiftly placing 2 boxes into her pocket. As I glanced around the bar, I noticed the shelves stocked with cigarettes and condoms. Entering the room with a mix of excitement and trepidation, I took in the lavish surroundings, a television, air conditioning, and an opulent decor. Yet the four women seemed entirely at ease, immediately shedding their shoes upon entry. I felt as though I had stepped into a dream. My palms were clammy as I nervously observed the stunning women before me. I felt like the protagonist of a fantastical tale. Before I could gather my thoughts, the women skillfully pushed the beds together to create one grand sleeping space. My heart raced as I watched them climb onto the bed, feeling breathless. Xiong-saming, why are you still standing there? Come over, 17 called, waving me over. I steeled myself. I had never done anything so audacious in my life. 17 retrieved 2 boxes from her pocket, expertly tearing open the plastic wrapping. To my utter shock, they were playing cards. Watching her deftly peel away the packaging felt like a dagger to my heart. My hopes shattered in an instant. I had believed they had summoned me for a more intimate encounter, only to discover they were here for a game of cards instead. As they lit cigarettes and laughed, their demeanor was anything but demure. My mind raced, and yet, strangely, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The stark contrast between my expectations and reality left me feeling deflated, like a wilted flower. Had I known 17 merely wanted to play cards, I might have approached the situation differently. Now, seeing 19 so close, I regretted not being bolder earlier. She was captivating, and if I had only taken a chance, perhaps we could have shared a more intimate moment. I had anticipated a game of strategy, but instead, we were set to play a game where the loser would have to stick a piece of toilet paper on their face. In my hometown, the stakes were higher, often involving the removal of clothing. After all, who would want to play cards with women if there weren't some enticing consequences? However, in the current situation, a group of girls were smoking and chatting animatedly, and I could only join in the fun. Fortunately, the 4 girls before me were all beauties, allowing me to casually admire their delicate feet and beautiful legs, which was quite delightful. We played a slow game of drawing turtles, but soon they were all astonished by one thing. I never drew a turtle. Even after they placed labels on their faces, mine remained pristine. It wasn't merely good luck. I had employed a subtle technique they simply couldn't comprehend. However, cheating in drawing turtles is no trivial matter. Unlike other card games, where I could swap cards or steal, in drawing turtles, each card drawn diminishes the total, and I couldn't hide a turtle card either. Otherwise, I'd end up being the turtle myself. Yet I adapted slightly. As the game progressed and the number of cards dwindled, I could identify which card was the turtle. I discreetly pocketed a matching card while concealing the non-turtle cards. In other words, by the end, I held 2 turtle cards, allowing me to draw accurately when it was my turn, as I had marked the turtle card with my nail. An imperceptible cue to anyone else, but glaringly apparent to me. Why is your luck so good? You never draw a turtle. Sister 17 was the first to question, her face adorned with labels, looking particularly comical. I took a deep drag of my cigarette, remaining silent. Yes, my luck seemed too fortuitous. Was I perhaps cheating? Sister 18 scrutinized me suspiciously, as if trying to decipher my secrets, but I knew she wouldn't understand. Mastering such techniques takes time and effort. I had endured much under Uncle's strict tutelage. If my methods were easily discernible, they would be utterly meaningless. I don't know why, I replied nonchalantly, relieved we were merely playing with stickers. If it had been a game of stripping, the 4 of them would have been bare by now. Uncle had taught me various card techniques, asserting that fate lies in our hands, and the path of life is shaped by our choices. Just like this leisurely pastime, using a bit of skill to amuse them wasn't necessarily a bad thing. You should buy a lottery ticket with your luck. Remember to share the winnings with us. Sister 17 joked heartily. I nodded in agreement, fully aware of the reality behind my good fortune. Without employing a little trickery, it would be impossible to avoid drawing turtles. However, the thought of Uncle gambling weighed heavily on my heart. I could still envision the countless bills in Uncle Hua's severed hands. To be honest, I worried deeply for Uncle, fearing the consequences of his gambling habits. Our bond was profound, yet I struggled to find words of caution for him. Can someone really be this lucky? Sister 19 asked softly, having remained silent since we began playing. Perhaps it was embarrassment, but she seemed somewhat distracted. Perhaps she had no interest in the game at all. If she were out indulging instead, everything might feel much better. I truly felt like a tragic figure. It's impossible. His luck can't be this good. He must be hiding something from us, Sister 16 calmly analyzed. She had always been astute, utterly unconvinced by my good fortune. Her words sparked doubt among the others, leading to animated discussions. Sister 16's gaze towards me was unsettling, and I sheepishly scratched my head. I had stolen glances at her beautiful legs more than once, though I couldn't quite explain why. I vaguely heard the sound of raindrops outside. Rising from the bed, I drew back the curtains and saw the rain falling gently. The soft patter of raindrops against the window reminded me of lying in bed watching the rain fall, relishing the solitude and darkness that afforded me a sense of security. Suddenly, a wave of homesickness washed over me, thinking of my parents and the childhood friends I used to play with. I wondered how they were faring now, and if Xiaohua had found a boyfriend, or if she was waiting for my return. Truthfully, I am a rather traditional person, with somewhat outdated views. Although Sister 17 and the others were beautifully dressed, they lacked the genuine simplicity and warmth that Xiaohua brought into my life. Come here and tell me the truth about what is going on, Sister 17 shouted at me, and all the girls reached a consensus that I must possess a secret to drawing turtles. Seeing their eager expressions, I felt it was time to showcase my true skill. But then I remembered Uncle's words when he first taught me to play cards. He had said that the ability to deceive others' eyes lies in their ignorance of the techniques and their lack of vigilance. One must never expose their methods or let anyone know. Uncle had imparted many lessons, but 3 of them remained etched in my mind. The aforementioned was one of those, prompting me to dismiss the idea of demonstrating my skills, despite the tempting opportunity to show off. It's nothing really, just... I glanced at the labels plastered on their faces, realizing I couldn't simply brush it off. But revealing my secret was out of the question. What to do? What is it? You don't want to tell us, do you? Sister 16's words made me feel a bit guilty. Her keen intellect could see through any ruse. No, it's just... I'll show you. After much deliberation, I decided to perform a turtle trick. I picked up the playing cards and shuffled them in my hands, then demonstrated the card pulling technique before all the girls. It was simple enough to learn in a second, though I could only manage to pull cards vertically while Uncle could do it horizontally. His speed so swift that it left spectators bewildered. As the cards flowed from my hands, their faces displayed uncontainable astonishment. I achieved a perfect score for impressiveness. And my vanity soared. Wow, how'd he do that? This is incredible. All the girls gazed at me in awe, gasping in disbelief. I knew I had successfully diverted the conversation. I shook my head and shuffled the cards again, performing the trick in the air once more. It was intentional exposure. The turtle trick was simply too easy to master in seconds. Even if they probed further, I could always claim I learned it online. Ahem, do you want to learn? I grinned at them knowingly. Stop pretending. Tell us how to do it. It's so magical. Is this a trick? Sister 17 had lost her composure, gripping my arm tightly, while the others looked on with eager anticipation. It was time to reveal the true technique. I shuffled the cards and dealt some to each of them. I instructed them to position one corner of the card between their pinky and ring fingers, with the opposite corner resting diagonally against their thumb, very simple to hold with one hand. They just needed to apply pressure with their fingers to create an arc, allowing the card to spring forth, while the other hand caught it below. However, during the process of launching the card, the catching hand should move up and down, creating the illusion of pulling the card. Such a simple sleight of hand. Moments later, several budding female card sharks emerged on the bed, all thoroughly enjoying themselves. This simple technique was easily grasped by everyone. Some truths are remarkably simple, merely waiting to be uncovered. Sister 17 enthusiastically patted my shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiong Sanming. From now on, you are joining us." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation, feeling a bit strange, while Sister 16 looked on like a minister at a wedding. The atmosphere grew peculiar, and Sister 17 shot me a disapproving glance, prompting me to swiftly change the subject. "Would you like to see a one-handed card throw? That trick is even cooler." All the girls agreed without a second thought, and I rubbed my hands together with glee, feeling a surge of joy within. After transferring schools, I finally found my place among them, and it was delightful to have the chance to hang out with this group of girls. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. I shuffled the cards, and with a single hand, sent them flying one by one, executing the move with utmost elegance, leaving all the girls in awe. Chapter 15. Like a dream with one hand holding the deck of cards, I effortlessly flicked them out with the other, resembling a master card dealer from a movie. My movements, though slower, were captivating enough to mesmerize the 4 girls who watched me intently. I was quite pleased with their expressions, feeling a surge of confidence. I never anticipated such a gratifying moment when I learned these tricks from my uncle. Now, I could rely on these skills to charm the ladies. The technique itself was simple and could be mastered within seconds, belonging to the most basic level of card manipulation. My uncle always said that the purpose of any card trick, whether beginner or advanced, was solely to deceive the observer. My slow motions might earn me a chuckle from him, likening me to a tortoise, but in this moment, it was sufficient to dazzle the girls. "You're amazing, Xiong-saming. Please teach us how to do that." The girls were fervently excited, tugging at me, as if they would devour me if I didn't share my secrets soon. This feeling of being surrounded by beautiful girls was indescribably exhilarating. I feigned mystery and cleared my throat, saying slowly, "It's quite simple. You can master it in a second if you pay close attention." I picked up a deck of cards, cradling in my left hand while secretly concealing one card in my right. As I flicked my hand to demonstrate the flying card move, the card that soared was the one hidden in my right hand, not the one I was holding. As my right hand retracted, I would grasp another card and repeat the motion. It was merely an illusion of cards flying from the deck, a trick that, when performed quickly, could easily deceive the eye. "Oh, so that's how it works? I had no idea until you showed us. By the way, how did you learn all this? Are you a disciple of the gambling god?" I coughed awkwardly and admitted, "I learned it online. Now you girls should practice." After a few minutes of practice, several cold-faced beauties were striking poses akin to professional card dealers on a bed. If they donned sultry black lace outfits, it would be absolutely perfect. However, without practice, their techniques were somewhat lacking in fluidity, yet did nothing to diminish my rising status in their eyes. They enjoyed themselves thoroughly throughout the night, and as dawn approached, I wondered where they found such energy. "Don't you girls need a rest? We have classes tomorrow," I asked earnestly, putting on a serious face, though I was far from an exemplary student. "Tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep if you're tired," Sister 17 pointed to the corner of the bed, her mood shifting so quickly that I could tell she had wanted to call me foolish just moments ago, huh? As I settled into the corner of the bed, Sister 16 frowned slightly, but said nothing, while the other girls continued to enjoy themselves, completely ignoring me. I lay there, feeling content and grateful to my uncle. Learning card tricks didn't necessarily have to lead to gambling. Perhaps I could become a magician one day, standing on a grand stage in a sharp black suit, performing tricks that earned me applause and cheers from the audience, who might even chant my name. I could almost hear the crowd calling out Xiong-saming, and in a dreamy haze I drifted off, surrounded by the sweet scent of the lovely ladies. I don't know how long I slept, but in my dreams I felt someone nudging me, something soft and fragrant pressing upon me, making it difficult to breathe. In a daze, I felt someone gripping me tightly, and, upon opening my eyes, I was startled to find myself in the middle of the bed, surrounded by girls. They lay sprawled across the bed in various positions, and my heart raced as I realized I was in a bed of flowers, enjoying a kingly treatment, as if I had just emerged from a fierce battle. My left leg rested on Sister 18, while my right was trapped beneath Sister 17, who clung to me like a restless octopus. My left hand brushed against Sister 16's hair, while my right rested on Sister 17's soft form. Oh yes, in that moment, I was speechless with excitement, my breath quickening and my body stiffening. I had to play dead, for who could say they had shared a bed with 4 girls? Especially when Sister 17 sprawled across me so liberally, leaving me immobile. In a moment of impulsivity, I gently squeezed her chest, but she remained in a deep slumber, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. My heart raced with delight, and my hands couldn't help but continue exploring. Surely, fate favored the innocent. Had it not been for my honest demeanor, I might have been cast out by them. Instead, I attributed my success to my card skills, which had won over their hearts, As I entered what felt like the golden hour, no, the diamond hour, every second was more precious than gold. I secretly planted kisses on Sister 17's cheek, touching this and that. Unbeknownst to me, my throat tightened, and my belly began to stir beneath the weight of Sister 17. She slept heavily against me, unresponsive to my teasing, yet for some reason, my hands longed to rest on Sister 16's long legs, though they could barely reach her chest. Taking a deep breath, I mustered the courage to place my hand on Sister 16's chest, pretending to be asleep, though my heart raced with anxiety. Seconds passed without reaction, but it felt like an eternity. I gently squeezed her, and before I could savor the softness, suddenly, my hand was seized. Sister 16 turned sharply to glare at me. Her narrowed eyes filled with fury. I quickly shut my eyes, feigning sleep, but I knew she had seen me. Time seemed to freeze as she gripped my hand tightly, her nails digging into my skin, causing me to sweat profusely without daring to speak or open my eyes. Only wanted to retract my hand, but she held on firmly. Regret filled my heart. It was my own foolishness that led me here. Sister 17 was blissfully unaware, and I had no reason to provoke Sister 16. The golden moment was utterly squandered. I warn you, keep your hands to yourself, or I shall cut them off. Sister 16 hissed in a low voice. As her grip loosened, I quickly withdrew my hand, feeling a fiery sting on my wrist, yet I dared not utter a word. Throughout the ordeal, I maintained my active sleep, though she knew I was awake. Otherwise, it would have been too awkward. After a while, everything fell silent. I cautiously glanced at Sister 6, who had turned her back to me, and then at my wrist, which bore the marks of 5 distinct fingernail imprints, the skin broken. I wondered if Sister 6 would mention this incident after waking up, but I dared not make any further advances towards the other girls. However, after raising the flag, sleep eluded me. Idly passing the time was not a solution, so I resolved to visit the restroom myself. With great care, I attempted to disentangle Sister 17 from my side, which proved to be quite the effort. If it weren't for the presence of the other girls, I might have succumbed to base instincts. I had once aspired to seek enlightenment, but now it seemed that ideals were lush while reality was starkly cruel. Just as I managed to free Sister 17, Sister 6 suddenly sat up, her face etched with suspicion. I swallowed hard, realizing she hadn't actually been asleep. Her gaze bore into me, her narrow eyes reminiscent of an unmelting iceberg, sending chills down my spine and filling me with an inexplicable sense of guilt. I'm going to the restroom, I murmured, pointing towards the bathroom, and under a cold stare I stepped inside, initially intending to relieve some tension. But her presence had left me so unnerved that my resolve faltered. Upon returning from the restroom, I felt like an intruder, under Sister 6's watchful gaze. I found it embarrassing to climb back into bed, especially since my spot had already been claimed by another girl. Turning around, I realized the door was my only escape. I quietly closed the door to the standard room behind me, a sigh of relief escaping my lips as I stepped out into the rain-soaked world outside. The air was cool and the clock read 9 in the morning. My only option now was to head to an internet CAF. Regardless of the hour, the doors of a CAF would always be open to the weary. It had been said that if one was not at home, they were at the CAF. And if not at the CAF, they were surely on their way there. Dashing through the downpour, I entered the CAF and dragged my fatigued body into a private room. The sounds of gamers filled the air, cries for support in team battles, and calls to gather for a dragon's steel echoed around me. And soon I drifted into a deep slumber. In my dreams, I found myself transported back to a summer long ago, lying on a cool mat, savoring popsicles while watching television, the sounds of frogs and cicadas accompanying me as I bathed in the river. An evening spent playing cards on the rooftop under the old whirring fan. Everything felt so vivid, as if I were simply caught in a fleeting dream. Awakening from this reverie, I was met with the harsh reality that all was but a mirage. I lingered in the joyful memories of my childhood, watching my uncle beckoning me with a deck of cards, promising to teach me magic tricks. Chapter 16. The Spirit of Mahjong. I was jolted awake in the CAF at 3 in the afternoon. The rain outside pouring heavier, pounding against the windows. The sky a murky gray, and the howling winds sent chills through me. I recalled the summers of my youth back home, where heavy rains flooded the streets, twice forcing my family to relocate to higher ground overnight, unwittingly becoming disaster victims. But now, no amount of rain could faze me. Even if the CAF were to flood, it bore no consequence to me. First and foremost, I had a game. Charging my way to the computer, I prepared to dive into the game when suddenly, my phone rang. League of Legends. Master E is pushing the tower, and now the Barbarian King has unleashed his ultimate. I cursed under my breath. The ringtone of my new phone was maddening. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, I silenced it and tossed it aside. Under my leadership, my team was destined for a 20-0 victory. The phone continued to flash, an unknown caller persistent in their attempts. I reluctantly answered, irritation seeping into my voice. "Who is this?" "Xiong Saming." "You finally picked up." The venomous tone sent shivers down my spine, though the voice sounded foreign. My anger flared. Perhaps he had consumed something foul for lunch, his words dripping with contempt. "Who the hell are you? Speak quickly or get lost." "I'm busy," All right, just you wait. His threat hung in the air before the call abruptly ended. I hadn't even had the chance to inquire further, but something felt amiss. Had my escapades from the previous night at the hotel led to this? The foul-mouthed individual seemed to know my name, yet I could not place him. His tone suggested he was seeking retribution. Was it a gang from school? Having only recently transferred, I already found myself in trouble. However, I was no longer the same as before. I had connections with Sister 17 and others, and even knew Brother Long from the mahjong parlor. Surely, I could manage any situation. My uncle often said that one must be ruthless to stand firm. If one did not agree, they could just be dismissed. I brushed aside my concerns and returned to the game, ready to secure a dragon steal in 15 minutes. If we played our cards right, I had no fear of a 20-0 defeat. Just as I was immersed in the game, I heard commotion outside my room. I caught snippets of my name being called, sending a jolt of apprehension through me. The doors in the CAF could not be locked, and fearing an embarrassing scene, I peered out cautiously. 7 or 8 students were searching for someone, and as I focused, I realized with dread that they were from Wang Gang's group. Among them was a tall guy in a white t-shirt whom I recognized. He was the one who had woken me in the dorm. He leaned against the wall, cigarette in hand, and I thought he might be the school bully, Jiangsu. Without a second thought, I reached for my phone to call my uncle, but paused, reconsidering. I couldn't burden him with such trivial matters. If he found out, I'd be the laughingstock. It was wiser to reach out to Sister 17. But I didn't have her number. Never mind. Relying on anyone else was less preferable than depending on myself. Acting swiftly, I shut down my computer and hid behind the door, recalling my uncle's advice that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Before long, I heard footsteps approaching. I held my breath, anxiety coursing through me. While I had the courage to confront Wang Gang in class, this was the CAF, and they outnumbered me. If a fight broke out, I would surely be at a disadvantage. Damn it, whereas that idiot saw me. Is he at the Flying Net CAF? I overheard Lu Benxiang, the scrawny one, voice filled with urgency. If Wang Gang had come alone, I would have had him in a heartbeat. But hearing their voices fade into the distance, I hesitated before stepping out, deciding to wait a little longer. I had resolved to visit the mahjong parlor afterward and recruit some tough guys to bolster my standing. I needed to avoid trouble in the future. After about 5 minutes, I peeked through the door and, seeing that they had genuinely left, I took a moment to gather myself before slowly venturing outside, braving the downpour. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety, and in critical moments, one must think clearly. Even with connections, being caught unaware would be of no help. Once the situation passed, I vowed to find a few brothers at school to ensure I would be caught off guard again. Arriving at the mahjong parlor by 5, I was soaked to the bone, but the parking lot was filled with cars. However, I didn't spot my uncle's BMW. Perhaps he was still in bed, having breakfast. Back in the day, he often rose around 6 in the evening, breakfasting before heading out to socialize. To my surprise, the first floor of the mahjong parlor was air-conditioned, and upon entering, I was greeted by a refreshing chill, though the sight was somewhat overwhelming. Everyone had cigarettes dangling from their lips, and the scene felt like stepping into the alchemical furnace of the great Lord Lousy, shrouded in a haze of smoke. In the center of the room, several plastic basins were placed, while outside, the heavy rain fell incessantly, with a lighter drizzle leaking through. The shattered glass was covered with plastic bags, yet a group of people reveled in their enjoyment, so packed that it was almost impossible to move. Among them was a woman, heavily made up with permed hair, smoking a cigarette as she played mahjong. Her appearance resembled that of a landlord, and my arrival went unnoticed. A mere glance from someone was all I received before they returned to their game. Wiping my damp hair, I positioned myself near the window, where the air was slightly fresher, and I had a place to stand. I observed 4 individuals engrossed in their game of mahjong. The atmosphere lively with clinking tiles and chatter. Mahjong is a cultural treasure, and my uncle once remarked that its significance lies in its spirit. Whenever called upon, players arrive promptly, never complaining about the hour. Regardless of the hand dealt, they strive for improvement, starting anew after a loss, embodying perseverance and determination. If one could adopt the spirit of mahjong in life, success in any endeavor would surely follow, akin to the relentless dedication one applies to learning and work. I found the game captivating. Although seemingly relying on luck, it revealed layers of skill. My elder brother, who recently joined, held on to 2 worthless tiles without playing them, leaving me perplexed as to his strategy. In my view, Aligning one's tiles toward a winning hand seemed a prudent approach. Yet, his refusal to play those tiles caused me anxiety, though I understood the wisdom of silence while observing. My uncle taught me to watch with my eyes and listen with my ears rather than speak. Soon, the reason for my brother's inaction became clear as the player across from him declared a win, claiming the very tile he had neglected to play. In that moment, I mentally commended him for his cleverness. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. "Hey you, why are you here in such rain?" I looked up to see Brother Long, bare-chested and smoking, exuding an aura of confidence, prompting me to rush over for a greeting. "Brother Long, there's no class today. My uncle sent me here, damn. Following your uncle won't lead you to anything good. Next time, remember to bring money. Without paying tuition, you won't learn a thing." I was momentarily taken aback. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with various comments thrown my way, some inviting me to enjoy the air conditioning for free, while others encouraged me to join their games. I hastily waved them off, opting instead to observe the mahjong players. Standing behind a hefty man whose belly rivaled that of a pregnant woman, I found his demeanor amiable, reminiscent of the Buddha. I was intrigued by his gameplay and decided to watch longer. Truth be told, my intention was not to learn mahjong, but to connect with a few brothers who might assist me with school-related troubles. Although Brother Long appeared intimidating, he seemed loyal to his friends, yet his stature likely deterred most from seeking his help. I resolved to navigate my issues independently, forging connections and, if necessary, approaching Brother Long later for assistance, especially with my uncle's influence at play. At the bar, I purchased a pack of soft Yushi cigarettes and began surveying the mahjong parlor. My initial target was the group that had previously teased me, as they appeared more approachable than the others who wore glum expressions from losing. I noticed an intriguing dynamic. One could easily discern who was winning or losing. Winners maintained calm and composed expressions, while losers flushed with anxiety, visibly distressed. Eventually, I returned to my spot behind the hefty man, perhaps drawn by his geniality, and the other three players seemed equally sociable, devoid of the tension often found among those losing. "Brother, please enjoy a cigarette," I offered as they prepared to roll the dice, handing out cigarettes to each player. Although I was reluctant to part with my own Yushi, I deemed the expense worthwhile to alleviate the troubles at school. "Are you trying to learn how to live? Why not seek out your uncle? Indeed, he is far more skilled than we are. His mahjong prowess is admirable." Hastily, I waved my hands in denial. No, I'm not here to learn. It's my ridiculous uncle." My words faltered abruptly as the hefty man glared at me. Chapter 17. The Man with the Golden Watch. A mere glance from the hefty man sent a shiver down my spine, leaving me bewildered as to what I had said wrong. However, his gaze seemed to shift away from me. Turning around, I noticed a man in his 40s entering, appearing refined with a briefcase under his arm and a gold watch adorning his wrist, clearly seeking refuge from a downpour. His shirt was soaked through, and he looked somewhat awkward as he stood by the entrance, adjusting his attire before surveying the bustling mahjong parlor, where no one paid him any mind. However, beside the hefty man, someone immediately stood up, yawning and grumbling as they exited, leaving one table short a player. A slender fellow approached the middle-aged man, offering a cigarette and striking up a conversation. An uneasy feeling stirred within me as I sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, the hefty man's group had started their game, only to disband upon the arrival of this newcomer, with the slender man intentionally engaging him. I recalled my uncle's tales of deceit in the underworld, my favorite being the story of the honeycomb and the sparrow, showcasing various scams that left one defenseless. Yet, witnessing it firsthand filled me with trepidation. I could see the slender man whispering to the newcomer, gesturing towards an empty seat, clearly aiming to entice him to join their game. I was convinced a scam was unfolding before my eyes, albeit a rather rudimentary one. Had it been me, I would never easily gamble with strangers. Yet, in a mahjong parlor, such interactions were commonplace. I decided to remain patient and observe whether the middle-aged man would fall into the trap. To my surprise, he waved his hand in refusal, his gaze drifting to another table where the game of Pai Gao was being played. The slender man ceased his chatter, casually glancing our way, while the hefty man interjected, "We can't play mahjong with three. Who will join us for Pai Gao?" The mahjong tiles were swiftly cleared away, replaced with a neatly arranged set of Pai Gao tiles, resembling a stack of building blocks. I had pieced together the scheme. These individuals were all in cahoots, conspiring to lure the middle-aged man to join their game. Yet, unexpectedly, after the switch to Pai Gao, A long-haired individual stood up, laughing heartily at the hefty man, drawing the attention of several others. Huh, you can't even count the tiles in Pai Gao. You're not afraid of losing your pants? The hefty man retorted sharply. I'll play whatever I like. It's none of your business. All right then, I'll join you for a couple of rounds. The man called Ermao replied with a grin. Yet the hefty man immediately shot back. Get lost. I want to play with you. Don't expect to win a dime from me. With that, the hefty man's expression turned fierce, indicating a history of past losses to Ermao. At that moment, the slender man leaned in closer to the middle-aged man once more. The boss, does he know how to play Pai Gao? There happens to be an empty table with one spot available, and the others seem rather inexperienced. The last words from the thin fellow were uttered in a noticeably lowered voice. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat hesitant. Perhaps he had not intended to engage in a game upon entering. I silently hoped he would refrain from coming over. If he did, he would be stepping into someone else's trap. Is Dragon Brother oblivious to this blatant setup in the mahjong parlor? I noticed Dragon Brother seated by the bar, sipping tea, his gaze occasionally drifting in our direction, suggesting he was aware of the situation and perhaps tacitly approving it. Could this be a hidden rule of the mahjong establishment? I decided to wait a little longer, observing the unfolding scene. The middle-aged man showed no inclination to play, and I sensed he might have detected something amiss, which relieved me somewhat. I had been genuinely anxious for him. From the outset, it felt as though these individuals were performing in a play, while the others engrossed in their games seemed utterly indifferent to the happenings around them. The middle-aged man was a newcomer, his demeanor revealing that it was likely his first visit, akin to my own initial experience. He appeared somewhat awkward and tense, not accustomed to such venues. I initially assumed the thin fellow would encourage the middle-aged man to join, yet he turned and left, leaving the man to observe. Nearby, 3 hefty individuals were smoking, and the mahjong tiles had been replaced with Pai Gao cards, eagerly awaiting a 4th player. Everything transpired in an instant, and then tranquility returned. The parlor remained lively, seemingly oblivious to the earlier events except for me. I lit a cigarette, curiously scrutinizing the middle-aged man, whose earnest appearance suggested he was a respectable individual, at least dressed in a neat shirt and trousers. It seemed he had entered the parlor merely to escape the rain, and I felt a twinge of concern, fearing he might fall into a trap. I couldn't quite articulate my feelings. Perhaps it was a sense of justice or a flicker of conscience that disapproved of deceitful practices. After a few minutes, a bald man suddenly leaped up, laughing heartily, clutching a considerable sum of money. Clearly, he had won a substantial amount. As he turned, whether intentional or not, he bumped into the middle-aged man with a disdainful glance. Haven't you seen me winning? Shouldn't you steer clear? The bald man appeared intimidating, his tattooed arms resembling a sleeve garment. The middle-aged man remained silent, but I sensed he was ready to leave. This place was evidently unsuitable for him, surrounded by unsavory characters. To my astonishment, rather than departing, he approached the hefty individuals. Excuse me, gentlemen, are you waiting for one more to complete your game? The middle-aged man inquired politely. The hefty man glanced up at him, replying, yes, but we're playing small stakes, 50 with a 500 cap. His tone suggested he was not particularly welcoming toward the middle-aged man. Nearby tables were engaged in higher stakes games, leaving me bewildered. Had I misjudged the situation? If the hefty man-esque group had intentionally drawn the middle-aged man in, they would surely be playing for higher stakes, yet they opted for lower ones, which was puzzling. I recalled the hefty man had previously played mahjong for 200. Well then, shall we play a few hands together? The middle-aged man suggested, taking the initiative. The hefty man nodded in agreement, and no one else objected. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Could the hefty man's words have been a deliberate deception? Yet, without conclusive evidence, I chose to remain patient and observe, as the situation grew increasingly intriguing. The middle-aged man had decent luck initially, winning several hands. But soon his fortunes waned, losing several rounds before managing to win again. Though they played modestly, the losses accumulated swiftly. He occasionally won small amounts, but his losses could reach over 200, and soon sweat began to bead on his forehead. However, he was not the only one losing. The hefty man was also on a losing streak, while the other 2 players were winning. Remarkably, the hefty man's expression remained unchanged, as if he were utterly indifferent to his losses. I began to suspect he and the other 2 were in cahoots. Time passed gradually, the middle-aged man chain-smoking, his complexion worsening, and his wallet growing emptier until it revealed only a pair of colorful bank cards. In just over an hour, the transformation in his demeanor was striking. I watched as his face reddened with anxiety, a complex feeling welling within me. I understood he had been duped. I sensed the hefty man S group was orchestrating a scheme, seemingly able to manipulate the outcomes, but I could not discern how they were switching cards, as my uncle had never taught me about gambling games like Pai Gow. As the middle-aged man could no longer produce funds, he sheepishly remarked, "I don't have much cash on me today. May I owe you for a hand?" The table had no precedent for debts. If one owed, then everyone did, and how could the game continue? The winning player beside him wore a frosty expression, showing no willingness to negotiate. The middle-aged man, reluctant but resigned, stood up to leave. Suddenly, the hefty man produced 500 yuan and placed it before him, saying, "Here, take this for now. Today it's just the two of us who are having bad luck. We must win it back." The abrupt turn of events left me momentarily stunned. Was the hefty man confused? They had conspired to strip the middle-aged man of his money. Yet he was offering him funds? What was the rationale behind this? The middle-aged man, equally astonished, hesitated before continuing to play, saying, "This is rather embarrassing. Shall I write you an IOU?" As he rummaged through his briefcase, the hefty man casually dismissed the idea. "No need for that. We're here to relax. It's all just for show, 1,000 or so isn't anything significant." I was taken aback by the hefty man's generosity, and the middle-aged man continued to play, engaging in conversation with him, gradually warming up as they exchanged banter. I watched in disbelief as the middle-aged man walked deeper into this trap, entirely oblivious to the unfolding deception. Chapter 18. The Deception Within the Mahjong Parlor. The middle-aged man adorned with a gold watch stood out as an anomaly. Few wore watches, while many sported thick gold chains reminiscent of dog leashes. My uncle often remarked, "The poor play with cars, the rich wear watches, and the foolish flaunt their phones." The middle-aged man and the hefty man conversed casually, their dialogue shattering my preconceived notions. I had always perceived those who could linger in a mahjong parlor for an entire day as dubious characters. Yet now they seemed to exude the confidence of successful individuals. It was baffling how losing money could somehow be construed as a demonstration of prowess. Over the course of an hour, the middle-aged man lost several thousand yuan, while the hefty man also faced significant losses, with the other two players raking in profits. Engaging in any business seemed less lucrative than this rapid gambling. I recalled my uncle's triumphs here, having won vast sums. Though my uncle had cheated, it was evident that the hefty man's group was also engaging in deceit, though I could not discern their methods. I began to question whether the middle-aged man would eventually uncover the truth. One thing was certain. The middle-aged man and the hefty man had forged a friendship, a scene that sent chills down my spine. If things continued as they were, the middle-aged man would be the sole loser, potentially incurring a mountain of debt. It dawned on me why my uncle had insisted I visit the mahjong parlor. It was not merely to teach me the art of gambling, but rather to impart lessons on the intricacies of social dynamics. If my uncle wished to teach me the art of gambling, as the hefty man would say, he could undoubtedly instruct me personally. After all, there is no need for concealment between an uncle and his nephew. However, there is one lesson he could never impart to me, and that is the ongoing deception unfolding before our eyes. Within a mere half hour, the middle-aged man's 500 yuan had vanished entirely. This time, the hefty man did not offer him any money, and the man felt too embarrassed to ask. Thus, the atmosphere grew rather awkward. If there were a mirror present, the middle-aged man would surely be taken aback by his own reflection. Since entering, his complexion had undergone a drastic transformation, embodying the quintessential appearance of one who has lost heavily. Are you still playing? If not, make room for others. The nearby winner, a man with a buzz cut, rolled his eyes in disdain at him. The middle-aged man cast a complex glance at the hefty man, but with no money left before him, he could only rise helplessly. Just then, the buzz-cut man remarked, "That gold watch looks quite valuable, doesn't he?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He certainly did not wish to part with his watch. The hefty man abruptly slammed the table and exclaimed, "What the hell does it matter to you how much that watch is worth? It's worth at least 5 figures. If you have money, go buy one yourself." The buzz-cut man refrained from further comment, and the middle-aged man's visage softened considerably. At the very least, he could maintain some semblance of dignity. My uncle had often said that in society, maintaining face is of utmost importance. Let us call it a day. My luck is poor. I'll seek you out tomorrow when fortune turns in my favor. The hefty man grumbled as he stood up, clearly reluctant to accept his loss. The middle-aged man left alongside him, his face etched with frustration. I was uncertain whether he would return, but should he do so, it would only lead to further losses. For he was not merely contending with luck, but rather with deceit. In a short span of 2 hours since the middle-aged man's entrance, he had squandered over 3,000 yuan. That money now lined someone else's pockets. I wondered if he would feel remorse, as it could easily cover a month's salary. What surprised me, however, was that the hefty man returned shortly after, sitting down to play mahjong. The buzz-cut man approached him, whispering something that elicited laughter from their group, and I watched as the buzz-cut man handed some money to the hefty man, openly beginning to divide their spoils. I felt a cold sweat break out. They were sharing money without a hint of discretion, even including a portion for Long Ge. In the bustling mahjong parlor, everything appeared perfectly normal. No one aside from me seemed aware of what had just transpired, yet I observed it all clearly. From the moment the middle-aged man entered, a skinny fellow had approached him, offering assistance in finding a place to gamble. The hefty man's group promptly vacated a spot, but the middle-aged man did not immediately fall for the trap, as he had no inclination to play mahjong. Soon after, the hefty man's crew switched to pai gow, and someone mockingly commented on the hefty man's inability to play, creating a facade that it was easy to win. Yet, the middle-aged man still showed no interest in playing. Ultimately, it was only after being roughly bumped by a fierce-looking bald man that he consented to join the game. I suspected the skinny fellow was an instigator of gambling. The hefty man's departure was merely to clear the way, and the bald man employed a tactics of provocation. The hefty man's group was clearly in charge of winning. Among the many perplexities of this elaborate scheme, I found myself questioning why the hefty man would give money to the middle-aged man and feign friendship with him. Was it a ploy to reel in a bigger catch? Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I nearly leaped in surprise. Upon closer inspection, I sighed in relief. It was Sister Fei, dressed in tight black leather pants that accentuated her curves, reflecting light and drawing the eye. She appraised me with curiosity and asked, "What are you doing standing here? Why are you back again? Do students enjoy such freedom these days?" It then dawned on me that someone at school had intended to confront me, and my original plan to seek out some older brothers for support had nearly slipped my mind. Actually, I came here to... I hesitated, feeling too shy to express myself. Although I sensed her goodwill, I believed I would fare better seeking assistance from someone more seasoned in the ways of the world. The thought of Wang Gang and his crew confronting me unsettled me. I would not shy away from a one-on-one battle, yet he had many acquaintances at school. Asking Sister 17 for help felt like an insurmountable task. My uncle had instilled various notions in me over the years, and I firmly believe that men should protect women rather than hide behind them. Sensing my train of thought, Sister Fei gently inquired, "Is someone at school giving you trouble? Are you seeking refuge or assistance?" I gazed at her in astonishment, wondering if she possessed some sort of mind-reading ability. Truth be told, this was my foremost concern at the moment. Despite my uncle's influence, the prospect of asking 2 older brothers for help seemed daunting. "Come with me," she said, guiding me toward Long Ge's table. My heart raced with anxiety. I could never quite shake the fear that accompanied encounters with Long Ge. His intimidating red dragon tattoo exuded both power and menace. Sister Fei briefly explained the situation to Long Ge while I stood nervously beside her, dreading how he might react. Surely, he would find such trivial matters beneath his notice? To my surprise, Long Ge simply chuckled, clapping me on the shoulder as he said, "I thought it was something serious. If someone else bothering you, just tell your uncle. Otherwise, let them come to the mahjong parlor. I'll see who dares lay a finger on you." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of relief. I had not anticipated Long Ge's loyalty. My gratitude towards him was boundless, and without a second thought, I pulled out my phone. However, I was startled to find over 100 missed calls and numerous messages from Wang Gang and his associates, all filled with threats. I had silenced my phone, thus missing their calls. Stepping outside the mahjong parlor, I immediately dialed back. As soon as the call connected, I was met with Wang Gang's furious voice. "You son of a bitch, Xiong Sanming, you finally dare to pick up the phone. How dare this little brat speak to me in such a manner? I heard you've got a lot of people looking for me. Are you itching for a beating? Come on then, with your so-called school's top dogs." I retorted, emboldened by Long Ge's support. Wang Gang was rendered speechless. and the call was taken over by another voice. Where the hell are you? This is Zhang Su. I'm your grandfather. I'm at the Filong Mahjong Parlor on Chuanchi Road. If you have the guts, come and mess with me. I'll be waiting. I shouted back, my confidence swelling. If you're too scared to come, then don't pretend to be tough. Who is afraid of whom? After a torrent of insults, I hung up, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In the past, I would never have dared to be so brash. But now, with Long Ge backing me, anyone who dared to provoke me would face dire consequences. To be honest, what I feared most was their failure to show up. As long as they came, everything would be manageable. The memories of the last brawl of the Mahjong Parlor were still fresh. If they understood my connections, they would think twice before troubling me again. My spirits lifted. I waited outside, puffing on a cigarette. The rain had ceased, and the streets were sparsely populated. I imagined the expressions on Zhang Su and his crew-ass faces when they encountered Long Ge. That was how it worked in school. As long as you had connections and backing, no one dared to challenge you. With a strong ally, you could stride confidently through the halls. While even the most arrogant students would stand meekly before you, knowing they could not retaliate against your might. Suddenly, I felt a surge of insidiousness within me, akin to the deception the hefty group had just inflicted upon the middle-aged man. I had lured Zhang Su and Wang Gang over, and they could never fathom what awaited them. Perhaps a severe beating from the ruffians at the Mahjong Parlor. After waiting for nearly half an hour without a single soul appearing, anxiety began to gnaw at my insides. Just as I contemplated calling them again, I noticed several taxis approaching. A smile involuntarily crept onto my face. It appeared that this foolish bunch had indeed arrived. Today, I was determined to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 19. Relying on oneself, the taxis came to a halt outside the Mahjong Parlor, and I immediately spotted Wang Gang and his entourage alighting. 7 or 8 individuals, each bearing an expression of murderous intent. At this moment, I felt utterly fearless. In fact, I hoped they would show up. Wang Gang and Lu Benxiang were present, while the others remained strangers to me. The lanky figure at the forefront was none other than Zhang Su, the school's top dog, who shot me a seething glare, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. You, San Ming, come here, he barked. Have the guts to wait for me here. Whoever leaves first is a coward. I defiantly responded with a middle finger and, without uttering another word, turned to enter the Mahjong Parlor, a wave of uncontainable exhilaration washing over me. If Long Ge could help me settle this matter today, no one would dare to provoke me at school again. Upon re-entering the Mahjong Parlor, I hurried to Long Ge's side, respectfully offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him, suppressing my excitement as I said, Long Ge, there are over a dozen people outside. They're looking to beat me. Long Ge, puffing on his cigarette with a grin, replied, So, how much are you willing to pay me to resolve this situation for you? His words left me momentarily dumbfounded. I had never anticipated that I would need to pay, and I had no money to spare. With the adversaries now present, I felt as though I was about to become the laughingstock. Yet, faced with Long Ge's intimidating aura, I dared not voice my concerns. My sole desire was for him to help me dismiss Zhang Su and his crew, which would be a tremendous relief. You don't expect me to help you just for a cigarette, do you? Long Ge's tone grew menacing as he scrutinized me. I quickly shook my head, stammering, Long Ge, I fumbled for words, acutely aware that asking for a mere cigarette as a form of payment would be utterly inappropriate. Feeling the weight of a few hundred yuan in my pocket, which my uncle had provided as living expenses, I hesitated. If I spent that money, how could I ever face my uncle again? Fei Fei, standing beside me, gently remarked, While you're Dong Ji's nephew, you still can't disregard the rules of the game. You can't expect people to work for you without compensation. In that moment, I felt as if 1,000 frustrations had collided within me, my face burning with embarrassment. I had never imagined that my uncle's influence would amount to nothing. To enlist Long Ji's help, I would need to part with my money. Oh, I didn't realize at first. A tumult of emotions surged within me, akin to being manipulated by a puppet master, yet I dared not confront Long Ge. I had to call my uncle. I swiftly dialed his number, and fortune smiled upon me as the call connected. I was on the verge of tears. If my uncle's phone had gone unanswered, I would have truly become a fool. Uncle, it's San Ming. I'm in trouble at the Mahjong Parlor. Someone wants to beat me up. Please come quickly. What the hell are you saying? Someone's looking to beat you up at the Mahjong Parlor? What happened? The tone of my uncle's voice reassured me. After all, blood is thicker than water, and in times of crisis, one must rely on family. I recounted the situation, carefully omitting my own provocation and framing it as a mere coincidence of being cornered by the school's top dog. I knew that if I mentioned needing Long Gu to intervene, my uncle would undoubtedly refuse to assist me. All right, hand the phone to Long Gu. I'll speak with him. My uncle's words filled me with relief, and I obediently passed the phone to Long Gu, standing quietly by the side. I was oblivious to what my uncle and Long Gu discussed, but I could see Long Ji's expression soften as he repeatedly assured my uncle that everything would be fine, stating that our familial ties made me his nephew too. This sentiment warmed my heart. Despite my uncle's previous shortcomings, he never faltered in critical moments. When I finally saw him again, I intended to express my gratitude. After all, he was my blood relative and loyalty runs deep. Long Gu returned the phone to me, still grinning as he smoked in silence. Just then, a head poked through the entrance. Lu Bunxiang, that scrawny monkey, was surveying the room, hesitant to step inside. His gaze eventually landed on me. I triumphantly gestured with my middle finger, confident he could see Long Gu looming behind me. Even if he had 120 times the courage, he would never dare to confront me. As expected, Lu Bunxiang immediately retreated, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. I silently thanked my uncle, realizing that no one at school would dare to lay a finger on me again. Nevertheless, I had always been a person of modesty, disinclined to flaunt my triumphs. Long Gu peered out the window and turned to me, asking, "Are those kids out there looking for you?" "Yes, that's them." I nodded vigorously, hoping they wouldn't flee. Tonight, I must give them a taste of retribution. For opportunities to assert myself are rare. What are you waiting for? Go on out. If kids want to fight, let them take it outside. No need to disturb my business here. Wait, Long Gu, we agreed. Long Gu, unfazed, replied, right? But your uncle just said not to intervene with you. If I help you, it'll be like going against him. I could hardly fathom such a turn of events. A wave of despair washed over me, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were trampling my heart, leaving me shattered. To my utter disbelief, my uncle had betrayed me at this critical juncture, as if he were out to ruin my life. Long Gu, would it be possible for me to pay you? I asked timidly, ready to endure the hardships of the next fortnight if it meant securing his assistance. After all, my uncle's protective instincts were common, but his betrayal was rare. It's too late now. Where were you before? If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have helped you. But now that your uncle has spoken, I can't assist you. No one here would dare to help. Long Ji's words ignited a fire of anger within me. And Fei Fei tried to console me. You know Long Ji's temperament. Best not to provoke him. Just slip out the back door. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and humiliation. I had never anticipated things would unfold this way, nor did I expect my uncle to put me in such a predicament, showing no regard for my feelings. I loathed him. Following Fei Fei, I trudged toward the back door, feeling as if every eye was upon me, every soul mocking my plight. At that moment, I felt utterly defeated, vowing silently never to allow myself to be in such a wretched position again, never to be beholden to anyone. As I exited through the back door, Fei Fei urged me to take my time. With my head bowed, tears streamed down my cheeks. I felt a tumult of emotions, unbearable shame and complexity, as I had never felt so humiliated before, as if I were a mere dog, unable to restrain myself. I called home, initially intending to express a wish to return. Yet, upon hearing my parents' warm voices and their gentle reminders to focus on my studies, to eat well and not worry about expenses, to ask for more if I ran short, and hearing my father mention he'd found a night job as a security guard, stating he would do whatever it took to support my education. At that moment, words caught in my throat. I knew my family held great expectations for me, understood that our circumstances were far from affluent, and realized the toll my father's health was taking as he labored at night. My heart felt as if it had been turned upside down. I assured them that everything was fine, merely to ease their worries. But as I heard their relieved laughter, tears cascaded down my cheeks. I vowed to myself that no matter what, I would carve out a respectable life for myself and honor my parents. So what if I had crossed paths with the school's top dog? I had hands and feet of my own, and I feared no one. No one would force me back home. I would not return until I had achieved something worthwhile, returning to the school dormitory with unwavering conviction. I picked up a stone from the ground and pocketed it. Relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others, should anyone dare to trouble me. I would not hesitate to use this stone as a weapon. That night, I slept fully clothed, clutching the stone tightly in my pocket. The following morning, I carried the stone with me to class, as usual. Upon entering the classroom, I spotted Wang Gang and Lu Bunxiang, and my resolve strengthened. If they dared to provoke me, I would strike them down immediately. I took a seat in the back row and was taken aback to see new textbooks laid out on Wang Gang's desk, while mine remained untouched, as they were merely his textbooks with the names altered. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Wang Gang reaching into his pocket, causing me to grip the stone more tightly in anxiety. To my surprise, he pulled out 2 packs of soft cigarettes and gently placed them in my desk drawer. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, bewildered. "Brother Xiong, we didn't know each other before, but let us be friends from now on," Wang Gang said, leaving me stunned. How had things taken such an unexpected turn? Wang Gang scratched his head sheepishly and added, "Brother Xiong, Sugo asked me to tell you not to leave after school. He is hosting a dinner for us to get acquainted." My first instinct was to perceive this as a trap. Surely, they aimed to create an opportunity to harass me. Otherwise, why would they invite me to dinner? It was undoubtedly a ruse. Just then, Lu Bunxiang approached, carrying 2 bottles of drinks, which he respectfully placed on my desk, saying, "Brother Xiong, here are some drinks for you. From now on, I'll cover your beverages." I had no idea you had such impressive connections. What? Connections? I was momentarily taken aback by his sycophantic demeanor, but I remained cautious and alert. My uncle had once warned me that those who appear harmless can often lead to one's downfall, catching one off guard. No wonder Brother Xiong was often absent after school. It turned out he was at the Filong Mahjong Club, a notorious spot run by Long Go. Lu Bunxiang gave me a thumbs up, his face brimming with respect. In a haze, I realized they were not afraid of me, but rather of Long Go from the Mahjong parlor. I understood that they had completely misunderstood the situation. A miraculous twist of fate had occurred. Indeed, Long Go is my brother, but he had previously advised me against disclosing our relationship, fearing it would tarnish my reputation at school. I waved my hand dismissively and entered into a state of extreme bravado. Chapter 20. A stunning turnaround. I surmised that Lu Bunxiang had embellished the story of my relationship with Long Gu after witnessing us together yesterday. They must have assumed that I had a close bond with him. Since the misunderstanding had arisen, I decided to let it continue. It was an opportunity one could not afford to squander. Brother Xiong is formidable. From now on, I'll rely on you for everything. I'll treat you to lunch at the Internet CAF. Just name your desired skins. Lu Bunxiang declared, adopting an exaggeratedly generous demeanor. I maintained a facade of indifference, though internally I was elated. However, my uncle had also advised me to maintain a certain level of humility and discretion. The loudest bird is often the first to fall. Thus, I deliberately acted aloof. As expected, Wang Gang and Lu Bunxiang treated me with even greater deference, their belief in my supposed status unwavering. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation had finally settled down. The English teacher entered the classroom to commence lessons. English felt like an incomprehensible script to me, yet I admired her lovely floral dress, though her white flats lacked any notable charm, and the veins on her fair legs were quite visible. My thoughts began to drift to Sister 17. Even though it had only been a day since I last saw her, I couldn't help but long for her presence, as if I could still feel her soft elasticity in my hands. Wang Gang casually inquired about Long Go, his cautious demeanor eliciting a chuckle from me. I recounted the incident involving Wang KZ's gang, and he was visibly shocked. I had witnessed the chaos when Wang KZ's crew attempted to cause trouble, only to see Long Go and his allies drive them away, a spectacle that was both thrilling and exhilarating. As lunchtime approached, rain began to pour heavily, dampening my plans to visit the Internet CAF. Rumors of an impending typhoon circulated, and the relentless downpour made me drowsy. I rested my head on the desk, feeling lethargic and indecisive about what to eat. Without an umbrella, braving the rain to reach the cafeteria would surely leave me drenched like a drowned rat. Suddenly, a figure burst into the classroom, soaked to the bone. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Bunxiang, who hurriedly approached the back row, carrying 2 takeout boxes and panting heavily. "Brother Xiong, look what I brought. KFC's deluxe chicken leg lunch combo," he exclaimed, opening the box to release an enticing aroma, revealing a steaming chicken leg. I swallowed hard, caught off guard. "Is this your treat? I can't accept something for nothing," I tentatively probed, honestly having only seen such meals in advertisements, but never having tasted one myself. "Brother Xiong, hurry and eat. The chicken leg is amazing," he insisted, wiping the rainwater from his forehead as he sat down. We shared the sumptuous chicken leg lunches, with one reserved for Wang Gang. As we ate and chatted, I learned that Liu Bunxiang lived in a nearby community, his father a deputy director and his mother a doctor, indicating a family that was never short on funds. To my astonishment, it turned out Wang Gang's family operated a recycling station. I found it hard to believe that the son of a deputy director would associate with someone from a recycling business. When Liu Bunxiang first transferred to our school, he had treated Wang Gang with utmost respect, almost like a subordinate. What a curious world we lived in. However, Liu Bunxiang continued to share stories about Wang Gang, though I wondered if some of the details were exaggerated. It seemed Wang Gang was indeed a loyal friend, always ready to stand up for his companions. He had even fought Zhang Su for the title of school leader. At this, I perked up, eager to learn more about school happenings, especially concerning Sister 17 and various rumors. Liu Bunxiang informed me of many things, particularly the altercation between Wang Gang and Zhang Su, which had taken place in the restroom and lasted an entire class period. Ultimately, Wang Gang had exhausted himself, and Zhang Su narrowly claimed victory, becoming the school's leader. As for Sister 17 and her group of girls, no one dared to provoke them, as those who had previously confessed to her had met a violent fate. Did they really take on an entire class of girls? I asked, incredulous. Typically, a class would contain at least 20 girls. How could a few manage against them? It's true, many witnessed it. They fought every girl in Class 3, and hardly anyone dared to retaliate. Eventually, the school swept it under the rug. Liu Bunxiang assured me. But why? Did they have connections? My curiosity intensified. I had not anticipated Sister 17 to be so formidable. Was she truly that reckless? Liu Bunxiang leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. I heard it was Sister 16 who helped them out. Apparently, she has connections to some underground circles. There were rumors of her arriving at school in a Rolls-Royce. Wait, a Rolls-Royce? I exclaimed, astonished. Such news seemed unbelievable. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Every rumor has its roots in truth. I had not expected Sister 16 to possess such formidable connections. One must never judge a book by its cover. In a casual conversation, Liu Bunxiang spoke freely, seemingly unguarded, perhaps influenced by his father, the deputy director. His tales were grandiose, yet insubstantial, reflecting on my own parents, who led honest lives devoid of conflict. I felt a surge of gratitude for their unwavering support despite their lack of ambition. My thoughts turned to my troublesome uncle, who had deceived me countless times. I vowed never to heed his advice again. Trusting myself seemed far more prudent. The afternoon dragged on, the classroom thick with drowsiness, the heavy rain outside showing no signs of abating. I was torn between inviting Sister 17 out or heading to the internet CF, but I was resolute about visiting the Filong Mahjong Hall later. Bored, I idly played with my phone, pretending to be an experienced driver on a forum, and lost myself in a novel on Haiyan, eagerly awaiting the end of classes for a meal. Zhang Su was hosting a feast, and I had no reason to decline. As the day unfolded, I found myself at the bustling street behind the school, filled with students in uniforms. As night fell, the atmosphere grew even livelier. From a distance, I spotted Zhang Su with a few girls, likely Sister 17 and her friends. My heart raced with excitement. If Sister 17 were aware of my connection with Longo, she would surely regard me with newfound respect. Yet, I was anxious, uncertain if they knew about the incident at the hotel. Zhang Su, ever the gracious host, ordered an array of food and drinks. Liu Bunxiang eagerly fawned over him, embodying the essence of a sycophant. I had no aspirations of dominance at school, nor did I wish to bully anyone. I simply sought a peaceful academic journey. I had never been one to stir trouble or belittle others, believing that everyone is cherished by their parents and faces their own challenges. Upon entering, I realized only Sisters 16, 17, and 18 were present. It seemed Sister 15 was still studying and Sister 19 was likely off on her escapades. I casually greeted them, but Sister 16's icy gaze sent shivers down my spine. Since the last incident at the hotel, coupled with Liu Bunxiang's insinuations about her connections, I felt a cold sweat forming on my brow, consumed by guilt. Once everyone gathered, Zhang Su announced our meal. Get 5 skewers and 2 crates of beer. He called out, and as if by design, Sister 16 sat beside me. She promptly stepped on my foot, eliciting a pained response that I barely suppressed. Keeping my head down, I avoided her gaze, heart racing as I felt the pressure of impending discomfort. What's wrong, Xiong Saming? Sweating like that? Sister 17 remarked, oblivious to my distress. I hoped Sister 16 hadn't mentioned the hotel incident. Based on my understanding of Sister 17's temperament, if she knew about my actions, she would have erupted in anger, possibly even resorting to violence. Come on, drink up. I raised my beer, attempting to quell my nerves, but Sister 17's foot pressed down hard on mine again, followed by Sister 16's shoe digging into my flesh. Unable to contain myself, I accidentally sprayed beer across Zhang Su's face, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The atmosphere turned awkward as I profusely apologized to Zhang Su, who bore my mishap with surprising restraint, although his discomfort was palpable. I sensed that if not for my connection to Long Gu, he might have retaliated. Meanwhile, the two sisters laughed but exchanged knowing glances, their smiles veiling their true intentions. As I pondered my fate, Sister 17's piercing gaze settled on me. I hear you're still single, Xiong-sami? She asked, her tone dripping with mockery. A chill ran down my spine. This dinner felt like a trap. I swallowed hard, unsure of her motives. If she intended to settle a score, I was in for a rough night. Of course not. Xionggu just transferred here, Lu Benxiang chimed in, but was met with a fierce glare from Sister 17 that silenced him. The room fell into an uneasy quiet, the lively chatter outside contrasting sharply with our tense gathering. Have you got a girlfriend or not? Sister 17 pressed, her voice cold as ice. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Something was amiss. My palms were clammy, and I sensed that today, as atmosphere was decidedly off-kilter. Xionggu, try this delicacy. Lu Benxiang continued his attempts at flattery, serving skewers and drinks, clearly eager to please. Observing them, I felt the weight of their scrutiny upon me, an unsettling sensation that something was amiss. Suddenly my phone buzzed, the jarring ringtone capturing everyone's attention. I glanced at the screen. It was my uncle calling. Sighing with relief, I stepped aside to silence the call, feigning a conversation while stealing glances back at the table, where the tension remained thick. I just got a call from Long Gu. He invited me out tonight, but I told him I had other plans, I declared, trying to divert attention away from the brewing storm. The ruse worked. Zhang Su offered me a cigarette, and I feigned nonchalance, while I sensed their underlying motives lurking beneath the surface. Observing Zhang Su's visibly startled demeanor, it became apparent that he was apprehensive about me, causing him trouble. Both Wang Gang and Lu Benxiang wore expressions of caution, seemingly fearful that Long Gu might come seeking them out as well. It was then that I comprehended their motive for inviting me to dinner today. Along with Sister 17 and her entourage, it was all about this matter. I immediately waved my hand dismissively and said with an air of nonchalance, "No worries. One must make acquaintances through a bit of conflict. Besides, we are all from the same school, and it would be quite unfortunate to let our relationship sour. Wouldn't it?" My uncle often said, "Leave a line for future encounters. Be forgiving, for one must not act too resolutely, lest one finds their path narrowing." The atmosphere shifted, becoming more vibrant as I noticed Zhang Su and the others visibly relax, constantly toasting to me. Even Sister 17 and Sister 16 ceased their earlier scrutiny, indicating that their earlier inquiries about my relationship status were merely a fade. However, I detected a subtle shift in Sister 17's gaze. Her eyes were unervingly gentle, akin to a predator eyeing a lamb. I intentionally averted my gaze, for the more I looked, the more I felt uneasy. "Is it true that you excel at playing cards because of Long Ge's tutelage?" Sister 16 inquired curiously, her companions fixated on me. I nodded slightly. From her tone, it seemed she was acquainted with Long Gu. If her family indeed possessed a societal background, it wouldn't be surprising. However, should she discover the truth, I would surely become the subject of ridicule. How could I maintain my standing at school thereafter? In reality, Long Gu had instructed me not to mention his name at school, wishing to keep me from straying, yet he occasionally allowed me to visit the Feilong Mahjong house. I deliberately created a smokescreen. Even if Sister 16 were to encounter Long Gu someday, she would find no flaws in my story. I marveled at myself, never having imagined that the card-playing techniques my uncle taught me would come to bear significance now. It was entirely normal for Long Gu, who owned a Mahjong house, to possess such skills and share them with me. Sister 17 patted my shoulder, grinning as she remarked, "No wonder you play cards like a god of gambling. Your concealment is quite impressive. If Zhang Su hadn't mentioned seeing you at the Feilong Mahjong house, I would have remained oblivious to your deception. Indeed, I would just ponder your background, wondering how you became so adept at playing cards. Do tell, during the last game where you drew a turtle, did you cheat? Sister 18 declared with a feigned sternness. I shyly scratched my head, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. If I claimed I hadn't cheated, no one would believe me anyway. Thus, I allowed the misunderstanding to persist, as it posed no detriment to me. Zhang Su and the others regarded me with even greater respect. A lively gathering ensued, filled with food, drink, and laughter, while students passing by observed us quietly. I felt a swell of pride. Even if others were unfamiliar with me previously, they would surely recognize me now, considering I was sharing drinks with the school's leaders and Sister 17. Henceforth, it was likely no one would dare to provoke me. Just as we were relishing our meal, a black sedan pulled up in front of the barbecue stall, for which emerged several individuals with an air of intimidation, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they surveyed the surroundings. As they exited the vehicle, a hush fell over the area. They did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Adorned with tattoos, their gait unsteady. I lower my head, focusing on my skewers and beer, seeking to avoid trouble. My uncle had once remarked that those at the bottom of society often roamed the streets, calculating and searching for opportunities for conflict. Some sought to bolster their courage, while others aimed to procure a bit of money. Unexpectedly, the group headed directly towards us, their eyes glinting with malice. We remained silent, recognizing that the realms of academia and society were entirely separate. No student, no matter how formidable, would dare challenge those entrenched in the latter. To our astonishment, they approached our table. Are you enjoying your meal? These young ladies are quite charming. You lot should vacate the premises, one of them declared, nudging Zhang Su. Lu Binxiang immediately stood aside, clearly frightened, yet Zhang Su remained still. Brothers, we just arrived here, Zhang Su began, but his words were abruptly cut off by a slap, followed by a shove. He didn't dare retaliate. Get lost quickly, one of them barked. Reluctantly, Zhang Su rose, though he dared not utter another word. In the past, I would have instinctively stood and stepped aside, but not this time. Their target was Sister 17 and her friends, and having just boasted about my connection to Longu, I could not afford to back down without losing face. Wang Gang immediately stood up, offering a pack of cigarettes to the group, courteously stating, brothers, have a smoke while we finish our meal and take our leave. The sight of the soft Zhonghua cigarettes in his hands caused the men to pause, their eyes sparkling with greed. I silently thought this could lead to trouble. My uncle had warned me that one must remain low-key and not flaunt wealth, as doing so could attract unwanted attention. In these times, there were plenty willing to resort to unscrupulous means to acquire money. I recalled a classmate whose family was in the fruit business. He flaunted his cash at an internet CAF, only to be cornered outside and robbed of his money, suffering a brutal beating that left him hospitalized for a week. Who are you guys? Are you from #1 high school? One of the men inquired, his tone menacing. So what if we are? So what if we're not? Sister 16 replied calmly, while Sister 17 instinctively grasped her hand, displaying a hint of fear. It would be disingenuous to claim I was unafraid. I was sweating profusely. Yet Sister 16 remained seated, and, as the only male, I felt compelled to endure the situation. Despite her calm demeanor, I couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Regardless of her background, a confrontation would surely lead to trouble. The men scrutinized Sister 16, one of them grinning as he said, "You've got quite the attitude. Little sister, do you know who I am?" "I have no interest in knowing, nor do I care," she replied casually, pointing in my direction. I shivered, striving to maintain composure. The group immediately turned their gaze towards me. I managed a faint smile, attempting to greet them, though my legs felt weak beneath me. "Are you Longu from the Filong Mahjong house?" one of them asked, his demeanor shifting. "Indeed, but I'm unsure who you gentlemen are," I began, but they interrupted with laughter, their expressions growing more menacing. I found myself rooted in place, utterly bewildered. Chapter 22. An astonishing background. I was perplexed by their laughter. Was it truly so amusing to be known as Long Ji's brother? Were they affiliated with him and aware of my charade? Anxiety surged within me, fearing they would unmask my fabrication. If they discovered I was merely posing under Long Gu's banner, there would be dire consequences, and even my uncle would not spare me. The group continued to laugh, tears streaming down their faces as they mocked. "Did you hear? That fool from Filong has begun recruiting students as his subordinates. How impressive!" I felt a chill run down my spine at the mention of Wang Xiaozi. Realizing they were his men, my heart raced. knowing Wang Xiaozi had past grievances with Longo, and I recalled the altercation outside the mahjong house, where debts and paint were thrown around. At that moment, I could no longer remain seated. Cautiously, I inquired, "Are you gentlemen associated with Wang Xiaozi? Or rather, with Boss Wang?" "Correct." "How did you know?" The man before me tilted his head, his gaze lingering on Sister 17 and her friends. My heart sank into despair. From the moment I began elementary school and started practicing calisthenics, the first lesson I learned was how to line up. The consequences of standing incorrectly were all too apparent. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, and I found myself at a loss for words. If I foolishly claimed to know Wang, the lame, a mere phone call could easily reveal my deceit. If I were to impersonate him, the repercussions would be even more severe. What was I to do? My useless uncle had never been a reliable ally. Yet, I could not bring myself to abandon a few girls in distress. It is the duty of a man to protect women, regardless of the circumstances or the challenges faced. Should I cower now, I would forever be unable to hold my head high in their presence. I did not know Wang well. I had merely heard of his esteemed name in the past. I answered truthfully, while observing as Wang Gang and Zhang Su were pulled aside and searched, their belongings confiscated. A sense of indignation welled up within me, as I recalled just moments ago, when we had been merrily drinking and enjoying skewers, only to find ourselves subjected to such humiliation, especially as they openly harassed the girls nearby. My heart boiled with anger, yet I dared not express it, remaining rooted in my spot. My uncle had once imparted wisdom that one must possess integrity. Enduring a beating is not disgraceful when it is to protect women. If these ruffians dared to lay a finger on the sisters, I would act without hesitation, regardless of my ability to prevail in a fight. Even if I were to end up battered and bruised, I would accept it, for I have always been steadfast in my beliefs. Sister 6 seemed to sense my turmoil and casually made a phone call, simply stating our location before hanging up, as if summoning assistance without divulging any trouble. Zhang Su and the others were being searched by a gaunt man who extracted over 100 yuan from their pockets. The thin man approached me, gripping my shoulder and instructing me to stand, while he whistled towards Sister 6, striding directly toward her. I instinctively resisted, awkwardly saying, "Wait, brother. I truly have no money on me. Get lost." He barked, dragging me along regardless. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, I forcefully broke free from his grasp, extending my arms protectively in front of Sister 6 and the others. The crowd froze, including Sister 6, as I declared firmly, "If you are a man, do not lay a finger on them." In that moment, I felt both heroic and tragic as several of the thugs rushed toward me, their faces contorted in menace. Wang Gang and the others remained paralyzed with fear, not one daring to come to my aid. Gritting my teeth, I braced myself for an impending beating when unexpectedly, a blaring horn pierced the air. A procession of black cars, a fleet of Volkswagens adorned with a red emblem, appeared, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. A thought struck me. Could this grand display be summoned by Sister 6? My heart raced at the spectacle unfolding before me. The thugs, now awestruck, muttered in disbelief, momentarily forgetting their intentions to confront me. As the vehicles drew nearer, a powerful presence emerged. Without warning, Sister 6 stood up and waved her hand, prompting the cars to halt. Dozens of men clad in suits swiftly disembarked, rushing toward our barbecue stall, each exuding an air of urgency. I had never witnessed such an overwhelming scene. The sheer force of it chilled me to the bone, causing my legs to weaken. The thugs, too, appeared dumbfounded as the once modest barbecue stall became a crowded arena filled with men in black suits, their eyes glimmering with ferocity. The foremost figure, a hulking man, loomed like a great brown bear, his physique intimidating and imposing. I was left dumbstruck, while Sister 6 appeared entirely unfazed. This giant approached, scratching his head and speaking in a thick voice, "Miss, I am late." Sister 6 sighed, "Sure too, these individuals are quite bothersome. Take them away. Next time, just come by yourself." With those words, a wave of relief washed over me, but the thugs were rendered speechless, their faces draining of color as they realized the gravity of their predicament. Who could have anticipated that a single call from Sister 6 could summon such formidable reinforcements? Previously, I might have doubted her connections, but now I was wholly convinced. I would readily believe that she could arrive at school in a Rolls-Royce or even board a rocket. Shurtu turned, his expression darkening, and with a single glance, he instilled terror in everyone present. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously, promising a lethal punch. Is it you lot? He boomed, and the thugs turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Wait, don't misunderstand. We are affiliated with Wong, the lame. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us talk this over. Wong the lame, you say? Take them away. Shirtu commanded with a wave of his hand. The thugs were swiftly escorted by the suited men, not daring to utter a word in protest. In mere minutes, the fleet of black cars departed, leaving us in stunned silence. While Sister Six maintained her nonchalant demeanor, the rest of us were engulfed in disbelief. Forget about any notions of social hierarchy or street cred. Who had ever witnessed such a display? Dozens of suited men arriving in a convoy of cars, summoned by a single phone call. What kind of profound connections did Sister Six possess? Moreover, I had heard Shirtu refer to her as Miss, confirming her true lineage and the depth of her concealed power. Just moments ago, I had boasted about my own connections, only to be thoroughly humbled. Sister 17, eyes filled with envy, remarked, Sister 6, you truly are impressive. I didn't realize Shirtu had grown so strong since our last encounter. I never anticipated he would bring so many people. He has been working out at the gym every day, but his brain still hasn't caught up. Sister 6 replied, her tone laced with exasperation as she realized the dinner plans were now ruined. The crowd, still buzzing with excitement, continued to gossip, while I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I regretted my earlier bravado, my heart racing at the thought of having dared to lay hands on Sister 6 in the hotel. Had she chosen to retaliate with a single call, I would have surely been left in ruins, reduced to a mere pulp. Now, however, I felt a strange sense of survival wash over me. I hastily downed a couple of beers to calm my nerves as Sister 6 cast a meaningful glance my way, her expression enigmatic. Let us sit down and continue our meal, Sister 17 urged, yet Zhang Su, Wang Gang, and the others remained frozen in place, terrified to take a seat. Lu Benxiang had fled in fright, only returning after the commotion had subsided. Sister 6 quietly sipped her beer and said softly, what happened today must not be spoken of. Understood? Everyone nodded immediately, recognizing her desire to avoid unnecessary attention. My previous fleeting infatuation with her evaporated in an instant. I would not dare provoke her again. Amidst the whispers and curious glances, we left the barbecue stall, while Sister 17 and the others chattered animatedly. We, however, kept our heads down, too intimidated to utter a word. They intended to head to an internet CAF, and while I initially considered joining them, I ultimately decided against it. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. From now on, I must maintain my distance from Sister 6. It was not out of fear, but rather a lesson imparted by my uncle. To associate with the powerful is akin to walking with tigers. Walking often by the river, one cannot avoid getting one's shoes wet. If by chance I inadvertently provoke Sister 16 one day, my life would be irrevocably at stake. I have yet to marry, nor have I made a name for myself to honor my parents. I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Just before departing, Sister 16 patted my shoulder and remarked, Xiong Saming, your phone has been flashing. Is someone trying to reach you? Upon hearing this, I hastily retrieved my phone and discovered a barrage of missed calls from my uncle and several text messages. To my surprise, Sister 17 leaned over, snatched my phone, and curiously inquired, I thought it was a girl calling you. Who is this uncle? He insists you call him back urgently, claiming it's a pressing matter. Chapter 23. A dire mission. I took a look at the messages from my uncle and felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Knowing his character, I understood that for him, no issue was too grave to warrant such urgency. I promptly returned the call, hoping that nothing catastrophic had occurred. If it weren't for my earlier obstinacy, my uncle wouldn't have been so anxious. The call connected swiftly, and he simply asked where I was. I replied that I was near the street behind the school, and he instructed me to come to the school gate immediately, as he had been waiting for several hours. I hung up, without the chance to explain, and dashed towards the school gate, a gnawing sense of dread creeping in. Although my uncle hadn't explicitly stated anything alarming during our conversation, I could sense his urgent tone. Something was amiss. From a distance, I spotted my uncle and his BMW at the gate. Upon seeing him, I worried that he might be upset with me, but he didn't mention it. His face was etched with concern, and upon my arrival, his frown softened slightly. Cautiously, I asked, Uncle, what is going on? What happened? Get in the car. I'll explain on the way, he replied, opening the door for me. Without hesitation, I followed him inside. The air conditioning was set to a chilling level, mirroring the tense atmosphere between us. My heart raced, I had rarely seen him so somber, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by an unsettling seriousness. The BMW seemed to drive aimlessly for a while, until my uncle broke the silence, sobbing, "Tonight, I need your help. Accompany me to a crucial gambling event." Upon hearing this, my immediate reaction was one of reluctance. I had no desire to be involved in anything related to gambling, and I firmly replied, "I'm not going. You're going, whether you like it or not." He raised his voice. My resistance flared, and I shouted back, "No means no. Find someone else. Why must it be me?" Without turning around, he stated, "Because you're unlike anyone else." My defiance intensified. He had often used that line to manipulate me, and I was not going to fall for it this time. "What makes me so different? Don't think you can use that excuse to trap me." I retorted, adamant in my refusal. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, catching me off guard as I nearly collided with the front seat. Just as I was about to express my frustration, I noticed my uncle's eyes filled with a fiery intensity and an unsettling seriousness. "This gambling event could determine your fate. I trust no one but you. I'll ask you once more, are you in or not?" His words ignited a warmth in my chest, yet questions swirled in my mind. Gambling typically involves risk. Why would he insist on going knowing the potential dangers? I swallowed hard and quietly responded, "Uncle, if you insist, I'll go," but before I could finish, he interrupted, just as I expected from my dear nephew. "You need not inquire further. Simply follow my lead. I did not raise you to be a fool." Yet, the more he insisted, the more my curiosity piqued. Curiosity, they say, killed the cat, and I was utterly unaware of what to expect. I had never participated in a gambling event before. What was my uncle truly planning? As I contemplated this, I noticed his grim demeanor and chose to remain silent. Throughout our lives, my uncle had always been carefree and jovial, but when faced with serious matters, he transformed entirely, dismissing all counsel. What could compel him to participate in a gamble that involved life and death? In no time, we arrived at the entrance of the Phylong Mahjong Hall, where several vehicles awaited, and a crowd surrounded the area. Brother Long stood beside the foremost car, beckoning us to join him. My uncle continued driving without stopping, leading to a long procession of cars behind us. My anxiety heightened. Participating in such a scene was undeniably intimidating. After a while, I mustered the courage to ask softly, "Uncle, where are we headed? Why are there so many people?" "Of course, we are on business. They are here to ensure our safety. Only the two of us will enter the venue," he replied. Hearing this only exacerbated my fear. The atmosphere suggested imminent danger, and with only my uncle and me entering, if anything went awry, we would undoubtedly be in dire straits. What kind of gamble was this? At 9:30, we arrived at a warehouse, the air thick with the scent of gasoline, reminiscent of an auto repair shop. Brother Long's entourage remained outside, while a few luxury cars were parked nearby. My heart raced as I stepped out of the car and watched my uncle retrieve a leather suitcase from the trunk. My unease deepened. I felt as though I were on the brink of a precipice, terrified and unable to hold back my questions. "Uncle, please tell me what you intend for me to do. I am completely in the dark. Just observe and lend me a hand if needed. Light a cigarette, pour some water, and if we win, assist in collecting the money," he said casually, handing me the suitcase. Yet, his expression revealed anything but leisure. From within the dilapidated warehouse, a figure emerged, seemingly familiar with my uncle. They exchanged pleasantries while I remained silent behind them. The stranger appraised me briefly before leading us inside. The warehouse was infused with the scent of gasoline, housing several unserviced vehicles. Clutching the suitcase tightly, I recalled seeing similar scenes in films, where such cases were filled with money. Although I had no idea how my uncle had acquired such funds, my anxiety escalated. This was my first time in such a place, and I was following my uncle into a gambling den. My forehead was drenched in perspiration. At the back of the warehouse, there was a brightly lit room filled with a throng of people. As we approached, I could see a darkened figure at the entrance, flanked by two guards. The guide exchanged a few words, granting us access. Upon entering, I shivered. The air conditioning was intense, and the room, though not large, was occupied by a dozen individuals, half of whom were stunning young women. The rest were older gentlemen smoking cigars, some of whom appear to be in their 50s or 60s. One man, with scarred skin, and another, rotund and fair, exuded an air of authority. "Dajuan has arrived. We were just waiting for you," the portly man teased, rubbing his hands together, impatience evident in his demeanor. "Boss Lou, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect Dajuan to arrive this early. He usually comes last, my uncle replied, addressing the dark-skinned man as Dajuan and the rotund one as Boss Lu. An elderly man in a white robe stood up, his hair graying and his gaze sharp, adorned with a large green ring. He leisurely proclaimed, "Since everyone is present, let us commence as per our usual customs." Earlier, the old man had been cradling a 20-something beauty in his arms, resembling the enchanting Yangmi, whose allure was palpable. I thought to myself, how could such obscenity be allowed? Sixth uncle, why hasn't T-Boss Wang arrived? Is he limping and moving slowly? Uncle Air jestingly posed a question that elicited laughter from everyone. It seemed that the limping man, known as Wang, was an unfamiliar figure to them. To my surprise, Wang was also present at the gambling table tonight. Could it be that Uncle Air had asked Long Gu to bring his men along as a precaution against any disturbances from Wang? Another elderly gentleman, clad in a smart dark blue Zhongshan suit and puffing on a cigar, approached us, exuding an air of authority. He remarked, "Wang is caught up with something and will be here shortly. Let us commence without him." Uncle Air immediately pulled out a chair for the old man, displaying utmost respect, and cheerfully said, "It's been a few days since I last saw you, Master Ma. I hear that Lu has brought back some Russian Goldens. I hope to learn the secrets of their endurance from you later." "Your mouth runs wild, you little brat," Master Ma retorted, and I mused that given his age, he could easily attract a young woman in her 20s, yet it seemed that his old bones would barely withstand the exertion. I felt a sense of camaraderie with Master Ma. Others were not as familiar. Uncle Air engaged in easy banter with these men, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Although just moments before entering, he had appeared quite tense. Perhaps Uncle Air was also feeling anxious, as he had expressed his distrust for everyone except me. That phrase echoed in my mind, reminding me that during critical moments, it is the bonds of family that prove reliable. I silently vowed to uphold Uncle Air's dignity and not to hinder him, while I was uncertain of my role. His decision to bring me here must have been for good reason. A table draped in black velvet was surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals. I stood obediently behind Uncle Air, clutching my leather suitcase, feeling an exhilarating mix of emotions as it was my first time participating in such a gambling affair. A mahjong set lay on the table, and although Lu was not involved, he cast a teasing glance my way, saying, "Oh, why has Dong brought a little boy with him today? Has he matured yet? Such a swift change in taste." I rolled my eyes in silence, thinking, "Do you expect me to strip down for you?" Uncle Air, however, laughed and replied, "He my nephew. He has been up to no good since he was little." The little rascal heard about tonight's game and insisted on tagging along to broaden his horizons. At this, laughter erupted among the group, and I felt my cheeks flush. I thought to myself, had it not been for Uncle Air's insistence, I would never have come to such a place. Since he introduced me as his nephew, I felt compelled to adhere to the rules. Tonight, I would play the villain and assist in verifying the goods. Suddenly, Dajuan pulled a handgun from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, causing me to jump in shock. The dark firearm sent chills down my spine, and the room fell silent, akin to a graveyard. My heart raced, and cold sweat streamed down my back. I had never felt this anxious in my life. Everyone's eyes were fixed on me, while Uncle Air's expression shifted between darkness and uncertainty, yet he remained silent, leaving me to comprehend why he had said that tonight's gambling event was a matter of life and death for him. In a casual gathering of friends, who would carry a gun? Dajuan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, glared at me menacingly and said, "Boy, tell us about your uncle. We delight to enhance our knowledge. Don't say you know nothing." His face was marred with grotesque scars, and I felt as though I might lose control of my bladder from fear. My legs trembled uncontrollably, but I was at a loss for words, for I knew nothing of Uncle Air's affairs and was oblivious to his gambling dealings. "Hey, Dajuan, don't frighten him. Let him speak at his own pace." Lu interjected on my behalf. My mind was blank, struggling to navigate the tense atmosphere. Yet, I sensed hostility in everyone's gaze, and Uncle Air's unease was palpable. These individuals were clearly targeting us tonight. However, Uncle Air had said nothing to prepare me. Even though Long Gu and his men were outside, it was too late. They were armed. The men's stares were predatory, and the tension escalated. I steeled myself, thinking, I shall fight through this. My uncle's name is Xiong Jiodong, hailing from Hulu Tan. He has always been up to no good, frequently staying out late and bringing women home, living a life devoid of seriousness. and he has a penchant for swindling me. Just last week, he swindled my tuition money. The room fell into a deeper silence, Uncle Air's face darkening. Moments latte. Laughter erupted, leaving me bewildered as I questioned where I'd gone wrong. Huh, I never imagined your nephew would hold you in such high regard. Dajun guffawed, tears streaming from laughter, bracing himself against the table. This kid is amusing, absolutely amusing. Dong, you are truly something. Lou, holding his belly, nearly doubled over from laughter. In an instant, the room was filled with laughter, everyone losing their composure, except for Uncle Air, whose face flushed with embarrassment or perhaps anger, glaring at me with intensity. Ignore his nonsense. I walk the world with integrity. Well, have I ever engaged in such vile deeds? Yet for some reason, I sensed a relaxation in Uncle Air's demeanor, a softening of the atmosphere, perhaps a shared history fostering such intuition. I began to realize that these individuals had been testing me, and by extension Uncle Air. But why would they probe me? Uncle Air lit a cigarette and banged on the table, saying, "Enough of the laughter. It's just trivial matters. Why are you in such uproar?" His words only intensified the laughter. Even the women in the room struggled to contain themselves, covering their mouths yet still chuckling, one pinching her thigh to stifle her laughter. Her face flushed with mirth. I felt out of sorts, joining in their laughter, having never encountered such a scenario before. Perhaps my earlier words were not entirely misplaced. Uncle Air indeed was of that nature. Boy, what else do you have to share about your uncle? Let us hear more to broaden our horizons. Dajuan leaned against the table, laughing like a hound. I shot him a glare, choosing silence, as I had never held a favorable impression of him. Uncle Air had often said that one's appearance reflects their character and that those who look intimidating often harbor ill intentions. Dajuan, with his frightening visage and casual firearm, was certainly no exception. Dajuan suddenly glared at me, barking in a commanding tone, "I told you to keep talking. Haven't you heard?" Uncle Air's face turned dark, and he slammed his hand on the table, rising angrily. "Dajuan, have you not had enough? I merely brought my nephew to broaden his horizons. He is just a student. Do you truly believe he has the audacity to cheat?" The atmosphere grew icy, and I struggled to process the shift. But I began to understand why Dajuan had attempted to intimidate me. He feared I might cheat. Yet I was merely here to assist Uncle Air. Damn it, it was merely a jest. "What is your issue?" Dajuan sneered, viciously flashing a middle finger at Uncle Air, whose eyes turned red with fury. My heart sank, for I knew Uncle Air well. Despite his carefree demeanor, when provoked, he could unleash a wrath that no one could quell. "Watch your mouth. One more word, and I swear I will end you." Uncle Air shouted, and I had never witnessed him so enraged. In an instant, Dajuan raised his gun, aiming it squarely at Uncle Air. "What on earth are you saying? If you're not convinced, let us put it to the test." The tension in the air became palpable as the army stared fiercely at my uncle, both unwilling to yield an inch. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my forehead. I wanted to persuade my uncle not to act impulsively, yet words eluded me. Before I could utter a word, Mr. Ma, who had been silent until now, rose to his feet, cleared his throat, and said, "Dongzi, Dajuan, we are all brothers here. Can't you speak with a bit of sense? Have you forgotten that this is the territory of Sixth Master?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dajuan lowered his gun, but his demeanor showed no signs of retreat. My uncle remained with a smirk, matching Dajuan's defiance. I was frantic. My uncle had never behaved this way before. He always said that those who recognize the moment are the true heroes. Yet tonight he seemed to have lost his mind, insisting on challenging Dajuan, who was armed. Coughing lightly, Sixth Master approached with a smile, adopting the demeanor of a peacemaker, and said, "Ah, old Ma, I'm not criticizing you, but why take their playful banter so seriously? Do you really think they would turn against each other?" Upon his words, silence enveloped the room. Yet my heart remained suspended in anxiety. I genuinely feared a brawl could erupt. It was just my uncle and me here, and if a fight broke out, we would undoubtedly come off worse. Nonetheless, I had to admit that Sixth Master was indeed an old hand at this. He could see that a confrontation was imminent between my uncle and Dajuan, but pretended to be oblivious, giving both sides an escape route. Sixth Master was right. I had been overly serious. "Huh, let's all sit down." Mr. Ma waved his hand, and both Dajuan and my uncle chuckled, pretending as if nothing had happened, though their eyes remained hostile. I was astonished that the earlier incident seemed to be behind us, as it had unfolded so abruptly. I was certain my uncle had genuinely been angry just moments ago, but I was immensely grateful to Sixth Master. Regardless of the circumstances, the situation had been defused. It felt as if everyone present was a seasoned player, their words laced with nuance. My uncle had come with long ago. I wondered if anyone else had brought companions, reinforcing my belief that tonight's gambling game was perilous. Otherwise, my uncle would never have rushed to find me or gathered a large group outside. A beautiful woman, serving tea, approached Sixth Master, and I couldn't help but notice her resemblance to Yangmi, albeit with a youthful charm. I thought it a pity that someone so lovely was associated with an old man like Sixth Master. In the blink of an eye, the four of them began playing mahjong, the clattering sound of tiles allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, I had truly been anxious for my uncle. He had been acting unusually tonight, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Perhaps I had misspoken earlier. After all, those in the underworld value their face, sometimes even more than their lives. In the past, the drunken man had openly insulted my uncle, and he had responded with a flurry of blows, shattering the tiles in the process. Since that incident, no one dared to provoke him back home, and his reputation had steadily declined. However, regardless of others' opinions, I believe my uncle to be quite admirable. He was spirited, had stories to tell, and most importantly, he embodied the essence of the underworld. Although his methods could be unreliable at times, he had his own principles and had imparted numerous lessons to me. As I watched them play mahjong, engaging in idle chatter, I couldn't help but reflect deeply. I used to think my uncle was full of nonsense, but I was increasingly realizing that his words held considerable truth. Perhaps emulating him wouldn't lead me astray. His principles on life were genuinely valuable. Suddenly, I noticed something amiss. I had seen others play mahjong before, even spending several days at Long Gu's mahjong parlor. Yet I had never witnessed such a peculiar style of play. Typically, players arrange their tiles in a straight line, grouping the same suits together to form sequences, but here, they were drawing tiles without glancing at them. Even more astonishing was the arrangement of the tiles. My uncle's tiles were stacked in a peculiar manner, face down, while he held only one tile in hand. Mr. Ma, sitting above him, had all his tiles face down as if waiting for a win. Were they already winning? It didn't seem likely, as Mr. Ma would swap tiles without even needing to check the suits or numbers, never once playing the wrong tile. Dajuan across from my uncle appeared somewhat normal. While I couldn't discern his hand, his tiles were standing upright, and Lu Fatty's tiles were also upright. Yet he pressed 3 tiles down, obscuring them from view. The entire process flowed seamlessly, resembling anything but a game of mahjong. Everyone drew tiles without needing to examine their hands, as if they instinctively understood the game. I stood quietly beside my uncle, unable to see his hand, unsure if he was deliberately guarding against me, or if this was merely his usual style, as I had never seen him play mahjong before. I didn't believe he was trying to hide anything from me. After all, we were family. I had witnessed various styles of play, but today was truly an eye-opener. Each time my uncle drew a tile, he merely grazed it with his finger, deciding swiftly whether to keep it or discard it, without hesitation. When he needed to claim or meld tiles, he swiftly retrieved 2 tiles from the pile, as if he could remember everything. Before long, my uncle won a hand, and it was self-drawn, swiftly laying out all his tiles in a perfect arrangement, easily readable. The others readily handed over their money, and just as I began to relax, I was left dumbfounded. A neat stack of bright red bills came flying over, likely totaling several thousand. My uncle turned around, kicked me lightly, and said, "What are you standing there for? Collect the money." Oh, I hurriedly gathered the cash from the table, carefully tucking it into my pocket, my heart racing. I had never witnessed such a high-stakes game before. I was utterly shocked. Just days ago, I had thought that the games at Long Gu's parlor were substantial, with stakes in the hundreds, but now, in comparison, they seemed trivial. No wonder I hadn't seen my uncle at the parlor for days. It turned out he was involved in much larger bets. After winning, my uncle appeared unfazed, casually smoking while continuing to play mahjong. Lu Fatty chuckled beside him, saying, "If you don't win the first 3 hands, you won't even cover the water fee. Dongzi, be careful you don't end up losing your pants." My uncle took a drag from his cigarette, his face displaying indifference as he replied, "Go on. I've never believed in that. Winning all 3 hands at the start would be the best." Dajuan, sitting opposite my uncle, shot him a glance, but held his tongue, though it was evident that he remained hostile. I secretly hoped he would lose his pants. It would be interesting to see if he would still be so arrogant. Whether it was due to my uncle's luck or Lu Fatty's word struck a chord, my uncle won 3 consecutive hands, each self-drawn. The others wore expressions of bitter amusement, grumbling as they reluctantly handed over their money, and I was busy collecting cash, unable to contain my grin. My Uncle's luck was indeed formidable. It didn't matter whether he won the first 3 hands. Winning was far better than losing. Cough. Dongzi's luck is quite remarkable. It seems fortune is favoring him early, Mr. Ma remarked leisurely. My uncle waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned. Dajuan, unable to sit still, arrogantly declared, winning paper is one thing. Winning money is another. My uncle, without lifting his head, replied, exactly, but some people might end up unlucky all night and not even win paper. At those words, Dajuan's eyes widened, his face reddened, but he refrained from exploding. It seemed he was desperate to win. I thought to myself, if he is capable, he should just win a hand instead of all this pointless banter. As my uncle pulled out a cigarette, I immediately produced my lighter to ignite it. My uncle nodded in satisfaction, squinting his eyes as he focused intently on the table. To be honest, I felt genuinely happy for him. As my uncle continued to win, my spirits soared. Conversely, the more Dajuan lost, the more pleased I became. It mattered not who emerged victorious, as long as it wasn't him. Remarkably, my uncle had won 3 consecutive rounds without even dipping into his own funds, which eased my concerns considerably. Initially, I found myself anxious about the prospect of losing heavily after such a fortunate streak, yet my uncle's prowess at the table was enviable. However, a troubling thought crossed my mind. Could he be cheating? Once this notion took root, it spiraled uncontrollably in my head. I reassured myself that my uncle was not a cheat, merely fortunate. Besides, one cannot resort to trickery right from the outset of a game. He had once mentioned that any hidden skill should be employed sparingly, as the element of surprise is what keeps opponents on their toes. If overused, however, it would inevitably be discovered. The 4th round of Mahjong progressed unexpectedly swiftly. After merely a few draws, Lou the Fat had won, and it was Dajuan who had inadvertently contributed to his victory. I could see the fury igniting in Dajuan's eyes as he cursed vehemently while tossing a double portion of money onto the table. I couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking how delightful it would be to see him lose everything tonight. I wondered if he would dare to intimidate me again. Lou the Fat, reveling in his winnings, gestured toward 6th Master, prompting a beautiful woman to approach him. He produced a $100 bill and, with a grin, declared it to be a tribute to 6th Master for water money, claiming it would enhance his luck. At that moment, I distinctly saw Lou the Fat briefly caress the woman's delicate hand before she returned to 6th Master's side, indicating this was not her first time in such a role. However, I remained perplexed regarding the meaning of water. In Long Ji's Mahjong parlor, regardless of the outcome, players were expected to offer a sum to Long go beforehand, with Sister Fei Fei in charge of collecting what was referred to as the tea fee. I surmised that water was akin to this fee, although my uncle had not contributed earlier while Lou the Fat had. Suddenly, Dajuan shouted, startling me. I realized he had been glaring at me. His face twisted with malice as he barked, "What are you staring at? Come over and light my cigarette." Despite my reluctance, I approached him with a lighter, but my uncle seized my arm, pulling me back sharply. "Little two, can't you see he has hands and feet? Lighting his cigarette is none of your concern." I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and obediently returned to my uncle's side. Uncle then turned to Dajuan with a grin, saying, "He's my nephew. It's only natural for him to light my cigarette. But for anyone else, it's $100 a pop. Just consider it his fee." I felt a surge of excitement. My uncle was quite clever to devise such a scheme. Yet, I understood that his motives were not monetary. He simply wished to spare me from serving others. Truth be told, I felt a warmth in my heart. Dajuan, scowling, tossed a $100 bill my way, his unwillingness evident. He smoked Sue cigarettes, with $100 buying 2 packs. Lighting a cigarette was indeed a profitable deal. Perhaps Dajuan felt compelled to pay up for the sake of preserving his pride, but it mattered little to me. I quickly lit his cigarette, recalling my uncle's advice to take the money first, which only deepened Dajuan's scowl, nearly causing me to burst into laughter. From that moment onward, no one else asked me to light their cigarettes. Only when my uncle lit up would I dutifully offer my assistance. Soon enough, I noticed a curious trend. Ever since Lou the Fat had given water money to 6th Master, every subsequent winner would hand him $100 after each round. A beautiful woman sat beside the table with a small cash box, collecting the contributions, and I felt a pang of envy. I mused that there was no better business than Sixth Master's. He needn't engage in gambling, yet still profited from every win. Although $100 may seem trivial in the grand scheme of gambling, it accumulates over time, a surefire way to earn without risk. Before I realized it, over an hour had passed, and I felt no fatigue. The weight of the money in my hands was substantial, yet my heart felt light. My uncle was winning more than he lost, never once lighting Dajuan's cigarette, while Ma Yi and Dajuan bore the brunt of losses, around 70 to 80,000, I estimated. Ma Yi remained unfazed, engaging in conversation with my uncle and the others, while Dajuan's face had turned crimson, resembling those I had seen before who were scorching with rage from losses. I found myself wishing for his downfall, thinking he deserved it. My uncle, on the other hand, maintained a carefree demeanor, and I believed he would never resort to cheating. Who would risk losing everything after having won so much? The consequences of being caught would be dire. Suddenly, I heard a series of loud thuds followed by a screeching halt outside. My uncle and the others immediately ceased playing, their expressions shifting to one of tension. Sixth Master leisurely rose, assuring everyone, "It's nothing. It must be Boss Wong arriving. The time is about right." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, likely stemming from a fear of being caught. I knew full well that gambling was illegal. I had witnessed raids back in my hometown, where all stakes were confiscated and hefty fines imposed. I recalled how Xiaohua's uncle had broken his leg while fleeing a raid. Soon, a group of individuals entered the room, the foremost being Wong the Lame, who walked with a pronounced limp supported by a cane. Contrary to my expectations, he appeared quite spirited, dressed in a crisp shirt and tie, his hair impeccably styled, resembling a businessman rather than a thug. Accompanying Wong was a familiar beauty with fair skin and a voluptuous figure, clad in a white miniskirt. The most alluring aspect of her appearance was the white high heels, with delicate ribbons spiraling up her calves, seemingly ensnaring the hearts of men. I gulped audibly. Upon closer inspection, I realized this enchanting woman was Sister Sue, the same one my uncle had introduced me to when seeking companionship. After some time apart, she remained stunning, her captivating figure rendering one unable to look away. In hindsight, $500 a visit was not excessive. As Wong the Lame and his entourage entered, Sixth Master welcomed him warmly, and my uncle exchanged pleasantries, yet I sensed something amiss in my uncle's demeanor. Although he wore a smile, it felt as though he were bracing for an impending confrontation. I recalled that Wong the Lame had a vendetta against Long Ge. Perhaps he bore a grudge against my uncle as well. I clenched my fists, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Wong brought quite a few companions with him, leaving Sister Sue and two cold-faced men by his side while the rest lingered outside. He approached my uncle directly, and I could feel my heart rate quickening. "Dongzi, long time no see. I've been meaning to find time to have a proper chat with you. Today is quite the coincidence," Wong exclaimed with a grin, suggesting a familiarity and perhaps a cordial relationship with my uncle. "Boss Wong, you honor us. Tonight, we can indulge to our heart's content," my uncle replied, chuckling, and Wong laughed in return, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. However, I noticed my uncle discreetly wiping the sweat from his palms behind his back. Chapter 26. The eerie gambling game. Witnessing my uncle's subtle gesture of wiping away sweat, I sensed that tonight's gambling session would be anything but relaxed. Truth be told, I had rarely seen my uncle appear tense, and he had a peculiar habit of becoming overly courteous in moments of anxiety, displaying a nonchalant demeanor only when at ease. Wong the Lame settled at the gambling table, retrieving an exquisite metal box from his pocket, filled with cigarettes of an unknown brand. However, once lit, an intoxicating aroma permeated the room. The scent was unique, even captivating to someone like me who seldom smoked, and I found myself fixated on the box, eager to discern the brand of cigarettes. Suddenly, I caught Sister Sue's gaze upon me, a faint smile gracing her lips, likely recognizing me. I felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling the last encounter where I had come unprepared, a rather humiliating experience. Wong's sharp eyes turned towards Sister Sue as he queried, "What is the matter? You know this kid?" All eyes converge upon me once more, and in that moment, I fervently wished that Sister Sue would claim not to know me. My uncle often remarked that the type of woman a man most dreads encountering in social settings is one he has met in a place of indulgence. Previously, I had not grasped the essence of his words, but today, their meaning was abundantly clear. With a smile, Sister Sue regarded me and teasingly remarked, "Of course I know him. He is Dong Ji's nephew. Last time, Dongu even brought him to visit me. Wang Kezi scrutinized me with narrowed eyes, and I averted my gaze, feeling a flush rise to my cheeks. Suddenly, my uncle turned around and chuckled. Heroes do not inquire about origins, and rogues do not ask about age. My nephew is a hero in his youth. Laughter erupted from everyone, including my uncle. While I was puzzled by the meaning behind his words, I sensed that his gaze was a subtle warning. Despite the jovial atmosphere, beads of sweat trickled down my forehead, rendering the air conditioning's coolness nearly imperceptible. Tonight, let us have a good time, but Dongzi, you mustn't leave early. Wang Kezi jested, though there was an unsettling undertone to his words. His gaze toward my uncle bore an ominous intensity, prompting my uncle to wave his hand dismissively. Boss Wang, you are too kind. Tonight, Master Ma and Boss Liu are here as well. Have we begun to play, and you're already targeting me? My resources are rather limited. Huh. Listening to my uncle's laughter, I felt a flicker of understanding, yet I struggled to articulate it. It was evident that Wang Kezi was eyeing my uncle with intent, which explained my uncle's earlier instruction to Brother Long to remain on guard outside. Surely, trouble was brewing for the night ahead. At that moment, Master Liu approached, donned in a white robe that exuded an ethereal elegance. It's rare for us to gather like this tonight. How would you like to play? I knew he was the one in charge this evening, as this was his domain. Otherwise, who would pay him? Given Wang Kezi's presence, it was clear that the game of mahjong could not proceed. The discontent on the faces of those eager to reclaim their losses was palpable, yet they dared not voice their grievances. Master Ma, who was also losing, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "You all play as you wish. I, Ma, will certainly accompany you to the end." Fat Liu chimed in, "I feel the same. It's all up to Boss Wang. How could one not relish the chance to play a few rounds with him?" Their words took me by surprise. I hadn't expected these seasoned players to show such deference to Wang Kezi, while my uncle remained silent, fiddling with his cigarette case. "Very well. Since you are all so accommodating, let us play the game of Uriba." "Dongzi Dejun, what do you think?" Before my uncle could respond, Jun interjected, "I have no objections. Uriba sounds good, though I wonder if Dongzi enjoys it." His words had an oddly sarcastic tone, seemingly aimed at provoking my uncle. With everyone in agreement, I pondered whether my uncle would consent to play. Standing behind him, I could not discern his expression, but I sensed he was reluctant to engage in Uriba, as I knew his expertise lay in poker. My uncle produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and remarked meaningfully, "You all should inquire about my reputation. For years I, Xiong Jiodong, had traversed far and wide, and my favorite game is indeed Uriba." Once Wang Kezi secured the consent of everyone present, he instructed Liu's men to remove the mahjong set from the table and replace it with a brand new set, the backs of which bore a unique pattern and contained only a limited number of tiles. Upon closer inspection, I noted that the only tiles were the 2 and 8 of the circle suit, as if they had selectively drawn these specific tiles from a complete set. A few days prior, I had witnessed a similar game called Tue Bingzi at Brother Long's mahjong hall, although I was uncertain of the rules. I understood it to be a form of gambling. 5 players gathered around, each holding 2 tiles, while Wang Kezi placed a stack of money before him, the amounts varying among the others. My uncle turned to me, signaling for money, and after some contemplation, I handed him 500. However, my uncle did not take the money. Instead, he stared at the 500 in my hand, a mixture of shock and embarrassment crossing his face. Truthfully, I did not wish for him to wager excessively, as he had already won money from mahjong, and leaving while ahead seemed the prudent choice. Dongzi, you are quite bold today, bringing such a fresh lightning rod. 500 right off the bat. As the dealer for the first hand, are you jesting with me?" Wang Kezi's gaze bore an inscrutable expression, his stern demeanor intimidating. All eyes were on me, and the atmosphere grew tense. I was oblivious to their gaming rules and the nuances of gambling, but my foremost concern was not to burden my uncle with too much money, fearing he might lose it. This is not a lightning rod. It is merely Dongzi's nephew, here to broaden his horizons. There is no need for Boss Wang to take it too seriously. We wouldn't want to frighten the young one. Master Ma interjected on my behalf. I was unclear about the term lightning rod or his intentions, yet gambling is inherently a consensual affair. One cannot be coerced into placing bets. My uncle said nothing. Instead, he took a stack of unsealed bills from my hand without a glance and tossed it onto the table. 10,000 yuan, which pained me to witness. I wished to caution him against such impulsiveness, for winnings are still winnings. Surely, he wouldn't squander it all? Yet the words lodged in my throat. as I sensed my uncle likely knew what he was doing. They commenced rolling dice and playing cards. I stood behind my uncle, my eyes wide, watching intently. Though I did not comprehend the game, it was evident who was winning and losing, and I silently prayed for my uncle's success. Sister Sue had drifted to one side, engaging in casual conversation with Master Lu, while two stern-faced men remained stationed behind Wang Casey, their gaze fixated on my uncle, stirring an ominous premonition within me. The game progressed swiftly, yet my uncle seemed afflicted by an inexplicable misfortune, losing more than winning. The frequency with which he turned to me for money increased, and I contemplated persuading him to cease, lest he relinquish all he had gained. However, my uncle appeared entranced, as if under a spell. Despite possessing strong tiles, he could not secure a win. The money he had won quickly vanished, and my heart sank at the thought of such a substantial loss. Wang Casey maintained a constant smile, while the two men behind him remained unblinking, their attention solely on my uncle. I could not fathom their motives. Were they apprehensive about my uncle cheating? To be honest, I had initially worried that my uncle might become so engrossed in the game that he might resort to trickery. Yet they were playing mahjong, and the limited tiles laid out on the table were visibly organized. Any discrepancy would be immediately apparent, especially with two vigilant watchers. If my uncle could not cheat, could he truly win? My concern had shifted from whether he might cheat to whether he could even have the opportunity to do so. Having lost so much, he needed to reclaim his losses by any means necessary. In a curious turn of events, my uncle began to spit into his hands and rub them against the tiles, reminiscent of a scene from a gambling film where the protagonist manipulates the cards. The more I observed, the more perplexed I became. What was he attempting to accomplish? Earlier, during the mahjong game, he had effortlessly discerned the tiles with a mere touch, without even glancing at them. I questioned whether his actions stemmed from anxiety or some other motive, or perhaps he intended to wipe something off the tiles. As nearly an hour passed, the initially sullen Dejun had transformed into a figure of jubilation, having amassed considerable winnings. Wang Casey had also secured a modest profit, while my uncle found himself burdened with the greatest losses. I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency for him, yet I could offer no assistance. Observing his increasing frequency of smoking, I knew he must be anxious. The bitterness of losing money was undoubtedly intolerable. After a while, my uncle lost the money he had on hand and turned to me for more. Upon seeing my empty hands, his expression shifted, yet he said nothing, merely gesturing for me to open the suitcase for cash. My heart was filled with reluctance, but I dared not defy him. When I opened the suitcase, I was instantly taken aback. It was filled to the brim with money. How much could this possibly be? However, my astonishment quickly turned to confusion as I discovered that beneath the stacks of cash lay only crumpled newspapers. I quickly looked up at my uncle, who gave me a knowing glance, signaling me to remain silent. Was he attempting to pull off a grand deception tonight? Everyone else had a suitcase brimming with money, but my uncle's contained very little, coupled with a series of peculiar actions. What was he truly up to? The more I observed, the more perplexed I became. Although I had never gambled myself, I had seen enough to recognize the signs. Perhaps it was the numbness from losing that altered my uncle's demeanor. His gaze was different now, as if his mind was preoccupied with something else. In moments of such tension, what could be occupying his thoughts? He had often stated that one must focus entirely on the task at hand. To think of other matters while playing cards is a recipe for disaster. He understood this principle well, yet now he was visibly flustered and furious from his losses. Since the arrival of Wang the Cripple, he had scarcely won a hand. And why was he now insisting on playing mahjong, a game he was less skilled at? As my uncle placed more money on the table, I felt a surge of panic. I couldn't fathom his intentions. If he continued down this path, he would lose everything he had. My instincts warned me that everyone present was in cahoots, conspiring against my uncle. From the moment they suggested playing the game of pushing cakes, I sensed something was amiss. This game relied solely on luck rather than skill, akin to a game of chance. No matter how fortunate my uncle was, could he possibly outshine them all? Absolutely not. It was imperative to halt this madness. Just as the cards were about to be dealt again, I blurted out, "Uncle, I need to use the restroom." All eyes turned to me, and my uncle hesitated, reclaiming the money he had placed on the table. He stood up nonchalantly and remarked, "You all carry on. I'll join you in a moment. Just give me a second to compose myself, and I'll be back to wipe the floor with you." I could only hope he wouldn't end up losing his pants in the process. Huh, Dajun laughed heartily, having already won a considerable sum. I could see my uncle's face flush, a clear sign of his frustration at losing. Thankfully, I had managed to prevent him from gambling further. My uncle gestured for me to hold the suitcase. I understood that, although it lacked money, we must not allow anyone else to discover this fact. I was acutely aware that in any gambling situation, appearing to play without stakes is a grave taboo. Winning and walking away with the money is one thing, but to lose and owe is another entirely. Wong the cripple, with a smug smile, was watching my uncle intently, and he exchanged a knowing glance with two others nearby, who promptly followed us. The beauty beside Sixth Master stood up and led us toward the back, and I felt an indescribable tension, as if we were being watched. Yet my uncle remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the two men trailing us, as if they feared we might escape. The restroom was located at the back of the room, small yet tidy. As my uncle entered, he turned to glare at the two men, barking, "Are you two fools going to watch me take a piss? Damn it." He slammed the door and locked it, as if that barrier separated us from the outside world. In truth, I had no intention of using the restroom. I merely sought an excuse to step away and prevent my uncle from continuing to gamble. Before my uncle could even unfasten his trousers, I urgently whispered, "Uncle, please don't gamble anymore. We need to leave." They seemed to be in collusion. I knew that anyone with half a brain could perceive the truth. My uncle, without turning around, muttered something that left me bewildered. If he was fully aware that the other players were working together, why did he not leave? Throughout my life, my uncle had always been sharp-witted, possessing more cunning than the stars in the sky. So how could such a clever man engage in foolish behavior? Was he simply unwilling to accept his losses? Suddenly, my uncle lowered his voice. "Sanming, did you notice when I spat just now? Do you know why I did that?" I tentatively replied, "Is it because there are markings on the mahjong tiles? Some invisible sign?" He nodded with a smile, and my heart raced with tension. The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Continuing down this path offered no hope of winning. Clearly, tonight's gambling session was a trap. My uncle wasn't he foolish. He must have seen the discrepancies. Yet what perplexed me was why he continued to play. "Uncle, if you know they're in cahoots, why not just leave? Or you could wait here while I go get Longa and bring help." My uncle suddenly chuckled and turned back to me. "Sanming, in this world, one cannot always act freely. I never anticipated that you would prove to be such an effective lightning rod. You truly are my nephew, and you possess some wit." "What do you mean by lightning rod? Why do they call me that?" I asked, puzzled, running my fingers through my hair, unable to discern what was so special about me. My uncle couldn't help but laugh, pulling up his trousers and patting my shoulder. "A lightning rod is a term used in our circles. It refers to someone who accompanies gamblers, keeping an eye on things, lighting cigarettes, pouring drinks, and warning them when something feels off. Understand that when people are gambling, they can easily become agitated." At that moment, I had no interest in his explanations. I simply knew he was my uncle, and we must always be united. My uncle washed his hands, preparing to leave, and I grasped his arm, urgently imploring, "Please don't continue gambling. If you keep playing, you will surely lose. You cannot outmatch them alone." "Oh." My uncle turned back, intrigued, lighting a cigarette as he asked, "How do you know I will certainly lose? Have you noticed something?" His question caught me off guard. Truthfully, I couldn't be certain that he would lose everything, but I had a gut feeling that tonight's game was indeed a trap, much like a group of people in a mahjong parlor deceiving a middle-aged man wearing a gold watch. The thought of how the man could be fooled sent a wave of anxiety through me, and I leaned closer to my uncle, whispering, "Because they are all in it together. There are people specifically watching you, even if you wanted to cheat. You and T have the chance, neither of us has the chance, so don't worry, Sanming. I have it all under control. You'll see shortly." With that, my uncle exited the restroom, leaving me with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. As we passed Sixth Master, my uncle didn't spare him a glance, but instead reached out and groped Su Jie beside him, a mischievous grin on his face. I was nearly petrified. How could he still be in such spirits amidst this chaos? Returning to the gambling table, the others were casually playing, clearly waiting for my uncle's return. My unease intensified, and I felt as though I might explode with anxiety, yet he remained unfazed. Fortunately, his complexion had returned to normal, a stark contrast to the earlier flush of frustration. Truth be told, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread for my uncle. The two men flanking Wong the cripple were keeping a close watch on him, undoubtedly to prevent any cheating. Should he be caught, the consequences would be dire. As soon as my uncle sat down, Dajun mocked him. "Dongzi, have you washed your hands?" Did you turn your underwear inside out? Tonight, my luck is running high. I might just strip you of your pants too. Huh? Are you brave enough to go all in with me? If not, just keep your mouth shut. My uncle didn't even look up, his gaze fixed on the mahjong tiles as he pondered something deeply, uncertain whether it was provoked by some unseen force. Dajuan slammed his hand on the table, his face turning a shade of green, and assertively placed his suitcase atop the surface, his expression twisted with malice as he uttered, "Damn it, I've long been displeased with you. Come on." The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Bystanders watched in silence, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. My uncle, however, casually waved at me, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The suitcase contained nothing but newspapers. There was no money. At that moment, I fervently wished for my uncle to remain composed and for the others to interject with a word of reason. Regardless of the outcome, we could not afford to turn against each other here. If my uncle lost, the suitcase would yield nothing but newspapers. What then would be the resolution? What is the matter? Are you scared? Just a moment ago, you were so bold, weren't you? Try being bold again, Dajuan shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at my uncle, the situation teetering on the edge of chaos. My uncle, however, remained unfazed, turning to me with a slow, deliberate tone. Did you hear that? Place the suitcase on the table. Although I was reluctant, under my uncle's piercing gaze, I gritted my teeth and complied, setting the suitcase down on the gambling table. My heart racing with dread, praying fervently that nothing would go awry. As the stakes were set for my uncle and Dajuan to gamble, Wang Kz, nearby, reached out to press down on my uncle's suitcase, grinning as he remarked, "This hardly seems fair, does it? Dajuan has won quite a bit tonight. Even if you go all in, you ought to have a count, right?" My heart sank at his words. Sweat continued to bead on my skin. Wang Kz's reasoning was sound, but if the suitcase were opened, everything would be lost. Yet my uncle, with an air of indifference, replied, "You're correct, Wang. I'll simply add a little more." With that, he produced the key to his BMW and placed it atop the suitcase. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, while I stood in shock, thinking my uncle had lost his mind. Before I could intervene, Lu Pengzi swiftly snatched the car keys, toying with them in his hands as he chuckled. "Dongzi, you're quite the high roller, bringing out a BMW. How enviable." While on the surface, Lu seemed to covet the car keys. I sensed a deeper intention. He feared my uncle would reconsider. Even if my uncle wished to retract the keys now, pride would prevent him from doing so. Observing the unfolding drama felt eerily reminiscent of a scene in a mahjong parlor, where a group conspired to deceive. My uncle was now akin to a middle-aged man adorned with a gold watch, ensnared in a web of deceit. "Wait, Uncle," just as I attempted to speak, my uncle turned sharply, his voice a thunderous command. "Get lost. Can't you see I'm playing? Speak another word, and I'll end you." I froze, startled by his ferocity. I had never witnessed him in such a fearsome light, yet I only sought to aid him. Dongzi was indeed straightforward, but he could not let Dajuan gain an advantage. I would cover the difference for him. Wang Kz ordered someone to place his suitcase directly on the table, the tension mounting palpably as Lu Yi approached, and all eyes were fixated on the impending gamble. At that moment, it seemed that everyone except me awaited the start, hoping fervently for my uncle's defeat, for him to lose both money and his BMW. Chapter 28. A critical moment. The tension was stifling, the air thick enough to choke on, with only the hum of the air conditioner breaking the silence, rendering the room as quiet as a graveyard. I silently prayed that my uncle would win this round, employing any means necessary. Otherwise, he would risk losing both money and his BMW. If anyone discovered that the suitcase held no cash, it would spell disaster. Lu Yi approached the gambling table, smiling as he remarked, "You young folks are so spirited. It's been years since I've witnessed an all-in gamble. Today is quite the spectacle. Dajuan promptitude, respectfully requesting, Lu Yi, would you be so kind as to roll the dice, serving as a witness?" Ma Yi and Lu Pengzi echoed his sentiment. In this gathering, Lu Yi was the eldest, respected for his wisdom, yet I sensed their intentions were deliberate, pressuring my uncle into this all-in wager. I wished to intervene, but my uncle's earlier scolding echoed in my mind. Perhaps he was confident in his strategy. Lu Yi glanced at my uncle, who waved his hand in acquiescence, prompting Lu Yi to signal to a nearby beauty, who without hesitation tossed the dice into the air. As the dice flew, my heart raced, nearly choking me. I squeezed my way to the gambling table, eyes wide, fixated on the outcome of this all-in gamble. The dice landed, and both my uncle and Dajuan received their cards. Yet at that instant, I caught a glimpse of Wang Kz's hand, and there it was, a mahjong tile. Yes, it was unmistakably a tile. Although I only witnessed a fragment, I knew I had not erred. The tile, adorned with the rarest design, was unmistakably distinct. I quickly scanned the neatly stacked tiles on the table, but Wang Kz possessed one that should not have been there. I nearly shouted, "Wang Kz is cheating." However, why would he cheat if he was not playing this round? How did he acquire a tile? Was he secretly collaborating with Dajuan to switch tiles? My uncle appeared relaxed, holding his cards as if victory were assured. Yet my anxiety swelled. I knew my uncle could not possibly win this hand. Wang Kz was seated beside Dajuan. He would undoubtedly cheat and swap tiles. In that fleeting moment, I desperately wanted to inform my uncle, but I recalled his past counsel. To catch a thief, one must seize the evidence. I had no proof, although I had seen Wang Kz with the mahjong tile. I could not ascertain whether he would cheat. If I rashly intervened, the consequences would undoubtedly backfire, and my uncle would face trouble. What was I to do? Cold sweat streamed down my brow as I fixated on Wang Kz's hand and Dajuan's cards, ready to shout at the slightest movement. Yet unexpectedly, Wang Kz casually slipped his hand into his pocket, slowly distancing himself from Dajuan, then stood and made his way towards the restroom. In that moment, my mind exploded. I surmised that he must have already switched the tile. I did not witness the exchange, but I saw him conceal it. He was certainly disposing of that tile. Before I could utter a word, Wang Kz was already being assisted by Sister Sue into the restroom, and my heart plummeted as I turned to see my uncle and Dajuan preparing to reveal their hands. It was too late, too late. Wait, uncle. Don't reveal your cards, yet shut up. My uncle's booming voice stunned me into silence. He would not entertain my words. I watched helplessly as he unveiled his cards, a pair of twos. Dajuan, smoke curling from his cigarette, wore an expression of exhilaration. I knew disaster was imminent, damn it. I had to act. If my uncle lost this round, knowing that his opponent was cheating, he would not take it lightly. If I was to perish, so be it. In an instant, I dashed to Dajuan's side. Without a thought, I pulled out my lighter and ignited it. Surprised, he jumped back, his face twisting with rage. But when he realized I intended to light his cigarette, he revealed a menacing grin, exposing his blackened teeth. "You little brat think you can earn 100? No problem. I'll give you 1,000. Dajuan leaned closer, his face brimming with uncontainable pride. At that moment of lighting the cigarette, I swiftly snatched a card from his hand, employing the sleight of hand my uncle had taught me. Deftly concealing it within my pocket once I lit the cigarette, I retreated to the side. Everything transpired in an instant, my mind blank. I could hardly comprehend where I found the courage to steal from Dajuan. The card in my pocket felt like it was burning. Dajuan casually tossed me 1,000 yuan, smugly declaring, "I keep my promises. Follow me, and you won't be shortchanged." Huh. I cast a complex glance at my second uncle, subtly signaling him about Dajuan's tiles. Instantly, his complexion changed, and he slammed the table, rising with a fierce exclamation, "Bastard, where are your tiles?" In that moment, Dajuan was rendered speechless, all eyes fixated on him. Noting he had only a single mahjong tile before him. Seizing this opportunity, I stealthily tore my pocket, discreetly allowing the tile to slip down my pant leg and kick it towards Dajuan's feet. To my dismay, the tile landed right on his foot. My heart sank at that instant. Yet, what astonished me even more was watching that very foot nudge the tile backward under the sofa. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the foot belonged to my second uncle. "Dajuan, you bastard, dare to cheat me." My uncle shouted hoarsely, with Dajuan, drenched in sweat, fumbling to locate the missing tile. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. I understood the gravity of cheating and gambling. Whether in excess or deficiency, it all bore the suspicion of deceit. Dajuan scoured beneath the table in a frenzy, while I was drenched in cold sweat. Although I had just pilfered Dajuan's tile, if it had merely rolled to his foot, he could easily claim it was an accident. Thankfully, my uncle had kicked it to the back of the sofa. "Where are my tiles? How could this happen? Who the hell moved my tiles?" Dajuan glared, his eyes wide and bloodshot, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Hearing the commotion, Wang the Lame emerged from the restroom, a faint smirk playing on his lips, calling out from a distance, "Everyone, stay put. Gambling is a matter of willing to win or lose." Indeed, it is a matter of willing to win or lose, but you, sir, are cheating. My uncle's voice thundered, uncertain whether he was cursing Dajuan or Wang. When Wang approached the table, He was utterly taken aback. Not because my uncle refused to acknowledge his loss, but because Dajuan was indeed missing a tile, leaving him dumbfounded on the spot. Wow, what is going on? How could this happen? Sixth Master fumed, his palms striking the table with resounding force, his face drained of color. No one anticipated such a turn of events. Dajuan suddenly turned his gaze towards me, his eyes fixed with intensity, and without uttering a word, he lunged at me, pinning me to the ground and conducting a thorough search. Throughout, my uncle remained silent, merely observing. I offered no resistance, allowing him to search my person, knowing he would find nothing, for even if he suspected me, he had no evidence. After all, he could not defeat my uncle, which sufficed for me. Dajuan slapped me twice before drawing a pistol and thrusting against my head, shouting, "Where are my tiles? You dare touch my tiles? I'll kill you." In that moment, terror gripped me like never before. My mind blanked out. I didn't touch them. I didn't. My voice trembled, nearly breaking with fear as tears streamed down my face, silently pleading for my uncle to rescue me. Let him go. Suddenly, Dajuan froze, and a handgun was pressed against his head. I distinctly heard the crisp sound of the trigger being pulled, and my anxious heart finally found solace. I assumed it was my uncle rescuing me, but upon closer inspection, I was startled to see that the person holding the gun was not my uncle, but a beautiful woman beside Sixth Master. She bore a striking resemblance to young me, her demeanor unusually stern. I had initially presumed her to be Sixth Master's mistress, yet her expression was now formidable, entirely transformed. "Put down the gun and stand up," she commanded coldly, each word chilling the air. In that moment, no one doubted her resolve to pull the trigger. Dajuan, arms outstretched, slowly rose, and I was utterly dumbfounded. "Dajuan, one must have boundaries. You are in Sixth Master's domain, and it is not your place to act recklessly." My uncle stood beside me, his face shadowed with anger. I sensed a pang in my heart and immediately rushed towards him. "Uncle, it's all right, it's all right. Sixth Master will see justice served. Let us go." My uncle reassured, gripping my shoulder. I had genuinely felt my life was in peril. I never imagined someone would aim a gun at my head. Tears cascaded down my cheeks uncontrollably, and my uncle pulled me away, taking only his suitcase and car keys. In a daze, I followed him, nearly unable to walk, my legs trembling. As we departed, Wong the Lame and others watched me closely, including Master Ma and Lou the Fatty. I could not discern whether they had caught wind of my theft, but at that moment, I cared for nothing but escaping that cursed place. Once in the BMW, my heart raced violently, cold sweat trickling down my forehead, my mouth bitter. My uncle offered me a cigarette, and we sped away, the speed akin to fleeing for our lives. I inhaled deeply, attempting to regain my composure, though whether from fear or the smoke, tears streamed down my face. My hand shook incessantly. The previous events had been harrowing, and I vowed never to endure such a terrifying experience again. As we neared the warehouse exit, a figure frantically attempted to close the gate. My uncle said nothing, flooring the accelerator and crashing through. Chapter 29. Drinking the strongest liquor before us. The gatekeeper spread his arms to block the entrance, yet my uncle showed no intention of slowing down. In an instant, he accelerated, sending both the person and the gate flying, leaving me agape in astonishment. The iron gate collapsed with a resounding crash, and I even witnessed the unfortunate soul rolling off the car roof. I had never seen my uncle in such a frenzy. The vehicle barreled out, rounding a corner to spot Longo and his crew. My uncle did not stop, speeding away without a backward glance. Truthfully, my heart was in my throat, uncertain if my uncle had even registered who he had just hit. What if he had injured someone gravely? "Uncle, you just hit someone. Shut up. If we cannot leave tonight, then we might as well stay." My uncle snapped, and I dared not utter another word. I had no idea what thoughts plagued his mind. He must have been aware that these old players were in cahoots, yet chose to remain until the end, likely realizing that even Sixth Master, who had earlier lent a hand, was unreliable. That night, they played a special version of Mahjong, the tiles uniquely designed and personally prepared by Sixth Master. Wong the Lame could not have possibly arranged identical tiles in advance to cheat. The only explanation was that he had acquired them from Sixth Master. Half an hour later, my uncle parked the car in the underground lot of a hotel, removed the license plate, stowed it in the trunk, and extracted cash from his suitcase, leading me away. Throughout, my uncle remained silent, his expression dark and fluctuating, bordering on intimidating. I followed obediently, only daring to approach when he needed a lighter, the flame illuminating his bloodshot eyes. My uncle discarded his phone card, breaking it and tossing it aside. I sensed that something significant was troubling him. Likely the realization that Wang the Lame would soon come looking for trouble after discovering the tile beneath the sofa. At 1 a.m, we left the hotel and ventured to a nearby barbecue joint, ordering skewers and 3 cartons of chilled beer, along with 2 bottles of high-proof Ergo 2. The private room was cooled excessively, and my uncle opened 2 bottles of beer, pouring them into a large mug before adding half a bottle of Ergo 2. I was utterly dumbfounded. I thought to myself, can beer and Ergo 2 even be mixed? Before I could voice my confusion, my uncle tilted his head back and drank, finishing an entire mug in one go. I was left speechless. That was 2 bottles of beer, plus half a gene of Ergo 2. Uncle, take it easy. What do you understand? Did I not tell you? A man should drink the strongest liquor and live wild. Tonight, I'm celebrating, so drink up. I felt a wave of dizziness. The event of the night had been perilous, and I had nearly been outsmarted. I could not fathom what my uncle found to celebrate. Just being able to protect myself felt like a stroke of luck. I truly had no idea what was racing through my uncle's mind. Uncle filled the cup to the brim, pouring me a generous serving, mixed with half a bottle of Ergo 2. I swallowed hard, thinking to myself that Uncle was quite ruthless. This method of drinking was fiercer than a depth charge. I wondered if it might lead to any adverse effects. What are you staring at? Drink up and tell me how you sensed something was amiss tonight, Uncle said nonchalantly, his lips glistening with grease from the skewers. Yet, I could sense his excitement. A peculiar feeling. Encouraged by Uncle, I lifted the cup and took a small sip. I couldn't discern any particularly unique flavor, just a hint of alcohol. The icy beer chilled me to the core. To be honest, it was surprisingly enjoyable. See? I told you so. A man should drink heartily and feast on meat. Hurry up, Uncle urged. The thought of consuming the strongest liquor ignited a sense of bravado within me, and I gulped it down voraciously. However, the burn in my throat was excruciating. The more it burned, the more I craved another drink. The fiery sensation grew until my chest felt ablaze. Damn it, Uncle had led me astray again. Yet, after downing the strong liquor, my feelings oscillated between icy and fiery, creating a strangely pleasant sensation. I savored a few bites of the skewers, feeling a newfound boldness in my barbecue indulgence, as if I were seated on a vast prairie, facing a roaring bonfire beneath a canopy of stars, with wild grass swaying around me. Saming, you've grown up. Uncle hasn't misjudged you. If it weren't for you, we might have been in deep trouble tonight. How did you manage to steal that military? As we feasted and drank, I recounted everything I had observed to Uncle, especially how Wang Qiao had concealed a mahjong tile. Although I hadn't seen how he switched tiles, I was certain he was cheating. Uncle listened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Even I felt a chill thinking back on it. I had brazenly stolen a tile from the gambling table, but it was all for Uncle. I couldn't let him be schemed against. You truly aren't afraid of death, are you? Do you know what happens if you get caught stealing tiles? Uncle glared at me, each word seeming to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. I took a sip of beer, my heart still racing, and replied, honestly, in that moment of desperation, I didn't think much of it. I just took one of the military's tiles. If I had one that matched, I could have swapped it back. Uncle was astonished and asked incredulously, are you sure? I nodded vigorously, unable to deny my thoughts at that moment. I knew that if I hadn't acted, Uncle would have lost. Wang Qiao was undoubtedly cheating to switch for a better hand. If they succeeded, we would be left with nothing, not even our dignity. Uncle wore an inexplicable look of excitement as he urged me to drink more. As I drank, my head began to spin, and I felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through me. I mustered the courage to say, Uncle, could you please stop gambling? Those who gamble rarely meet a good end. Uncle's eyes widened, and he tossed a cigarette my way, reflecting, you still don't understand. In this world, one is often compelled by circumstances. I knew all along that Wang Qiao and his gang were in cahoots, but I never imagined he would cheat right under Sixth Master's nose. Wait, Uncle. Sixth Master and Wang Qiao are colluding too. Otherwise, how could Wang Qiao have obtained a mahjong tile? That kind of tile is rare. As soon as I finished speaking, Uncle paused, immediately plunging into deep thought. I believed he understood that everyone was in on it tonight. No one could be trusted. Surely, he didn't think Sixth Master was unaware. After a moment of silence, Uncle cursed through gritted teeth. It's indeed that old bastard. To think he would conspire against me. I should have known he was unreliable. Seeing Uncle's eyes redden, I refrained from saying anything further, merely pouring him more drinks. The chilled beer coursed through me, providing an indescribable comfort, and 2 bottles of Erguo 2 quickly vanished. After our revelry, I had no idea what time it was, my head still spinning. Uncle took me to a hotel where he arranged for a few beautiful women, pointing out for me to choose one. Having had too much to drink, I barely remembered what transpired next, only that Uncle had insisted on consuming the strongest liquor and behaving like the wildest dog. In a daze, I chose a long-haired beauty, who bore a striking resemblance to Sister 17 and had hair akin to Sister 16, and then I fell asleep. The next day, I awoke around noon, lying naked on the hotel bed, my body feeling languid. My mind was foggy, and I had no idea when the beautiful woman had left. But there was an envelope on the bedside table. I cursed. What a tragedy. My first experience had slipped away like this. The most tragic part was that I couldn't remember anything, not even what the beautiful girl looked like. I pulled out my phone and saw a message from an unfamiliar number. It was Uncle S' new number. He wrote that he would be out for a few days and advised me to be cautious, instructing me not to save this new number, but to keep it in my mind, only to contact him in case of dire need. I suspected Uncle might be laying low for a while, as movies often depict characters fleeing after trouble arises, waiting for the storm to pass before returning. I just didn't know if Wang Xiao and his gang would let things go easily. After a quick shower, I scrubbed my body vigorously, lamenting the ordeal of the previous night, how I had been left in a daze, completely taken advantage of. The envelope contained 88 yuan. I took the money and left the hotel, stepping into the scorching midday sun, which felt as though it could scorch me alive. Upon returning to school during the lunch break, I slumped over my desk, utterly drained, my legs weak and my body feeling hollow. And I drifted back into a foggy slumber. As I lay there, lost in sleep, I suddenly sensed someone stealthily approaching me. I looked up to see the chubby Tian Xiaowei, who seemed to have some secretive matter to discuss. "What's going on?" I asked, not bothering to hide my irritation. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he leaned in close and whispered, "It's bad, Sanming. You're in trouble. We need to leave quickly." Instantly, I felt a surge of anxiety. "What's wrong, Lao Tian? What happened?" "The head of the grade has returned and was fuming this morning, looking for you." I sighed in relief, realizing I had feared Wang Xiao had tracked me down to school. However, considering the size of the school, locating one person would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "Thanks, Lao Tian. Let me treat you to a drink sometime." Uncle had always said to maintain good relations with friends who harbor goodwill, since having more friends means fewer enemies. Although I wasn't afraid of that bald-headed grade director. For safety's sake, I decided to lay low and sent the old hag a text requesting a sick leave, planning to head out for some relaxation. Thinking of the internet CAF reminded me of the little yellow-haired guy, to whom I still owed 1,000 yuan in medical fees. I checked my pocket, finding 1,100 yuan, left over from the previous night when Dajuan had tossed it to me, but I didn't feel inclined to repay him. In the past, I would have rushed to settle debts to avoid further complications, but now I vowed never to let anyone bully me again and to never bow down to anyone. Uncle had taught me that a man should possess dignity. Chapter 30. The cold-faced sure of the afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, making it difficult to open my eyes. I climbed over the wall to the internet CAF behind the school, yearning for the cool air conditioning and the thrill of gaming, eager to indulge. I had long wished to purchase a skin for my character, for I was now a man of means. In the gambling world, a casual cigarette could yield profit. However, speaking of profits, 6 Master S cut was pure gold, guaranteed returns regardless of the weather. I could hardly fathom what those seasoned gamblers like Uncle thought, gambling only to have their earnings siphoned away. Over time, none would emerge victorious. All would be drained dry. They could simply arrange their games privately, couldn't they? Wait a minute. It is not true that everyone willingly submits to the machinations of the unscrupulous Liu Yi simply because his gambling games instill a sense of security. In my hometown, I witnessed individuals who specifically organized card games, providing refreshments and a fair atmosphere, charging only a modest fee for the comfort and assurance that no one would resort to dishonesty or violence over losses. Such gatherings were typically overseen by influential figures. Liu Yi was the one who orchestrated last night's game, which explains my uncle's furious demeanor upon leaving. It appears Liu Yi is indeed a heartless scoundrel. With a heart full of trepidation, I approached the entrance of the internet CAF. As I pushed aside the curtain, A chill ran down my spine. I had unexpectedly encountered the last person I wished to see, Xiao Huangmao. I never imagined I would run into him at the CAF, especially not with a group of ruffians surrounding him. It seemed he was unaware of my presence, muttering threats about dealing with a certain young man. In a heartbeat, I retreated from a CAF, instinctively turning on my heel and fleeing, my heart racing. I purchased a chilled bottle of sports drink from a nearby shop, hesitating to emerge, casting glances at Xiao Huangmao and his companions. Fortunately, the scorching sun rendered them uncomfortable, and they soon departed on their motorcycles, yet my mind remained unsettled. I distinctly heard Xiao Huangmao proclaiming his intent to fight that evening, and despite my confidence in a one-on-one confrontation, the odds of facing multiple adversaries weighed heavily on me. I promptly called Zhang Su and Wang Gang, realizing I needed their assistance. My uncle and Long Ge were unreliable. I considered reaching out to Sister 16, but lacked her contact information. If only she were willing to lend a hand. I knew Xiao Huangmao would be frightened into submission. Reflecting on Sister 16's ability to summon a formidable crowd with just a phone call left me feeling uneasy. The scene she could command was awe-inspiring, particularly with the assembly of individuals clad in black suits arriving in luxury vehicles. Wang Gang informed me over the phone that they were gaming at the Pepsi Internet CAF, and Sister 17 was also present. Relieved, I hurried to join them. My anxiety finally abated. Upon arrival at the CF, I found Wang Gang, Zhang Su, and the others gathered, yet Sister 15 and Sister 19 were noticeably absent, as they typically did not socialize together. Wang Gang gestured for me to join, but the five of them were deeply engrossed in their game, which was clearly a challenging match. The opposing team, S. Lee Sin, had gained momentum, and I sensed this match would not end favorably. Sister 17 and her friends were too preoccupied to acknowledge me, having been pushed back to their base. Frankly, I lacked the prowess to turn the tide. In League of Legends, success hinges on early development, and if one fails to establish a solid foundation, victory becomes increasingly elusive. However, my purpose in joining was not merely to play. Rather, I sought reassurance in numbers. With Sister 16 present, even if Xiao Huangmao were emboldened, he would dare not act recklessly. I cursed my uncle for leaving me in such a predicament. Logging in, I hastily initiated a matchmaking game to pass the time. Yet my thoughts lingered on Xiao Huangmao, a topic I found difficult to voice, especially after boasting of my acquaintance with Long Ge. My uncle often advised that one should remain humble and not boast unnecessarily, for one lie leads to a web of deceit, ultimately ensnaring oneself. I was now reaping the consequences of my earlier bravado. Fortunately, Sister 17 and her friends showed no inclination to leave for class, continuing their gaming session. After 4 ranked matches, they had lost 3, and I could hardly bear to watch, yet I refrained from showing off my own abilities, as anyone who took Sister 18 under their wing would inevitably face misfortune. Her performance was dismal. Sister 18, usually carefree and brash, had once insisted I treat her to drinks at the CAF. Recalling that embarrassing incident, I quickly bought drinks for everyone at the bar to avoid further teasing. Time flew by, and finally, they secured a win in their last ranked match, albeit with considerable struggle. Had it not been for the opposing team's foolishness, they might not have triumphed. Xiong Saming. Now that Sister 16 is here, let's go grab a bite. Sister 18 teased, and feeling emboldened, I confidently replied, no problem. Tonight is on me. Let us go. Sister 18 seemed surprised, likely not anticipating my generosity. Regardless of her intentions to jest, I felt assured with money in my pocket. My uncle had once said that a man's wallet reflects his stature, a sentiment I found entirely accurate. After dinner, I planned to invite them to KTV for a bit of revelry, hoping to strengthen our camaraderie. Since experiencing my uncle's betrayal, I had resolved to cultivate my own network of connections. Relying on others throughout life is impractical, and true strength comes from self-reliance. I also thought of my uncle, a proud man who rarely formed close bonds. Despite knowing many influential figures, he still sought Long Ge's assistance in times of need, proof that one must maintain their own connections. As we left the CAF, the night had fallen, and we unanimously decided to seek out barbecue behind the school. With companions at my side, I felt a sense of security. Even if I were to encounter Xiao Huangmao, I would not fear him. After all, my uncle often said that money is merely a means to an end, and preserving oneself is paramount. Upon arriving at the barbecue stall, I caught sight of Xiao Huangmao and his gang, riding their motorcycles down the street with an air of bravado, seemingly headed in our direction. I thought to myself, surely, this cannot be my luck. As they drew nearer, my heart began to race, palms sweating as I discreetly wiped them on my pants. However, it became apparent that they were not seeking me, instead stopping across the street, smoking and awaiting someone. Instinctively, I lower my head, feeling an inexplicable mix of emotions. Perhaps Xiao Huangmao had not noticed me, and if he did, trouble would surely follow. 1,000 yuan was neither a trivial sum nor insignificant, and parting with it was difficult, especially considering he had already struck me, a matter we could consider settled. Xiongsaming, what is wrong with you? Sister 17 inquired curiously, having observed my furtive behavior. I shook my head, signaling that all was well. Yet, unease lingered within me. Xiao Huangmao was flanked by several toughs, and they appeared far from amicable. If a confrontation were to arise, I wondered if Wang Gang and Zhang Su would dare to intervene. Come on, let us eat. Afterward, it's on me for KTV. I feigned a generous demeanor, despite my lifelong habit of frugality, understanding the hard work behind my parents' earnings. Yet with friends around, I felt emboldened. Most importantly, Sister 16 was present, and, as long as she was there, I knew I would be safe. Sister 16 cast me a meaningful glance, her lips curling into a subtle smile. For reasons I could not fathom, I felt averted from her gaze, as if she were scrutinizing me. As we began our meal, a commotion erupted across the street. I turned to see Xiao Huangmao's group behaving wildly, charging a young man in black. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. The black-clad youth, undeterred, fought back, retreating while striking out, his striking features and agile movements making him a formidable opponent against the gang. In that moment, it dawned on me why Xiao Huangmao was present. He had come to ambush someone. Although I was uncertain of the target, it was clear that misfortune awaited him. For even the most skilled fighter could not withstand the assault of multiple attackers. As the black-clad youth struggled, he darted into a nearby alley, pursued by Xiao Huangmao and his gang, brandishing wooden clubs. The sounds of chaos echoed through the air, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. ISNT, that Fei Gu from the Feixiang Internet CAF? Who is he here to confront? Zhang Su muttered, while Wang Gang replied, I don't know him, but that poor kid is in for it. Upon the utterance of the name Fij, the countenance of Sister 17 turned ashen. Stealing a glance at me, I discerned that she was undoubtedly reminded of the incident in the Internet CF's private room. Had I not intervened unexpectedly last time, the outcome could have been dire. Shall we go take a look? Sister 18 proposed eagerly, rising with exuberance. I thought to myself how some people thrive on the chaos of others' misfortunes. Sister 16 swiftly seized her arm, insisting, sit down and eat. What is there to see? Soon, Xiongsaming will treat us. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead, for Sister 16 had emphasized the words treat us with peculiar weight. I felt an inexplicable unease in her demeanor, especially after the last encounter when I had shielded her from a thug's provocation. Her gaze towards me had shifted ever since. Let us go see the commotion. Such spectacles are rare. Wang Gang rubbed his hands together, brimming with impatience. Truth be told, I was reluctant to join the fray. I preferred to avoid trouble. Yet, as the shouts and curses echoed from the alley, memories of my first day after transferring schools flooded back, when I too had been cornered in a narrow lane. I vividly recalled the helplessness I felt, longing for assistance, and the humiliation of being overpowered by a young punk. I had been so feeble then. The more I reflected, the more my anger simmered, particularly when I recalled the black-clad youth who had at least dared to fight back. His bravery surpassed my own. Let's go, I declared, rising and sprinting towards the alley, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. Upon entering, I was met with a grim visage and eyes brimming with a feral intensity. The black-clad youth wielded a wooden stick cornered by several thugs, while several of their ilk lay incapacitated on the ground. My first impression of him was that of a cold-faced reaper, merciless and unyielding. His gaze seemed capable of shredding anything in its path. Chapter 31. Blood battle in the sky bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The black-clad youth's chilling demeanor astonished me. His presence was truly captivating. Faced with a horde of thugs, he neither succumbed nor pleaded for mercy. Instead, he retaliated with fierce resolve, taking down several assailants with sheer force. Observing the groaning figures sprawled on the ground, Contrasted with the circling yet hesitant young punk and his companions, he appeared nothing short of heroic. I was utterly captivated by the scene before me. His labored breaths, despite his injuries, did not diminish his ferocity. His crimson eyes burned with a wild tenacity, akin to a beast poised to strike. My heavens! Those who had rushed in behind me gasped in disbelief. None had anticipated such an outcome. Who could have imagined that a single individual could achieve so much? I had initially expected a one-sided affair, worrying that the young punk and his gang would cause serious harm. Yet the reality before us compelled admiration from the depths of our hearts. Von Gong inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly remarkable. I had never encountered someone so fierce, someone worthy of such respect. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Even now he persists, his spirit seemingly stronger." Zhang Su Vima, all of us awestruck by the black-clad youth's bravado, though none of us showed any inclination to assist. Sister 16, he is indeed quite cold-hearted, Sister 17 whispered, visibly shaken by the youth's presence, her expression tinged with timidity. Sister 16 observed everything with a transformed gaze. Unconsciously, my eyes stung with unshed tears. Unsure whether it was due to the impact of the black-clad youth's ferocity or reflections on my past self, the journey from cowardice to courage. Had it not been for my uncle's deliberate treachery, I might never have taken this step. "You come to right time. Quickly, come help." The young punk beckoned us, his frantic gestures drawing the attention of Zhang Su and Wang Gang, who appeared momentarily paralyzed. Yet, I noticed the black-clad youth's cold smirk. He seemed utterly unfazed, his gaze filled with disdain, making me feel as if I were prey under the scrutiny of a predator. For reasons I could not comprehend, a fierce desire welled up within me to stand by his side and assist him. Though we were strangers, seeing him evoked memories of my former self, allowing me to empathize with the solitude he must be feeling at this moment. Sister 18, incensed, placed her hands on her hips and pointed at the young punk, declaring, "You're just a crowd bullying the few. Now that you're losing, you seek help. Are you even men?" Her words darkened the young punk's expression, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Zhang Su and Wang Gang, before fixing on me with a glare that ignited the flames of my anger. I could no longer remain passive. I stepped forward, confronting the young punk and his cohorts, my blood boiling with fury. Sister 18 shouted from behind, urging me not to go, but I cannot be deterred. My uncle had always said that a man must possess courage and responsibility, and that one should aid those in distress. The black-clad youth was admirable. His valor and ferocity stirred my very being. Regardless of the circumstances, I had resolved to befriend him. Sister 18 continued to shout at me, her fists raised in protest, but she was restrained by Sisters 16 and 17. The black-clad youth regarded me with a cold stare, his gaze rife with animosity. I picked up a wooden stick from the ground, gripping it tightly, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through me. The young punk gestured frantically to Zhang Su and Wang Gang, but his plans were misguided. I advanced step by step until I stood shoulder to shoulder with the black-clad youth. "Whoever you are, whatever your circumstances, I, Xiong Saming, shall stand by you as a friend," I proclaimed resolutely, each word resonating with unwavering conviction. The black-clad youth smiled. Even his smile was laced with an icy demeanor, leaving the young punk and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Sister 18 erupted into applause, encouraging Zhang Su and Wang Gang to join us. The young punk, furious, shouted at me, "Are you out of your mind? What do you think you're doing? To stand against injustice is to draw one's sword in aid." I wished to forge a friendship with him. In that instant, my blood surged anew. Never had I felt such exhilaration, nor such a body ready to explode with energy. At that moment, all I desired was to stand side by side in a fierce battle against the odds. Nothing else mattered. "No need," the black-clad youth scoffed, charging at the young punk. I followed suit, undaunted by the thugs. My only aim was to vanquish them. The black-clad youth's ferocity far exceeded my expectations as he lunged at several adversaries, his wooden sticks striking fiercely at their heads, each blow lethal. I joined him, fighting side by side. At that moment, I felt no pain from the blows I received. I retaliated with equal ferocity. I was determined to fight alongside him. Even in the face of 1,000 foes, I was unafraid, as long as my blood continued to boil. The black-clad youth pursued the young punk, while I confronted one of his thugs. I glared at him intensely, witnessing the fear and trepidation reflected in his eyes, revealing his cowardice. In that moment, I felt both fearsome and formidable. I reveled in the exhilarating rush of adrenaline, delighting in the terror I instilled in my opponent's gaze. I struck fiercely with my stick, absorbing my share of punishment without concern. Though fighting was not my forte, and I had never been this ruthless before at that moment, I felt truly like a man, undaunted and resolute. "Let us take this student first." Several thugs charged at me, unwilling to confront the black-clad youth, opting instead to gang up on me. They were mistaken. "Come on. If you're not satisfied, let us settle it." I gritted my teeth and lunged forward, gripping my stick tightly, and in an instant, I was embroiled in a tumultuous melee with the thugs. Although I suffered alone, I fought back with all my might, delivering each blow with ferocity, for in that moment, it was sheer determination that mattered. I could not fathom why I felt such bravery. The terrified gazes of those ruffians filled me with an unprecedented sense of achievement. Seeing their cowardly eyes, I was reminded of my own past timidity, and my heart brimmed with loathing for the timid version of myself. Soon, Jiangsu and Wang Gang joined the fray, each grappling with a thug, and I seized the opportunity to strike them with a wooden stick. One of the thugs swung a stick at me with great force, yet I felt no pain, focusing solely on delivering punishment to one of them until his head was bloodied and bruised. Blood streamed from my nose, and my body throbbed with pain, yet I felt invigorated. I broke the stick in my grip, leaving two thugs writhing on the ground, howling in agony. When I turned around, the thug who had been attacking me was sent flying by a black-clad youth, rolling twice on the ground before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. In this unequal brawl, we managed to turn the tide. Several thugs were sent running. The yellow-haired one attempted to escape as well, but the black-clad youth dashed forward, kicking him to the ground and mercilessly striking him with a stick. The yellow-haired thug was not to be underestimated. He quickly rolled over, shedding his t-shirt to reveal a dragon tattoo, brandishing a stick as he faced off against the black-clad youth. Yet, I noticed his hands trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. I refrained from assisting him, preventing Jiangsu and Wang Gang from intervening as I discarded my stick and lit a cigarette. Calmly, I stated, "Let them settle it one-on-one. A man should face another man in a duel. How is it skillful to bully the outnumbered? Fine, a duel it is. Who is afraid?" The yellow-haired thug bellowed, clearly prepared to fight. The black-clad youth remained silent, charging forward, and the two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. It was evident that the yellow-haired thug was no match for him, and in an instant he was knocked to the ground, receiving a relentless barrage of kicks. The sight was shocking. The yellow-haired thug began by howling, but soon was reduced to crying out for mercy. However, the black-clad youth showed no signs of stopping, striking harder until the yellow-haired thug lay motionless on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of the black-clad youth's mouth, and his handsome face bore bruises. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged, like an unyielding iceberg, impervious to all. Frankly, I admired his character. He possessed a unique poise and a captivating aura of dominance. Regardless of circumstances, I felt compelled to become acquainted with him. I wiped my nose, offering him a cigarette, saying, "Brother, have a smoke. From now on, we are acquainted." To my surprise, he swatted the cigarette from my hand, casting a cold glance in my direction without uttering a word, and walked away, completely disregarding me. Disheartened, I shook my head, but before I could speak, Sister 18 stepped in front of him, demanding, "What is your name? Earlier, Xiong Saming assisted you. Why did you not express your gratitude?" He lifted his gaze, regarding Sister 18 with a chilling stare that instinctively made her take a step back, her face filled with fear. My heart sank. This was not a good sign. Without hesitation, I rushed to protect Sister 18, sensing his intense hostility. I could not believe this scoundrel was so cold toward a girl. I confronted him. "What are you doing? Do you intend to strike a girl?" He remained silent, his eyes fixed coldly on me. I met his gaze without fear. He might disregard me and reject my offer of a cigarette, but he could not intimidate a girl or harm her. Though I knew I was no match for him in a one-on-one fight, and no one here could stand against him, my uncle always said that when it comes to protecting women, one must never cower like a turtle. Otherwise, one would never hold their head high in front of women again. After a few moments of silence, he turned and walked away, his silhouette growing solitary and desolate in the evening twilight, disappearing at the end of the narrow alley. Chapter 32. The ice and fire goddess, I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few deep puffs, stunned by the outcome. No one had anticipated such a result. That guy was as cold as ice, showing no mercy whatsoever. Initially, I hoped to befriend him, but it seemed I was merely deluding myself. He clearly looked down on someone like me, a mere student. Yet, he appeared only slightly older than I. Not much older than a student himself. How could he behave this way after we had helped him earlier? Sister 18 wore a puzzled expression, and I, too, found it hard to comprehend. At the very least, one should understand the virtue of gratitude, regardless of circumstances. One should at least say thank you to those who have offered assistance. Sister 17 stood on tiptoe, straining to see, but the figure had long since vanished, fuming. Exactly. Not even a simple thank you. Is he from our school? Jiangsu and Wang Gang shook their heads, clearly having never seen him before. I suspected he was not a student. Someone with such presence and dominance would attract attention anywhere. My uncle once said that no matter how thick the sand, the luster of gold can never be concealed. Oh well, everyone has their own nature. Perhaps this is simply how he is. Let's move on. Sister 16 calmly reassured everyone, while I lowered my head to wipe the blood from my face, feeling a mix of emotions. The fervor within me slowly cooled, and my body ached, especially where the wooden stick had struck me, leaving one side of my face swollen. As we exited the narrow alley, everyone discussed the black-clad youth, while Sister 17 continued to complain. I lagged behind, feeling overlooked, and sighed, accepting my fate. After all, I had intervened out of a sense of justice. And being a hero comes with its own costs, not to mention the lack of appreciation. I feared the pain would be unbearable tonight, and I wondered if I would wake up with a disfigured face come morning. Suddenly, someone tugged at my arm. Sister 16 handed me a tissue. I took it and winced in pain. Damn it, those thugs were brutal. Just then, Sister 16 leaned in close, almost pressing against me. I instinctively took a step back, but she pulled me closer, whispering, "Don't move." I stood frozen in place, never having been this close to her. I could smell her fragrance and even feel her warm breath. Sister 16 gently used the tissue to wipe the blood and dirt from my face. Her expression focused and sincere, her movements tender and slow, each stroke of her hand sending waves of warmth through my heart, melting away my pain. It felt as though her hand possessed a unique magic, erasing all my suffering with her gentle touch. The soothing sensation on my face was incredibly comforting. I truly felt no pain at all. Her concentrated yet beautiful expression took my breath away. How I wish time could freeze at this moment, longing for it to last forever, as emotions surged within me, engulfing my heart. My uncle had once said that no matter how much beauty a man possesses, it cannot compare to a single glance from the one he admires, and thus, I was destined to be defeated, wishing only to dissolve in her tenderness. Sister 16 lowered the tissue, smiling softly. All done. It shouldn't hurt too much now. You have truly impressed me. I stammered, blushing, unsure of what to say, my heart intoxicated by the moment. Suddenly, Sister 17 circled back, vigorously patting my shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiong Saming, why on earth are you blushing? Hurry up and stop dawdling." I'm not. Faced with Sister 17's fiery glare, I felt flustered and at a loss for words, unable to explain myself, nor daring to meet her eyes. Stop pretending. It was just a fight. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Sister 17's temper was increasingly escalating, and I found myself perplexed as to why she had suddenly turned hostile. Just moments ago, she had been defending me, yet in the blink of an eye, she appeared ready to devour me whole. No need for a hospital. I'm perfectly fine. Before I could finish my sentence, Sister 17 pinched my arm fiercely, causing me to grimace in pain, nearly on the verge of tears. Sister 16 couldn't suppress a laugh, which only intensified my embarrassment, my face flushing a deep crimson. If there were a crack in the ground, I would have readily buried myself in it. Despite Sister 16's usually frigid demeanor, her gentleness could truly melt one's heart. Her tenderness was unforgettable, as was her unwavering focus. It is often said that a serious woman is the most beautiful. At that moment, I wholeheartedly concurred. Wang Gang and Jiangsu hastily departed for an internet CAF, leaving only myself and the three girls. At Sister 18's suggestion, we decided to play billiards at the hall behind the school. Noticing that both Sister 16 and Sister 17 agreed, I remained silent, perhaps merely intended to bolster their numbers. Strolling through the night streets, The three girls beside me formed a stunning tableau, attracting envious glances from passersby. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, my thoughts drifted to the Phylong Mahjong Hall and my second uncle. Every evening, I used to visit that place at his insistence, but now, due to a gambling incident, he had gone into hiding. Truthfully, I was quite worried about him. Since the first day of transferring schools, my second uncle had depleted my living expenses and even coerced me into compensating for some medical bills for a certain yellow hair. He had insisted I visit the Mahjong Hall after school, which I found incomprehensible at the time. However, upon reflection, I understood that he had only intended to help me mature. Having left my hometown for schooling, I had been a naive and ignorant youth, unacquainted with society or the intricacies of human nature. Leaving the comfort of my parents' embrace felt akin to being a complete fool. It was my second uncle who gradually guided me toward maturity, transforming me from timid to brave, allowing me to take my first step. I wondered how my second uncle was faring now, whether Wong the Lame had caused him any trouble, and how the gambling incident would be resolved. Yet, I firmly believed he would be fine. He could weather any storm. In my heart, he was a paragon of manhood, valiant and responsible, capable of overcoming any adversity. Upon entering the billiards hall, the dim lighting accompanied by soft music created a cool and tranquil atmosphere. The spacious venue was sparsely populated, and the pricing shocked me. Back home, billiards were usually charged by the game, or at most, no more than 10 yuan an hour. Here, however, the cost was an astonishing 80 yuan per hour. I was aghast. Such extravagance could fund several all-nighters. Fortunately, the bartender was quite attractive, and I had enough money on me, courtesy of that scoundrel Dajuan. Easy come, easy go. After paying at the bar, the bartender shot disdainful glances at Sister 17 and her companions, ignoring me entirely. I wondered what had displeased her, as she sulked in a corner, fiddling with a small mirror and applying something to her face. Those three little vixens, how shameless they were, fishing for rich men to pay their bills. Suddenly, I overheard a sharp, cutting voice behind me. Though the words were soft, they were unmistakably directed at me. Thankfully, Sister 17 and the others had moved on and did not hear the remark. Had they, a confrontation would undoubtedly ensue, for I understood that a woman's reputation and purity were paramount. Moreover, with Sister 16's mysterious background, should a quarrel arise, the bartender would surely come out worse for wear. My second uncle was right. This world was rife with those who looked down on others, as well as shameless individuals seeking trouble. The pristine billiard table beckoned, and I found myself captivated by the sight of boys playing, effortlessly sinking every ball amidst the astonished gazes of the girls. Smoking a cigarette while playing billiards exuded an undeniable coolness. Moreover, billiards provided an opportunity to flirt, establish some bets, and naturally lead to dinner dates, perhaps even more, if luck permitted. Yet, Sister 16 sat nearby on the sofa, her expression icy, though the warmth of her earlier tenderness lingered in my heart, a feeling I savored. She was like a goddess of fire and ice, inviting yet intimidating. I had never before experienced such gentleness from a girl, and it filled me with warmth. I had initially hoped to impress her with my billiard skills and draw closer to her. Sisters 17 and 18 were engrossed in their game, their billiard skills exceeding my expectations. It was rare to see girls, especially such beautiful ones, excel at billiards. In the dimly lit hall, I lit a cigarette and stretched my legs, watching them play. My body still ached from the earlier scuffle, yet I felt an intoxicating sense of maturity wash over me. Amidst the swirling smoke, I savored the pain, unexpectedly finding peace within it, an experience that felt remarkably mature. Just weeks ago, I had been a bullied country bumpkin, yet now I found myself comfortably mingling with them. This transformation was exhilarating, even as I discovered the allure of smoke. As I reveled in the pleasant evening, a group entered the billiards hall. The bartender quickly approached them, her demeanor strikingly different from before. However, the arrival of one particular individual left me stunned, a man with a scarred visage, unmistakably Dajuan. Chapter 33. Enemies on narrow paths. I rubbed my eyes vigorously, ensuring I wasn't mistaken. Dajuan, the scar-faced ruffian, stood before me. What a stroke of ill fortune. It seemed fate had conspired to bring us together in this very place. Dajuan swaggered in with a gang of thugs, while the bartender flirted shamelessly with him. Seeing Dajuan, I hastily lowered my head, pretending to be engrossed in my phone, desperately hoping he wouldn't notice me. My heart raced with anxiety. I never imagined I would encounter him here, especially with his entourage in tow. I began to sweat nervously, recalling my second uncle's advice to behave well at school. It dawned on me that my second uncle had wanted me to lay low for a while. But now it was too late. I leaned closer to Sister 16 and whispered urgently, "Sister 16, is there a back exit? I need to use the restroom." She shot me a sharp look, shaking her head and pointing coldly to the front. "There's no back exit. The restroom is over there." Clearly, she was displeased, and I realized that my question had been somewhat discourteous. Yet, I was on the brink of panic, with no back exit available. My only option to escape was through the front door. Dajuin's group was gathered near the bar, laughing and joking, making it impossible to slip past them without being noticed. I would surely be caught before I could escape. Faced with the intimidating presence of Dajuin, it was disingenuous to claim I wasn't afraid. I was far from his league. Only my second uncle could contend with him. I observed Dajuin's antics with the bartender, who seemed to be flirting with him, and I kept my head low, attempting to avoid detection. My body was slick with sweat, and I regretted not heeding my second uncle's warning. What was I to do? What could I possibly do? Sister 16 cast me a meaningful glance, her voice icy as she inquired, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you needed to use the restroom?" I hastily waved my hand, my head lowered, afraid to even breathe. If my uncle were beside me now, I would certainly not feel afraid, but I was surrounded only by these three girls. Even though 16th Sister could summon many people with a single phone call, she had no reason to assist me, and I could not disclose the gambling issue. "Xiong Saming," 17th Sister called out, causing my heart to race, nearly leaping into my throat. She waved at me, saying, "Come over and play a game." I quickly waved my hand in refusal, suddenly noticing the barmaid pointing this way. A group of ruffians, led by Dajuin, was approaching. My heart dropped. Could I have been discovered? Without a moment to think, I stood up and hurried toward the restroom, feigning calmness, but my insides were churning. I could only hope desperately not to be spotted by Dajuin. Otherwise, I would surely be beaten to a pulp. 16th Sister called out after me, but I dared not turn back. I swiftly reached the restroom door, casually glancing back, only to see Dajuin and his crew heading straight for me. My mind went blank, overwhelmed with anxiety, and instinctively, I rushed into the restroom, locking the wooden door behind me, nearly suffocating from fear. Huddled in the cramped restroom, my body trembled uncontrollably. I tried to maintain my composure, but it was utterly impossible. The last time Dajuin attacked me was still fresh in my memory, and back then, my uncle was with me. Now, I was utterly alone, and the consequences were unimaginable. I could hear footsteps growing nearer, the sound of the glass door being pushed open, and cold sweat dripped from my forehead. Clenching my fists, I held my breath. In that moment, my mind was a void filled only with endless dread. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity. I could hear their voices, and the impending consequences loomed in my mind. I dared not dwell on them further, unsure of whom to pray to. The wooden door rattled, and I pressed my hands over my mouth, holding my breath as I stared at the tiny locking latch. This wooden door separated two worlds, and at that moment, I wished desperately to be hidden behind a steel barrier. "Brother June, let us find some fun tonight. I can barely contain myself." One of them laughed. "Ha. Can't control what's in your pants, huh? I saw those three girls earlier. I might just go over and check them out." Ha! Brother June is straightforward. Those three little girls looked quite appealing. Who knows how delightful they might be. Listening to the trickling water, my mind turned into a blank slate. Were they really going to target not only me, but also 17th Sister and the others? The restroom fell silent, and my head buzzed. I felt dizzy from holding my breath, and to my astonishment, they had not discovered me. Those few minutes felt like centuries, with cold sweat soaking my entire body, leaving me on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. However, from their conversation, it was clear their target was 17th Sister and her friends, since they were the only trio of girls in the entire billiard hall. I had to warn them. In a flash, I pulled out my phone, only to freeze in place. I didn't have anyone's number. After knowing them for so long, I had never thought to ask for their contact details. Turning it over in my mind, I realized I couldn't expect the girls to ask for my number either. For an instant, I was paralyzed, never before feeling such turmoil. I faced a difficult choice. Either remain hidden until Dajuin and his crew left, or step out to protect the three girls. I had just heard Dajuin's crew planning to harass the girls, but if I went out now, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. If I continued to hide, I would be unable to protect them. What should I do? Time seemed to fly as I battled within my mind, striving to make a decision. I knew that if I chose to hide like a coward, no one would ever know, and I could pretend I was just using the restroom, having heard nothing. The words of my uncle echoed in my mind. If one shrinks back in protecting girls, one would never hold their head high in front of them again. He had also said that even if one could deceive the whole world, one could never deceive oneself. Could I overcome this inner turmoil? I didn't know. I truly did not know. I did not want 17th sister and her friends to be in danger, even though 16th sister had mysterious connections. No one could guarantee what could happen in the short term. If I chose cowardice, even if no one knew, could I truly forgive myself? My uncle once said that those who recognize the situation are wise, and self-preservation is paramount. Yet he also stated that a man should possess integrity, presenting himself as a true man. One may resort to any means to achieve a goal, but in life one must stand tall and live without shame. Suddenly, thoughts of the young man in black flashed through my mind, along with his commanding presence. I recall my past self, once weak and despised, and I thought of my uncle, of the moment when 16th sister regarded me with newfound respect, and of her gentle touch as she tended to my wounds. My blood surged anew, and a conviction solidified within me. For the sake of that warmth that melted my heart, I had to do the right thing. Even if I hid here unnoticed, I could never forgive myself for remaining the coward I once was. Cursing under my breath, I resolved to charge out of the restroom. I could no longer deceive myself by hiding like a turtle. I could not be a coward, even if my presence made little difference. I had to stand before the girls. This was my principle, my bottom line, and the choice a man should make. You can do it. You must do it. Stand tall like a man and show your true self. I kept urging myself, though fear consumed me and my body trembled. But at that moment, such concerns faded into the background. In the distance, I saw Dajuan and his crew surrounding the billiard table, all the girls wearing displeased expressions. Yet, the ruffians continued to joke and laugh, igniting a blaze of anger within me. For some reason, my uncle's words resurfaced. Only by using my wits at critical moments could I resolve troubles. Recklessness only leads to suffering and changes nothing. I realized that my impulsiveness was indeed thoughtless recklessness. Even if I rushed in, I couldn't overpower them or protect the girls. All it would achieve was inviting trouble for myself. I halted, taking a deep breath, striving to calm myself. I needed to devise a plan to protect myself while diverting their attention. What should I do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. I recognized that while I was no match for them in a fight, I knew how to draw Dajuan and his crew away. Without delay, I sprinted towards the entrance of the billiard hall. 16th sister noticed me immediately, her mouth agape in surprise, her face reflecting confusion and disbelief. I had no time to explain. I shouted at Dajuan's group, "You bastard Dajuan! I curse you!" Dajuan whipped around, his face contorted in rage. I instinctively shivered, and upon realizing it was me, he charged forward. Without a second thought, I turned and ran, using my speed to draw them away, hoping to help the girls escape. I believe there is no need for me to explain anything. Sister 16 and the others are aware of my actions. Yet they remain oblivious to the dire consequences I would face if I were captured by the gang. Chapter 34. The dream of a hero. I dashed outside heedlessly, the cacophony of furious shouts and pursuit echoing behind me. Just as I burst forth from the pool hall, I stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, my senses were disoriented, my arm numb, and my knee throbbed with excruciating pain. Yet as I glanced back, I saw a group of ruffians closing in, with the most fearsome of them, the gang leader, barely 10 meters away. My mind went blank, and in a panic I instinctively scrambled to my feet and fled. The pain in my body faded from my thoughts as I ran for my life, too terrified to look back. I could hear the gang leader's heavy breathing right behind me. Gritting my teeth, I sprinted down the street, unsure of where to go, with only one thought in my mind. I must not be caught by the gang leader, or I would be reduced to a mere pulp. "Damn you! I'll kill you!" The gang leader yelled, his curses echoing in my ears, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps pursuing me. I clenched my teeth and pushed myself to run faster than ever before, aware that if I were caught, the consequences would be grim. In that moment, I truly reached my limits. I had no idea how long I had been running, but the shouts behind me began to fade. As I ran, I laughed to myself. Just moments ago, I had made a difficult yet correct decision by employing a clever ruse to divert my pursuers. I commended myself for that choice and focused on running relentlessly. Soon, the sharp sound of car horns pierced the air, their headlights illuminating my path, prompting me to dart into a dark alley. I narrowly escaped the vehicle that seemed intent on colliding with me. As I entered the alley, I glanced back to see several thugs exiting the car, cursing as they pursued me. I couldn't discern what they held in their hands, but I ran frantically, desperate to elude them and find a place to hide. However, I could not shake them off. The assailants were swift, and I found myself unable to escape their line of sight. With no other option available, I was consumed by a singular conviction. I must not be caught. The narrow alley was shrouded in darkness, filled with the sounds of barking dogs. I did not know where to run, merely turning at every fork in the path, employing every strategy to shake off my pursuers. Exhaustion began to overwhelm me. My legs felt numb and painful, yet I had not found an exit. If they cornered me in this alley, they would surely leave me crippled. I was on the verge of collapse, desperately needing to catch my breath while the shouts echoed clearly in my ears. I dared not look back, summoning every last ounce of strength to keep running. Just as misfortune would have it, I tripped over something in the dark alley and fell heavily to the ground, stars exploding in my vision. My legs burned with pain, and I thought to myself that it was over. I struggled to rise, but the sharp pain in my legs made me gasp. My hand brushed against something sticky, and despair began to set in. In the narrow alley, debris was piled high, but in the darkness, I could not discern what it was. I rolled and crawled toward it, hearing the furious curses of my pursuers dangerously close behind. I held my breath and closed my eyes, hoping for a miracle. The pursuers dashed right past me. I could hear their heavy breathing. In that moment, I was drenched in cold sweat. The sudden halt after intense exertion causing a fiery pain in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Yet, I had never felt so fortunate. If it hadn't been for the darkness, I would not have tripped. If it hadn't been for the darkness, they would have seen me. I huddled among the debris, experiencing unprecedented terror and peril. Where the hell is he? He was running this way. Can he fly into a dead end? The voices of the thugs were alarmingly close, just a few meters away. I curled up, not daring to move, fearing that even the slightest sound would betray my hiding place. My nerves were taut, and I could barely feel my body trembling, my focus entirely on the footsteps nearby. Suddenly, someone approached, panting heavily and cursing. It was the gang leader, and my fear intensified as my body involuntarily shook. I feared being caught by him. He and his companions ran right past me, while the barking grew louder, echoing in the alley. No one dared to venture out into the dark night to investigate. I struggled to control my breathing, but then noticed something moving beside me. Startled, I realized I was hiding next to a chicken coop, and an unpleasant odor wafted from it. I had no time to dwell on that. I simply hoped the chickens wouldn't make a sound. Listening to the gang leader's curses and their footsteps nearby, my heart raced. They were right in front of me. Without the cover of this straw mat, they would have undoubtedly discovered me. Suddenly, another light shone in my direction, and I heard footsteps approaching. My heart lurched, and I pulled the mat tightly over myself, curling into a ball, trying to remain as still as possible. The chickens in the coop were in a frenzy, and in that moment, it felt as if even my breath had ceased. Damn it, I thought it was something else. It's just a chicken coop. Who the hell raises chickens here? Get lost. Listening to their shouts from beneath the straw mat, my heart raced fiercely. They were right in front of me. If it weren't for this mat, they would have certainly found me. Suddenly, another beam of light shone over, and someone exclaimed, "Look, what is this?" I felt someone approaching to lift the mat, and in that instant, I thought my end had come. The mat was so tattered that it could barely conceal my entire body. Even my shoes were exposed. It must be blood. That kid didn't run far. He is definitely nearby. The gang leader snarled. My mind went numb, but instead of being dragged out from under the mat, I heard their footsteps receding into the distance, and I could scarcely believe I had miraculously escaped a dire fate. Yet, I remained curled up, too afraid to move, my entire body in agony, especially my knee, which felt sticky and hot. When I touched it, my hand was covered in blood, but I dared not leave my hiding place. I thought of Sister 17 and the others. They must have been safe by now. I had successfully diverted the gang leader and his thugs, and they must have already departed from the pool hall. In comparison to their safety, everything I endured was worth it. As I pondered this, I couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down my face. I was grateful for making the right choice. Despite the pain coursing through my body and the terrifying ordeal I had just faced, I felt no shame in my heart. Even as I huddled beside the chicken coop, I believed I was a hero. Now, I was filled with a profound fear, fearing that when I had hidden in the restroom, I had acted like a frightened turtle. Even if no one knew of my cowardice and weakness, I could not deceive myself, nor could I escape the reality of my heroic aspirations. The passage of time remained a mystery as the night enveloped itself in silence. I gently lifted the foul-smelling, tattered mat beneath me, my body aching all over, reflecting on my ill fortune for neglecting to consult the lunar calendar before venturing out. Lighting a cigarette, I limped through the dimly lit alley, surrounded by an oppressive darkness. Soon, I realized my misfortune had deepened. I was hopelessly lost, having wandered aimlessly into a dead end after circling the area multiple times. My uncle often remarked that misfortune seldom comes alone, and when one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. Just as I was about to call someone for assistance, I faintly heard a voice calling my name. Listening intently, I discerned it was a female voice, though I cannot identify who it was. Instinctively, I thought of Sister 17. Surely it was her and her friends come find me. Still, I remained cautious, deciding to approach quietly, for one could never predict unexpected circumstances. Xiong, somming the voice, trembled slightly, mingling with the cacophony of barking dogs. In a corner, I spotted the girl calling me, her signature short hair framing her worried expression. My heart warmed instantly. Sister 17, I'm over here, I called softly, and she rushed towards me, the dim light of her phone resembling a beacon of hope. In that moment, my heart relaxed completely. I had not expected her to come looking for me, let alone to find me here. Girls often fear the dark, and seeing her distressed face filled me with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Are you all right, Xiong-sami? She asked, her concern palpable. You look terrible. What happened to your head? Is that chicken feathers? Oh no, you're bleeding. I just tripped. It's nothing serious, I reassured her. Why did you shout at those people and run away? I thought they were going to harass you, and since I couldn't fight them off, I tried to distract them, you fool. What were you thinking? Do you value your life so little? I'm fine. I'm a man. How could I stand by while girls are bullied? Men should protect women from harm, no exceptions. Yet you claim to be fine, you idiot. Sister 17 embraced me tightly, leaving me momentarily stunned. Her grip was firm, and her feet stomped in frustration as tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop feeling like a silent echo in my heart. I gazed up at the luminous moon hanging in the night sky, bearing witness to this poignant moment. Chapter 35, Trouble comes a-calling with Sister 17 by my side. I limped out of the alley, as though emerging from a nightmare that thankfully ended swiftly. Had it lingered any longer, I might not have been able to endure it. She made several phone calls, assuring others that she had found me and was taking me to a clinic to tend to my wounds, all while admonishing me for my recklessness. I kept my head down, afraid to speak, wondering what Sister 16 would think upon seeing me in such a state. Would she offer me a comforting embrace? At the nearby clinic, the pain made me break into a cold sweat as they cleaned and bandaged my injuries. Sister 17 continuously inquired about my pain, to which I waved my hand dismissively, determined not to appear weak before her. It would be utterly embarrassing to whimper in front of a girl. By the time we left the clinic, the clock struck midnight. After hiding in that alley for over an hour, my body throbbed painfully, and all I yearned for was to return to school and rest. Planning to request a few days off from the old witch in the morning. Sister 17, it's getting late. We should head back to school, I suggested. Looking like this, how can you go back to school? Let us stay at the small park for the night, she replied, causing my heart to race. I now understood what the small park entailed. If she intended to take me to an inn, then what? Do you have a problem with that? Sister 17 stared at me intently, prompting me to hastily clarify. No problem at all. Let us go to the small park. I'll take a leave of absence tomorrow anyway. I can't attend school for a while. I felt it prudent to lay low. Should I encounter Dajuan and his gang again, I would undoubtedly be in trouble. I could barely move now, so I would have to wait until my uncle returned to figure things out. However, Sister 17's expression suddenly shifted, hands on her hips, exuding fierce determination. Xiong-saming, do you realize there are only 5 days left until the high school entrance exam? How do you expect to take the exam if you're absent? To be honest, I hadn't considered that. Now, I understood that my uncle's intention in transferring me was not to hope for an academic breakthrough. He had long seen that I was not cut out for studying, as my grades had never been commendable. No worries, I will definitely take the exam. Regardless, I must at least try, I replied with determination. Now that's more like it. Just remember to choose experimental middle school when selecting schools. They have a more lenient approach, and I will attend too. Her earnest demeanor prompted me to nod in agreement. I pondered that whether I could even attend high school was another matter entirely. Who knew what my uncle might concoct next? Perhaps he would make me repeat 2 years of middle school. Sister 17 led me to the small park inn. Initially, I thought she would stay with me. But after booking the room, she left, reminding me to behave and not to disclose anything to Sister 16. She insisted I maintain distance from Sister 16 and promised to return in the morning with breakfast. I was puzzled as to why she wanted me to stay away from Sister 16, but given her carefree nature, I couldn't be sure whether she would actually wake up early to bring me food. Yet, recalling her embrace, I felt a warm glow in my heart. The entire night was a restless ordeal. Not only was my body in agony, but I was plagued by nightmares. Each time I closed my eyes, I envisioned Dajuan-esque grotesque face, which left me drenched in sweat. It wasn't until the dawn approached that I finally dozed off in a daze. I awoke to the clock striking 3 in the afternoon, my mind foggy and my body inexplicably unwell. To my dismay, I realized I'd been awakened by hunger. My stomach was painfully empty, yet Sister 17 had not come to deliver breakfast, let alone lunch. Soon, it would be time for dinner, and I thought it best to venture out and find something to eat, lest I starve. I bought a few buns downstairs, and the blazing sun made it difficult to keep my eyes open. After some contemplation, I decided to return to the inn. After extending my stay, I could enjoy the air conditioning. In this sweltering weather, the school dormitory would surely roast anyone alive. Not only was there no air conditioning, but even a fan was absent. People often say that life as a student is the hardest, rising earlier than the roosters, sleeping later than the dead, eating worse than dogs, and living in conditions dirtier than pigs. In the dead of winter, 3 layers of blankets felt like a tomb, and in the summer, sleeping on a cold mat felt akin to being grilled on an iron plate. It's no wonder money is a wonderful thing. Feeling the weight of cash in my pocket brought me reassurance. Enjoying the air conditioning while savoring buns and watching television was immensely pleasurable. I would gladly stay here indefinitely, provided I had the funds. Suddenly, my phone rang joyfully, a catchy ringtone startling me. It was Wang Gang. Picking up, I asked, "What is up, Wang Gang? Is something wrong? Where have you been? We haven't seen you all morning. Today, Han the Bald came looking for you in class, and it seems he intends to cause you trouble." "I'm fine. I took a few days off due to illness. With summer break approaching, it's best I keep a low profile. Thanks for the heads up. I'll hang up now." "Wait, where exactly are you now?" "I didn't see you in the dorm." Wang Gang hesitated, and I sensed something was amiss. I had no reason to hide the truth, so I told him directly, "I'm at the small park behind the school. I fell last night and couldn't return to the dorm. The air conditioning here is quite nice." "All right, I'll come see you after school," he replied. After hanging up, I felt something was off but brushed it aside. Perhaps he was just being polite. My uncle often advised not to take others' words too seriously. Sometimes they were merely empty phrases, and taking them to heart could lead to foolishness. Bored after spending the entire afternoon watching television, I found myself with nothing to do. I requested a deck of cards from the bar and sat on my bed practicing sleight of hand. If I were to demonstrate all the techniques my uncle had taught me, it would take at least an hour. However, I did not find it tedious. Rather, I reveled in it. The techniques can be classified into 2 categories: wuhua, which involves pure dexterity and speed to deceive the eye, and wenhua, which emphasizes cunning and employs various props for misdirection. I had learned the former, while the latter requires more cerebral engagement, incorporating an array of cheating devices. My uncle once remarked that wenhua encompasses a vast array of techniques and necessitates numerous technological tools. Most magicians hail from this background, utilizing everything from buttons to stage lighting to fool the audience, never concerning themselves with the aftermath, as everyone understands that magic is inherently illusory. In contrast, wuhua demands sheer manual skill, relying almost entirely on one's own ability without external aids, save for the occasional marking or subtlety. The practice is arduous and fraught with the risk of failure, with the imperative of leaving no trace. Nonetheless, the impact of wuhua is invariably greater than that of wenhua. My uncle noted that renowned magicians are often masters of wenhua, adept at leveraging every available tool to mislead their spectators. While those who perfect wuhua are often labeled as hustlers, similar in nature but divergent in purpose. As I watched the cards dance in my hands, I couldn't help but think of my uncle. Summers spent learning sleights were a joy, not only for the techniques acquired but also for the pocket money I earned. I had never wanted for cash, fully aware of his remarkable skills, yet I never considered him to be a hustler. To be honest, I now harbored concerns for my uncle. I contemplated calling him, but recalled his admonition to avoid contacting him unless absolutely necessary. Understanding his character, I dismissed the thought. As I continued to manipulate the cards, memories of my uncle's teachings flooded my mind, transporting me back to those summer days. He had always insisted that before one could master any technique, one must first grasp its principles, knowing what to conceal and what to display. Without an understanding of the underlying concepts, true mastery would remain elusive. Once one comprehends the principles, they can not only learn the techniques, but also discern them in others. I never aspired to use sleight of hand for gambling, nor did I envision myself in such a world. Perhaps in the future, I might become a magician, performing various tricks on stage and basking in the applause of the audience, liberated from the constant anxiety of failure. A magician may falter, but a hustler cannot afford such a luxury. As night fell, someone knocked on the door. I thought it must be Wang Gang, and without time to put on my pants, I shuffled over to the door like a mummy. "You're here. I didn't expect you to actually come," I exclaimed, only to be taken aback by the sight before me. It was Sister Six. How on earth had she found me? We both stood frozen, her face a mask of surprise as she held a bag of KFC. I quickly shut the door, leaving only a crack open. My face flushed with embarrassment as I stammered, "Sister Six, what are you doing here?" Her cheeks reddened, and she glared at me, sharply retorting, "Is it not permissible for me to come see you? And could you please put on some pants?" Blushing, I complied, feeling utterly humiliated for having answered the door in my underwear, mistakenly believing it was Wang Gang. Sister Six entered the room, her face still flushed, while I kept my head down, afraid to breathe. I had no idea why she was here or how she had tracked me down. And considering that Sister Seven was supposed to bring breakfast, it was now pitch dark outside. Sister Six tossed the KFC towards me and coldly asked, "What is your phone number? Where did you go after leaving the billiards hall last night?" I recounted the events of the previous night, pretending I had never met Dejun, hoping to divert her attention from the group of thugs. I felt a twinge of pride, imagining that perhaps Sister Six might be touched and show me a gentler side, a kindness that would linger in my memory. "How do you know Dejun? Is it because of gambling?" She pointed at the scattered cards on the bed, her expression icy and unnerving. I quickly shook my head, insisting no. "I don't know Dejun." "You don't know him? Then how did you know his name? Don't tell me I misheard you last night." Sister Six interrogated, her voice sharp. I broke into a cold sweat, surprised by her perceptiveness in catching such details. "I don't care how you know him or anything else. I just want to inform you that there are many thugs from school looking for you today. There are people searching for you everywhere outside. Take care of yourself." With that, Sister Six slammed the door, leaving me stunned and chilled to the bone. Chapter 36. The allure of gambling. If Dejun is able to bring thugs to school to look for me, he must have found them at a nearby internet CF. At this moment, anywhere would be safer than the Flying Dragon Mahjong room, as it is owned by Longo, who shares some connections with my uncle. If trouble arises, I trust he would not abandon me. This situation has escalated beyond mere schoolyard squabbles. It is now a matter of thugs from society coming after me. As a student, no matter how capable I may be, I cannot confront someone like Dejun taking advantage of the afternoon when students flooded the streets after school. I quietly slipped out of the hotel. The entire street behind the school was bustling with students, and as I observed from the entrance, I indeed spotted thugs searching for someone among the crowd, targeting primarily the boys. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Had Sister Six not warned me, I would have been oblivious to the chaos outside. I never anticipated that Dejun would be so determined to trouble me. I had to make a swift exit. Soon, I blended into the throng of students and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Flying Dragon Mahjong room. I felt grateful to my uncle for introducing me to such a refuge. Otherwise, I would have had nowhere to turn in times of danger. Upon entering the Flying Dragon Mahjong room, I immediately felt a sense of relief. The familiar haze of smoke enveloped me, the acrid scent stinging my eyes. A group of gamblers were engrossed in their games, and at that moment, I felt an unexpected sense of belonging. Among the players, I spotted a middle-aged man wearing a gold watch, but he seemed entirely transformed, smoking a cigarette, his face flushed and neck thick as he pushed tiles in a game of Pai Gow. His gold watch was nowhere to be seen, and he was surrounded by a cadre of rough gamblers. I recognized them from my frequent visits to the mahjong room. The hefty group was still seated by the window, their attention waning as they played mahjong, seemingly on the lookout for their next victim. Yet, on the wrist of one of the larger men, I glimpsed a familiar gold watch. Indeed, it was the same watch belonging to the middle-aged man. My heart sank. How pitiful it was for him to be so easily deceived, unaware that he had become the target of a setup. The scene echoed my uncle's plight, where a group had conspired to take advantage of a solitary individual. Unlike my uncle, who had the insight to see through such deception, this man appeared oblivious, ensnared in the web of gambling, unable to escape, yet willingly returning to the mahjong room. I could not fathom the methods employed by these gamblers to transform an accidental visitor into a regular patron. Had they drugged him with gambling addiction, or were they using intimidation to ensure his return? Neither seemed likely, as he appeared more animated than ever, wearing a triumphant expression that suggested he had won money. Curiosity drew me closer to the middle-aged man. He was still dressed in a shirt, looking quite respectable, yet his demeanor had shifted dramatically, especially in the company of the three disheveled gamblers who looked as if they hadn't tea-bathed in years. Their appearances were disconcerting. One even wore slippers and shorts, his hair in disarray like a bird's nest. They seemed worlds apart, and the disparity in their status made it difficult to accept. Yet, each of the old gamblers clutched cash, suggesting that money was indeed the reason the middle-aged man willingly frequented this place. The allure of gambling is undeniably profound, capable of uniting individuals of diverse backgrounds at a single table, where laughter mingles with the shrewd calculations of one another's fortunes. It was once said that once a person succumbs to the temptations of gambling, their fate is sealed. This sentiment rings true. Yet I find myself perplexed by what precisely draws people into this world. I am acquainted with the game of Pai Gow. Its rules are rather straightforward. Players hold 2 cards with values ranging from 1 to 9, where a total of 9 is the highest score and 10 the lowest, also known as be sure. A pair, which ranks higher than 9, is formed from the same suit. Variations in gameplay may exist across different regions. In the current scene, a middle-aged gentleman presides over the game as the dealer. The sum of money before him dictates the stakes for the others, who may either place their bets without exceeding this amount or match it entirely. Should the dealer initiate a round of be sure, all bets would be lost, necessitating a change in the dealer. In essence, one player competes against the 3 others, winning back what is theirs while losing to the house. If fortune favors the dealer, the speed at which winnings accumulate can be staggering. I observed that the middle-aged man was particularly fortunate, holding a 9, the second highest possible score. He triumphed over the other players, doubling his initial stake in mere moments. The sum before him swelled to over 2,000 yuan, and should he win again, it could escalate to 4,000. What business could possibly rival such rapid profits? It is no wonder that many are captivated by gambling, for the ease of acquiring money is intoxicating. The thrill of gambling is immense. Even as a mere spectator, I felt the adrenaline coursing through me. In just a minute, the dealer earned over 1,000 yuan, a sensation that was electrifying. I could not help but feel a rush of excitement for him. With a stroke of luck, amassing 10,000 yuan in 10 minutes seems entirely plausible. The dealer, brimming with pride, boasted about his bountiful winnings, the pot referring to the 2,000 yuan before him. He encouraged the others to match his stakes, confident that with more money comes greater potential for winning and losing. 3 seasoned gamblers pooled their resources, contributing amounts of 400, 600, and over 1,000 yuan, waiting to challenge the dealer. I found myself tensing with anticipation. The table was awash with vivid red notes. However, the dealer's luck faltered this time, drawing a be sure with no points. If fortune did not intervene, he would undoubtedly lose everything. What a dismal hand! The dealer muttered in frustration, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. It was unfortunate that just as he had begun to savor his winnings, they were at risk of vanishing. To my surprise, another player also drew a be sure, the one who had wagered over 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, the dealer burst into laughter, his mood shifting dramatically. He lost 400 to one player, 600 to another, but won back over 1,000 from the third. Remarkably, he neither won nor lost in that round, leaving the pot still brimming with 2,000 yuan. I was astonished by the enigmatic nature of Pai Gow, a testament to the captivating world of gambling itself. The emotional roller coaster of gambling is formidable, The sheer thrill derived from such rapid changes in fortune can easily lead to addiction. Perhaps it is the variety and unpredictability inherent in gambling that renders it so enticing. Until the cards are revealed, no one can anticipate the outcome. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned and handed me 100 yuan. Initially taken aback, I soon realized he sought my assistance in purchasing something. "This is for your trouble," he said, indicating that my presence nearby had brought him luck. I accepted the money, still incredulous at this unexpected windfall. I understood the significance of buying luck, a concept I had encountered in mahjong parlors. It suggests that after winning, a player may wish to rid themselves of their bad luck by spending a bit of their winnings, thereby preserving their fortune. My uncle had often remarked upon the superstitious nature of gamblers, who place great faith in these unseen forces, becoming fervently devoted when money is at stake. I quickly dashed to the bar to purchase a pack of Su Yen cigarettes, recalling that this was the brand the middle-aged man favored. I tore open the pack, handed him a cigarette, and lit it for him, placing it on the table as he beamed with satisfaction. From a young age, I learned that being diligent and observant is never a detriment. It ensures one is not despised. I had often endeavored to please my uncle in hopes of earning a little pocket money. As I stood beside the middle-aged man, watching him gamble, I calculated that if fortune smiled upon him once more, I might receive additional water money. Perhaps it was serendipity, but after 3 more rounds, he achieved another be sure, and the pot swelled to nearly 5,000. His face radiated triumph, and as he retrieved a cigarette, I promptly lit it for him. In his elation, he handed me another 100 yuan, which I eagerly tucked away, feeling a sense of delight. This sensation was peculiar, akin to embodying the role of a benefactor, where one gains a little regardless of others' fortunes, all without any risk. I hurried back to the bar to fetch a few bottles of beverages when Fei, the barmaid, called me over. "Come here. Did you just accept water money from him?" Her expression bore a hint of discontent. I nodded, recognizing that such matters could not be concealed, and felt a twinge of guilt for my actions. After all, we were in Long Ji's mahjong parlor, and any water money should rightfully go to Fei. I laid all the money on the bar, saying, Fei, I didn't understand the rules. Please don't be upset. In the future, I won't accept any more water money." However, she did not take the money but gestured for me to keep it, sighing, "Oh, you little rascal. I thought he was merely asking you to buy cigarettes." So I said nothing. "But you absolutely cannot accept water money from others. Otherwise, it will lead to trouble." I was somewhat puzzled by her words, but grateful she did not pursue the matter further. Perhaps she was merely warning me out of respect for my uncle, advising me not to repeat my mistake. I understood the importance of self-awareness, recognizing one's own limitations and discerning which actions are appropriate. Chapter 37. Paying for lessons in truth. The prohibition against accepting water money was not solely due to Long Ji's influence. Eventually, you'll come to understand and remember that you cannot accept what belongs to others. "Yes, I understand," I replied earnestly, nodding as I returned with the drinks, feeling thankful towards Fei, perhaps out of consideration for my uncle. Had it been anyone else, they might have reacted with anger, as I was indeed in the wrong. This experience imparted a valuable lesson. Not all money can be taken freely, even if it is offered without strings attached. My uncle once said that one must know the boundaries of acceptable behavior. Just because others can do something does not mean you can as well. Standing once more by the middle-aged man, I continued to observe, but his luck waned, and the pot dwindled until, ultimately, he lost everything. The 3 seasoned gamblers rejoiced as they divided the spoils, emerging as the true victors. The middle-aged man, with reddened eyes, vigorously scratched his scalp. The earlier look of triumph on his face vanished completely, replaced by a flushed visage and a thick neck. I felt a pang of pity for him. How much better it would have been had he chosen to walk away after winning 5,000, rather than losing everything now. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs, or else there wouldn't be so many who end up losing their fortunes. Back in my hometown, I had seen many driven to crime in their desperation, and countless others who squandered their entire savings on gambling. My friend Xiaohua's uncle, for instance, not only cheated but also had his fingers chopped off, and even his wife fled with their child, as it was someone else's turn to be the banker. The middle-aged man glanced at his empty wallet, seemingly unable to produce any money. He turned to me and said, "The water money I gave you earlier, can I borrow it for now? I'll return it once I win." My mouth twitched, and I found myself speechless. Honestly, I had never imagined that the water money would be requested back, and it dawned on me why Sister Fei had advised me against taking the water money. She had foreseen that such a situation might arise. Having already spent part of my money on cigarettes and drinks, I wondered if I would be expected to cover the rest. Seeing me hesitate, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he impatiently urged, "Hurry up, I just gave you 200. Quickly hand it over." Indeed, he knew I had just bought a pack of cigarettes and several bottles of drinks. Yet he still demanded 200 from me, clearly intending for me to cover the cost. Any flicker of sympathy I had for him evaporated instantly. I thought to myself, he deserves to lose everything. The other players at the table turned their attention toward us, curious about the unfolding drama. I thought, it's just 200. I could consider it a lesson learned. Just as I prepared to take out the money, someone suddenly grabbed my arm. Sister Fei stepped forward, saying, "The water money you gave him, he handed it to me. Whoever heard of someone taking back water money? If you were short on cash, you shouldn't have given it in the first place." The middle-aged man's face flushed with embarrassment as the onlookers began to murmur in amusement. I knew Sister Fei was defending me, but I didn't want to sour our relationship over a mere 200. I didn't want to take advantage of him either. "Sister Fei, please stop. I'll give it to him," I said, pulling out the 200 to hand over, thinking of it as a lesson learned. My uncle once said that if a man doesn't pay a bit of tuition, he can never hope to graduate from the University of Life. Spending a little money isn't significant. What matters is the lesson learned. The middle-aged man smirked, reaching for the money, but Sister Fei snatched it away, sarcastically saying, "People like you are indeed rare. You were given water money, yet you bought cigarettes and drinks, and you still have the audacity to ask for this money? Have you no shame? What did you say?" The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, his face a deep crimson, filled with embarrassment, while several seasoned gamblers around him also stood up. "What's the matter, brother? Are you upset because Sister Fei said a few words to you? Do you want to start a fight?" "Exactly. There is no logic in asking for water money back, especially after someone bought you cigarettes and drinks." The middle-aged man dared not retort, his eyes filled with helplessness as he glanced towards the big guy, who pretended not to notice. I realized that the big guy would not come to his aid, as they were likely in cahoots. The chatter in the mahjong parlor was rife with mockery directed at the middle-aged man. His actions were indeed unseemly. However, for me, it didn't matter. I shouldn't have taken his money in the first place, and I didn't want to escalate the situation further. Losing a customer over 200 would leave me unable to face Brother Long again. I thought, let it be. I'll consider it a tuition fee. Before I could finish my thoughts, Sister Fei shot me a glare, prompting me to obediently close my mouth. Forget it. I won't play anymore." The middle-aged man, dejected, waved his hand and left the mahjong parlor, his head bowed in shame. At over 40 years old, having lost face like that, I felt he would never return. The small commotion quickly settled, and Sister Fei led me to the bar area. My heart raced. If it weren't for my impulsiveness in accepting the water money, this incident would never have transpired. Honestly, I felt quite regretful. "I'm sorry, Sister Fei, for causing you trouble. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened, and he wouldn't have left. I genuinely apologize." My heartfelt apology didn't feel shameful. My uncle once said that one must own up to their mistakes. Sister Fei handed me a bottle of water and said earnestly, "Sanming, you witnessed today's events. You're still young and unaware of many things. Here, you cannot accept money from anyone unless it's your own winnings at the table." I nodded, understanding. But I had no intention of gambling because I knew the dangers it posed and was aware my uncle would not let me off lightly. He had brought me to the mahjong parlor to gain some insight. If I actually played, I would truly be out of my depth. By the way, I haven't seen Brother Dong lately. Do you know where he is? Sister Fei asked quietly. I quickly shook my head, indicating I had no idea. With my uncle currently lying low, I would never divulge any information about him, especially since I genuinely didn't know his whereabouts. Sister Fei, thank you for speaking up for me earlier. I just wonder if Brother Long will be upset with you. Why would Brother Long be angry with me? She asked, curious. I leaned closer and whispered, he lost face earlier. He might not come back to play, and losing a customer will surely upset Brother Long. To my surprise, she laughed and ruffled my hair, saying, "Don't worry. Do you really think a few words will keep him away? You underestimate both the gamblers and the allure of gambling. Rest assured, he will return, perhaps even tonight." I was taken aback, seeing Sister Fei's confidence. After all, the middle-aged man had just been humiliated. How could he possibly come back? As I wandered around, The mahjong parlor became increasingly lively as night fell. It was already past 10, and people continued to stream in. The expansive hall was packed, with no tables available. Sister Fei was busy collecting money. Each person who entered could glance around, but anyone wanting to sit down to play would have to pay a small tea fee, and those playing a specific game would exchange money for special chips instead. Regardless of the amount exchanged, the rate was 1-to-1 for buying chips and 10-to-9 for cashing out. In simple terms, the game's fluidity meant there were no restrictions on time or frequency, but one had to exchange chips to play. Exchanging chips didn't involve cash. If someone kept losing, they wouldn't owe the tea fee, while winners wouldn't mind a slight loss when converting chips back to cash, effectively covering the tea fee. Seeing Sister Fei bustling about, I decided to help. I didn't directly ask anyone for tea fees, but followed her around, assisting in finding change. Although each tea fee was small, it quickly added up to several hundred. While a few hundred may not seem substantial, with the constant influx of patrons, the daily earnings of the mahjong parlor were quite impressive, similar to the collection methods of Sixth Master, albeit with slight variations in the amounts taken. Sister Fei and I were engrossed in our tasks, and although the money wasn't mine, the act of collecting felt gratifying. I was surprised to see so many people coming in late at night, some even arriving in slippers and pajamas, seemingly having snuck out of their homes to join the game. In the past, when I wished to surf the internet at night, I would sneak out after my parents had fallen asleep, returning before dawn, careful not to make a sound, fearful of being discovered. Those clandestine escapades felt akin to thievery, instilling a sense of guilt within me. I have never perceived gambling as more alluring than the internet. Perhaps it is because I have yet to delve into the world of gamblers, a realm I have no desire to enter. A peaceful life is far more appealing. After finishing her work collecting money, Sister Fei was drenched in sweat, despite her cool tank top. She wore sheer stockings on her legs, and seemed particularly fond of her glossy platform sandals, which perfectly accentuated her delicate feet, exuding an undeniable allure. She sat at the bar, smoking, clearly fatigued. I stood beside her, watching her count the money, my eyes occasionally darting toward her chest, contemplating offering my assistance if she needed it, not for any ulterior motive, but simply because she had spoken on my behalf earlier. My uncle once advised me that one should always be grateful for kindness, no matter how small. Chapter 38. The gambler's inner demons. The mahjong parlor was abuzz with activity at night. A few days prior, I would leave before 10 o'clock, never having stayed out this late. Now, with nowhere else to go and fearing the wrath of the gang outside, I found myself here. How I longed to be in an internet CAF, enjoying the air conditioning while playing games. Yet watching Sister Fei's long legs in her tank top served as a small consolation. After counting the money and stowing it away in a locked drawer, she smiled at me and said, "Come over and take a break, Somming. I didn't expect you to be so nimble. I was looking for someone to help in the parlor. Are you interested?" I quickly shook my head, expressing my disinterest. As a student, even during breaks, I had no intention of working here. My presence was merely a precaution, avoiding the gang until my uncle returned to help me resolve the situation. "Don't worry. If you help out, Brother Long will ensure you're well compensated," she said with a cheerful smile, which I found puzzling, almost teasing. I replied, "Even if I were to work over the summer, I would seek a well-paying job to earn more." "Ah, I didn't realize you had such ambitions. Saving up to marry, perhaps?" Sister Fei teased playfully. I felt no embarrassment. It was indeed necessary. In today's world, one must earn money. Otherwise, not only is marrying difficult, but even gaining approval from future mother-in-law is a challenge. Suddenly, I thought of 16's sister and realized I might never have a chance with her. Marriage often relies on equal social standing, and I couldn't even step on her doorstep. Just then, someone patted my shoulder. Brother Long appeared, bare-chested, grinning as he said, "You haven't even matured fully yet, and you want to make big money? Haven't you heard the saying that a minute in the casino can cost you 10 years of hard work?" Ha ha! I found myself speechless. Brother Long was merely boasting about his own establishment, hoping to attract more players. Even if I worked during the holidays, I would only earn a paycheck. The dream of striking it rich seemed elusive. However, I had never considered gambling as a means to wealth, knowing it was unrealistic. I had never heard of anyone winning consistently. As the saying goes, 10 gamblers, 9 cheats. Having witnessed the scams perpetrated by the chubby fellows, I understood their deceptive schemes. Yet I had no desire to partake in such dishonesty. Brother Long strolled through the parlor, greeting everyone with ease, his dragon tattoo exuding a fierce charm. Yet, the thought of getting a tattoo myself was daunting. If my parents discovered it, I would surely face dire consequences, and even my reckless uncle would disapprove. Despite his years in the underworld, he bore no tattoos, maintaining a meticulous appearance in designer Armani attire, crisp shirts, and polished shoes. As the hour grew late and fatigue set in, I dared not stray from the mahjong parlor, fearing the gang was searching for me. Just as I began to doze off, a sudden entrance jolted me awake. To my surprise, a middle-aged man returned just before midnight, breathless and anxious, oblivious to the vacant seats. I was astonished. Only moments before, Sister Fei had publicly chastised him, shaming him in front of others, yet he returned with such audacity, challenging my perceptions of gamblers. He glanced at me without uttering a word, as if I were invisible, pacing the parlor with an impatient demeanor, hands rubbing together. This scene astounded me, confirming Sister Fei's earlier words. I could hardly fathom what drove him to return, acting as if nothing had happened, eager to rejoin the gambling frenzy. This only deepened my fear of gambling, depicting gamblers as eerily possessed. I had only heard of the perils of gambling, how once one succumbs, it becomes as addictive as narcotics, ensnaring individuals in dreams of wealth until they are utterly ruined, family shattered. Just then my phone rang, silencing the parlor instantly as everyone turned to stare at me. I sheepishly scratched my head. The ringtone was rather catchy. It was 17's sister calling, undoubtedly seeking Wang Gang's number. I recalled that earlier in the afternoon, 16's sister had visited a nearby hotel, likely due to that scoundrel spilling information. Where are you? People are searching for you everywhere. Hearing this sent chills down my spine. Luckily, 16's sister had warned me. Otherwise, I would have certainly fallen into the gang's clutches. I'm at the Flying Dragon mahjong parlor, safe with Brother Long, I replied, deliberately raising my voice for Sister Fei's benefit, prompting her to shoot me a wary glance. Oh, be careful then. By the way, tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm having a gathering at GUN restaurant behind the school. Will you come? The invitation left me hesitant. The thought of leaving the mahjong parlor filled me with dread, but it was 17's sister's birthday, and her call was a clear request for my presence. What to do? After a moment of silence, I cautiously inquired, will 16's sister be there too? If I get caught, she could help. Come if you want. Before I could respond, she hung up, leaving me baffled. I had merely been inquiring. Why the sudden anger? Perhaps it was my reluctance to commit that irked her. Reflecting, I realized that with other girls attending, 16's sister would undoubtedly join. I cursed my own impulsiveness and considered calling back to clarify my intentions. But before I could, Sister Fei pulled me aside, her expression grave. What was that about? Why are you hiding here? No wonder I've seen you lingering tonight. What's really going on? I pondered for a moment, struggling to conjure a suitable explanation. I couldn't disclose that the gang was searching for me, as that would expose my uncle's gambling issues. Yet, I had no credible reason to remain here. Just then, Brother Long leaned in, cigarette in hand, teasingly asking, "What's up, kid? Causing trouble at school again? Why come here if it's such a hassle?" The reasoning was sound, and I nodded immediately, feigning trouble at school as the reason for my retreat here. As long as Brother Long did not chase me away, I could linger in the mahjong parlor, merely enduring the nights with minimal effort. Furthermore, I felt that with Uncle S' influence, Brother Long would likely allow me to stay, even if it meant serving tea and running errands. I had no other options, and even the impending birthday of Sister 17 weighed heavily on my mind. Rest assured, Brother Long, I will not bring trouble here. I simply wish to avoid returning to school. I deliberately feigned distress, secretly admiring my own cleverness. Sister Fei sighed in relief, expressing her resignation. This young man is truly perplexing. No wonder he's been acting unusually tonight, staying here without leaving. I thought he was on break. No worries. Let's find him a vacant room on the second floor for the night. After all, he is Dongzi's nephew, one of our own. Brother Long generously permitted me to stay and even arranged accommodations, leaving me inexplicably exhilarated. However, I owed it all to Uncle S' influence. Even if one does not look at the monk's face, one must regard the Buddha S. I was already exhausted, but at that moment, a commotion erupted in a mahjong parlor. A few individuals were vociferously jostling a middle-aged man, hurling accusations of cheating. Brother Long strode forth, parting the crowd with a thunderous shout. Who dares to cheat in my mahjong parlor? The atmosphere grew tense, and I peered closer, eyes wide with curiosity. The accused man appeared terrified, stammering and clutching something tightly in his hand. "Brother Long, he is cheating at Pai Gao. He has hidden cards," they exclaimed, revealing a card he clutched, yet the pile on the table remained perfectly intact. I don't have it, truly," the middle-aged man weakly protested. I understood immediately. He must have concealed an identical card, hoping to swap it for a higher value. His audacity was astonishing, brazenly attempting to cheat. Brother Long scrutinized the card and the table, noting that all the Pai Gao cards were uniformly dark, indistinguishable at a glance. The issue was that the man had an extra card, undoubtedly prepared beforehand for deceit. Brother Long's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace. "Where did this card come from? Don't tell me you found it on the ground." The man stuttered, unable to articulate a response. It was evident to any discerning eye that he had premeditated this deceit. My heart raced. I had only heard tales of the dire consequences of cheating, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. Brother Long struck him twice. The man's pale face bore 5 finger marks in an instant. With a swift motion, Brother Long ordered the others to drag him toward the back door. My heart leaped, and without a second thought, I followed closely behind. Chapter 39. Nightmare. They forcibly dragged the middle-aged man into the alley behind the mahjong parlor, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Brother Long, cigarette in mouth, wore a grim expression that grew increasingly menacing. With so many eyes upon him, I sensed he was trapped, even if he wished to show mercy. The public scrutiny made it imperative that he act decisively. "Brother, there are rules on the streets. In our line of work, cheating is the gravest sin. Those who come here rely on skill and luck to win. Today, I must provide an explanation to everyone." With a wave of his hand, the nearby men sprang into action, and the middle-aged man was swiftly brought to the ground. A flurry of punches ensued, causing my heart to race with dread. I did not cheat. I truly did not. He pleaded incessantly, yet no one paid heed to his desperate explanations. My anxiety grew. I feared what would unfold next. Yet my curiosity was insatiable. The crowd cheered, some calling for him to be beaten to death or have his hands chopped off, devoid of any pity. They were all gamblers, yet I was astonished to find that their hearts were filled with hatred. Perhaps it was not the man himself they despised, but the act of cheating. After a brutal beating, the man lay on the ground, unable to rise, bloodied and pitiful. I felt a twinge of compassion, yet I could offer no help. He had no one to blame but himself, driven by insatiable desire. Had he not entered the mahjong parlor, he would not have faced this fate. Brother Long will chop off his fingers to ensure he never dares to cheat again. The crowd roared in agreement. Yes, there could be no mercy for a cheat. Kill him. Brother Long, ever grim, continued to smoke, his demeanor darkening as everyone awaited his decision, anticipating the man's fate. I believed Brother Long wished to minimize the situation. It was clear to anyone that the man was not a seasoned cheat, but a desperate gambler who momentarily lost his wits. If he were truly a cheat, how could he have lost so much money or failed to recognize the deceit targeted at him? "Brother Long, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance." The middle-aged man implored from the ground, utterly destitute. I could hardly bear to witness it any longer. Brother Long's face hardened. His teeth clenched around the cigarette, but as he pondered, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Silence enveloped the crowd, all awaiting his verdict. The next words he spoke determining the man's fate. Brother Long inhaled deeply, discarding the cigarette, and spoke deliberately. "Every profession has its rules. Without rules, there can be no order. No one is above the regulations of the mahjong parlor. You cheated first today, so do not blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Long gestured, and several men seized the middle-aged man's hands. He produced a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, causing me to shudder involuntarily as the blade glinted ominously in the night. "No, Brother Long, I truly understand my mistake. I will pay. I will give you whatever you want. Please don't." The anguished screams pierced the still night air as the man clutched his hand, rolling on the ground in agony. I was overwhelmed by shock as Brother Long severed one of his fingers. I witnessed satisfaction etched on the faces of those surrounding us. In that moment, they appeared as demons, devoid of humanity and compassion. If not for their incitement, Brother Long would not have gone so far as to mutilate the man post-beating. They were terrifying. Given it is your first offense, you can still go to the hospital for reattachment, but you are forbidden from returning here. With that, Brother Long discarded the severed finger and turned back to the mahjong parlor, leaving the middle-aged man writhing in pain on the ground. I desperately wanted to help him, yet my legs felt paralyzed. My emotions were tumultuous. I had witnessed everything unfold before my eyes, but felt powerless to intervene. Fear consumed me, a dread of the mercilessness surrounding me. All I wanted was to escape this place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Sister Fei approached, grasping my arm and pulling me back into the parlor. She closed the back door and admonished, "What are you staring at? This is not for you to see. Come upstairs with me to sleep." I walked slowly, my mind replaying the horrific scene, engulfed in fear. I had heard numerous tales of the consequences of cheating, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. No excitement or exhilaration accompanied it. Only sheer terror and dread remained. Fei led me to a small room on the second floor, a confined space containing only a pink bed. The air was infused with the scent of perfume, and the walls were adorned with women's clothing, including various types of lingerie. Scattered across the floor were several pairs of alluring high heels. She tidied up a bit, clearing off a pile of clothes from the bed to create a space for sleeping. She said, "This is my sleeping room. Do not disturb anything here. I will be on duty all night, so you can rest here for the evening. The bathroom is at the end of the corridor. If you need anything, just come find me." "Thank you, Fei," I replied, nodding dully, feeling somewhat lost. Perhaps sensing my disquiet, she patted my shoulder and said, "You shouldn't have followed the commotion. Some things are beyond your comprehension. Get some rest." After she closed the door, I immediately locked it behind her, sitting alone on the bed, my mind a whirlwind of emotions, haunted by the earlier scene that I could not shake off. I could not fathom why those fellow gamblers were so merciless, why they felt compelled to drive middle-aged individuals to desperation. After all, they were merely gamblers at the mahjong parlor. What fueled such animosity and hatred? My uncle had once remarked that most people are ignorant and filled with fear regarding the unknown, such as human nature. The more one fears, the more one despises. And the greater the hatred, the deeper the fear. Was it possible that the collective loathing of the night was not directed at a person or event, but rather a fear of the con artist? My uncle had also said that cheating is far more terrifying than magic, while a magician performs on stage. Everyone knows it is an illusion, yet cannot see through it. Cheating, however, can silently manifest at the gaming table, leaving one defenseless. With a tumultuous heart, I lay fully clothed and tried to sleep, unable to forget the middle-aged man's anguished cries, the spectators' indifference, and the moment when long ago lost his finger. All of it echoed in my mind, replaying vividly whenever I closed my eyes. I curled up tightly, yet felt no sense of security. I could faintly hear the sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled downstairs. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, but I could not convince myself. The fear and anxiety churned within me, preventing me from finding peace. Throughout the night, I awoke countless times, each time from nightmares filled with the middle-aged man's wails and the grotesque face of Dajuan. Each awakening left me drenched in cold sweat, pondering whether I would face the same fate as the middle-aged man if captured by Dajuan. I trembled, curled at the foot of the bed, covered by a blanket that provided no warmth. This night proved to be the most arduous of my life, filled with nightmares from which I could not escape. The following morning, there was a thunderous knock at the door. Groggy and disoriented, I stumbled to open it, feeling utterly drained. My head buzzed, and my body was devoid of energy. I had never felt so fatigued after a night shift before. Upon opening the door, I found Fei, her face weary as she glanced at me and then at the bed. I realized she needed a rest after a long night. She entered, retrieved a pack of face masks from the bedside table, and turned to leave. "Fei, I'll move so you can have your space. I'm awake now." "It's fine. You can continue sleeping. I just needed to grab something. No need to lock the door." She gave me a knowing look, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. I nodded, understanding, and returned to the bed. Suddenly, I noticed a black bra on the bed, misshapen as if it had been used as a pillow while I slept. It dawned on me why Fei had looked at me so oddly earlier. I thought to myself, what a mess. I certainly did not intend for that to happen. I dozed off again, and when I awoke, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. My head felt as if it had exploded, and I had no idea where Fei had gone. After washing my face in the bathroom, I ventured down to the first floor of the mahjong parlor. It was the midday rest period. The parlor was nearly empty, save for a few old gamblers engaged in desultory conversation. The cashier was now an unfamiliar woman in her 30s, dressed in a black dress, appearing slightly more mature and endowed than Fei. Having never visited the parlor during the day, I was unaware of the usual atmosphere. But this woman seemed to be smiling at me as if she recognized me, though I had no recollection of ever meeting her, let alone seeing someone with such a prominent figure. Xiong, come here. The woman beckoned to me, startling me with her knowledge of my name. I approached her, bewildered. Up close, I caught a whiff of her pleasant perfume and noticed her lightly made-up face, her fair skin exuding an air of sophistication. I surmised that those who collected money for the mahjong parlor must have been meticulously selected by Long Gu, at least ensuring that a beautiful woman graced the establishment. Sister, how do you know my name? I've heard Long Gu mention you. You're Dong Gu's nephew, right? Just call me Sister Yin. I don't usually come here, but there was a disturbance today, so I came to help out. Oh, I replied, still bewildered, as I had no idea who she was and had not noticed any disturbance. Curious, I asked, what disturbance? There was a ruckus at the arcade in the city. Long Gu went over with some people. Upon hearing this, it struck me that Long Gu must be engaged in business elsewhere. If I had known sooner, I would have followed along to witness the commotion. Nonchalantly, I took out a cigarette, stealing glances at her ample bosom, thinking to myself just how captivating it was. As I indulged in my secret admiration, suddenly, someone forcefully gripped my shoulder. I turned around, and a wave of terror washed over me. Chapter 40. Life and Death. A group of unfamiliar thugs patted my shoulder, their faces adorned with malicious grins. I was certain I had never encountered them before, and they radiated ill intent. Cautiously, I asked, who are you? There are friends outside looking for you. They want to have a word. One thug casually gestured toward the entrance, and without further ado, they seized my arms and began dragging me away. Before I could process what was happening, I was pulled out of the mahjong parlor, only to be met with a sight that nearly made me soil myself. Dajuan. The moment I laid eyes on him, fear gripped me. I never imagined he would find me here. It was then I understood why the parlor was so empty today. It was all because of that scoundrel. Dajuan. Long Gu had undoubtedly fallen into his trap. Kid, do you still recognize me? Did you think hiding here would keep me from finding you? Take him away. The thugs held my arms tightly as I struggled and screamed. Help! Help! Someone save me! I knew I could not let him take me. I was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited me in Dajuan's clutches. A few old gamblers rushed out of the parlor, and I yelled for help. But upon seeing Dajuan, they remained unmoved, one even greeting him. My heart sank. I had hoped they would intervene, at least out of respect for my uncle, but they seemed indifferent to my plight. As I was about to be forced into a vehicle, I took a deep breath and bit down hard on one of the thugs, summoning all my strength to break free. This little brat bit me. I dashed back into the parlor, with the thugs hot on my heels. In a moment of desperation, I rushed to the bar where Sister Yun was, gripping the bar's post tightly. Sister Yun, save me. She was my last hope, even if no one else was willing to help. I believed she would not stand by idly. Sister Yun immediately stood protectively in front of me, saying, You lot, stand down. He is Dong Gu's nephew. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing those words, my heart shattered. She was oblivious to the long-standing enmity between my uncle and them. Mentioning his name was utterly futile. If they were to show any courtesy, would they really come to the mahjong parlor to seize me? Yunjia, quickly call Long Gu. They harbor a grudge against my uncle. A few ruffians remained silent, fiercely gripping my body, trying to drag me away. I summoned every ounce of strength to cling on, fully aware that once captured by Dejun, my fate would be dire. What heinous acts could a man of such brutality not commit? Do not overstep your bounds. This is Long Ji's territory. Yun Jie produced her phone and began dialing. I gritted my teeth, enduring the moment. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck my head, and all my strength evaporated. The world around me spun wildly before I collapsed on the ground. I was seized and dragged from the mahjong parlor. I wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. Despair engulfed my heart as images of middle-aged man's severed fingers flashed through my mind, and I envisioned my own tragic fate. To my astonishment, Yun Jie burst forth, gripping my arm with tenacity, refusing to let Dejun take me away. Hope reignited within me. She was my sole lifeline. How I longed for Long Gu and Fei Fei to appear. In truth, today was not a significant affair. I knew this lad was Dong Zi's nephew, and I merely intended to exchange a few words. Thus, it would be best for Yun Jie to refrain from intervening. Dejun rubbed his hands together with a sinister grin plastered across his face. Yun Jie hesitated, even with her desire to assist. She stood no chance against Dejun and his gang. If I wished to escape, it was solely up to me. In a moment of urgency, I found an unexpected surge of strength. Taking advantage of the ruffian's distraction, I landed a powerful punch to his groin, scrambled to my feet, and fled. Immediately, someone was in pursuit. "Stop! Run and I'll kill you." I dared not return to the mahjong parlor, for there was no one to aid me inside. I believed it wiser to shout for help on the street. Surely someone would assist, even if it were merely to call the authorities. Yet, under the scorching midday sun, the streets were desolate. After a struggle, I encountered a few people, but before I could utter a word, they recoiled in fear. As I ran, onlookers emerged from their shops, yet none stepped forward to help. Not a single soul inquired about my plight. Dejun drove alongside in a car, mocking, "Run all you want. Let us see how far you can get, haha." Before I could escape far, a sharp pain shot through my back as I was kicked to the ground. Without hesitation, the ruffians began to pummel me. I curled into a ball, desperately shouting for help. The nearest store was a mere 10 meters away, yet the owner sat at the entrance, smoking, seemingly oblivious to my plight. My heart sank. I recalled my Uncle's words, "People today are cold and apathetic. Unless it serves their interests, no one will lend a hand. They merely stand by to witness the chaos." In that moment, I truly felt the sting of indifference. With no one to rely on, I resolved to fight back fiercely, grabbing anything I could find to defend myself. Despite my efforts, I was soon caught and dragged into a scuffle. Yet, I refused to relinquish my belief in escape. Fully aware of the grim fate awaiting me should Dejun capture me. The street was a spectacle of onlookers. As I ran frantically, the ruffians pursued relentlessly. Fear fueled my determination. No matter how brutally I was beaten or how intense the pain became, even when thrown to the ground time and again, I rose again, driven by the singular resolve to flee. I had no clear destination, nor could I count how many gazes were upon me. Throughout this ordeal, not a soul offered aid. When I stumbled beside a dumpster, I was kicked down once more. I longed to rise, but exhaustion enveloped me. The ruffians unleashed a torrent of kicks upon me. I clutched my head, unaware of how many blows I had received, each one inflicting cold sweat across my body. Surrounded by the ruffians, I was powerless against their strength, tears welling in my eyes, fighting to keep them at bay. "Run, you little brat. Keep running." I struggled to rise, but the ruffians anticipated my escape, repeatedly kicking me back to the ground, their blows merciless. Blood streamed from my nose, and stars danced before my eyes. Despair threatened to consume me. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. One ruffian was sent flying, while another received a solid punch to the face. Almost immediately, a sweeping kick incapacitated the remaining two. The abrupt shift left me in shock as I glimpsed a commanding figure, a black t-shirt emblazoned with a tiger and a dinosaur, the words "Long Whom Men" starkly visible. Seizing the moment, I scrambled to my feet, catching sight of a chilling profile. Could it be him? I gasped in astonishment, never imagining that at such a critical juncture, I would encounter the enigmatic youth clad in black, the one once beset by a gang of ruffians. "Do not mistake my actions for kindness. I am not here to assist you. I merely find this intolerable," the youth remarked coldly, each word imbued with an icy detachment, yet warmth surged within me. "Damn it, you dare court death." The ruffians regrouped, their fury palpable. "Quickly, let us escape. We cannot fight them," I urged. "I know. You must leave," he replied, resolute, refusing to yield to the four ruffians. He prepared to engage, facing the blazing sun with an air of icy menace. The brawny thugs sent by Dejun were formidable, yet he was undeterred, igniting something deep within me, a surge of blood that boiled fiercely. "Let us take him on." Without a moment's hesitation, I charged at the ruffians as they lunged at him. In my moment of dire need, he had come to my aid. I could not abandon him. To be treacherous in such a moment would render me no better than a lifeless fish. In an instant, we were engulfed in a fray, struggling against the four robust ruffians. Despite his formidable skills, our chances against such overwhelming odds were slim. Each blow inflicted upon us was excruciating, and I recall my uncle's advice about targeting their eyes, yet I found no opportunity to act. The ruffians targeted the black-clad youth relentlessly. "Leave quickly. I cannot withstand this much longer. I will not flee." Even as fear gripped me, and the urge to escape surged within, I was resolute. I would not abandon my principles. "Only if you leave can I follow." He turned, fury etched on his bruised face. Gritting my teeth, I dashed away. In that moment, my heart ached. I wished for him to escape as well, yearning for the ruffians to pursue me instead. Yet, as I ventured far, I realized the four ruffians did not follow. They remained, mercilessly assaulting him. From a distance, I could hear their jeers and see the pain etched on the youth's face, piercing my heart like a knife. The fear within me swelled, yet my feet remained rooted, unable to move. I knew rushing back would lead to my own capture at the hands of the June, and I understood the consequences all too well. Yet, I refused to cower. Grasping a stone tightly in my hand, I made the most reckless decision of my life. With all my might, I charged at the ruffians, fully aware that my fate would likely be death. Nonetheless, I had no regrets. "Here comes Grandpa Xiong. Damn you all!" I yelled, and with wild abandon, I swung the stone, fighting my way to his side, determined to carve a bloody path to rescue him. Without a thought for my own safety. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated at the back of my head, followed by a sharp pain at the nape of my neck. And in that fleeting moment, before collapsing to the ground, I caught a glimpse of his astonished and complex expression. In my unconscious state, I felt several ruffians dragging me into a vehicle. I understood the grim fate that awaited me at the hands of the military, yet I felt no regret. A note to my dearest readers. It has been said that the most enduring declaration of love in this world is companionship. To all the friends who find themselves here, I express my heartfelt gratitude. The character Xiong Sanming in this narrative embodies my essence. My friends affectionately call me Sandwich. This is a work of social realism, for I firmly believe that the most authentic stories resonate most deeply with the human soul. Hey, my brothers, let's take a moment to relax. As we discuss the publication, I simply wish to share a few thoughts. Here, there is no lamentation over life's hardships, no tales of sorrowful origins, nor any struggles against poverty. Rather, it is a tale that unfolds like a captivating saga of the martial world. Volume 1, The Path of the Gambler. It traverses the realms of Long Ji's mahjong parlor and arcade, Wang Keizi's gaming room and online video gambling, Liu Ye's Han City Entertainment Complex, Jin Ye's luxurious gambling ship on the Yangtze River, Long Tian's Shanghai Huangpu Entertainment Venue, and Wuhan Maobai's underground casino. These 6 distinct gambling establishments symbolize varied patrons and their stories, interwoven with various small bets, fraught with peril and darkness, encompassing murder plots and treacherous gambles. Volume 2, Conquest Across the Lands. It recounts encounters with the AOB group in Shenyang, the Jinshan gamblers in Shaanxi, and Mo Laosan's underground betting empire in Shandong, Zhu Rui's dragon and snake society in Hunan, the dark consortium of Little Wenzhou in Zhejiang, the tiger city of Sitakong in Suzhou, the Minnan gang in Xiamen, the 9-headed bird group of Dai Fei in Hubei, and the prince gang spanning the southern provinces. 9 adversaries from different regions represent varying shades of darkness, interspersed with deceit and emotional turmoil, as new friends join while old ones depart. The intoxicating allure of wealth and romance serves as the hallmark of this narrative, where vivid characters emerge from each locale, accompanied by profound gambling maxims and life philosophies. With the support of friends, this book shall not be discarded by the platform. I have plans for a 3rd volume, titled Washing My Hands of the Game, and a 4th, Re-entering the Fray. Should the opportunity arise, I will endeavor to pen these subsequent volumes. In this world where profit reigns supreme, I require the platform's promotion to ensure that more friends discover this work. Subscriptions are vital to prevent the book's removal. The platform will not engage in promotion without profit. Each subscription is of paramount importance to me. The number of subscriptions directly influences the extent of promotional efforts. It's that simple. The price of subscription is 6 cents per 1,000 words. A modest sum, yet brimming with value. Without value, there is no price. I refrain from trivializing the subscription cost as merely the price of a cup of milk tea or a pack of cigarettes. For I have no doubt that this book holds far greater worth. Each individual harbors dreams of heroism, whether grand or humble. Yet let it be known that nothing can obstruct the march of dreams, even if the future remains uncertain and the light is not yet visible. Perseverance will ultimately lead to triumph, enabling one to navigate the vast seas of experience. My dream is simple, to dedicate everything to this book without reservation. Regardless of whether the future is bright or bleak, I shall bow out gracefully, grateful for my earnest efforts. And even more so for every friend who has read and supported me. One chapter costs 15 yans, 15 yuan, or 10 yuan for 1,000 yans. The following outlines the recharge methods, with the QQ number provided at the end. 1. Before recharging, one must log into their Hein account. Hein supports one-click login. If you possess a QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo account, you can use any of these for direct access. 2. After logging in, click on the recharge option at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts for the recharge process. 3. Specific recharge methods. Hein supports 7 types of recharge methods: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, Tempa mobile phone recharge card, GamePoint card, and PayPal. Now, let me elaborate on each recharge method. Online banking requires you to have activated online banking, which is generally supported by major banks. With a recharge ratio of 1:100, i.e., 1 yuan equals 100 yens. Alipay is available for those with an Alipay account, also at a ratio of 1:100. WeChat Pay is accessible for those with WeChat linked to a bank card or with sufficient balance, maintaining the same ratio of 1:100. Tenpay operates similarly, with a ratio of 1:100. Mobile phone recharge cards offer a convenient and swift method. Hein supports 3 types of cards: China Mobile, Unicom, and Telecom recharge cards, available at kiosks, convenience stores, and supermarkets. The recharge ratio is 1:85, slightly less due to handling fees from the carriers. GamePoint cards function similarly to mobile recharge cards, but are limited to specific types, so please check carefully when purchasing. The supported cards include Junwang Yikatong, Shengda Game Card, Zhengta Game Card, Qcoin Card, Jiu Card, Ibao, NetEase Card, Perfect World Card, Sohachanyu Card, Zonyo Yikatong, Tianxia Yikatong, and Tianhong Yikatong, all with a recharge ratio ranging from 1:70-75. Please ensure you purchase only the listed cards, as others will not be supported. PayPal is designated for overseas friends. Furthermore, for those using the Hein reading iOS, Apple, client, please note that due to Apple's system settings, recharging within the iOS client will result in a conversion ratio of only 1:50, with half being taken by the Apple system, which is quite unprofitable. It is advisable to access the recharge through a browser, complete the transaction on the website, and then log in to the client for reading to avoid the excessive fees imposed by Apple. Should you have any inquiries, you may contact the customer service representative via QQ 281-455-1419. As we gather to discuss heroes over a drink, come forth. Chapter 41, Bonds Stronger Than Gold. I seek your recommendations and support. After a bumpy ride, I was uncertain how long I had been unconscious. I vaguely heard voices nearby, yet could not discern their words. My head throbbed painfully, and though I could perceive a glimmer of light, everything remained unclear, my mind a blank slate. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a small room, the air conditioning set to a chilling degree, with figures engaged in a card game, their features indistinct. Rubbing my eyes vigorously, I realized my hands were bound by rough twine, and someone approached me. One hand brushed against my head, as though assessing my condition. Yet I could not make out their identity, though the scent of tobacco wafted from their hand, accompanied by an aura of danger. Ah, splendide. You're still awake. Crazy dog. Couldn't you wield a little restraint next time? What if you had killed him? Sending a shiver down my spine as the pain at the back of my neck flared. My memory was hazy, recalling only that I had seized a stone and charged forward, oblivious to what had knocked me out. Everything before me appeared blurred and double, and a wave of nausea washed over me, compelling me to vomit. Damn it, this kid has thrown up. Quick, open a window for ventilation and summon someone to clean up. Dejun spat in disdain as another individual approached, forcefully prying open my eyelids to examine my pulse. "I'll be fine. It's merely a concussion. I know my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the others erupted in laughter, their mirth grotesque and tainted with mockery. "What the hell, crazy dog? When did you ever have a clue? Last time we visited Uncle Chow to find a girl. You played around and broke her long legs. If it weren't for Brother Dejun's connections, wouldn't Uncle Chow have come after you? That girl was just too loud. It was intentional." He chuckled. I stared wide-eyed at the ruffian before me, known as Mad Dog. He was one of those who pursued me, swift and vicious in his strikes. I cursed his ancestors silently, when suddenly I noticed another figure lying in the corner. How could it be him? I never imagined that the youth in black had also been captured. He lay motionless on the ground, his hands bound with coarse rope, his face marred with bruises and scars. A wave of sorrow washed over me. I never intended for him to be dragged into this mess. The boy stirred. Was he all right? If not, he needed to be taken to a hospital immediately. He better not die here, or I would consider it a curse. Dejun hurled an insult at Mad Dog, and my heart sank as I wondered about the boy's condition. Mad Dog approached, poking him, but he remained still, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Panic gripped me. Surely, Mad Dog hadn't killed him? Mad Dog stood up, lit a cigarette, and pressed the burning tip against the boy's arm. The boy screamed in agony, gasping for breath, awakening from his stupor, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I was aghast. How could he be so cruel? Dejun's eyes widened in disbelief, while Mad Dog gleefully proclaimed, I knew he wouldn't die. This kid can take a beating. He is truly ungrateful for daring to ambush me. With that, Mad Dog kicked him twice before returning to the card table, where others applauded his brutality. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to my feet, plagued by a tumult of anguish and complexity. His gaze remained icy, free of surrender. His arm was blistered from the burn, and I had never witnessed such inhumanity. These thugs acted without a shred of conscience, capable of anything. My deepest regret was dragging him into this situation. I wished fervently that he had never appeared. Are you all right? I'm so sorry for involving you. Guilt consumed me. I would rather bear the burn myself. He glanced at me without speaking, his eyes filled with defiance. Dejun approached me with a smirk, seizing my neck and delivering 2 hard slaps, tilting his head as he asked, Do you know why I'm looking for you today? I gritted my teeth and shook my head, fully aware of his intentions, but I would not utter a word or admit to cheating. The consequences of confession would be dire. I recalled the scene of the middle-aged man's severed fingers, a nightmare that haunted me. And now that nightmare was manifesting in reality. No matter what, I had to endure. Dejun licked his lips slowly, playing dumb. Are we? Let me ask you, how did you cheat with Xiong Jiodong last time? Where is he now? I don't know anything. Before I could finish, a sharp slap struck my face, numbing my tongue. Dejun, the scoundrel, had just criticized Mad Dog for his cruelty, yet he showed no mercy himself. If you confess promptly how you cheated with Xiong Jiodong, I'll let you leave without trouble, Dejun said, patting my shoulder, his gaze softening. I was terrified, but I would not betray my uncle. Dejun, I really don't know. Dejun laughed, releasing my neck as he casually turned away. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly kicked me backward, sending me crashing to the ground, pain searing through my abdomen, curling me up in agony. I was on the verge of tears. I had never endured such torment and humiliation. My heart raced with fear, desperately wishing for someone to rescue me. How I longed for my uncle to appear and save me. Mad Dog, show him what's in store. Break this kid's spirit. Dejun turned away, and Mad Dog approached with a sinister grin. My heart raced with terror, my body trembling uncontrollably. I wanted to run, but my legs felt paralyzed. I wanted to hide, yet I couldn't move, for the youth in black remained behind me. I would not allow him to suffer further. Mad Dog didn't strike me immediately. Instead, he lit a cigarette and shoved it into my mouth, calmly saying, Don't panic. Take a moment to smoke and calm down. We didn't bring you here to make life difficult for you. So be smart and spare yourself the pain. Understand? I nodded mechanically, paralyzed by fear, realizing that Mad Dog was not to be trifled with. The way he had burned the boy filled me with loathing and dread, fearing the next moment the cigarette would be pressed against my own skin. Kid, Xiong Jiodong is your uncle, right? Even if you don't know where he is, you can contact him. Just make a call, and you can leave today. Mad Dog produced a phone and gestured for me to dial my uncle's number. I held the phone in trembling hands, glancing at my reddened wrists from the bindings. How I wished to call my uncle for help, but I couldn't. Dejun's crew was prepared, aiming to coerce me into revealing my uncle's whereabouts, luring him here. Seeing my silence, Mad Dog produced another cigarette and forced it into my mouth, playing with a lighter without igniting it. Even from a distance, I sensed the heat radiating from the lighter, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I had never feared a lighter so much. It felt as though it would soon be pressed against me, and terror consumed me. Think carefully before you speak. If you want to avoid suffering, hurry up. We have plenty of time. Mad Dog licked his lips menacingly, the lighter hovering dangerously close to my face. I was at a loss for words. I didn't want to betray my uncle, yet the thought of enduring pain was unbearable. What should I do? What could I do? Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my arm and screamed, desperately hoping to alleviate my suffering. Mad Dog, that bastard, had burned me with a lighter. He watched me with a twisted excitement in his eyes. continuing to toy with the lighter as I stumbled backward, instinctively wanting to escape this dreadful object. No matter how terrified I was, I would not betray my uncle. Even if he often tricked me, the bond we shared would never waver. I remembered a saying, "Loyalty is worth more than gold." Chapter 42. Self-rescue. A group nearby smacked their lips, and Ajun appeared to relish the spectacle. I was utterly terrified, feeling isolated and helpless among these heartless thugs. I knew my fate would be grim, but I could never betray my uncle. My uncle had always said that a man's most important trait is integrity. Even when faced with adversity, one must not truly become a dog, but rather use one's intellect to alter one's circumstances. Only I could save myself. As Mad Dog prepared to burn me again, I blurted out, "Wait, I'll call my uncle right now." Ugh! A voice of disdain came from behind. I could no longer concern myself with the disdain of the youth in black. His understanding was irrelevant. Preserving my own life was paramount. Enduring to the end would only lead to my own suffering. I surmised that the Jun's crew likely knew my uncle's old number and would find it disconnected. I had witnessed my uncle destroy his SIM card, so perhaps I could deceive them. Mad Dog handed me the phone, and I expertly dialed my uncle's old number. Before I could even press the call button, Mad Dog laughed maliciously. "Do you really think this is a game? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "I am not. This is truly my uncle's number, if you don't believe me." The searing lighter felt like a branding iron, sending shockwaves through my nerves. A blister formed instantly on my hand, and tears streamed down my face as despair enveloped me. "I watched you stubbornly hold out for as long as you can." The Mad Dog continued to fiddle with the lighter, and as the temperature rose, a wave of dread washed over me. I could feel the heat even through the air. I screamed in a frenzy, "Mad Dog, I truly don't know." His face darkened, and this time he held the lighter to me for an extended period. My entire body trembled in fear of being burned again, yet he showed no humanity, pressing the scalding lighter onto my hand once more. Help!" My cries echoed throughout the room, desperate for someone to assist me. The Mad Dog tightly gripped my throat, rendering me voiceless. "Melto, why can't you pry his mouth open with that lighter?" Someone nearby remarked, prompting a sinister smile from him. "Don't worry, I'll poke him in the eyelet. Let's see if he still keeps quiet." Hearing that sent chills down my spine, and I realized I couldn't remain passive any longer. Even though fear engulfed me, I had hands and feet. I wouldn't allow him to burn me again, even if it meant fighting with all my might. Suddenly, a figure stood up, darkly stating, "Wait, this kid is tough. Let us try this other one. Perhaps he'll yield better results." The Mad Dog instantly turned to the boy in black, and my heart sank. The pain of the lighter was unbearable. And my uncle had once told me that a man must bear responsibility. One should never drag others into one's own troubles, especially those who have helped during dire times. The Mad Dog approached the boy in black with the lighter, his gaze cold, devoid of any hint of compromise or fear, a stark contrast to my own cowardice. Now, this lad is quite interesting, learning to be tough before fully growing up. Without warning, the Mad Dog pressed the lighter against his arm, catching me off guard. However, the boy in black remained silent, seemingly impervious to the pain. Everyone froze, including myself, astonished. Yet, I noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead and the slight flush on his face, indicating that he was indeed in agony, but was resolutely enduring it. I understood all too well the torment of being burned by a lighter. It felt akin to being pricked by a needle, yet I never expected him to withstand it. What immense willpower and endurance he possessed. "Oh, this little brat is quite formidable. If he can be so ruthless to himself, I wonder how long he can endure." The Mad Dog signaled several others to hold him down, one hand pressing his face while the other held the lighter, awaiting the temperature to rise. This lunatic truly intended to burn his eyelid. Yet, the boy in black showed no sign of yielding. His eyes were filled with rage and hatred, devoid of any trace of fear. His gaze resembled that of a wild beast, shocking even the likes of the others. This lad was no ordinary character. The Mad Dog was aware of the stakes, not wanting to stir up trouble. The dark figure gave him a knowing look, clearly apprehensive about escalating the situation. But the Mad Dog was unfazed, moving the lighter closer. At that critical moment, I felt a surge of strength from somewhere, charging forward and delivering a kick to the Mad Dog's backside. He let out a cry as he fell, the lighter pressing against his own face, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning flesh. I stood protectively in front of the boy, but I was soon seized by the dark figure. The Mad Dog howled as he got back up, advancing towards me. I struggled desperately, shouting, "Hurry and leave. If you let him go, I will call my uncle. Liar. May your whole family perish." Tears streamed down my face. My emotions were a tumultuous mix. I didn't want to betray my uncle, yet I feared dragging him into this mess. We were mere acquaintances, hardly brothers, and during this perilous moment, he had stepped up to help, aware that he might not win. No matter what, I couldn't let him suffer further consequences. "Hold on, let him finish the call." The dark figure halted the mad dog, who had a large blister forming on his face from the lighter. It seemed he intended to kill me. Gripping my neck, the dark figure said through gritted teeth, "Are you serious? If you let him go and try to pull a trick, don't blame me for being ruthless." I nodded vigorously, but a thought crossed my mind. As long as he could leave, he would surely seek help for me. Someone had to escape. Otherwise, I would eventually be tormented to death here. The dark figure ordered the ropes binding him to be untied, and his gaze remained fixed on me, a complex expression crossing his face. Although I didn't even know his name, I recognized this was the only way forward, even if it meant betraying my uncle. That was my own burden to bear, with no one else involved. "Xiong Sami, hurry and leave. This matter has nothing to do with you, just go." I kicked him in frustration, lacking the patience for further discussion. If he left, I would have a chance. Otherwise, I was doomed to a dead end. Even if he called the authorities, hope bloomed within me. Watching him step away, all my hopes rested on him. If he weren't foolish, he would know to find someone to rescue me. I resolved to endure with all my might, and if I couldn't hold out, I would confess, which would equal betrayal of my uncle. I continuously encouraged myself, affirming that I could endure this. I reminded myself that the dark figures were mere paper tigers. They wouldn't dare inflict severe harm upon me. At most, I would suffer some physical pain. If anything happened to me, my uncle would never let it go. "Xiong Saming, you must hold on." The dark figure tossed a phone my way, sneering as he said, "All right, now you call Xiong Judong and tell him you're in my grasp." Without hesitation, I seized the phone, mustering my courage to say cautiously, "All right, but Brother Dajuan, could I have a cigarette?" Observing the mad dog's menacing expression, I knew he wished for me to hold out in silence, granting him the opportunity to torment me further. I sought only to delay time, unwilling to fall into the mad dog's clutches. I took several deep drags from the cigarette, the smoke burning my throat. While Dajuan's impatience grew, I feigned deep contemplation, dialing the number one digit at a time, deliberately pressing the last two digits incorrectly. After much ado, the call never connected, and my anxiety bubbled over. Dajuan grinned wickedly. "Looks like you really are a stubborn one, refusing to shed tears until you see the coffin, right?" "Melto." Dajuan signaled for the mad dog to act. I bolted towards the door, but before I could run a few steps, I was kicked down. The mad dog lunged at me, and despair enveloped me. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and a figure clad in a white t-shirt swaggered in, toppling a chair with a kick, accompanied by two others in white t-shirts. Upon entering, the two men swiftly pulled the mad dog aside. "What brings the AOB crew here?" I thought, startled. Brother Lu? Chapter 43. Brother Lu of AOB. The unexpected turn of events left everyone flabbergasted. Dajuan's gang stood up, bracing themselves as if facing a formidable foe. I was dumbfounded, wondering how reinforcements arrived so swiftly. Dajuan, with a knowing look, said, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Brother Lu. What brings you here today? Couldn't you have given me a heads up?" Brother Lu appeared to be in his late 20s, standing at about 6 feet tall, with a well-built physique that didn't resemble a thug. Rather, he exuded an air of nonchalance. His gaze was filled with disdain for Dajuan's group as he smugly remarked, "Dajuan, you've really broadened your horizons, even capturing students now. Quite impressive." Dajuan's face darkened. He detected the sarcasm in Li's words and retorted in a mocking tone, "I'm only calling you Brother Lu out of respect. Usually, I keep my distance from your AOB crew. What is your purpose today?" "Nothing much, just here to ask for a person. You must be Xiong Saming, right?" Brother Lu turned to me, and I quickly nodded, tears of relief nearly spilling over. I could hardly believe help had arrived so promptly. Surely, the boy in black had called for assistance. As long as someone was present, I felt a sense of security, at least no longer fearing the mad dog's torment. Lu Gu appraised me, saying meaningfully, "It seems you are still alive, so go on." Upon hearing this, the Jun's expression darkened as he retorted word by word, "You, AOB, come to demand a person from me, and expect me to release them with a mere sentence? That is quite against the rules, isn't it?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Phone Go and his companions quickly surrounded us, causing my heart to race. Lugu had only brought 2 men, yet he stood nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and remarked, "You must release this person today, whether you like it or not. Do you not comprehend?" Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. I silently wiped the sweat from my brow, knowing that Dejun had 7 or 8 men, while Lugu had merely 3. If a brawl erupted, they would surely be at a disadvantage, especially since someone had already pulled out their phone to call for reinforcements. All of this unfolding on Dejun's territory. I was perplexed by Lu Ji's audacity, seemingly dismissing Dejun and his crew entirely. Furthermore, I was unfamiliar with the term AOB. Could it be a group of formidable individuals? How amusing, Lu Gu, to just so boldly. Regardless of how powerful AOB might be, it is not solely your decision to make. Dejun's countenance darkened, clearly on the verge of confrontation. I suspected Dejun had misunderstood. Lu Ji's men were certainly not summoned by my uncle. Suddenly, Li Gi kicked a tear aside, strode over to Dejun, and sat down beside him, beckoning me with a finger. "Come here, kid." I hurried over, my head bowed. Dejun's crew looked on with wide eyes as the tension escalated. I stood beside Lugu, scarcely daring to breathe, as he instructed his men to untie the ropes binding my hands. Dejun's expression soured further. He shot a glance at his companions, prompting Phone Go to immediately intervene. Barking, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to make a move will regret it." In the blink of an eye, Lu Gu sprang to his feet, seizing Phone Go by the hair, and thrust him forward, slamming his head against the wall with a resounding crash. Phone Go collapsed to the ground, motionless. Everything unfolded so swiftly that it left spectators in shock. Lu nonchalantly slipped his hands into his pockets, nudged the unmoving Phone Go with his foot, and remarked leisurely, "Little dog, mind your words in the future. Avoid using such crude language. It's quite uncivilized." I watched in disbelief, astonished at how decisively Lu Gu had incapacitated Phone Go, while not a single member of Dejun's crew dared to intervene. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this was still Dejun's domain. Lu Gu was being overly brazen. Was this truly wise? As I suspected, Dejun was enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Lu, do not push your luck. There are rules to follow when dealing with dogs. Today, if you seek trouble, do not expect me to show you any mercy." With that, Dejun's gang closed in, and a few thugs rushed in from outside. Yet Lu Gu chuckled, casually walking to the window and saying, "Go ahead, you need not give me face. Call as many people as you can. My men are waiting downstairs. If you're dissatisfied, let us settle this." Someone rushed to the window, shock etched across their face. Dejun also approached the window, his countenance darkening further as he turned back to Lu Gu. "Let us discuss this calmly. Must we escalate things over such a trivial matter?" Unable to contain my curiosity, I peered out the window and was almost frightened out of my wits. Below, several white sedans were lined up, and beside them stood a throng of youths clad in white T-shirts, brandishing weapons and exuding an ominous aura. To be frank, it was indeed necessary to escalate matters, as this was a directive from above. Dejun, your influence does not blind you to the fact that you cannot capture just anyone without consequences. Do you not fear the day your recklessness leads to your demise in a filthy ditch? Lu Gu's words made Dejun break into a cold sweat. I could scarcely believe what was unfolding. Just moments ago, I had been treated like a dog, and now such formidable allies had come to my rescue. What on earth was happening? Before I could voice my thoughts, Lu Gu beckoned to me again, and I hurried to follow him outside. Upon exiting, I realized we were on the second floor of a lumber processing factory. Below, workers were busy, and a group of intimidating thugs lingered nearby. Nevertel, le jeu strode forward, appearing utterly unfazed, and no one dared to obstruct his path. I silently thanked my fortune for his reinforcements. Otherwise, I would never have dared to act so brazenly on Dejun's turf. My uncle had once advised that one could be audacious, but only with the means to back it up. Otherwise, it was a recipe for disaster. Stepping into the open space outside the factory, I was met with a row of white vehicles, all adorned with the AOB insignia. I wanted to ask about this, but hesitated. Suddenly, I spotted a young man in black attire in the corner, seemingly waiting for me. I rushed over. His gaze remained as frigid as ever. Yet I sensed a hint of change. At least he did not immediately turn away, noticing the blisters on his hand from scalding water. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I'm sorry for involving you in today's events. I truly appreciate your help. Let us get out of here quickly. No need. I can manage on my own, he replied curtly, turning away. I pressed on, what is your name? Can we be friends? He paused momentarily, but without turning back, he stated, Su Yu Rong, as in Jade and Cavalry. I know you're Xiong Sanming. Watching him retreat, I couldn't help but smile. Beneath his icy exterior lay a distinctive warmth, a classic case of a cool demeanor hiding a passionate heart. I joined Lu Gu in the vehicle, and as the convoy departed in an orderly fashion, my mind raced with uncertainty. I wondered if it was indeed Su Yu Rong's people who had come to my aid. The scene felt reminiscent of a past event, invoking thoughts of someone else. I mused, could it possibly be 16 who had intervened? Yet she should not have known that I was abducted. And last time she had summoned someone named Shirtu, who wore a black suit and drove a black car. In the vehicle, Luke casually offered me a cigarette, asking nonchalantly, Kid, do you want to go to the hospital? I shook my head, indicating it was unnecessary. I would simply buy some antiseptic back home. Just escaping De June's clutches felt like a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Thank you, Luke, for your assistance. I'm curious about who you are. I stammered, eager to express my gratitude. You need to inquire further. I don't know you either. My sole responsibility was to locate you, and that's all, Lugu replied abruptly, instructing the driver to stop. Without further ado, he opened the door and ordered me out. I was bewildered, but could see he was not joking. Reluctantly, I complied, watching as the convoy drove away. I stood on the roadside, dazed, feeling as though I had just awakened from a dream. Who conducts business in such a manner? Regardless, I etched the letters AOB in my memory, resolving to inquire with my uncle later. I pulled out my phone only to find it dead. It was already 7:30 p.m. Suddenly, I remembered that today was 17's birthday. They must still be at the GUN restaurant behind the school. Although I had been through quite an ordeal and hadn't purchased a gift, my uncle had always said that accepting an invitation is a matter of respect, and attending empty-handed is a gesture of goodwill. I checked my pockets and promptly headed toward the school, harboring a significant question. Had 16 truly come to my rescue? Chapter 44. The invincible ninja. Upon arriving at a street behind the school, I bought a music box that played a delightful melody, accompanied by a dancing figurine. Though somewhat old-fashioned, I found it charming. Holding the gift bolstered my spirits. Regardless of its cost, it represented my heartfelt intention. Excited yet anxious, I approached the GUN restaurant, pausing at the entrance to straighten my clothes and take a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon reaching the private room on the second floor, a quiet stillness enveloped the space, devoid of any festive clamor. Shouldn't a birthday celebration be filled with joy and merriment? I searched each private room, and upon opening one door, I found Sister 17 and a few girls I did not recognize, along with Zhang Su and Wang Yang. The fellow who once deceived me, the one with the rooster comb hairstyle, was also present, but Sister 16 was absent. Nearby lay a large bouquet of roses and an array of exquisite gifts. Xiong Sanming, come here, we've been waiting for you. Sister 17, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted me and waved enthusiastically. As I stepped inside, I awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry for being late. Today, Sister 17 looked stunning in her denim jeans and white t-shirt, adorned with a gemstone ring and a light touch of makeup, exuding femininity. Her signature hairstyle added an air of confidence. Before I could even set down the gifts, Sister 17 excitedly began to unwrap them, and the melody of the music box filled the room. The rooster comb guy shot me a disdainful glance, which I pretended not to notice, harboring no fondness for him. Although he hadn't physically assaulted me last time, he had swindled 200 yuan from me, an affront I had not forgotten. However, there was no time to dwell on past grievances as I greeted everyone present. My uncle had always said that politeness would never earn you disdain, regardless of the circumstances. How lovely. This is beautiful. I really adore your gift. Sister 17 exclaimed, holding the music box with delight, pulling me to sit beside her, leaving an empty seat next to us, presumably for Sister 16. The dishes were already served, and a large cake graced the table. This is Xiong Sanming from Class 6. He just transferred here not long ago. Sister 17 began introducing me to everyone. Their gazes were somewhat peculiar, creating an awkward atmosphere, and I felt a pang of anxiety as I touched my nose. I was eager to know Sister 16's whereabouts and whether she had been the one to rescue me. Sister 17 cut me a generous slice of cake, and my hunger took over as I began to eat voraciously. Suddenly, I heard the rooster-comb guy mockingly say, "Is this kid here to entertain us? He thinks he can crash the party with an old-fashioned music box? It probably cost him no more than 10 yuan." At that moment, all eyes turned toward me, and my face burned with embarrassment. Yet, I chose silence, reminding myself that there was no need to engage with such remarks. My uncle had once said that a man must learn to endure. Having just emerged from a harrowing ordeal, a couple of sarcastic comments were insignificant to me. To my surprise, Sister 17 was displeased. She retorted to the rooster-comb guy, "Why do you speak so harshly? Today is my birthday, and everyone here is my friend. Regardless, I like it, and that is what matters." The rooster-comb guy scowled and said, "I just don't understand what is so special about this old-fashioned music box. You don't even glance at the roses and the latest iPhone I bought for you. Why does it get to sit beside you?" In that instant, I sensed his hostility and detected the underlying tension in his words. I was genuinely baffled by the unfolding situation. The atmosphere had felled off since I entered, and I was unsure what was amiss. Sister 17's cheeks flushed, and she seemed at a loss for words. Nearby, Sister 18 took a large sip of juice and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Who cares about your roses and phone? If she likes it, then she likes it. If not, then she doesn't. What is there to discuss?" Exactly. Winning a girlfriend requires sincerity, not material possessions. Besides, does Sister 17 need your trinkets? If she doesn't want them, then so be it. Sister 19 chimed in, appearing more mature than before, with a hint of eyeshadow, enhancing her allure. Whether intentional or not, Sister 19 cast a flirtatious glance my way, her gaze seemingly laced with intrigue. I quickly averted my eyes, surprised by her boldness. The rooster-comb guy's face turned crimson, and it dawned on me that he was attempting to pursue Sister 17, using her birthday as an opportunity to win her affection with roses and a phone. It appeared I had unwittingly disrupted his plans, though I had no intention of doing so, nor was I psychologically prepared for such a scenario. "All right, everyone, let us not argue. Let us just eat." Little 15 whispered softly, her demure demeanor endearing, even while playing the peacemaker. The meal was fraught with awkwardness. I felt as though everyone was scrutinizing me, and Sister 17 continued to serve me food while the rooster-comb guy glared at me with barely concealed fury. Nonetheless, I remained unfazed. If it weren't for Sister 17's birthday, I would have certainly confronted him about our past grievances. Eventually, as the meal concluded and we began to disperse, I realized that Sister 16 had never appeared. Logically, she would have attended Sister 17's birthday celebration. Had something significant occurred? Though curiosity gnawed at me, I refrained from asking. Today was Sister 17's moment to shine, and I had learned from past experiences that pressing the issue could lead to trouble. Moreover, my uncle had warned me that a jealous woman could be terrifying, capable of driving one to madness before one even realized it. As we exited the restaurant, the rooster-comb guy continued to glare at me, his eyes filled with provocation. I chose to ignore him, knowing that with Sister 17 and the others present, he would dare cause trouble. "Xiong Saming, come here, I need to speak with you." Finally, the rooster-comb guy could no longer contain himself. I called back from a distance, not interested, not wealthy, not available. The girls erupted in laughter, while the rooster-comb guy's face turned a deep shade of purple. I calmly took out a cigarette and lit it, feeling composed. With someone like him, I knew I couldn't afford to show any weakness. Did he really think I was still the easy target I once was? The rooster-comb guy clenched his fists and approached me. I thought to myself that arrogance required a foundation. If he wanted to act like a tough guy, he better have the means to back it up. Even school's top dog, Zhang Su, treated me with respect. Who did he think he was? Just as I prepared to teach him a lesson, several cars sped toward us. Instinctively, I stepped back, wondering if the gang was back for retribution. The vehicles whizzed past, then quickly reversed, and my heart raced as a group of tough-looking individuals emerged. Among them, I recognized one, the gambler from Long Ji's mahjong parlor. It seemed Long Ge had been searching for me. Since the incident with Dajuan, I had been out of the loop, but it appeared they had been actively looking for me. "Finally found you. Hurry, get in the car. Long Ge is about to go mad." They were already engaged in a scuffle with Dajuan's crew. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of urgency. I couldn't allow anything disastrous to unfold. As I prepared to get into the car, Sister 17 pulled me back. I reassured her that everything was fine and climbed into the vehicle with the gambler. Feeling a sense of gratitude, I had thought Long Ge wouldn't care about my well-being. Once inside, I quickly inquired about the situation. The gambler informed me that Longu had taken a group to confront Dajuan and was demanding a person in return. Tensions were escalating, and even some influential figures had been drawn into the fray. During the drive, the gambler called Longu, and I vaguely overheard him mentioning bringing me back to the mahjong parlor, and I thought I heard my uncle's name as well. Arriving at the parlor, I immediately spotted Sister Fei at the entrance, her anxiety palpable. She rushed towards me, scolding me while checking for any injuries, which genuinely touched me. Had it not been for Brother Lee's unexpected arrival, I might have faced severe consequences today. Instead of attending Sister 17's birthday celebration to enjoy cake, I could very well have found myself in a hospital bed. Shortly after, Longu returned to the parlor with a group of men, their presence menacing, and I spotted my uncle among them, his face a grim shade of blue. "Uncle," before I could finish my sentence, he delivered a sharp kick to my backside and glared at me, exclaiming, "Damn you, you little rascal. Why didn't you call if you were in trouble? Do you have any idea how chaotic things got tonight?" I rubbed my sore backside, feeling a wave of exhilaration. I thought my uncle was on the run, which is why I had kept quiet about his whereabouts and the card shark incident. I hadn't expected him to appear so quickly, evidently having confronted Dajuan. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Throughout it all, I had never betrayed my uncle, a source of pride for me. "All right, Dongzi, as long as you're safe. That's all that matters. Quickly check if anything is missing. That brat Dajuan, I didn't expect him not to have you there." Brother Long cursed as he approached, his gaze filled with concern. I was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. My second uncle lit a cigarette, his frustration evident as he asked, "What on earth happened? Who got you out from Dajuan's grasp?" It seemed to be Brother Le from AOB. That's what everyone called him. I replied honestly, not daring to conceal anything. However, the moment I spoke, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically. Chapter 45. Stepping into darkness, I couldn't fathom why the mention of Brother Le from AOB elicited such a strong reaction. My second uncle's face turned pale, and Brother Long looked utterly astonished. I felt as though I had stumbled into a serious predicament. My second uncle said nothing, but led me to the second floor of the mahjong parlor. He kicked open the innermost door and pulled me inside. There was only a card table within, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, sensing his anger was genuine. I had rarely witnessed his fury, and I knew I had committed a grave mistake by not notifying them promptly after escaping Dajuan's clutches. After all, Sister Yin had witnessed my abduction, and Brother Long had no justification for demanding me back. My second uncle slammed the door shut and locked it. I could hear Sister Fei outside saying, "Dongzi, don't get angry. Let's talk things over slowly." The child didn't know better. Don't take it too seriously. My heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. My second uncle sat on the sofa, smoking, his expression dark and unpredictable. I stood quietly, afraid to breathe. Despite his usually jovial demeanor, he became more serious than anyone else when faced with trouble. "Sit down and tell me what happened today. No need to rush. Take your time." He handed me a cigarette. I inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. After all, he was still my dear uncle, and perhaps his earlier display was merely for appearances. I recounted everything from my abduction to Brother Lee's arrival and rescue, leaving nothing out, including the torment inflicted by the mad dog. By the end, I felt a tinge of pride, knowing I had never betrayed my uncle by calling him during my ordeal. After listening, my second uncle gazed at me thoughtfully, causing my heart to race. He touched the back of my neck, then examined my hand, noticing a large bump and blisters from burns. His eyes reddened, intensifying my anxiety. He sighed heavily, ruffling my hair, sobbing, "You foolish boy, in the future, if you face trouble, don't bear it alone. Call me. Well, have I ever blamed you?" In that moment, my eyes stung with tears. I understood his concern came from a place of love, not wanting me to suffer, yet I had endured. I regretted that my troubles had affected Su Yurong, who had come to my aid during my darkest hour, only to suffer at the hands of the mad dog. "I'm fine, uncle." Somming. Remember this. In future troubles, think of your own situation first, not others. Even if you call me, do you think I would be foolish enough to go save you alone? But at least you finally had the sense to let someone go for help. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it through. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes as my grievances surged forth. Suddenly, my uncle's expression changed. "Keep those tears to yourself. What are you blubbering about? Didn't I tell you that men must never cry?" I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing back the tears, and asked in confusion, "But uncle, didn't you say that a man could cry for the woman he loves?" "Damn it. We'll talk about that when you find a woman." "Wait, you haven't started dating, have you?" My uncle's expression turned serious, and I quickly shook my head, insisting I hadn't. If my parents found out I had a girlfriend right after transferring schools, they would surely be furious. Besides, I still had my childhood friend Xiaohua on my heart, someone I had known since we were little. "Ah, you useless fool, having transferred for so long and still not managed to win over a pretty girl. Back in my day, I had a harem by your age." I was left speechless. Other parents would fear early romances, wishing to snuff out any budding flames. Yet here I was with such a carefree uncle. What could I even say? "By the way, how do you know people from AOB, especially that madman, Brother Lu?" My uncle's tone turned serious. His playful demeanor vanished. "I don't know him. He just appeared out of nowhere and took down the mad dog." Dajuan and his gang seemed terrified of him, though it looked like they were just putting on a brave front. In retrospect, Dajuan's crew had seemed surprisingly timid before they realized Brother Lu had come to their rescue. Only when Brother Lu struck down the mad dog did Dajuan slam his hands on the table and shout a few words, which amounted to nothing substantial. I couldn't help but think that had the mad dog attacked Brother Li's people, a fight would have surely broken out, and the outcome would have been clear. I was curious about what AOB truly was and felt a sense of awe toward Brother Lu. My uncle fell into deep thought, furrowing his brows and muttering, "It's truly strange. Why would AOB's people come looking for you? Has your identity been discovered? That doesn't make sense." The more I listened, the more bewildered I became. I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer, cautiously asking, "What did they discover? What does AOB do? And who is Brother Lu?" My uncle snapped back to reality, his gaze complex as he looked at me. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How did Brother Lu let you go? Did he say anything?" I recalled his exact words, remembering he claimed not to know me and forbade me from asking questions, as if it were a directive from above. My uncle's expression darkened, transforming him entirely. Anxiously, I asked Uncle, "What is AOB? Who is Brother Lu?" Why did Brother Long react so strongly when I mentioned him? Not only did Brother Long react, but I was also taken aback. AOB is a code name for a powerful organization beyond our league. We cannot afford to provoke them. Brother Lu is reputedly the strongest fighter in AOB, known as the king of one-on-one. Upon hearing this, I was utterly stunned. I could never have imagined AOB to be such a formidable presence, especially if my uncle spoke of them with a hint of trepidation. My mind swirled with questions about who possessed such power. Was it Sister 16, Suyurong, or someone else? I felt as though I had fallen into a labyrinth of mysteries, unable to comprehend or see clearly, my heart suspended in uncertainty. My uncle, puffing on his cigarette, suddenly declared, "You won't be going to school tomorrow. For the next few days, stay by my side until I figure this out." Hearing this, I panicked. But I have my upcoming exams. If I miss them, how will I explain it to my parents? My uncle shot me a fierce glare, growling, "That's not your concern. I'll arrange for you to have grades to appease them, and I'll set up a school for you. If you wish to avoid trouble, stay close to me from now on." My heart sank, and I felt a wave of panic. I had never seen my uncle intimidate me like this before. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, "Why? What on earth is happening?" "Don't ask. You're different from others." Once again, he uttered those words, and I was left bewildered, unsure of how I differed from anyone else. But seeing his troubled expression, I dared not press further, merely sighing deeply within. "By the way, have you recently made any new acquaintances, or perhaps struck up a conversation with some wealthy heiress? Even if AOB intervenes, it certainly won't be Al who makes an appearance. I've heard that he tends to attract trouble wherever he goes." Upon hearing this, I immediately recalled Su Yurong and 16 Sister, yet I know little about their backgrounds and can only seek clarity upon meeting them. Otherwise, I shall remain in a state of uncertainty. "Hey, did you hear what I said? I'm leaving this here for you. Making capable friends is not a bad thing, but if you provoke any heiress, you'll find yourself in deep trouble, and I won't be able to assist you then." My second uncle shot me a sidelong glance, and I nodded in acknowledgement. Truth be told, I didn't harbor any particular feelings for Su Yurong. I merely considered him a potential friend. However, 16 Sister is different. The sheer number of people she could summon with a single phone call leaves me feeling unworthy even to step on her doorstep. I must indeed maintain a respectful distance from her. Although my uncle frequently teased me about the prospect of marrying a wealthy heiress, I understood that some individuals are best left unprovoked, lest one invites unnecessary complications. Upon returning to the first floor of the mahjong parlor, Sister Feifei scrutinized me carefully, only relaxing once she confirmed I was unharmed. The demeanor of my uncle earlier had genuinely startled me. I knew he was putting on a show for others. Otherwise, I would have faced considerable embarrassment tonight. According to Sister Feifei, after receiving news that I had been taken by Dajuan, Brother Long immediately rallied a group and rushed back. Once assembled, they set out to find me, turning the entire city upside down. Ultimately, they located Dajuan's vehicle at a lumber processing factory on the outskirts, and without hesitation, they engaged in a fight. Had it not been for someone spotting me near the school, the night could have escalated into chaos. Everyone Brother Long could muster was present, leveraging all their connections with a singular goal: to see me safe. After hearing this, I felt a pang of guilt. It was entirely my fault for being so reckless and youthful. Had I contacted Brother Long at the first opportunity, I would have spared everyone the worry and avoided greater troubles. Yet, I was certain my uncle would seek vengeance on my behalf. He would not let the scoundrel Dajuan off lightly. My uncle and Brother Long were conversing at the entrance, and I overheard mention of the city's arcade scene. I also saw Brother Long patting his chest, exuding confidence. I was perplexed as to why my uncle was preventing me from attending school. While conversing, my uncle pointed at me, and I felt as though I had already stepped into darkness, though being alongside him offered opportunities for growth. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, uncertain of what scheme he might be concocting. That night, I accompanied my uncle to a hotel, opting for the most luxurious one available. After all, he had endless funds at his disposal. To my surprise, he only booked one room and even ordered a beautiful masseuse from the hotel. Chapter 46. Entering the arcade early the next morning, I found myself in a rather compromising situation, on the verge of a romantic encounter with the daughter of the dream world. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the hotel's masseuse, with her striking beauty and alluring figure. Just as I was about to take things to the next level, I was abruptly yanked from the bed, sending a jolt of fear through me. Upon opening my eyes, I realized it was my uncle, and as my heart raced, he smirked, stroking his stubbled chin, and quipped, "You were having quite the dream, weren't you? Look at this drool and your state of undress. Youth certainly brings its vigor." I hastily wiped my mouth, pulled the covers over myself, and retorted, "What's the matter? Did the sun rise in the west today? Are you going to the park for Tai Chi?" Just when I was about to enjoy a delightful dream, it was interrupted. I was irked, for my uncle's antics were relentless. The previous night, he had summoned a masseuse not for my benefit, but had instructed me to remain in the bathroom until he was finished, claiming it was safer to share a room. I could hardly contain my frustration. Enough with the nonsense. You should be off to the park to find old men for Tai Chi. Hurry up and get dressed. I have important matters to attend to. With a scowl, I reluctantly got out of bed, bewildered by his sudden early rising, a behavior I had never witnessed before. He typically slept until noon. Wait a moment. Was my uncle planning to confront Dajuan? Instantly, I felt invigorated and whispered, "Uncle, you're not going to seek revenge on Dajuan, are you?" He rolled his eyes at me and snapped, "Revenge? Nonsense. When have I ever needed to hide? I have a significant gambling opportunity coming up. Had it not been for your foolishness, I could have won at least 200,000 last night. I'll deal with that scoundrel Dajuan later. Now stop dawdling." Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run through me. 200,000 in one night was an astronomical sum to me, but my concern for his safety deepened. "Uncle, you can't do this. Gambling is dangerous. What if you get caught cheating? Stop with your prattle. I know better than you. Speak one more word, and I'll use my belt on you." Seeing him feign a threat with his belt, I sighed and fell silent, realizing I could never dissuade him. He had always been this way. Once he set his mind on something, no force could redirect him. Others might hit a wall and turn back, but he would push through it regardless. We left the hotel at 9 in the morning, greeted by a gloomy sky and a biting wind, with the scent of impending rain in the air. People hurried along the streets, and I relished the refreshing chill, which finally dispelled the long-standing heat. We took a taxi to the Ainsworth supermarket in the city, where light rain began to fall. My uncle led me to the top floor, where we could hear a cacophony of sounds, intermingled with electronic music. The entrance displayed a sign for an arcade. I mused that this must be Brother Long's arcade, but I was taken aback by its vastness, nearly occupying the entire floor. It appeared that the upper levels were reserved for parking. Honestly, It was my first time visiting such an opulent establishment. Upon entering, the expansive space revealed an array of gleaming gaming machines, dazzling in their variety. Far too numerous to count. The lavish decor, complete with carpeted floors, made it feel almost heavenly. The deafening music stirred excitement within me. I felt an exhilarating thrill upon entering, as if I were stepping into a wonderland. At the bar, two heavily made-up women were cleaning, while shelves brimmed with drinks, and numerous young people were engrossed in games. To my astonishment, there were even men in their 30s and 40s, suited in briefcases at their sides, enjoying themselves immensely. I felt a surge of eagerness, thinking this place was remarkable. My uncle guided me further inside, and I took in my surroundings. Though I had visited arcades before, I had never encountered one as grand or upscale as this. There was a large gaming machine capable of accommodating several players, with young staff members in uniforms nearby, all holding wallets. Excitedly, I remarked, "Uncle, this large gaming machine looks incredibly high-end. I've never seen anything like it back home." Unexpectedly, my uncle replied without turning around, "You'll have plenty of time to play. From now on, you'll be working here every day. Just don't cause any trouble." We ventured to the innermost part of the arcade, where there was a back door next to a restroom and another room. The entrance was secured with a dark green anti-theft door equipped with a visual system, and 3 cameras monitored the area from above, ensuring comprehensive surveillance. Before my uncle could knock, Sister Yin opened the door and greeted us warmly. "Donggu, you're quite early today. Come in and have a seat." Today, Sister Yun adorned herself with an air of elegance, dressed in a pristine white chiffon blouse paired with a white pencil skirt, complemented by a pair of transparent high heels. The sight was so captivating that I found myself momentarily entranced. My uncle gestured towards me, saying, "No need to sit. Bring him over to take a look and let him stay here to help." Sister Yun smiled warmly at me, and I nodded in acknowledgement, forming a favorable impression of her. At the very least, when the group led by Dajun attempted to apprehend me, she had bravely stepped forward to intervene. Although she ultimately could not stop them, her effort remained etched in my memory. My uncle had often expressed his aversion to being indebted to others, asserting that while material wealth can be repaid, emotional debts are far more challenging to settle. My uncle patted my shoulder and imparted a weighty warning: "Work diligently during the day. If you need assistance, seek out Sister Yin. In the evenings, you may visit the mahjong parlor, but nowhere else. Do you understand?" I nodded in comprehension, feeling that remaining in this place was quite favorable. After all, the environment was far superior to the mahjong parlor, and I could steal glances at the stunning Sister Yun daily, infinitely better than the alternative. After entrusting me to Sister Yun, my uncle prepared to leave. I had much to say, but found myself at a loss for words. I genuinely worried for him. I was uncertain about the nature of the gambling he was involved in, knowing one could win or lose vast sums in a single night. If he were to cheat, his situation would be even more perilous. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. The potential consequences of being caught were unfathomable. Sister Yin briefly outlined her expectations for me, which mainly entailed assisting with cleaning and ensuring the gaming machines were not damaged. I sensed her deliberate care for me. Not only was I spared from labor, but I would also receive a salary. However, there was one strict stipulation. I was forbidden from touching any gaming machine, even if I offered to pay. She referred to it as electronic heroin, warning me of the addictive nature it possessed. Thus, I embarked on my summer job, feeling a deep gratitude toward my uncle for securing such a position for me, sheltered from the elements and earning a monthly income of 3,000 yuan. The thought alone filled me with excitement. On my first day at the arcade, I wandered about, exploring the various games, many of which were new to me. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, particularly around the large gaming machines that were swarmed with players before noon. A dozen individuals engaged simultaneously, some wagering points while others attempted to catch fish, creating an exhilarating ambience. Among them were 2 young women thoroughly engrossed in the games, their attire suggesting they were part of a social scene, and their short skirts left little to the imagination, showcasing their alluring figures. As I observed them play, the game graphics were mesmerizing, especially when high scores were achieved or a big catch was made. The screen erupted in a flurry of colors, eliciting gasps of amazement from onlookers. However, I soon discovered something even more intriguing. Players were exchanging money, prompting the attendants to swiftly add points or convert scores back into cash. It dawned on me why these machines drew such crowds. They were gambling devices, My uncle had once remarked on the peculiar nature of gambling, capable of uniting individuals from all walks of life. Here, amidst the charm of gambling, one could find a mix of young women, rough characters, and older gentlemen, all drawn together by its allure. A line of spectators formed, eagerly waiting their turn. Observant individuals could discern the imbalance between those putting money in and those cashing out. Yet many still awaited their opportunity, perhaps driven by the hope of being among the fortunate few who could cash out their scores. Chapter 47. The man-eating slot machine. Beneath the cool breeze of the air conditioning, I leisurely smoked a cigarette, appreciating the comfort of this place far more than the mahjong parlor, where I was surrounded by a different crowd. I stood behind the two young women, watching intently as a tall, slender girl found herself out of points and unable to produce any money from her bag. Immediately, people around her urged her to vacate her spot, as a queue of eager players awaited their turn. After a moment of hesitation, the girl reluctantly relinquished her position, only for someone to swiftly claim it, slapping their cash onto the screen and calling for the attendant. The girl appeared displeased, sending a voice message on WeChat, seemingly borrowing money and even mentioning booking a room. I couldn't help but steal a glance at her long legs, pondering whether she might be in a situation of repaying an emotional debt with her body. While she wasn't traditionally beautiful, her figure was undoubtedly striking. Her long, flowing hair exuded femininity. In a fleeting moment, I thought of Sister Yun. Was there a chance I might owe her a similar debt? The thought made me chuckle. Even if I were to repay her in kind, I wouldn't mind. Suddenly, I noticed the young woman staring directly at me, as if she had caught me admiring her legs. She approached me in her petite black heels, and I quickly averted my gaze, feeling a rush of nervousness. As she drew closer, I feigned nonchalance, but she stepped directly in front of me, so near that I could scent her fragrance. She asked, "Do you think it's pretty?" Instinctively, I nodded, then immediately shook my head, realizing that both responses could be misinterpreted. My face flushed with embarrassment as she giggled, leaning in to whisper, "Could you treat me to some time playing? If you do, I could treat you in return." In that moment, I felt as though my very bones had turned to jelly. Her breath caressed my ear, and I was acutely aware of the fragrance of her hair. A wave of lightheadedness washed over me, and my throat felt parched, my mind swirling with thoughts of intimacy. I fumbled in my pocket, my thoughts muddled, the heat creeping up my face. Was it inappropriate to be so forward on our first encounter? Yet, I recalled a previous opportunity lost with the enchanting Sister Gio. I had once let a chance slip by without cherishing it, only to regret it later. Now, with this exceptional opportunity before me, I felt compelled to seize the moment. I pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to her, watching her face register surprise, my heart racing with exhilaration. I inhaled deeply, feigning calmness as I said, "No need to be polite. Go ahead and play. Perhaps we could exchange WeChat later." She shot me a glare, retorting, "If you dare to keep staring, I'll have your eyes gouged out." I was taken aback by her fierce response, unsure of why she was angry after I had offered to treat her. As she turned and returned to the slot machine beside a bespectacled man with a briefcase, I couldn't quite catch their conversation. However, she stood nearby, occasionally chatting with him. Before long, the man pulled out a thick stack of cash, leaving me momentarily speechless. I couldn't discern if the money was his winnings, but he handed a few bills to the young woman, who beamed with delight, her tone turning flirtatious as she leaned in to kiss him. I was left in awe. How could this be? It appeared she didn't know the man prior to this encounter. They had merely been gaming together. Now, after exchanging a few words, she was receiving money. It was utterly astonishing. After receiving the cash, she cast a disdainful glance back at me, and I feigned ignorance, thinking to myself that matters couldn't possibly be so straightforward. My uncle once said that accepting gifts from others comes with strings attached. She couldn't have received that money without some form of obligation. Yet, if she could win money and return it to the bespectacled man, she would owe him nothing. I decided to slip behind her, curious to observe how her luck would unfold. Her betting style was quite distinctive, consistently wagering on high multipliers. However, it was evident that the screen displayed a predominance of low multipliers, significantly more frequent than high ones. Statistically speaking, the probability of winning by betting on low multipliers was greater. Yet, she was not alone in her pursuits. Nearly everyone was inclined toward high multipliers, save for a slender fellow who alone opted for the low ones, and he was the only one securing victories. Soon enough, she lost all her money, and I felt an inexplicable satisfaction, thinking to myself that I was keen to witness how she would cope with her losses. I couldn't fathom why others would continue to finance her. After all, why was no one offering me any money? To my astonishment, she approached a bespectacled man, her voice dripping with sweetness that could send shivers down one's spine. This time, whatever he whispered to her prompted them both to rise and leave together. As they exited, I witnessed the man's hand resting on her waist, caressing it. It struck me as utterly unbelievable. It seemed that casual encounters could be so effortlessly arranged here. Just a few $100, and she was whisked away so easily. I recalled my uncle's words. When a man is broke, he languishes, while a woman without funds suffers greatly. I stood there a moment longer, perceiving the crowd as if they had all gone mad. Not a single soul was winning. The machines relentlessly consumed their bets, yet they continued to feed money into them, repeating this cycle of depletion. Strangely, the faces of the crowd grew more exhilarated, with only the slender man betting on low multipliers remaining composed. Hurry and place your bets. A high multiplier is about to hit. How many times has it not come out yet? I overheard someone urging. At 200 here, quickly. Delay in betting could cost you dearly. The fervent shouts from the crowd enveloped the room, the waitstaff bustling about, drenched in sweat as they collected money, filling their wallets to the brim. I felt compelled to assist rather than merely observe, yet I was at a loss as to how. The staff did not recognize me, and I couldn't even help in collecting funds. Just as I was about to seek out Sister Yun, a sudden uproar erupted behind me, and a throng of people surged forward, the screen shimmering with gold. It appeared that a high multiplier had indeed been struck. I squeezed through to witness a collective surge in scores, some multiplying by dozens. The crowd reacted as if injected with a potent stimulant, some cheering, some striking the machines, while others stood on chairs, arms outstretched in jubilation. Chaos ensued, yet the slender man, despite his prior victories, wore a look of dejection, as if he had missed a monumental opportunity in life. Then came the cacophony of requests for payouts. The staff darted about, distributing winnings. I watched as they counted out substantial amounts of cash, each individual receiving some form of return, the staff's wallets swelling. Just moments ago, everyone was exchanging money for points. But in that fleeting instant, fortunes reversed so dramatically that the electrifying thrill coursed through me. Even as a mere observer, I felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Had I personally engaged in the game, the thrill of winning would surely be intoxicating. Instinctively, I reached for my wallet to play a few rounds. But then I recalled Sister Yun's cautionary words and resisted the temptation. The perils of gambling loomed in my mind. The very allure of it lay in the exhilaration of winning, did it not? If one could not win, who would return? More critically, had that high multiplier not appeared, would these individuals have continued to lose endlessly? Although they had all profited momentarily, it silently planted a malignant seed of hope within them. They would inevitably yearn for a comeback during their next loss. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned, and my heart felt as though it had undergone a roller coaster ride, even more agitated than those actively participating. Yet, a question lingered. Could they truly win? Or was the arcade destined to prevail? Setting aside the luxurious DCOR and the substantial costs of maintaining such a grand establishment, the expenses for air conditioning, the electricity for all those machines, and the wages for the staff must surely be substantial. Brother Long needed to turn a profit. And all these funds came from those who played, did they not? Even if some individuals won today, it was certain that others would lose. What was gained today might not translate to tomorrow's fortune. Ultimately, losses would outweigh wins. Yet everyone seemed oblivious to this reality, clinging to a sense of false hope. My uncle once remarked that it was a tragic affair when one places all their hopes on the ephemeral whims of luck. People habitually fabricate justifications for their actions, trapped in a self-deceptive existence. It became increasingly clear that it was not the machines that devoured players, but rather the insatiable greed and capriciousness residing in the human heart, luring individuals to the machines, eagerly parting with their money in hopes of hitting the jackpot. Chapter 48. The Addiction of the Heart Now. The faces of the crowd radiated joy. The exhilaration of winning was a universal sentiment, perhaps akin to the rush I felt when receiving a payout. Yet the more I contemplated, the more unsettling it became. While everyone had won, I found myself sweating bullets for them. The arcade differed from other forms of gambling. The slots offered a maddening thrill that warped rational betting psychology. Just moments ago, everyone was losing, yet they continued to place bets, an action I perceived as foolish. Yet it was a collective endeavor, as they believed in the possibility of a reversal of fortunes. The machines indeed provided such an opportunity, embedding this thrill deeply in their memories. However, I'm amused that the slots would not consistently offer such chances. My uncle had stated that people often live in a realm of fantasy. Each loss would rekindle that thrill, driving them to wager even more recklessly until they were utterly drained. I finally understood why Sister Yun had cautioned me against playing the slots. They could indeed be addictive. At that moment, I also grasped my uncle's motives for having me work here. He aimed to elucidate the realities of gambling and unveil the terrifying nature of human greed, instilling in me a deeper fear of the very word gamble. Yet, what was his ultimate purpose? If he feared I might become ensnared by gambling, why did he himself indulge in it? Why send me to places like the arcade and mahjong parlors? If he sought to cultivate me as his assistant, why teach techniques without imparting gambling wisdom? I found myself perplexed, genuinely struggling to comprehend his rationale, sensing that he must have had sound reasoning, yet its essence eluded me. In an instant, Sister Yin called me for lunch. All the staff received their box meals, but mine contained an extra large chicken leg. I silently slipped away to devour it, not out of stinginess, but rather to avoid standing out among others. I recognized Sister Yun's intentions to care for me, yet I could not use this to elevate my own status. After all, everyone here was equal, devoid of distinctions in rank or wealth. Long ago, I had learned a profound truth. An innocent man bears the guilt of possessing something valuable. Suddenly, my phone chimed cheerfully, and I wondered who could be calling me after discharging it. It was Sister 17, and I noticed dozens of unread messages. My heart raced. Could something have gone awry? I hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Sister 17. What is the matter? Bear. 3. Ming. Her voice crackled with barely contained fury, sending a shiver down my spine, amplifying my sense of foreboding. What's wrong? Where have you been? You've been missing from school all morning. Are you alive or dead? Can't you keep your phone on? The rapid-fire questions made me break out in a cold sweat. Since my visit to the mahjong parlor last night, my phone had been dead, and I had just managed to charge it during lunch. Sister 17 took a deep breath, then inquired, Where are you now? Has Huang Wenlong bothered you? Who is Huang Wenlong? I was utterly confused, unable to recall having met anyone by that name. But the mention of a birthday triggered a memory of the crew-cut fellow. I had never known his name until now. How could he dare to trouble me? I'm not afraid of him. Currently, I am working at an arcade in the city. To be honest, I feel embarrassed. With only 2 days left before the high school entrance exam, my uncle made me take a break from school. Only my second uncle could pull off such a thing. The arcade? Where exactly is it? How did you end up there? I heard it could be quite chaotic. It's located at the top of the Eanswood supermarket in the city, and the environment is quite pleasant. Actually, I really want to inquire about Sister 16, but I can never bring myself to ask. I don't even have her phone number. The last time we met at the small park hotel, she asked for my number, but has never called me. Perhaps someone in my background simply does not deserve to be friends with her. All right, I will come find you when I have time. I'll hang up now. Sister 17's tone had softened considerably. It felt as though she was genuinely worried about me. To be honest, it warmed my heart to know that someone is thinking of me. After hanging up, I scrolled through my messages, most of which were from Sister 17, asking where I was and to turn on my phone. However, one message caught my attention. It was from an unknown number and simply read, I am 16. My heart raced, and I quickly returned the call. I was filled with a lingering curiosity about AOB and whether he was the one who helped me. If that were the case, I must express my gratitude. The call connected, and I heard Sister 16's voice. Is that you, Xiong Sanming? What is up? It was me, Xiong Sanming. I hesitated, unsure of how to articulate my thoughts. For some reason, I felt nervous, particularly when I recalled her background, which made me feel inferior and devoid of confidence. What's wrong? She asked curiously. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and directly inquired. Was it you who helped find AOB to rescue me when Sister 17 had her birthday yesterday? After a brief silence, she replied, AOB, to rescue you? I have no idea. I was taken aback. I had assumed she was involved, but it seemed she was completely unaware. Could it have been Su Yurong who arranged it? That seemed to be the only possibility, as I did not know anyone else. It couldn't have been Sister 17 who arranged it, as I likely didn't know I had been taken by Dajuan's people. My mind was becoming increasingly muddled. Never mind, I'll hang up now. I'm eating, she said. Oh, After ending the call, I felt utterly confused. Without Su Yurong's number, I had no idea where to find him and would have to wait until our next encounter to ask. Who would have thought he was so elusive? After dinner, I returned to the arcade hall where the same people were still playing, but the scores in front of everyone were pitifully low. Some were incessantly shouting for higher scores, their faces flushed and resembling those who had lost money in mahjong parlors. Perhaps the difference between an arcade and a mahjong parlor lies in the gameplay. Yet the one similarity is the bitter taste of losing, especially after winning and then losing everything, an experience one would surely find unpleasant. I particularly noticed a girl who had been playing for a while. She had persisted until winning, but was now losing everything. My suspicions were confirmed. Everyone's hearts had been planted with a malignant seed, one that could obliterate their inner peace. However, I was astonished to see that the previously winning skinny fellow had also lost nearly everything. Logically, that shouldn't have been the case. He had consistently bet small, and the chances of winning small were high. But when I observed his bets, everything became clear. He was now betting large, while others were betting small. He always seemed to bet against the majority, and my curiosity compelled me to approach him. I offered him a cigarette, which he accepted without hesitation, a frown on his face as he lamented, "Today has been dreadful. It hasn't paid out a big win for so long. This machine is draining my money." My curiosity intensified. He had clearly won a large payout earlier. I asked, "Why do you keep betting big? Small wins are coming out more frequently." He gritted his teeth, clearly having lost a significant amount of money. Yet, the machine had just paid out a big win. It was normal for it to be stingy afterward. My uncle had once said that everything requires balance. In life, there are gains and losses, which is considered normal. This principle applies to slot machines as well. He knew the machine was stingy, yet he continued to bet. Had he truly lost his sanity? However, I was acutely aware of my current position. How could I, working for Brother Long, advise him? He must rely on his own luck. Winning in the arcade is likely quite challenging. Had he left after winning earlier, the situation would certainly not be as dire as it is now. One could only blame his greed. Throughout the afternoon, I wandered around the arcade, familiarizing myself with various slot machines, yet I would never partake in the games. During my time there, the larger gambling machines had paid out several times, with many cheering in delight, but to me, they all seemed pitiable. I had heard tales of indulgence and vice, each one more severe than the last, but now I believed that slot machines wielded considerable power as well. Some could sit there all day, unwilling to leave without losing their last cent. Others would leave intermittently to withdraw money, returning repeatedly. Of course, there were those who managed to win and leave, making the arcade a microcosm of society, revealing the spectrum of human nature and magnifying its darker sides. At 6 p.m, the girl in the short black skirt returned, though she appeared somewhat haggard and walked awkwardly. She approached a large slot machine, withdrew 500 yuan from her bag, and began to play. Judging by her appearance, she must have endured a rough time earlier, or perhaps many rough encounters, as her pallor and awkward gait suggested. I glanced at her and quickly diverted my gaze, thinking that individuals from society are indeed different. With money, anything can be done. Yet, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, as she seemed only a few years older than me, and being addicted to slot machines would surely lead to a dire fate. Her demeanor appeared off. She seemed somewhat distracted. Nevertheless, I was here to work at the arcade, and I knew what I needed to do. My uncle had always said that one must maintain a sense of measure. Actions speak louder than words. Soon, the arcade reached its peak hours, with a continuous influx of people. I was astonished by the booming business and never anticipated Brother Long would have such a lucrative venture. Compared to mahjong parlors, the business here was far superior. The arcade was filled with a cacophony of music and the clinking of coins. Many girls had arrived, along with numerous boys my age, some of whom appeared to be students. Each person played differently, yet all machines required money to operate and carried a hint of gambling. After spending an entire day wandering, fatigue began to set in. I bought a bottle of drink at the bar and, on a whim, purchased another. Suddenly, I thought of the girl in the short skirt and felt a pang of concern for her well-being. Approaching her, I placed the drink in front of her. She looked up at me, her gaze complex. I smiled, signaling that it was nothing. Although she had scolded me earlier, I bore no grudge. For a man should never argue with a woman. She took a sip of the drink and continued playing listlessly. Though her score remained relatively high, it seemed she had not lost too much, yet her demeanor suggested disappointment. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy. "Take a break if you're tired," Staring at the screen for too long, isn't good for your eyes, I suggested, rubbing my own sore eyes. I realized that even I felt worn out after a day here, let alone her, who had been fixated on the screen at close range. It's fine. I'm used to it. She retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, her fingertips adorned with black nail polish. I must admit, her smoking demeanor was captivating. There exists an undeniable allure to women who smoke. I had previously observed the likes of Sister 17 indulging in cigarettes, yet they lacked the profound essence I perceived now. Their smoking was merely an act of novelty, while she genuinely relished the flavor of tobacco, exuding an air of solitude. Perhaps she inhaled not smoke, but rather loneliness. Our conversation meandered between us, and she introduced herself as Winsy, residing nearby. Each day, she frequented the arcade, initially visiting every few days, which gradually escalated to daily excursions. And now she came multiple times a day, refusing to leave until closing time. She confessed an inexplicable urge to return daily. Missing a day left her feeling unwell, devoid of focus in any endeavor. Daily, she would return home empty-handed, yet the following day, she would succumb to the same temptation. I sensed her addiction, and contemplated inquiring about her winnings, but refrained. I believed no one here could truly profit. There's a saying in the arcade, we fear not your winnings, but your absence. In Brother Long's mahjong parlor, no seasoned gambler ever left with a profit, unless a few colluded to deceive a single player. Regardless of the amount won, it would be divided among them. After all, a single person's fortune could never outweigh the collective luck of the group. Perhaps this is the essence of inevitable loss in gambling. Before long, an elderly gentleman entered, appearing to be in his 50s. Upon his arrival, many greeted him warmly, referring to him as Uncle, a clear indication of his regular patronage. His casual attire made him seem out of place among the younger crowd. As soon as he took a seat, Winsy eagerly positioned herself close to him, feigning shyness. The old man, visibly delighted, wagered 1,000 yuan, placing all his bets on high stakes. To be candid, this was my first encounter with such a method of play. Perhaps luck favored him, as he scored big on his first round, multiplying his initial stake several times over, leaving onlookers in awe, yet no one cheered. Instead, there were murmurs of frustration, for nearly all had bet on the low stakes. My immediate thought was to bet against the high stakes, as everyone seemed to regard the old man as a beacon of fortune, betting oppositely to his every move. However, the combined total of our bets surpassed his, leaving me perplexed as to how the slot machine could yield such substantial payouts. It was as if the machine recognized his presence. His 1,000 yuan swiftly transformed into over 5,000 in less than a minute. What a rush that must have been. The old man continued to place high bets, while everyone else persisted in betting low. After a couple of low returns, another high payoff emerged, and the old man beamed with satisfaction, leaving the rest in shock. Bet high, not low. Betting low is for fools, he proclaimed, unabashedly reveling in his winnings, refusing to withdraw his stake. Soon, others began to imitate his strategy. Winsy showered him with compliments, leaning against him as if he were a romantic partner, a sight that made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet the old man reveled in the attention. Before long, a group of burly individuals entered, adorned with tattoos, heading straight for the large gambling machines. I stood to give way, expecting them to join in the play. True to my anticipation, they began to wager, encircling the machines until they were packed. Just moments later, another high payout occurred, igniting cheers from the crowd as many rushed over to witness the excitement, transforming the atmosphere into one of fervor. Yet, I found the frequency of these high payouts suspicious. Typically, after numerous low returns, a high payout would emerge, yet in the past 5 minutes, 3 high payouts had occurred. I suspected that even those placing bets would hesitate to bet high again. Somming, Yunjia called from a distance, prompting me to jog over, curious about her intentions. "What's up, Yunjia?" I inquired. "Nothing much, just come inside with me," she replied. We entered the manager's office, where Yunjia gestured for me to sit on the sofa. I noticed 2 young women at the control panel, monitoring the large gambling machines, their screens displaying each player's scores clearly. My heart sank. Was everything I had witnessed orchestrated? The thought sent chills down my spine, realizing that the joy of those playing was under someone else's control, their wins and losses manipulated. "Somming, how do you find it here today? Are you adjusting well?" Yunjia asked with a smile. I nodded, indicating I was fine. After all, my role here was minimal, merely to stand guard and ensure no one tampered with the machines. During moments of excitement, many would pound on the machines, rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. That's good. We'll close at 8:30 tonight. You can ride back with me after, and I'll treat you to barbecue. How's that sound? Yoonjia smiled at me, and I nodded eagerly, wondering if I was about to incur a debt of gratitude or if there were ulterior motives at play. Promptly at 8:30, the staff began to clean up, yet those still playing were reluctant to leave, as if they wished to play until midnight. With such a bustling business, I pondered why they didn't operate 24 hours, much like the mahjong parlor, where profits would surely soar. However, Brother Long's crew soon arrived, looking fierce and resolute, clearing the premises without hesitation, and though many resisted, they dared not linger. After the clearing, all staff members returned to the bar to settle accounts. Yoonjia began tallying the figures, instructing me to take notes as we went along. Each slot machine required a password to display its daily profits and losses, revealing the total earnings. As she recorded the numbers, she explained their significance, seemingly eager to teach me for future assistance. Yet I wondered if she truly trusted me with such confidential matters. Perhaps due to my uncle's connections. After calculating the totals from all the machines, we could ascertain the day's profits. As I gazed at the long list of figures, my eyes widened in disbelief. The profits exceeded 50 or 60,000 yuan for the day. Leaving the arcade with Yoonjia, a question nagged at my mind. And I couldn't help but ask, Yoonjia, if business is so good, why do we close? Wouldn't it be better to operate around the clock? Yoonjia turned back, casting a meaningful glance my way, and draped her arm over my shoulder. Saming, do you understand the concept of peeling back layers and the value of steady, flowing income? Chapter 50. The mahjong parlor incident. Yoonjia's breath brushed against my face, sending a shiver through me. I felt an inexplicable thrill, my throat tightening as she held me closely. In proximity, I sensed her softness, drawing the attention of those around us. Yet she remained indifferent, treating me as a younger sibling, leading me to the parking lot. Her vehicle was a white sedan, fragrant inside, causing my heart to race with anticipation. As we departed the supermarket, a light drizzle fell, and I caught sight of a familiar figure under a bus stop, attempting to shield herself from the rain. It was Wenzi, standing alone, her silhouette exuding a sense of solitude and melancholy. As we drove, Yoonjia rolled down the window, the cool evening breeze tousling her hair, the air fragrant with the scent of damp earth. A few playful strands brushed against my face, teasing my senses in the dim light of dusk, causing my palms to sweat. Observing the raindrops racing down the window, my heart began to calm. If it weren't for Yoonjia's presence, I might have succumbed to feelings of isolation, wondering what thoughts occupied Wenzi's mind at that moment. Did she regret her infatuation with the slot machines? Saming, I heard from Donga that you plan to visit the mahjong parlor tonight. Are you working 2 jobs in a single day? I did not go to the mahjong parlor for work. Rather, my uncle insisted that I accompany him. Understanding this, I offered to take you there. However, I sensed a trace of disappointment in Sister Yun's demeanor. Hadn't we just agreed to enjoy some barbecue? Though I pondered this, I dare not voice my thoughts. Remaining by Sister Yun's side was preferable to facing the old gamblers of the mahjong parlor. Yet I was reluctant to defy my uncle's wishes, for he must have had his reasons for this arrangement. Sister Yun stopped by the roadside to purchase some barbecue to take away and soon delivered me to the entrance of the mahjong parlor. As I was about to exit the car, curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously inquired, by the way, Sister Yun, can the slot machines at the arcade be manipulated? Although I had already formed a hypothesis, I sought confirmation. Of course, they can be controlled, but typically only when they deliberately allow for a loss. At all other times, the machines operate under computer control and require no human intervention. Is there a problem? I shook my head, assuring her that there was none. A weight lifted from my heart. I had suspected that the high payouts were intentional losses. As the term suggests, allowing for losses meant enticing players with the illusion of winning, who would continue to play if they could not win. All right, hurry along now. I shall return to fetch you at 9 tomorrow morning. Do not linger in bed. Sister Yin playfully pinched my nose, and I felt a flush of warmth on my face as I promised not to dawdle. Braving the light rain, I hastily entered the mahjong parlor, feeling the chill of the air. A few Audi cars with license plates beginning with Jean were parked outside. Being fond of automobiles, I took a moment to observe them closely. Upon stepping inside, I immediately sensed something was amiss. Brother Long stood at the bar, his expression grim, and the atmosphere within the parlor was stifling. Sister Faye waved at me anxiously, her face betraying her concern. I quickly approached her with my barbecue in hand. The once vibrant parlor now felt deserted, with only a group gathered around a table in the center, playing Pai-Geo. The players included a hefty man and several unfamiliar individuals, all dressed impeccably, their hair neatly combed, adorned with exquisite watches. Among the onlookers stood two others, similarly attired, who appeared to be outsiders. Perhaps the artists outside belonged to them. To my astonishment, the hefty man was flushed and sweating profusely, a classic sign of losing a considerable amount. I wondered how this hefty man, a regular at the mahjong parlor, could be losing money. And why did he choose to continue playing despite knowing his losses? The parlor was eerily silent, save for the sound of Pai-Geo tiles clashing, resembling a graveyard, with even the gentle patter of rain outside discernible. Burdened with questions, I quietly asked, "What is going on, Sister Faye?" She immediately gestured for silence, leaning closer to whisper, "Do not speak. Head upstairs. Something is happening tonight." Her words only fueled my curiosity, especially upon seeing Brother Long's ashen face, as if he were simmering with unexpressed anger. It was clear that something significant was about to unfold, and I felt compelled to witness it. I swallowed hard and whispered, "Sister Faye, why is everyone else not playing tonight?" She shot me a warning glare and replied in hushed tones, "Do not ask. If not for the fear of damaging our reputation, no one would play with them. Whoever plays loses." This revelation intrigued me further. The tension in the air was palpable. Who were these individuals that commanded such power? A thought struck me. Could they be cheaters? My uncle had once said that there are no perpetual victors in this world. If there were, it would not be due to luck. If success in gambling did not hinge on chance, then it must rely on deceit. No wonder Brother Long's expression was so grim. He probably anticipated a confrontation tonight. Sister Faye urged me to hurry upstairs. I feigned eating my barbecue, anxious yet somewhat reassured by Brother Long's presence, though his countenance was decidedly fierce. I was puzzled as to why Brother Long had not expelled these individuals, especially if he knew they were troublemakers. Were they waiting for reinforcements? But there were already a dozen people in the parlor, and this group of outsiders consisted of only 4, all appearing rather unassuming. Sister Faye, looking increasingly apprehensive, was continuously on her phone, attempting to reach someone, her tone revealing a sense of urgency. The calm demeanor of the well-dressed players had contrasted sharply with the rising tension. They exuded wealth and seemed to belong to the realm of big business, sitting amidst the chaos as if they were merely sheltering from the rain. Previously, a middle-aged man adorned with gold jewelry had sought refuge from the rain and ended up being conned out of all his money, ultimately losing a finger. The current group appeared far more formidable. I doubted the hefty man and his companions could deceive them, yet they still seemed to be losing money. As time passed, Brother Long's expression darkened further, while Sister Faye's phone calls escalated in frequency. I finished my barbecue and, after tidying up a bit, stealthily approached the table. Among the 4 players, 2 were indeed outsiders, their piles of money substantial, while the hefty man had already lost a considerable sum, another player not faring much better. The hefty man wiped the sweat from his brow, occasionally glancing nervously at Brother Long. "Are you still in the game?" "You've run out of money," one of the outsiders, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and smoking a cigarette, inquired. His fingers were long and immaculate, indicative of someone who relied on intellect. The hefty man wiped his forehead, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Brother Long, who nodded at Sister Faye, signaling her to bring more money. "Take your time and play cautiously," Sister Faye instructed as she placed a stack of brand-new, unsealed 10,000 yuan notes on the table. I noticed the hefty man's feet were surrounded by numerous bundles of cash. It was apparent he had lost a considerable amount tonight. In my estimation, Brother Long intended to stall these players, perhaps awaiting someone else's arrival. Could it be my uncle? This notion seemed plausible. Aside from my uncle, no one else could stand against such formidable opponents. Brother Long likely suspected they were cheaters, but lacked the evidence to act. The outsiders showed no inclination to leave, appearing entirely unperturbed, while I could not shake the suspicion that they might indeed be cheating. Surely, no one could consistently win without luck, and the hefty man was a seasoned player. His skills were undoubtedly commendable. I anxiously prepared to observe the unfolding game when suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, as the rain poured down with increasing ferocity, further heightening the already tense atmosphere. Chapter 51. Outsiders of exceptional skill, the relentless downpour instilled a sense of unease, the cold air conditioning chilling me to the bone. While the hefty man continued to sweat profusely, his companion with a buzz cut equally perspiring. I noticed a detail. As he unwrapped the bundles of cash, his hands trembled. I could scarcely imagine what he had endured that night. What sort of adversaries could bring a seasoned player to such a state of distress? I was increasingly convinced that these individuals were indeed cheaters. However, my uncle had taught me that without evidence, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions. As the hefty man took his turn as the dealer, he had 1,000 yuan in front of him, while the two outsiders each had 500 and 400, leaving only 100 for his buzz-cut companion. I surmised that had it not been for the rules of Pai Geo, they would have kept even that 100 for themselves. The hefty man rolled the dice and dealt the cards, and I watched intently, hoping to glean some insight. The two outsiders seemed unfazed, revealing their cards without hesitation, one showing a 9 and the other 7, while the hefty man's expression darkened, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. I earnestly wished for the hefty man to draw a 9, or at the very least a 7 to secure a victory. Yet he only managed a 3. The man with the flat haircut drew a 5, and instantly chaos ensued. The first round of dealing ended with the bank being overturned. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. However, the faces of the onlookers remained remarkably calm, as if they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. When the external gambler, who indulged in smoking, took his turn at the bank, he placed 3,000 yuan into the pot. According to the rules, as long as there was a prior agreement on a maximum limit, players could wager freely as long as their bets did not exceed that limit. I thought that if the hefty man had good fortune, he could recover his losses in one hand. To my surprise, he only bet 200 yuan, while the flat-haired man matched him with the same amount, leaving only the red-nosed outsider to wager 1,000 yuan. What's the matter, my friend? Are we going to play a full hand in the first round of the bank? Doesn't seem quite right, does it? The middle-aged man, indulging in smoke, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, showing no intention of rolling the dice or dealing the cards. Beside him, the red-nosed man awaited nonchalantly, his gaze cold. I was aware of the unwritten rule in Pai Gao. Regardless of who was banking, others were expected to contribute sufficient stakes to play a full hand. Winning would yield greater rewards, while losing would result in the bank being overturned. Logically, the hefty man should have been aware of this custom. He wiped the sweat from his brow, sheepishly admitting, "Tonight, I seem to be having a streak of bad luck. Whether I bet high or low, it all leads to loss. I think I'll sit this one out." The flat-haired man nodded in agreement, indicating that both had suffered considerable losses. The man in the pink shirt laughed, teasingly suggesting, "Brother, since he is saying that, let us call it a night and find a hotel to rest." "All right then." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, pocketing the 3,000 yuan from the pot, seemingly signaling the end of the game. The hefty man's expression turned anxious, his gaze darting toward Long Gu. Long Gu, puffing on a cigarette, approached leisurely, saying, "Wait, are you all in such a hurry to leave? I've just found you 2 lucrative partners who are on their way." From Long Gu's words, it was clear that skilled players were en route. However, if it chose not to play, there was little anyone could do. After all, in business, integrity is paramount. If they won yet refused to let others leave, it would tarnish their reputation. "Oh, lucrative partners? How lucrative are they?" The smoking outsider nonchalantly inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 spectators nearby, who had remained silent. "You'll find out soon enough. It's a rare occasion for you to come to my establishment for a game, so we must make it enjoyable." Long Gu smiled, though his expression betrayed a simmering anger that anyone could discern. "Fine, we shall wait another half an hour. If they do not arrive, then there's nothing we can do." The smoking middle-aged man resumed his seat, and the red-nosed man followed suit. However, I sensed that the 2 standing nearby were the ones who truly held the power. It was a subtle intuition. Among them, one wore a white shirt while the other donned pink. The man in white was particularly intriguing, though he appeared unassuming, holding a water cup like an attendant. His eyes were sharp, suggesting he was the authoritative figure among them. My uncle had once remarked that one should never judge a book by its cover, and, generally, the more dangerous individuals tend to conceal their true nature. Those who seem ostentatious often lack real strength. While we conversed, the man in the pink shirt walked to the bar to purchase a few bottles of water, grinning mischievously at Fei, exuding an air of frivolity. In my mind, I began to suspect he was indeed the one in charge. My uncle had said that those destined for greatness pay meticulous attention to details, as they often dictate success or failure. One detail stood out. After purchasing water, The pink-shirted man distributed it among the group, but did not offer any to the man in white. Instead, he proceeded to fetch hot water for himself, presenting an appearance of low status. Yet I felt he was the one calling the shots. Before long, half an hour had passed. The smoking outsider, a chain smoker, continued to puff away, while the rain outside intensified, instilling a sense of unease within the room. The tension grew palpable as the hefty man, despite betting merely 200, had already lost nearly 10,000 yuan. At that moment, the man in the white shirt yawned, and precisely half an hour had elapsed. The smoking individual slowly stood, stretching languidly, declaring, "I'm tired. Let's call it night. This is quite dull." The red-nosed man collected the money from the table and rose as well, indicating their intention to depart. Long Gu's expression shifted, dark and uncertain, while Fei appeared anxious. Yet both were powerless to change the situation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a car engine. Everyone jolted, and I thought, they've arrived. Yet, I was unsure if my uncle was among them. Fei rushed to the door, opening it to reveal several men in their 30s, exuding an air of maturity and sharpness, accompanied by a younger man, approximately 25 or 26 years old. The last to enter was my uncle. As they stepped inside, Longa laughed, turning to the group of outsiders, stating, the car partners have arrived just in time for a couple more rounds. Are we ready to begin? I attempted to greet my uncle, but he averted his gaze, appearing somewhat sheepish, standing behind the crowd with a comically daft expression. I had never seen him look so amusing, yet in an instant, I realized he was feigning this demeanor. The outsiders did not take their seats, though reinforcements had arrived. If they chose not to gamble, there was little anyone could do. Forcing them to stay would only ruin the establishment's reputation. A few friends have come at an inopportune time. It's getting late, and we must take our leave, the smoking man stated politely, subtly indicating the desire to exit. The atmosphere grew tense. My uncle remained silent at the back, while the young man stepped forward, sighing, it's a shame. I heard there was a game, and I rushed through the rain only to miss it. I just withdrew some cash, and now I'll have to deposit it back. As he spoke, he deliberately displayed a leather suitcase, the same one my uncle used for his money, which appeared heavy. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, everyone speaking courteously while awaiting the outsider's response. The four outsiders noticed the suitcase, and while they did not immediately leave, neither did they express intent to continue playing, heightening the tension. I was uncertain whether they would stay, yet it was evident to anyone with discernment that Longa had indeed summoned skilled players. I fixated on the man in the white shirt, knowing he was the one who would determine the outcome of the night. After a moment of silence, the red-nosed man muttered, "Brother, shall we continue playing?" The smoking man produced his cigarette case, but found it empty. Turning to the man in the white shirt, he gestured for a cigarette. In that fleeting moment of handover, their eyes exchanged a silent communication, yet my vantage point prevented me from witnessing it. After lighting his cigarette and taking a deep drag, he slowly declared, "We're from Shaanxi, here for business. Since fate has brought us together, let us play a couple of rounds and forge a friendship." Chapter 52. The Shaanxi businessman. After the smoking man finished speaking, he gradually sat down, gesturing for the red-nosed man to do the same. With that statement, everyone exhaled in relief. Moments ago, I had feared they would insist on leaving. If they had truly departed, my uncle's journey would have been in vain, and Longu's losses would have been for naught. Let us make friends. Entertainment is the priority. I am Lindan, and this is Scorpion. The young man introduced himself, while the middle-aged man beside him, known as Scorpion, exuded an air of maturity and gravitas. At present, Lindan appears to be the one in command, while Uncle Air and the others remain silent, resembling these outsiders who seem to have their own hidden authority. Sister Fei busily scurries about, arranging tea and cigarettes, clearing out those deemed irrelevant. Brother Long's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxes, exuding confidence in the individuals brought by Uncle Air. However, one thing perplexes me. Why do these outsiders continue to linger at the card table after having already won money? Do they not regard Uncle Air and his companions at all? Had it not been for the young man, named Lindan, revealing his suitcase earlier, I suspect these outsiders would have concocted various excuses to depart. Ultimately, it is the allure of wealth that keeps them present. None can predict the outcome. In the blink of an eye, the mahjong parlor has grown significantly quieter, having emptied of onlookers such as the old gamblers and the hefty individuals. Only these two groups remain in the expansive hall, and Sister Fei has shooed me to the second floor. However, I took a detour and returned to the staircase to observe from a distance. Among the outsiders are the chain smoker and the man with a red nose. While Uncle Air's side features Scorpion and Lindan, the four of them gather around a pie gow table. Uncle Air does not immediately join the game, and I wonder if he has discerned the identity of the man in the white shirt. It seems both sides are cautiously probing one another. Uncle Air watches intently, scrutinizing each outsider, his gaze ultimately settling on the one in the white shirt. Though he appears unremarkable, I believe Uncle Air can sense something extraordinary about him. Their eyes meet, and they share a slight nod and a smile, as if they both perceive an unspoken understanding that remains unarticulated. A curious sensation indeed. The game commences, and the dice are rolled to determine who will take the lead. To be candid, I yearn to inch closer and witness the unfolding drama firsthand, as such spectacles are rare. Both sides are skilled gamblers, and I am eager to uncover how these outsiders manage to win and whether they employ any deceitful tactics. Yet, Brother Long and Sister Fei stand by the bar, resolutely preventing me from joining the fray, leaving me to watch from afar. I find myself increasingly anxious for Uncle F, uncertain if his associates can prevail against these outsiders. It is now past midnight, and a torrential downpour rages outside. The mahjong parlor is enveloped in tranquility, with the air conditioning generating a chill that permeates the room. The players engage in a hushed silence, a stark contrast to the usual lively atmosphere one might expect in such a venue. An air of solemnity, characteristic of high-stakes confrontations, hangs in the air as tension simmers beneath the seemingly ordinary game. Uncle Air once remarked that the calmest individuals can be the most formidable, for they possess the ability to think critically. Straining to catch a glimpse of the cards, I am certain of one thing. Since Uncle Air and his companions arrived, these outsiders are no longer invincible. The tides of fortune have shifted, ushering in both wins and losses. Initially, the chain smoker took the lead, but within 10 minutes, it was Scorpion who assumed the role. Clearly, both Scorpion and Lindan are adept gamblers. Perhaps the outsiders have recognized that Uncle Air and his companions are not ordinary players, thus refraining from any frivolous cheating. Otherwise, how could they have been so swiftly unseated? As time drips away, my anxiety grows, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, desperate to discern the state of the game. Perhaps my eagerness has caused me to unconsciously inch forward, but Sister Fei catches my movement and shoots me a fierce glare, gesturing for me to return to the second floor. Reluctantly, I rub my hands together and retreat to my hiding spot. After what feels like an hour, the players begin to converse while smoking, though their dialogue lacks substance. In this lull, Sister Fei rushes over to clear the pie gow set and replaces it with a deck of playing cards. I surmise they're shifting the type of game, and I know that Uncle Air excels at poker. Yet, he still shows no intention of participating, perhaps waiting for the man in the white shirt to make his move. Suddenly, I notice a change in Uncle Air's demeanor. His expression darkens, his eyes fixated on the man with the red nose. It seems he has uncovered something. Could it be that the red-nosed man had hidden cards during the pie gow game? The atmosphere grows tense, and I find myself sweating for them. If they were to catch a cheater in the act, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. However, as they unveil the playing cards, they do not engage in play. The chain smoker glances at his watch, expressing an apology, and I sense he is suggesting it is getting late. Scorpion and Lindan, however, appear agreeable, their camaraderie evident. I cannot discern their conversation, but both sides share a laugh, and several outsiders depart politely. Lindan accompanies them to the door, and in an instant, a few artists vanish into the downpour. I could never have anticipated such a rapid shift in events. I initially expected a high-stakes showdown. Yet Brother Long sits beside the gambling table, smoking, his expression etched with hostility. Damn it, these outsiders must have cheated. They won my money, and now they simply walk away? Let them go. They will return, Scorpion remarks nonchalantly, prompting the others to take their seats. Lindan produces a stack of money, handing it to Sister Fei, signaling her to count it, and Brother Long's expression softens considerably. It appears Lindan and Scorpion managed to reclaim some money, though the duration of the game was too brief to recover Brother Long's total losses. Yet, Brother Long cannot voice any further objections. After all, gambling is a matter of mutual consent. One cannot force others to play, lest it devolve into outright robbery. Brother Long distributes cigarettes to everyone, his face a mask of reluctance as he asks, "Did you notice anything unusual? Are they cheating?" Scorpion, smoking leisurely with narrowed eyes, replies, "These fellows are not simple. They are likely members of a cheating syndicate from Shaanxi, posing as merchants while traversing the nation, targeting small gambling establishments. They typically win only a few thousand to 10,000 at a time. Their attire and vehicles are merely a facade. Indeed, arriving in luxury cars creates an invisible pressure, leading one to feel that losing a bit of money is acceptable." Uncle Air adds coolly, "What? Then why let them leave?" Brother Long exclaims, furious, about to call someone to pursue them. "They've already distanced themselves, but they will return, for they believe there is still profit to be made here. Moreover, they intentionally lost to Lin Dan earlier," Uncle Air states, leaving everyone shocked. "I too am bewildered. Could there truly be individuals who lose on purpose?" After taking a sip of water, Uncle Air continues, "In truth, they have deliberately chosen to leave tonight, losing on purpose to facilitate their exit. They have also left us a bait, intending to challenge us to a larger gamble when they return, and when they do, they will surely come prepared." Lin Dan furrows his brow, realization dawning on him as he states, "No wonder they won so easily earlier. They were testing us." Precisely. They did not expect to encounter us tonight, and their preparations were insufficient. Initially, they merely intended to win a bit of money and depart. Had Brother Long not delayed them, they would likely have fled already. Uncle Air's words send chills down my spine. I had underestimated the cunning of these outsiders, initially mistaking them for successful business moguls. I suspect everyone has been deceived tonight. How can you be so certain they will return? Mirroring the confusion on everyone else's faces. Uncle Air smiles because they are aware that the lights are out here. On several occasions, they attempted minor tricks without being discovered. Upon hearing this, the realization dawns on me. Those outsiders had indeed cheated. Uncle Air saw through their ruse, but chose not to expose them. Thus, it is certain that these individuals will return. Chapter 53. The 8 Masters of Cheating. If it were me, upon confirming that the cheaters posed no danger, I would undoubtedly become even bolder, certainly aiming to win a bit more money. After all, they are cheaters by nature, and they would not easily relinquish such a golden opportunity. Wait a moment. Since they are cheating, why aren't they being caught? Brother Long looked perplexed, his anger palpable. It was clear that he was genuinely furious this evening. They not only disrupted the game, but also swaggered away after winning. Anyone would feel disgruntled in such a situation. Uncle Air remained silent, while Lin Dan beside him chuckled and remarked, "The flaws they intentionally reveal are such that even if we were to catch them, we wouldn't succeed. Moreover, it would only serve to alert them. They will never return here, and thus we cannot seize a significant win over them." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, and I found myself deeply impressed. I must admit, Uncle Air remains remarkably composed, even in such a tense moment, contemplating so much. He refrained from exposing their flaws. It seems he truly intends to set a long line for a big fish. So, it is, these scoundrels won over 100,000 for me, and were it not for Dongzi bringing people here, I would have seriously contemplated taking them out. Brother Long cursed vehemently, but appeared somewhat calmer now. It seems that to recover his losses, Brother Long must await the return of outsiders. Only then might he have the chance to reclaim his lost money. Yet, a question lingered in my mind. Does Uncle Air truly possess the confidence to win against these cheaters from Shaanxi? What if an unexpected event occurs? That would truly become a farce. Dongzi, are you still planning to arrange for them to be in the hall tomorrow? Are we confident we can win against those Shaanxi folks? Should we prepare in advance? Sister Feifei asked with a worried expression, and I too felt a sense of concern. It would indeed be troublesome if we were unable to win. It's getting late. Everyone should return to rest. They will certainly come again tomorrow evening. We will arrange them in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, and remember to hide the concealed nails in advance. On our turf, can they really win? Even if they manage to win, do you think Brother Long would allow that? At this, Sister Feifei immediately laughed, and Brother Long joined in, saying, "That's easy. I'll gather dozens of people to lay in wait, ready to take them down at any moment." Laughter erupted among everyone, and it dawned on me that Uncle Air had set a trap for these individuals. No matter what, they could not win. This was Brother Long's territory, and even if Uncle Air and the others lost, they could resort to blackmail. A group of outsiders, no matter how skilled, cannot outmaneuver the local snakes. To be honest, I found Uncle Air rather cunning. Those outsiders had effectively sealed their own fate before even starting. However, everything remains uncertain. No one knows if those outsiders will return. Having won money tonight, they might very well choose to scam elsewhere. I cannot fathom why, but despite knowing that those from Shangxi are deceivers, I still hope they do not return. If they do, it is certain they will meet a grim fate. Before long, everyone dispersed, yet Uncle Air did not leave. He beckoned to me, saying, "Stop hiding. You rascal, come out." To my surprise, he had noticed me. I rubbed my hands and stepped out from the shadows of the stairs, sheepishly saying, "Uncle Air, how did you see me? Your eyes are as sharp as ever." "Of course, I spotted you the moment I walked in and saw you devouring skewers. Did you really think you could hide from my sight?" Oncle Air retorted, schlichtly grufly. Seeing him holding a cigarette, I promptly went to light it for him. As he took a drag, Uncle Air nodded contentedly and casually asked, "How was your experience at the arcade today? Are you adapting well?" I recounted my observations and thoughts from the arcade, and Uncle Air looked at me with astonishment, making me feel somewhat bashful. Truthfully, I found the slot machines rather terrifying. They transcend the normal logic of gambling, effortlessly distorting human psychology and providing immense stimulation. No matter how much one loses, the illusion of an instant recovery remains. This sensation is indeed quite alarming. Well done, you have discerned the terrifying aspect of winning. Such insight is rare. Uncle Air clapped my shoulder enthusiastically, leaving me dizzy. I genuinely had no understanding of his intentions, though I found it perplexing. I nonetheless learned a great deal, grasping many truths that cannot be taught in school. By the way, Uncle Air, did you notice that among the outsiders, the one in the white shirt is the one calling shots? Uncle Air paused, staring at me in astonishment. "How did you know? You can actually see through it?" I nodded and explained the specifics, particularly the entirety of the hefty man's losing experience, comparing it to their previous collaboration to deceive a middle-aged man with a gold watch. I concluded that this group of outsiders must be quite formidable, for reasons unknown. Uncle Air's expression turned abnormal. He anxiously asked, quickly, "Tell me, did you observe how those outsiders cheated tonight? Can you discern their roles?" I shook my head, replying, "I did not witness any of their techniques, nor did I perceive anything amiss. However, I know they are undoubtedly cheating, as one cannot continuously win by mere luck. No one is a perpetual victor." Uncle Air smiled, his laughter genuine, though I could not discern the reason for his amusement, tears streaming down his face. By nearly 2 in the morning, the rain poured heavily outside, creating a strange atmosphere. It had been a long time since we had the opportunity to sit down and converse, and I relished the chance to share my observations and thoughts. Summing, your observations are indeed accurate. In this line of work, collusion to deceive is commonplace. Not everyone needs to understand the art of cheating. In jargon, it's referred to as the 8 masters of cheating, each with their specific role. The 8 masters of cheating? The term struck me as impressive, undoubtedly related to cheating. Uncle Air briefly explained that the 8 masters refer to the collective of conspirators. Some observe and keep watch, some lure people into the game, others spread rumors. Some employ provocation tactics, while others win at the table, and some handle the aftermath. The division of labor is meticulously defined, with a singular goal, to lure unsuspecting victims into gambling and to strip them of their money, a process known as killing the fish. The fish typically refers to those who lack knowledge of cheating techniques, with their size reflecting their wealth. After hearing this, I broke into a cold sweat. Previously, I thought the hefty man and his crew acted on a whim to cheat, yet I hadn't realized it was all premeditated with such clear roles. I inhaled deeply, calmly asking, "Uncle Air, I don't understand. If this place is so dark, why do you still want me here?" "Because you're different from others." "Enough questions. Hurry and go to sleep. Come early tomorrow evening. I'll ensure you have a good eye-opening experience." Without allowing me to say anything further, Uncle Air stood and departed. I felt an indescribable emotion within me, sensing something was different about him tonight, as if his words held deeper meaning. Each time he faced my inquiries, he seemed to convey a sense of helplessness. I'm uncertain if my instincts are correct, but I want to believe that as my uncle, he would not betray my trust. Upon encountering the complexities of human nature and the shadows of dubious dealings, I felt a profound growth within myself. Many lessons remain elusive in the confines of academia. Whether this transformation is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. However, as long as I uphold my principles, I trust one shall be unscathed. The rain had poured relentlessly throughout the night, and as I succumbed to slumber with an inexplicable array of emotions, I found myself transported to a realm untouched by the mundane. The sky was shrouded in a misty gray, while a tranquil valley lay veiled in a delicate fog. In this serene expanse, all was silent, save for the gentle murmurs of a spring that echoed through the valley, softly resonating within my heart. Chapter 54. Wisdom gained from adversity. The downpour ceased without my notice, and the air outside was refreshingly crisp. Sunlight glinted off the droplets, invigorating my spirit. At 7 in the morning, I rose early to assist Sister Feifei with her chores. Despite the late hour at which I had retired, I felt compelled to help her, perhaps due to the kindness she had shown me. Sister Feifei was already immersed in her work. The mahjong parlor was littered with cigarette butts. Each morning, she would open the windows for ventilation and meticulously clean the floors. For soon patrons would arrive, ushering in another day clouded with smoke. Though Sister Feifei may not possess striking beauty or an extraordinary figure in my eyes, she is a truly wonderful person, always attentive to my needs. I often pondered whether she might someday become my uncle's wife. If it were to happen, I would be content. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Sister Feifei playfully chided, causing me to avert my gaze, and, with a hint of mischief, I inquired, Sister Feifei, when will you enter our family? Get lost. She responded with a playful punch, her cheeks flushing, revealing her genuine affection for my uncle. Before 9 o'clock, Sister Yun arrived to escort me to the City's arcade. As we traveled, Sister Feifei urged us to take care on the road, her demeanor slightly bashful. From the car, the bustling streets filled me with a sense of accomplishment. Compared to school, the world outside brimmed with allure, albeit fraught with hidden perils. In that moment, nostalgia for school life washed over me, despite its monotony and my frequent desire to skip classes. I missed the camaraderie of my classmates and the blissful innocence of youth. Perhaps this is the essence of growing up, recognizing the value of what is lost as time irretrievably slips away, locked in the recesses of our hearts, only to resurface in fleeting moments, reminding us of the sweetness of our past. Upon reaching the arcade, a throng had already gathered, eagerly awaiting the doors to open. I recognized several familiar faces among them, regular patrons, some of whom had left only the previous night. Finally, the doors swung open, and the crowd surged forward. You're 3 minutes late today, someone called out, urging Sister Yun to hurry. In that moment, I grasped what Sister Yun meant by peeling back the layers. For those ensnared by the allure of slot machines, the daily pilgrimage to this establishment becomes a compulsion. Though they may seem oblivious here, a brief separation reveals the true nature of addiction. Many among them do not appear affluent. It is likely they will soon exhaust their funds. Last night, they would have gone to great lengths to procure money, for without it, they would never have entered. Once the doors opened, a rush ensued, and I hurried to activate the slot machines. The anticipation of their startup was met with growing excitement among the patrons. The staff began their shifts, yet the gamblers had arrived long before, demonstrating the depth of their cravings. However, I knew that many would soon find themselves out of luck. Yesterday, I had witnessed the expressions of those who had lost everything, eyes filled with longing and reluctance as they departed, only to return in search of more funds. Perhaps many are aware that the arcade is a losing proposition, yet the grip of gambling leaves no room for retreat, compelling them to tread a path devoid of light. Yet, exceptions exist. The slight figure I had seen yesterday arrived early, not to play but rather to await others. He consistently bet small, leveraging the mechanics of the slot machines to accumulate modest wins. Had he not chased after higher stakes yesterday, he might have avoided losses. As I sat beside the machine, lost in thought, the vibrant visuals failed to capture my attention, and the thrilling stimuli held no allure. I remained acutely aware that these machines were merciless predators. My uncle's earlier words about the intricacies of gambling echoed in my mind, each layer concealing undisclosed dangers, especially regarding the vice of betting. Bored, I pulled out my phone to browse WeChat. My friends from school filled my feed. I first scrolled through Sister 16's posts, followed by Sister 17's. They felt near, yet distant. Although I had only recently transferred schools, I longed for the carefree days spent with them. My circumstances, however, dictated that I must work early, a thought that brought a twinge of sorrow. I liked and commented on their posts, occasionally perusing Sister 17's albums, each photo exuding beauty, making me miss her carefree spirit. Soon, the arcade buzzed with activity, particularly around the fishing machines. The screen was a cacophony of vibrant fish, reminiscent of the fishing games I played before. However, this version was different. The value of the fish fluctuated with the stakes. A dozen players cast their nets, obscuring the fish from view, especially when the golden crocodile appeared, prompting a frenzy of nets, yet few succeeded in capturing it. One plump boy caught my eye, his table adorned with luxury cigarettes and a BMW key. His stakes were the highest, and I watched as he rapidly depleted his credits, his face betraying a carefree attitude, clearly a wealthy individual. Soon, a crowd gathered around him, captivated by the dramatic fluctuations of his score, which soared to over 100,000 points in mere minutes. Suddenly, I spotted Sister Yin beckoning to me from the bar. I dashed over to her, and she handed me a bottle of drink. "Take this to that plump boy and tell him it's from the house," she instructed. Nodding, I approached the boy and presented the drink in front of everyone, stating it was complimentary. He grinned proudly and tossed a $100 bill my way, declaring it was to treat everyone to drinks. His generosity was striking, and I surmised he must come from wealth, given his youth and possession of a BMW. As I returned to the bar, struggling with a case of drinks, I was breathless. Just then, the boy asked, "Are you tired from carrying that? Would you like a drink?" His question caught me off guard. Seeing everyone else with drinks, I felt no reason for politeness and nodded, ready to accept. However, he abruptly stood, pointed at me, and declared, "Put that down. If you want a drink, buy it yourself. I want to treat you, or your lot." In an instant, all eyes were upon me, with a cacophony of remarks filling the air. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, wishing fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I awkwardly returned the drink, an indescribable discomfort gnawing at my heart. Beside me, the server in charge of scoring observed the scene with a cold demeanor, having refused to accept the drink. I took this as a lesson learned. As a rotund fellow declared, "Well said. The mighty one speaks." I thought to myself, please invite anyone but that group of ingrates. Look at him, that sour expression, offering me a drink as if he believed I couldn't afford it. Huh. The chubby one laughed, and soon everyone joined in. I realized he had been teasing me on purpose. I was at a loss as to where I had offended him, but if I were to assign blame, it would be my own greed. I had the means to buy my own drink, so why attempt to take advantage of someone else, only to be humiliated? Damn it. Suddenly, a hand clapped me on the shoulder from behind, and I turned to find myself staring in disbelief at Sister 17. Dressed in a white t-shirt and denim pencil pants, she radiated an aura of confidence. I was momentarily taken aback. She looked even more stunning after just a few days apart. "Xiong, why are you in a daze? Do you find me attractive?" Sister 17 spun around playfully, and I eagerly nodded, affirming her beauty. Indeed, she looked marvelous. It was evident she had made a special effort to dress up, holding a takeaway box that contained a large chicken leg. I never anticipated running into Sister 17 here, and to be honest, my heart swelled with excitement, especially to see her come to visit me, bringing along a chicken leg meal that warmed my soul. "What brings you here?" I stammered, my earlier discomfort dissipating instantly, though I realized it was only 11:30, still before the end of classes. "The last period is gym class, so I thought I'd come and check on you." Sister 17 beamed, and I knew she must have taken a taxi, as the distance from school to here was no small feat. My heart swelled with joy as those who had mocked me earlier now gazed upon her with envy, especially once they laid eyes on Sister 17, their expressions turning green with jealousy. Though she wasn't my girlfriend, she was the center of attention wherever she went, completely unlike the women in society at large, primarily due to her exceptional poise. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. "Oh, so you can still enjoy a chicken leg meal? How enviable. Beautiful lady, may I get to know you?" Sister 17 frowned, and I knew without looking that it was the voice of that insufferable fat man. I said nothing and simply took Sister 17's hand, thinking, if I can't confront him, I can at least avoid him. "Xiong, did that fat guy bully you?" Sister 17 asked with a frosty expression, her eyes darting towards the rotund fellow. I shook my head, insisting, "No, it's fine." I knew he had money. Had it not been for the fact that he worked in the arcade, I would have gladly given him a couple of punches earlier. But my uncle had always advised against provoking the wealthy, as it could lead to troublesome consequences. Hey, don't go. How did you get to know this beautiful lady? She's got such a great figure." The fat man persisted in his taunts, while others chimed in, "Come back, beautiful. Get to know fat brother here. Yes, in need of a girlfriend. I assure you, You'll be treated like royalty and even get to ride in a BMW. I was seething with anger at their mockery, but I held it in, unwilling to seek trouble. Who are they? Your friends? Sister 17 asked, perplexed. No, I don't know them. Just ignore them, I explained, suppressing my rage as I led her to a quieter area, determined not to let their antics ruin her mood. Yet, before we could leave, the fat man shouted, Hey, beautiful, don't go. Come here, I'll treat you to some fun. Everything here belongs to my family. Don't hang out with that poor guy. I whipped around, furious, and confronted him, my fists clenched. How dare you say that again? I punched the fat man, sending him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, a crowd of 7 or 8 people surged forward to restrain me, while the fat man glared at me, rising from the ground and growling, You dare to hit me? Just wait. Everyone looked at me in shock, and the fat man pulled out his phone to call for backup. I paid him no mind and led Sister 17 towards the bar area, where we could chat as lunchtime approached. Yunjie approached with a stormy expression, having witnessed the altercation. I knew I shouldn't have fought, but I simply couldn't hold back. Saming, you should go home for the day, she said. No need, Yunjie. I'll take full responsibility for my actions, I replied nonchalantly. However, Yunjie was visibly upset and insisted, if I say you should go home, then go. I'll give you a half day off. Hurry up and leave. She shot a glance at Sister 17, and I thought it would be nice to accompany her for a while. But to my surprise, the fat man was waiting at the arcade entrance, flanked by several of his earlier companions, clearly intending to block my exit. He must have called for reinforcements. But I wasn't afraid. What could he do in Long Ji's territory? I took Sister 17's hand and marched straight towards him. The fat man refused to budge, snarling. You better not run. Weren't you tough just now? Damn you. Damn you. Get out of my way. My temper flared again, yet I refrained from striking him, engaged in a standoff instead. I wished I could land a couple more punches on that insufferable fat man. Suddenly, I spotted someone charging towards us, and an uneasy feeling washed over me. A security guard rushed in, kicking me without hesitation, followed by several others in their 20s. I scrambled to my feet and fought back. I couldn't allow myself to be the victim. The entrance was filled with shouts, and soon I was surrounded. I caught sight of Yunjie approaching, and I felt a surge of courage, urging Sister 17 to step aside and wait for me. At that moment, a hefty man in his 40s approached, his face all rough and leathery, adorned with several large gold rings, a clear sign of a nouveau riche. He was flanked by 2 security guards. This fat man just attacked me. The rotund fellow pointed me out, and I shot him a cold glare, thinking that if it weren't for the crowd, I would have dealt with him earlier. Is this the punk who started it? The hefty man glared at me, and Yunjie quickly interjected with a smile. Zhang, this is Long Ji's nephew. He is young and reckless. Please don't take offense. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. Why was Yunjie speaking so respectfully to this man? I recalled my uncle's warning about provoking the affluent. Failure to heed such advice could lead to significant trouble. I don't care who he is. Take him to the security office. The hefty man dismissed Yunjie's plea, and several security guards seized me, pulling me away despite my desperate attempts to resist. I was shocked that he wouldn't even acknowledge Long Ji's authority. I was aware I had stirred up trouble. But even if Long Gu's influence was waning, I still had my uncle to rely on. Others might not care, but my uncle would surely come to my aid. Wait, I need to make a call. Shut your mouth. The chubby fellow yelled, punching me before I could retaliate. Just as I was about to fight back, the guards descended upon me, pinning me to the ground. I was seething with rage. As they dragged me away, I shouted, my brother is AOB leg. If you dare, let me make a call. Indeed, after that declaration, the guards immediately released me, their expressions shifting to one of surprise, as the hefty man stared at me incredulously, demanding, You say AOB leg is your brother? Feigning courage, I affirmed, while someone nearby warned, Don't you dare falsely claim names, or this will escalate. Upon hearing those words, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. After all, I scarcely knew Brother Lu from OB, having only assisted me once. However, with the situation unfolding as it was, I had no choice but to feign confidence and assert, Indeed, Brother Lu is my elder brother. So what? It was only after speaking that I noticed Sister Yun continuously signaling me with her eyes, shaking her head. My heart sank as I sensed her intention, which seemed to urge me to refrain from speaking, yet it was too late. Very well. Indeed, it seems fate has conspired against me. The previous account remains unsettled. I shall contact Brother Lu and inform him that Zhang Shuai awaits him. The rotund fellow grinned at me, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Instinctively, I shivered, sensing that trouble was imminent. Last time, both Uncle Air and Brother Long were astonished by Brother Li's name. Yet this hefty individual appeared entirely indifferent, as though harboring a grudge from the past. Sister Yin persistently urged me to reconsider, but her words fell on deaf ears. Presently, I was instructed to call Brother Lu from AOB, yet I lacked his contact number. Even if I had one, he would likely not come. After contemplating my predicament, I decided to dial Uncle Air, preparing to lower my pride and admit my fault, hoping he could help smooth over this matter, especially since that rotund fellow had previously harassed Sister Chi. Even if I were to encounter him again, I would still throw a punch. When the call connected, I had never perceived Uncle Air's nonsensical tone as so comforting. I briefly explained the current situation, mentioning my name, Zhang Shuai. A heavy silence ensued from his end. I was unsure of what was transpiring, continuously urging him to come over. After a prolonged pause, Uncle Air finally suggested that I ought to apologize first, and he would arrive immediately. Hearing this, my spirits plummeted. Gazing at the rotund man before me, I truly felt I had landed myself in a predicament, especially since even Uncle Air seemed wary of him. Are we done yet? Will he dare to come? The hefty fellow inquired nonchalantly. I was drenched in sweat, longing to concede, yet my pride held me back, particularly with Sister Chi observing closely. Earlier, Uncle Air had made it clear that, regardless of the circumstances, I should apologize first. But how could I bow my head and admit fault now? Chapter 56. Seeds of hatred. A crowd had gathered, watching the spectacle as I continued to perspire profusely, trapped in a situation from which I could not extricate myself. Yet, I harbored no regrets. If a man cannot stand up for a woman being harassed, what kind of man is he? Hey Zhang, are you going to answer? When will he arrive? Let's head to the security office. Several guards leered at me. Sister Yin was incessantly attempting to de-escalate the situation, but my fear only intensified. Regardless, I refused to leave. There were numerous onlookers present, and they would not dare act against me. If I were to be taken to a secluded room, they might very well do their worst. He will arrive shortly. This incident is merely a misunderstanding. As soon as I spoke, they erupted in laughter. The rotund fellow wasted no time, landing a punch on me, scolding, "You're late. Where have you been?" He continued to pummel me, and I merely grimaced, refraining from retaliating. I knew I had stirred up trouble, and the outcome today could be severe. I turned to signal Sister Chi to leave. Even if I were to endure a beating, I did not want her to witness it. Yet, Sister Chi remained steadfast, pulling out her phone to call someone. I wondered if she was attempting to reach Sister 16. At that moment, Brother Long's crew arrived, a group of ruffians from the arcade. Upon entering, I felt a flicker of hope, only to realize they greeted the rotund man with utmost respect. I thought to myself, this is it. I genuinely did not anticipate stirring up such a colossal mess today. Now I understood why Sister Yun had urged me to depart quickly. I had not realized this rotund fellow possessed such formidable connections. It appeared he was the owner of the supermarket. Minutes later, Uncle Air finally made his entrance, panting and alone. Before I could utter a word, he kicked me, and I doubled over in agony, my heart heavy with unspoken grievances. Uncle Air unleashed a torrent of scolding upon me before turning to the rotund man with a forced smile. This scene tore at my heart. I knew Uncle Air to be someone of considerable pride, yet here he was caught in such a troublesome predicament. It seemed the rotund man recognized Uncle Air, merely stating that he would take me to the security office to discuss matters before departing. Uncle Air shot me a fierce glare and hurried after the rotund man, engaging in conversation that left me feeling despondent. Sister Chi helped me up, her concern palpable. "Ming, are you all right? Who was that person who hit you?" "He's my Uncle Air. I have caused trouble today. Please return home. I will come find you later, if that is all right," I pleaded, not wanting her to witness my humiliation. No matter what, I will wait for you. Hurry and leave. Get lost," I cursed, turning my back as I followed the crowd outside. Fear gnawed at me, yet I did not want her to see my disgrace. Now that Uncle Air had arrived, and even he could not resolve the situation, I knew what awaited me. Nevertheless, I held no regrets. Even if fear consumed me, I would not waver. I was acutely aware that the rotund man was wealthy, driving a BMW and smoking premium cigarettes, far beyond what a humble child like me could confront. Yet, I simply could not abide his harassment of women. Upon reaching the security office, The rotund man toyed with a large gold ring on his finger while Uncle Air stood by, wearing a feigned smile. The room was filled with guards, and the rotund man regarded me with a smug expression. Mr. Zhang, you see, this child is simply ignorant. Today's incident. Uncle Air rubbed his hands nervously, maintaining a smile. I felt a deep discomfort within. I would rather endure a beating than witness Uncle Air's subservience. I had dragged him into this mess. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred to shoulder the burden alone, even if it meant being beaten to a pulp. I would accept it willingly, for I could not bear to see Uncle Air in such a compromising position. The rotund man lit a cigarette, leisurely stating, "Today, Dongzi has come personally. I must give him some face. Boy, how did he hit you? Let us just forget about it." Without hesitation, the rotund man struck me again. I gritted my teeth and did not evade, but the hefty man continued his assault, igniting a fury within me. Surely this was enough. Will you ever stop? I only hit you once. I retreated a few steps, glaring at him. If he struck me again, I would not hold back. Oh, do you wish to retaliate? The rotund man scoffed, and several guards promptly restrained me. He launched another barrage of blows, berating me as I clenched my teeth and endured, filled with an indescribable sense of injustice. Uncle Air's eyes reddened, yet he remained silent, coldly observing the scene. It was evident that they were openly bullying me, and any observant person could see it. Minutes later, the rotund man, panting heavily, ceased his onslaught. My nose bled, and I lay on the ground, racked with pain. Uncle Air's expression was dark and conflicted. It was clear to all that this rotund man showed him no respect whatsoever. Suddenly, the hefty man slammed his hand on the table, rising angrily. "What's wrong, Dongzi? Are you dissatisfied or what? Who are you showing your face to?" Uncle Air, with reddened eyes, turned slowly, saying, "Mr. Zhang, how could I dare to disrespect you? I'm merely upset with this boy. Teaching him a lesson is unnecessary. They're just ignorant kids. Take him back and give him a good talking to. Otherwise, he will suffer greatly in the future." The rotund man emphasized the phrase, "suffer greatly," and Uncle Air gestured for me to leave. I struggled to rise, wiping the blood from my face. I would never forget this day, nor would I forget how they bullied me. One day I would settle this score. Following Uncle Air to the door, the rotund man suddenly called out, "Wait, Dongzi, I have a few words of advice for you." "Oh." Uncle Air paused, his eyes ablaze with an intensity one had never witnessed before, filled with a chilling fury. The hefty man ambled over to my uncle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and with a sardonic grin, he patted my uncle's face, saying, "When you return, give it some thought. If you feel aggrieved, just let me know. I will certainly help you vent your frustrations. Don't forget your surname, understand?" My blood boiled with fury, my fists clenched tightly. His actions were utterly despicable. While I could endure the insult directed at myself, he had no right to humiliate my uncle in such a manner. Should my uncle choose to retaliate, I would immediately follow suit, regardless of the consequences. Yet, my uncle remained silent, leading me out of the security room, his hand quivering slightly. I could sense his anger. Who could tolerate such indignity? Yet he had restrained himself. And all of this stemmed from my own predicament. The more I pondered, the more I felt wronged. Tears began to well in my eyes. I had not shed a tear when I was struck earlier, but now they flowed uncontrollably as my heart brimmed with resentment. My uncle brought me to the restroom, lit a cigarette, and gestured towards the sink, saying, "Wash your face and return to your duties." At his words, I became agitated, my fists clenched as I exclaimed, "Are we just going to let that guy bully us like that?" My uncle's expression remained calm as he replied, "Yes, we will let it go. Some people are simply not worth our trouble." I stood there in shock, unable to fathom why my uncle would say such a thing, and why we would simply let the matter rest. What sort of background did that wretched man possess that instilled such fear in everyone? I cannot accept this. I truly could not. I expressed my frustration, for I had never felt such loathing for anyone, nor had I ever tasted the bitterness of humiliation like this. Saming, remember this. There is no absolute fairness in this world. The strong dictate the rules. If you wish to avoid being bullied in the future, you must strengthen yourself. With that, my uncle turned and walked away. As I watched his retreating figure, my heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. I was acutely aware of my humble origins. My parents were simple, honest people. Yet, I could not swallow this indignity nor erase the image of my uncle being insulted, which pierced my heart like a dagger. I turned on the faucet, watching the blood wash away and unable to suppress my sorrow any longer. I wept. I had never endured such humiliation before, nor had I witnessed my uncle endure such disgrace. I loathed myself and despised my own powerlessness. None of this was my fault. It was all the doing of that insufferable man, yet no one would care about this, nor would anyone pay attention. My uncle was right. If I did not want to be bullied, I had to become stronger. I had never felt such pain before, nor had I ever yearned so desperately to gain strength. As I covered my face and let all my grievances flow out in tears, the burning warmth of my tears felt so frail. I vowed to make myself stronger, to seek vengeance against them. I swore I would not rest until I avenged this grievance. Suddenly, someone behind me offered tissue. Sobbing, "Are you all right?" Chapter 57. You are my hero. I did not turn around. I recognized it was Sister 17. She had not left, and I dreaded her witnessing my current state of disarray, yet I could not avoid it. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything has been settled." I only wished for her to see my strongest self, for I despised my past cowardice and loathed my own weakness. "Are you really okay? Your nose is still bleeding." "I'm fine. I didn't mean what I said earlier." "I'm sorry." I regretted my selfish thoughts that had pushed her away, inadvertently causing her pain. I knew she must have felt hurt. "It's all right. I just want you to know that no matter what, I want to stay by your side. Regardless of the outcome, at the moment you stepped in, you were my hero." Her words seemed to possess a magical quality, effortlessly soothing my troubled heart. All my grievances and discontent ceased to matter at that moment, as a warm current surged within me. The fact that she called me her hero left me speechless, my mind blank. Suddenly, everything felt worthwhile, something I had never contemplated before. Really? Did I truly act heroically? Absolutely. You are my hero. I turned in astonishment to see Sister 17's earnest expression, resembling an angel, imparting warmth and strength to my soul. She was like a beam of light, indelibly etched into my being. My throat tightened, my heart raced with excitement. In that moment, I longed to embrace her. But I knew I could not, for I felt unworthy. My origins and family background seemed to disqualify me from deserving her, especially when I could not even take care of myself. Suddenly, Sister 17 stepped closer, enveloping me in a tight embrace, leaving a gentle kiss on my cheek. The cool sensation melted my heart instantly, and she whispered in my ear, sobbing, "I like you." My mind went blank. This moment had arrived so unexpectedly, catching me off guard. Moments before you intervened, you knew it would lead to trouble, yet you still chose to leap in. Regardless of the outcome, I had already fallen for you at that instant. Sister 17 held me tightly, her soft murmurs enveloping my ears. At that moment, I found it difficult to articulate my emotions. The feeling was exquisite, and I realized an important truth. In this world, it is not only the victors who gain something. Even failures can touch the heart, depending on whether one possesses the courage to stand up and face defeat. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder, embracing her tightly. In that moment, my heart seemed to dissolve in her embrace. I finally understood the taste of love. Just an unassuming hug could effortlessly melt the untouched corners of my heart. And I, too, whispered a confession that had long remained unspoken, like a gentle breath sinking into the depths of the ocean, serene and silent. "I like you, too." Sister 17 beamed with joy, her smile radiating happiness. As she tenderly wiped the tears from my face, my heart felt tranquil. I didn't sense even a hint of pain. Her focused expression served as the most comforting balm. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a moment with Sister 16. Yet the boisterous Sister 17 possessed a gentle side I had never anticipated, akin to a gentle stream flowing through a serene valley, quietly making its way into my heart. As I held her hand and exited the restroom, I felt no pain nor any weakness. I was resolute, ready to shield her from any storm, willing to be her safe harbor against all adversities. We left the supermarket, perhaps driven by the seed of hatred within me. I vowed never to spend a single cent there, for even the chill of the air conditioning could not compare to the warmth of the setting sun outside, nor to the freedom of the open skies. Hand in hand, we crossed the street and navigated through the crowd. The usually boisterous Sister 17 had transformed, her head lowered, her face flushed. I couldn't help but smile foolishly, unsure of what exactly amused me, but my heart was brimming with joy. In that moment, I wished for time to freeze, for this moment to become eternal, our hands tightly clasped together, never to part. For the first time, I experienced the sweetness of love. devoid of any other distracting thoughts. I lost track of time until we settled on a bench in a small park to rest. Her head resting on my shoulder as we watched the sun dip below the western hills, evoking a sense of reluctance to part. Saming, do you like me? Yes. What do you like about me? I like everything about you. As long as it belongs to you, I adore it. Between me and Sister 16, who is prettier? Of course it's you. Then do you like her, or do you like me more? Without a doubt, I like you more. Why do you like me? Tell me. Because I am your hero, and from now on, you belong to me alone. Some say that the sweetest experience in this world is love, and I believe I have tasted its intoxicating essence. As the last rays of the setting sun fade away and the sky gradually darkens, my heart races at this moment. She nestles closely beside me, her head bowed as she playfully fiddles with the hem of her clothing. I find myself at a loss for words, gazing at her rosy cheeks, reminiscent of ripe apples, unable to resist the urge to steal a kiss, provided she would not mind. At 17, I struggle to articulate my feelings. My face flushes with warmth, and I feel nearly breathless. What's wrong? She inquires curiously, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Could you please close your eyes? I utter, my face burning, my heart nearly leaping from my throat. To be honest, I have never felt this anxious or flustered before. She says nothing, merely closes her eyes gently and tilts her head slightly. I feel as if my throat is on fire. The last time I took a chance was when she was blissfully unaware in her slumber, but now she is fully conscious. I swallow hard, an inch closer, sensing her breath quicken in response. My hesitation lingers, and perhaps sensing my reluctance, she opens her eyes and shoots me a playful glare. Before I can utter a word, she leans in, and in that instant, I am rendered speechless, my mind swirling in a haze. This is my first kiss. She takes my hand and presses it against her own, her assertiveness and dominance radiating in that moment, leaving me utterly powerless, wishing time could freeze in this blissful instant. Suddenly, my phone chimes cheerfully, startling her and causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The infernal ringtone, so disruptive, must belong to someone who would call at such an inopportune time. Upon answering, I discover it is my uncle, the only one who seems to consistently spoil my moments of joy. What is wrong, uncle? What happened at the arcade? To my shock, I recall that he had asked me to return for work this afternoon, but I'm sorry, uncle, I'm not at the arcade. Is there an issue? Damn it. Someone has crashed the machines. You need to get back there immediately and see what is going on. I have shares in that place. Oh, will you be coming? I'm too busy to go. I need to deal with that bastard. With that, he hung up, and without a second thought, I decided to rush back, knowing full well I had to check on the situation regarding his shares. What's wrong? Sister 17 asked softly, pulling at my hand. Don't worry, everything is fine. My uncle just wanted to check on the arcade. Let us continue, I replied nonchalantly, this time taking the initiative to lean in closer. Her hand rested gently against my chest, and perhaps this kiss would be the most tender of all. I felt as if I might dissolve into her warmth, and without thinking, my hand naturally wrapped around her waist, instinctively moving upwards. She shivered slightly, but did not resist. Instead, she responded with even greater fervor, enveloping me in this sea of intimacy. I thought, how wonderful it would be if we could remain together like this all night long. Chapter 58. Another world after a brief separation from Sister 17. I hurried back to the arcade, feeling invigorated, as if love had truly transformed me. Upon entering, I noticed a crowd gathered around the gambling machines, and Brother Long had already arrived with his entourage. I squeezed through the throng, and what I saw left me astonished. Originally, a dozen people had been playing the betting machines, but now only one young man sat there, and every position had scores exceeding 1 million, indicating that each could be exchanged for over $10,000. What was even more astonishing was that all the scores belonged solely to him, and as I watched, he continued to place bets, with others assisting him. His betting strategy was nothing short of remarkable. Aside from jackpot winnings, he had placed bets on all available options. And regardless of whether he hit the big or small multipliers, his scores remained unchanged. He neither gained nor lost. It dawned on me that his method was not based on luck, but rather on probability. The machines would intermittently yield jackpots and lucky dice, and the jackpots could sometimes trigger multiple wins simultaneously. His approach was clearly exploiting a loophole. The young man, in his 20s, wore headphones and seemed engrossed in music, while others continuously placed bets on his behalf. with all the values fluctuating based on probability. He was ensuring he would not lose, simply waiting for the right moment to reap the rewards. I overheard a nearby attendant mention that he had staked $1,000 on each machine and had not lost since, remaining seated from 2 o'clock until now, monopolizing the opportunity while others were left without a chance to play. It was hard to fathom how this young man had devised such a clever strategy, and it appeared that this was the first time the arcade had encountered such a situation. Logically, Brother Long should have expelled him, yet he remained oblivious to the commotion around him. What baffled me even more was that the slot machines could be manipulated. If the lucky dice and jackpots were kept at bay, this young man would not win a single penny. Impressive. Y&T, I thought of this approach. Tomorrow, we should give it a try. It seems like a surefire way to win. The onlookers were captivated, as if they had discovered a new world. I spotted Sister Yin nearby and hurried over to ask quietly, Sister Yin, how is he able to win money? Can't you just control it so that the jackpots and lucky dice don't appear? With a sigh, Sister Yin replied, in the short term, it can be controlled. But if no jackpots appear for an entire afternoon, others will start to suspect the machines are rigged. To avoid raising suspicion, they have no choice but to let him play. Upon hearing this, I understood that the reason they did not tamper with the machines was to prevent any doubts from arising. This young man had clearly grasped this psychological insight, allowing him to exploit the situation for profit. Under the premise of no cheating in the arcade, his strategy was flawless, regardless of what the machine produced. He only needed to wait for the right moment to win. Typically, a jackpot would appear within a few dozen spins, and he had indeed raked in a considerable profit throughout the afternoon. As more and more people gathered around, I called my uncle to share the news. He merely chuckled, unconcerned, instructing me to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Soon enough, trouble found the young man, not directed at him personally, but rather at his winnings. A few ruffians sauntered over, eyeing the machines and causing a ruckus. Don't touch anything, the young man exclaimed, visibly agitated, yet no one dared to intervene. The thugs glared at him, their expressions menacing. What is the matter? Is this your family business? Damn, are there still points to be had? What a windfall. Feigning innocence, the thugs began to fumble with the machines, and the young man immediately called for the attendant to distribute the points. However, it was too late. In a single round, he lost over $1,000. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ruffians were there to cause trouble, and the attendant, moving sluggishly, began to dispense points. By the time all the scores were cleared, the young man had already incurred significant losses, yet he did not dare to protest. I know he must be feeling guilty and anxious, having taken advantage of the arcade without daring to speak out, hoping to take the money and leave. I noticed Brother Long standing at the bar near the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. A phone call came from an unfamiliar number, and I picked it up, casually asking, "Who is this?" After a moment of silence, a low and hoarse voice came through. "Do you remember me?" In an instant, a shiver ran through me. I would recognize that cold, deep voice even if it turned to ash. Of course I remember. "So Yurong, what brings you to call me today? Where are you? I need to see you now." His tone remained as frigid as ever, leaving me with an unsettling feeling that he might be in trouble. Sometimes intuition is sharp, yet inexplicable. "Where are you? I'll come find you." The back door of the first high school, Chinyan Tea House. After hanging up, I quickly departed, casting one last glance at that young man. The outcome awaiting him was surely not a pleasant one, as I suspected Brother Long would not let him off easily. As I left the supermarket, I caught sight of that damned little fatty who was bantering with a girl at the bar, shaking a BMW key in his hand. The girl seemed to revel in the teasing, and I vowed that one day I would settle the score with him. By the time I arrived at the Chinyan Tea House behind the school, darkness had fallen. My mind lingered on the mahjong parlor, uncertain if those Shanxi folks would show up today, and I pondered how my second uncle would seek revenge on Dajuan, feeling a strong sense of unease in my heart. Ascending to the second floor of the tea house, I found Su Yurong, clad in black, seated by the window. A pot of tea was before him, and he stared outside, seemingly lost in thought. He appeared relaxed, not at all like someone who was in trouble. He gestured for me to sit down, pour me a cup of tea, and to be honest, he seemed to truly enjoy life, exuding a sense of tranquility as he savored the moment. In my mind, those who leisurely cradled teapots were old men. Young people hardly had the leisure for such pursuits. I drained the tea in my cup, wiped my mouth, and asked, "It's been a while. Did you call me over for something?" He glanced at me without speaking, refilling my cup, and slowly said, "I have no particular matter. I merely wish to invite you for tea. However, you seem preoccupied and perhaps cannot accompany me. I was taken aback. His icy gaze seemed to penetrate my thoughts. I was indeed anxious. Had it not been for my concern that he might be in urgent need, I would have directly headed to the mahjong parlor. You noticed that, did you? By the way, what do you usually occupy yourself with? How do you find time to enjoy tea? I asked curiously, imagining how pleasant it must be to chill in an internet CAF. He merely shook his head, offering no response, instead gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. He was like a riddle, and I sensed he was a man with a story. By the way, thank you for having AOB Leg help me out at the lumber mill last time. May I ask what your connection is to him? I produced a cigarette and offered it to him. He casually crushed it and tossed it into the trash. Lidje? I don't know him. His demeanor remained as cold as ever, like an unmelting glacier. I reluctantly returned the cigarette to my pocket, realizing he detested smoking. My second uncle had once remarked that different people are nurtured by the same water and rice, and respecting others' habits is akin to respecting oneself. Let's go. Your body is here, but your heart is not, he said lightly, slowly sipping his tea, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. To be honest, I was quite taken aback. I hadn't expected to encounter someone with such a leisurely lifestyle in this fast-paced society, devoid of electronic devices and online games, almost as if returning to a bygone era. Suddenly, I felt a profound generational gap between us, not one of age, but rather of spirit. I sensed that once I departed, I would lose him as a friend forever. Reflecting on my second uncle's words from earlier, on the seed of hatred festering within me, in the arduous path one must tread to grow stronger, I realized that whether or not I went to the mahjong parlor tonight was of little consequence. What did the actions of others have to do with me? I resolved to stay right here and enjoy tea with him. I lifted my cup once more, clearing my mind of distractions, savoring the tea's flavor, discovering an unexpected fragrance. I had not anticipated that emptying my mind could bring such ease. He smiled, a delightful sight, and together we savored our tea, watching the ebb and flow of people outside. For the first time, I felt a glimpse of an alternative realm of existence, one that had never been offered to me before. Chapter 59. The Thorny Path Unbeknownst to Us. Several hours slipped by quietly as Su Yurong and I engaged in deep conversation about life, aspirations, and the future. He was a few years my senior, working at a taekwondo school near the campus, teaching children the art of taekwondo while also finding time to write and read. He mentioned that he enjoyed being around children, finding happiness in their innocence and joy. Initially, I perceived him as cold and unapproachable, but as I got to know him better, I realized he was not incapable of socializing. Rather, he simply struggled to find someone with whom to connect. Over time, he had grown accustomed to a solitary existence, embracing a slower pace of life. I sensed a rich inner world within him, his emotions delicate and nuanced, yet he spoke little, appearing to relish moments of quiet reflection. Strangely, being in his presence instilled a profound sense of calm. This face-to-face dialogue felt effortless. I could hardly remember the last time I had such an engaging conversation with a friend. Most interactions occurred through my phone, learning about others' lives via social media. Face-to-face exchanges allow one to perceive emotional nuances and share genuine laughter, experiences that were lost through the barrier of screens. He imparted a valuable lesson, that the simplest moments often hold the most authenticity. At 8:30 in the evening, we departed the tea house. He needed to return home to sleep, while I had to head to the mahjong parlor. After being caught by Dajun once, I could not afford to go missing again. Even as I returned to the mahjong parlor, the lingering scent of tea remained on my lips. Su Yurong had introduced me to a different world, and I found it hard to imagine the expression on his face when he interacted with children. He was the most extraordinary person I knew. As usual, the mahjong parlor buzzed with activity. Sister Fei waved at me from the bar, her face betraying some anxiety, causing my heart to skip a beat. What's wrong, Sister Fei? Is there something amiss? I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, noting the absence of the Shangxi group and Dajuan's men. Saming, are you all right? Sister Yin mentioned you got into some trouble today. Dongge has returned and is not pleased. Why can't you be more careful? Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I had promised not to involve my second uncle, yet here I was, dragging him into trouble and causing him unnecessary distress, which only fueled my frustration. Don't worry, I'm fine. Has my second uncle returned? Have those outsiders shown up? I inquired casually, Not yet, but Donggu said they will definitely come. If not today, then perhaps tomorrow. I advise you to steer clear of these matters. By the way, Sister Fei, is Brother Long here? I want to help out, serve tea, and earn some wages. I had never felt such an intense desire to become stronger, to grow up. I told myself I needed to become powerful, capable of taking care of Sister Chishur. The only choice before me was to work hard and earn money, for with money, everything else could be negotiated. Sister Fei ruffled my hair and said, "You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? You're still young. Is making money and marrying a wife all you think about?" She spoke the truth. I'm not particularly large in stature now, but will those who bully me spare me simply because I am small? Will those tyrants show me pity due to my size? I speak sincerely. During the day, I work at the arcade, and I can also work at night upon my return. Before I could finish my thought, Sister Fei interrupted, saying, "Aren't you already working now? Brother Long will provide you with a salary, so do not worry." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Once I receive my wages, the first thing I intend to do is buy a shirt for my second uncle, then treat Sister 17 and the others to a nice meal, and finally purchase some clothes for myself, saving the remainder. Before 9 o'clock, the mahjong parlor began to buzz with activity, and Sister Fei got busy as well. I followed behind, assisting by exchanging coins and running errands for cigarettes and water. It was quite easy going. The lively mahjong parlor was predominantly filled with seasoned gamblers, and it was rare to encounter unfamiliar faces. The group of hefty individuals still occupied their spot by the window, playing mahjong inattentively, seemingly awaiting their next target. For reasons unknown, I no longer felt the same trepidation towards them. Perhaps it was a shift in my mindset, understanding that every profession harbors its concealed aspects. Yet, I suddenly recalled that group of outsiders. I wondered if they would truly return, though I was aware they were there to swindle. I still hoped they would not come back, for their return would surely not end well. As fate would have it, just as I thought of them, several cars pulled up outside the parlor, all Otis. The people who emerged were indeed those outsiders, this time still 4 in number. Sister Fei promptly approached to greet them. After exchanging a few brief words, they followed her upstairs to the second floor of the mahjong parlor. The young man in the pink shirt carried a leather suitcase, suggesting they had come well prepared with ample funds, indicating that a significant gambling event was imminent that evening. I found myself fixated on the short man in the white shirt. When he noticed my gaze, he flashed me a smile, prompting me to quickly avert my eyes. I thought to myself that they would surely face misfortune tonight. If they were to blame anyone, it should be their own greed. If they won and left with the money, it would be as though they had vanished without a trace. Yet, on the other hand, if they did not return, Brother Long's losses would remain unaccounted for. It was a rather convoluted scenario, but ultimately, there was little I could change. I could only focus on my own responsibilities. Sister Fei called Brother Long to inform him of the situation, and shortly thereafter, he returned with his crew, his expression radiating triumph. It seemed that the opportunistic fellow in the arcade had met with misfortune, for not all money can be taken lightly. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion and his group arrived as well. The same familiar faces, though my second uncle was absent. They exchanged a few words with Brother Long before heading upstairs. A sense of worry crept into my heart. I wondered where my second uncle was and why he had not come. I recalled him mentioning something about dealing with that scoundrel Dajuan, and I could only ponder what methods he might employ. I hoped nothing untoward had occurred. As the two groups ascended to the second floor to gamble, I considered following them to see, but I knew it would be inappropriate for me to do so, leaving me anxious below. Truth be told, I was quite eager to see it all unfold, though it was not my concern. Witnessing the art of cheating at cards was thrilling. I was curious to know how that group of outsiders would cheat. Suddenly, I heard Brother Long calling for cigarettes from upstairs. Sister Fei immediately retrieved a pack of soft Zhonghua from the bar and handed it to me, saying, "Run this up, deliver it quickly, and come back down." A surge of excitement coursed through me as I took the cigarettes and headed upstairs. Standing at the door, I took a deep breath before pushing it open. Inside, both groups were smoking in the private room and had not yet begun to play. On the table lay an unopened deck of playing cards. I entered and placed the cigarettes down, my heart racing with anticipation. I surmised that they had not yet started gambling, likely waiting for someone, undoubtedly my second uncle. Though I disapproved of his gambling and cheating at that moment, I simply hoped he would appear. I was utterly in the dark about what he was doing now and whether he had clashed with Dajuan. Brother Long waved me over, signaling for me to step outside. Just as I reached the door, someone called out from behind, "Let this kid wait a moment. Are you from around here?" In an instant, all eyes turned to me. The one who spoke was the short man in the white shirt. I nodded, and Brother Long, smiling, asked, "Is there a problem? Do you gentlemen need anything?" The outsider in the white shirt approached, scrutinizing me closely, and I felt a twinge of unease under his gaze, sensing his intentions were not entirely benign. "What do you need?" I asked quietly. The man smirked. "This kid seems interesting. Since he is from here, let us have him deal the cards tonight. What do you all think?" I was taken aback, stunned into silence, while others said nothing. "You want me to deal? But I don't know how," I exclaimed, feeling the weight of their expectations. "It's fine. You can be trusted by both sides," Brother Long interjected without waiting for my refusal, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. In truth, no one here aside from Brother Long knew I was the nephew of Xiong Jiodo. Chapter 60. Joining the game if they were aware of my true identity. They would certainly not allow me to deal the cards. I was left perplexed by Brother Long's intentions. The group of outsiders continued to appraise me, while Scorpion and Lin Dan appeared relaxed, undoubtedly because they felt secure. In Brother Long's domain, even if they lost, it would be inconsequential, as they had already agreed to a scheme of blackmail. Regardless, the outsiders would not leave with any advantage unless they lost all their money. Otherwise, not a single cent would leave this place. Knowing this outcome only heightened my anxiety. Earlier, I had been eager to come up and observe, but now that I was here, I wished to retreat, my heart racing. I had never participated in such a gambling affair, let alone been involved in one. Previously, while following my second uncle to gamble with 60, I had merely played the role of a cigarette boy. My second uncle had not assigned me any responsibilities. It was only when I witnessed Wang, Casey, and Dajuan colluding to cheat that I had dared to stealthily take a card from Dajuan, or else my uncle would have lost both money and a BMW. Reflecting on it now fills me with dread. Not only did I attract Dajuan's ire, but I nearly lost my life in the process. Now, thrust into this gambling situation without my second uncle present, I found myself truly frightened. The outsiders kept their eyes fixed on me, and I was unaware of the beads of sweat forming on my forehead. I wiped my brow incessantly, feeling increasingly anxious. I wanted to relax, but relaxation was utterly elusive. I was simply too tense. The cigarette smoker chuckled and said to me, "Kid, there is no need to be nervous or afraid. Just help us deal the cards, and you will be well compensated." I don't know how," I stammered in reply. Not because I was unfamiliar with poker, but because I genuinely did not know how to deal. I had seen professional dealers in movies, all gloved and poised, and here I was, thrown into the fray without any preparation whatsoever. "If you could deal, we wouldn't need you," the man with the red nose remarked coldly, his ominous expression sending chills down my spine. Scorpion remained silent, while Lin Dan tossed me a cigarette, saying, "Even if you don't know how, it's fine. Just follow instructions and relax." I held a cigarette, but did not dare light it. For some reason, I sensed these outsiders were well prepared, an instinctual feeling that they were not afraid of any repercussions here in Brother Long's establishment. Brother Long stood up, smiling, and announced, "Are we all here? Let us proceed with the card verification and start the game. Sanming, you'll deal tonight and also handle the rake." "What? I can't do that. How do I even rake?" I exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Though I had witnessed 6 Yes rake games, I had no idea how to execute it. Everyone laughed, their gazes fixed on me as if I were a fool. Yet, no one told me to leave. Instead, they wore relaxed expressions, seemingly in need of someone ignorant to deal the cards. Since we were all playing along, let us adhere to the rules. There was no need to verify the cards. The smoker casually tossed the unopened deck of cards into the trash, turned to me, and waved, slowly extracting 100 yuan from his pocket. "Go to the store outside and buy 2 new decks of cards. The rest is your tip." I numbly accepted the money, feeling somewhat at a loss, and instinctively glanced at Long Ge, who nodded for me to go buy the cards. I immediately dashed outside. Once I left the private room, I breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside had been stifling. Although they had yet to begin gambling, it felt suffocating, and I understood why I was tasked with dealing and why I was sent to buy new cards. Tonight, we were in Long Ge's mahjong parlor, and these outsiders likely feared that the cards might be tampered with, hence my errand to procure new ones. As Long Ge's man, no one could question my purchase, but I still felt a sense of unease. It was the rules of gambling that made me anxious. The gamblers had many regulations, yet I was entirely oblivious to them. and I found myself unwittingly drawn into this world. Sister Feifei intercepted me, her tone sharp as she asked, "Why did you take so long? Didn't I tell you to hurry down? Stay out of what's happening upstairs." Feifei, it was Longa who asked me to stay up there and deal. And now I'm about to buy new cards. Her expression froze, and I felt a bit dazed myself. I didn't elaborate further, just bought 2 new, unopened decks of cards in haste and rushed back to the second-floor room, placing the remaining money on the table instead of pocketing it. I had encountered similar situations before and learned my lesson. Since then, I never took anyone's gambling money. I had come to understand that not all money is meant to be pocketed. Oh, what does that mean? The smoker, cigarette in mouth, regarded me meaningfully, his brow furrowed. The other outsiders also stared at me, and I felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of their intentions. The atmosphere grew tense as Lin Dan chuckled. What else could it mean? He thinks the money is too little? Does he really think Long Gu's underlings have never seen money before? At his remark, everyone erupted in laughter, and the smoker's frown relaxed. I too began to ease, my palms slick with sweat. I had no intention of belittling the money. I simply knew from experience that I should not take others' gambling funds, nor their tips. Accepting a tip would undoubtedly demean my position. Others could view me as a mere servant, but I must not underestimate myself. Suddenly, the smoker tossed the change he had retrieved from the table onto the floor. Not even glancing at it, his face clouded with displeasure. Longa smiled and said, "Saming, he has given you a tip, so just take it." I stood rooted to the spot, refusing to take the tip on the table, let alone the coins scattered on the floor. This fellow had quite the temper. When did he start working here? Scorpion suddenly inquired, and without hesitation, I answered, "Not long. Today is my first official day here." Laughter erupted once more. They gathered around the gambling table, unpacking the cards, ignoring me entirely. I glanced at the coins on the floor. The smoker must have thought I was disrespecting him. Although that was not my intention, if he insisted on thinking so, then today I could not grant him that respect. My uncle had once said, "Others may treat you like a dog, but you must never regard yourself as such, lest you truly become their obedient hound." They tore open the cards. Glancing at them briefly, I knew they were checking the decks. It appeared they trusted me, but in reality, no one believed in me, not even Scorpion and Lin Dan, who were meticulously inspecting the cards. They exchanged glances, revealing their cards to one another. Although the game had yet to commence, the tension in the air thickened, and I stood by, my palms sweating, wishing my uncle would arrive soon. His absence left me feeling unsteady. They were discussing the game, which seemed to be blackjack. I was unfamiliar with the rules, and even less certain about dealing, so I merely waited. Longa gestured for me to come over, handing me a waist bag to secure around my waist. He said slowly, "Come over to deal. For every hand, regardless of who wins, put 100 yuan in the bag. If anyone tips at the table, add that too. Understood?" Understood. I had seen a similar setup at Luyez, where a percentage was taken from each hand, and lucky players would also contribute to the pot, hoping to extend their good fortune. Although I had never participated myself, I had witnessed the proceedings. However, this time I was to assist in dealing, which made me quite anxious. "Deal the cards. Each player gets 2. Longa directed. I picked up the deck and dealt, but to my surprise, only the smoker and Lin Dan were playing. Everyone else stood behind watching. I didn't concern myself with their play. I followed Long Ji's instructions, certain I couldn't go wrong. After dealing 2 cards to each, everyone stared at me wide-eyed, making me feel uneasy, unsure of what I had done wrong. I was confident in dealing cards, so what could be amiss? "Well, what's wrong?" I asked cautiously. Longa sighed, exasperated, and said, "Saming, at the very least, you need to shuffle the cards before dealing." Oh, I quickly gathered the cards back and, under everyone's watchful eyes, shuffled them thoroughly, inadvertently breaking the tense atmosphere. In that moment of shuffling, I felt a familiar sensation. Each card seemed to come alive in my hands, reminiscent of when I practiced my techniques. Chapter 61. The flaw as I shuffled. The smoker politely remarked, "You are the hosts, we are the guests. You should sit the dealer first." Lin Dan waved his hand, smiling. "You are the guests. Of course, you should sit the dealer first. Feel free. Then I shall comply." The smoker smiled, placing 1,000 yuan before him, and Lin Dan quickly matched his bet, signaling for me to deal. After thoroughly shuffling the cards, I mimicked the manner of a dealer from the movies, placing the cards on the table to deal 2 to each, ensuring they wouldn't be able to see the cards during the process. "Not bad, you've got the hang of it. Keep dealing, and the tips will flow." Lin Dan grinned, picking up his cards to examine them closely, while the smoker did the same. Their manner of handling the cards mirrored my uncle's. One hand covered the cards while the other retrieved them, ensuring they remained concealed from view. They appeared to be seasoned gamblers. However, to my surprise, they merely glanced at their cards before laying them face up on the table for all to see. Lin Dan revealed a king and a 3, while the smoker showed a pair of 5s. I D-like another card, the smoker indicated, and I promptly dealt him another, which he placed on the table, an 8. "Give me a card. I just need to stay under 5, Lin Dan said casually, rubbing his hands together. He drew a card from the pile I dealt, slowly revealing it with a serious expression. My heart raced with anticipation. I was anxious about what card he would unveil, and then Lin Dan smiled. His third card was exactly a 5. Another card for me. It seems the first round is a tough one. The smoker chuckled, revealing the card I dealt him, which was a jack, and he discarded all his cards without hesitation. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Dan swiftly gathered the money before him, tossing 200 yuan my way while gesturing for me to deal the cards anew. I tucked the money into my waist pouch, aware that this was a portion of the rake for Longo. Not only did Longo provide an air-conditioned gaming table, but he also offered soft Chinese cigarettes and various beverages, all aimed at ensuring that players would willingly part with their money. At this rate, he would surely earn a considerable sum by the end of the night. Unfamiliar with the rules, I dutifully dealt the cards, observing that each round stakes rarely exceeded 2,000. Sometimes it was 500, other times 1,000. Gradually, I grasped the rules. The objective was to accumulate a total of 21 points, irrespective of the suits or the number of cards. An ace counted as 1, a jack as 11, a queen as 12, and a king as 13. Players could request cards as many times as they wished, but exceeding 21 would result in an immediate loss. Once I understood the rules, my anxiety diminished. Nobody paid me any heed. My sole responsibility was to deal one card at a time when requested, with the wins and losses bearing no consequence for me. My only task was to collect 100 yuan from each round into my pouch, and occasionally they would generously add a little extra, which they referred to as a tip. However, I resolutely refrained from touching any of that money, knowing it rightfully belonged to Longo. The room was enveloped in silence, thick with the scent of smoke. I didn't even need to smoke myself, as the aroma sufficed. Every time I dealt the cards, I scrutinized their movements for any signs of cheating. The art of deception lay not in speed, but in technique. The sleight of hand was executed in an instant, invisible to the untrained eye. My uncle had once demonstrated such techniques, and though I often recognized his card switching, I could never quite figure out how he did it. He had taught me how to discern a person's methods and what strategies to employ to uncover them. I paid particular attention to the smoker's actions, but his hands remained concealed beneath the table, giving me no indication of any card-switching opportunities. With a brand-new deck, it was improbable for him to have hidden cards beforehand, nor did he have a chance to steal any. As the game progressed, the stakes increased, and the players grew silent, seemingly calculating the remaining cards. My uncle had taught me to keep track of the cards. The values in a deck were fixed. After removing the jokers, there were 4 of each card, and failing to remember the cards meant that any technique would be futile. As the final hand concluded, I retained only 3 cards, insufficient for another round. In less than half an hour, the outcomes were clear. Lin Dan had won a bit, while the smoker had lost minimally, resulting in a near stalemate. Throughout the game, I had seen no signs of cheating from the smoker. Perhaps it was my overthinking. Upon finishing, I felt more fatigued than they appeared, rubbing my sore eyes. During their break, I shuffled the cards, contemplating that if the game continued like this, it might stretch until dawn without a clear victor. Standing for merely half an hour had already left my back and legs aching. Being a dealer was no easy task, and I wished I could sit down. As I resumed dealing, the game remained blackjack, and I felt considerably more composed this time. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Having done it once, it no longer seemed daunting. Their wins and losses were irrelevant to me, and the game felt rather monotonous. Perhaps if I were not in their position, I would lack the desire to win and could not fully appreciate their current sentiments. They say the onlooker sees more of the game than the player. I was now merely an observer, coldly witnessing the ebb and flow of fortunes. What struck me as particularly absurd was the smoker's relentless chain smoking, without a moment's respite. The pungent smoke stung my eyes, and I noticed Lin Dan rubbing his own, likely suffering from the fumes as well. Just as Lin Dan was again massaging his eyes, I caught sight of a movement from the smoker's hands. A textbook card-switching maneuver. He was cheating. In an instant, my senses sharpened, yet the smoker appeared unfazed, and the others seemed oblivious. The stakes for this hand were modest, only 1,500 yuan. I questioned whether I had truly seen correctly. But I had, and the movement was unmistakable, directed my way while the others remained unaware. I would not mistake such a familiar technique. To my astonishment, the smoker lost this round, leaving me to wonder if my eyes had deceived me. After the hand concluded, I remained perplexed, doubting my own judgment. Truthfully, I had felt a rush of tension in that fleeting moment. It was my first close encounter with cheating at a gambling table, yet the outcome had been entirely unexpected. Kid, your luck is terrible tonight. How many times have you been stifled? Sometimes, when 2 cards were dealt, if by misfortune they were all high-value cards like J, Q, and K, their total would exceed 21, leading to an immediate loss, akin to being stifled at 11, while the opponent would win with even the slightest point. When I returned to my senses, I discovered the smoker was staring intently at me. I remained silent, knowing that their wins and losses were irrelevant to me, and uncertain whether I had merely imagined the previous event. However, I sensed that the smoker's words were laden with meaning. Thankfully, I had not displayed any astonishment earlier. In that moment, I had felt a bit dazed, as if recalling countless instances of my uncle showcasing his techniques. Wait, could he have been testing me intentionally? My uncle had mentioned that these outsiders often feign mistakes to gauge if others can discern their tricks. Considering the smoker's loss in that hand, it became apparent he was indeed testing me. I glanced at Lin Dan and the Scorpion. They seemed oblivious to any wrongdoing. According to my uncle's earlier words, Lin Dan and his companions likely could not perceive the cheating methods of these outsiders. If my uncle had not exposed it, Lin Dan would have believed he was winning easily that night. With my uncle absent, I genuinely felt anxious for Lin Dan and his group. If they could not even recognize a feigned mistake, they would surely be lost when faced with true deception. As the final hand concluded, the outcomes were roughly even. Lin Dan stretched and remarked, "This is dull. Shall we switch to a game of Jia Jinhua or Baccarat? Pai Gao would work too." The outsiders remained silent, while I felt a chill of apprehension for Lin Dan and his companions. Regardless of what game they chose next, they were bound to lose. Would it truly come to Long Gu stepping in to settle scores? Chapter 62. The essence of shuffling my heart raced with anxiety. If Long Gu truly intervened, the situation would escalate dramatically. My uncle had always advocated for a strategy that avoids bloodshed. The outsiders deliberated on which game to play next, and I kept a keen eye on the man in the white shirt. He remained non-committal, merely sipping from his water cup, exuding an air of detachment, almost as if he were a driver. Then, the smoker spoke up. "Whatever you wish to play is fine. The essence lies in fostering friendships." His words struck me as hypocritical, as it was clear they were there to gamble. Yet he spoke as though it were a noble endeavor. If not for the intent to win, who would venture out in the dead of night to play cards? Surely, enjoying a beer and some barbecue would be far more comfortable. The Scorpion, who had been silent, cleared his throat and slowly suggested, "I'm feeling a bit restless. Shall we play Jia Jinhua? More players would make it livelier. What do you all think?" Behind the Scorpion stood an unassuming middle-aged man who had remained quiet. His attire was ordinary, with a slightly wrinkled shirt collar, making him appear as the most unremarkable individual. I had seen him before, yet I dared not underestimate him. His eyes held a certain intensity. Typically, individuals of considerable ability tend to conceal themselves, much like my uncle who previously hid behind others. Among this group of outsiders, one clad in a white shirt also maintained a facade. However, my uncle once remarked that while some can disguise their actions, attire, and even aura, they cannot obscure the essence of their gaze. A person's thoughts are invariably conveyed through their eyes, an instinctual trait of humanity. Some possess a vacant stare, while others exude a predatory glint, serene yet unmistakably sharp. If an individual can even mask their gaze, that is truly formidable. The smoker turned to glance at the red-nosed man, then cast his eyes upon the youth in the pink shirt, addressing him with, "Ninglu, would you care to join us for a game?" "Certainly," Ninglu replied, rolling up his shirt sleeves, revealing an unusual crimson tattoo on his arm, depicting a menacing, ghostly visage. As Ninglu took his seat, Scorpion invited the middle-aged man with a buzz cut, saying, "Tong San, do join us. More players bring merriment." Surprisingly, Tong San remained silent, performing a series of gestures that clearly indicated he was mute. Ultimately, he shook his head and waved his hand, seemingly declining the invitation. Several outsiders immediately took note of this interaction, prompting Scorpion to smile and clarify, "My apologies. My friend here cannot speak and is rather shy, usually only playing cards with familiar faces. I hope you won't take offense." With that, Scorpion rolled up his sleeves and settled beside the card table. The outsiders appeared somewhat hesitant, yet I observed the man in the white shirt take a sip from his cup, prompting the others to remain silent. This act of drinking seemed to signify something, a subtle communication among them. "Won't you find yourselves at a disadvantage with so few players? Perhaps I should take my leave," the smoker remarked with a grin, though he showed no intention of departing the table. "Not at all. More players only enhance the excitement," Scorpion replied nonchalantly. He and Lin Dan faced the three outsiders. I had some understanding of the game of Jinhua, knowing that in a partnership scenario, having more players certainly confers an advantage, a universally accepted truth. Previously, I had witnessed in my hometown how players would often collude, secretly cooperating to cheat. Sometimes, even when someone held a winning hand, they might never get the chance to reveal their cards. I had even heard tales of individuals who, holding 3 aces, had tragically jumped from buildings due to an inability to continue betting. My familiarity with Jinhua stemmed from the techniques my uncle had taught me, using the game as an example to demonstrate how to manipulate the cards into a winning hand, actions that were undeniably impressive. With a base stake of 1,000, we took turns as the dealer, and as for the maximum payout and bonus, you may negotiate among yourselves. Brother Long distributed cigarettes to everyone. A pack of soft Zhonghua nearly depleted, suggesting that one pack would hardly suffice for the night ahead. The smoker, drawing slowly on his cigarette, remarked, "We are but guests. Let's adhere to your customs. In the spirit of friendship, let us not wager excessively. A cap of 50,000 shall suffice, with a bonus of 5,000. What say you all?" Lin Dan concluded, casting a glance at the outsiders, who remained expressionless, save for the smoker, who nodded in agreement. I sensed a certain roundaboutness in their speech. They started off quite polite, yet the subsequent mention of 50,000 was rather startling. Certainly not a trifling sum. Brother Long replaced my waist pouch, taking away the one filled with cash. After accounting for the water expenses, I had collected over 2,000, a gratifying profit indeed. San Ming, prepare to shuffle the cards. We shall adhere to the old rules regarding the rake, but should no one place a bet, we cannot take a rake from a base stake. Is that clear? Understood, Brother Long, I replied. Brother Long handed me a bottle of water, patting my shoulder. Stay sharp. Deal the cards carefully. I took a sip and stretched my wrists, picking up the cards to shuffle slowly. This time, I felt much steadier within myself. Utilizing the shuffling technique my uncle had imparted, I executed 3 genuine shuffles interspersed with deceptive ones. During the genuine shuffles, I muddled the cards, and during the deceptive ones, I memorized the arrangement of certain cards. After 3 rounds, I was able to retain the majority of the order in my mind. Anyone can muddle the cards through a genuine shuffle. It's the deceptive shuffle that requires practice, ensuring the order remains unchanged while appearing to shuffle. I was the sole individual able to manipulate the cards during the entire game, and I aimed to memorize the general order of the cards dealt. Regardless of who revealed their hand, should it differ from the cards I had dealt, it would surely indicate foul play. The thought thrilled me. This was my improvised strategy. I shuffled the cards with composure, the entire deck now etched in my memory, undeterred even if the cards were cut, and no one seemed to notice me. Drawing card determined who would be the dealer. The smoker drew first, followed closely by Lin Dan, who drew a 9. No one drew further cards, as an unspoken rule dictated that one should not act upon drawing a 9. I began dealing cards in turn, my focus not on what each player held, but rather on discerning patterns from my memory. Once the dealing was complete, the spacing of the cards each player held remained constant, allowing for slight variations to be immediately grasped. Even if I occasionally misremembered one card, I had no doubt about the others. In the initial 3 rounds, there were no significant changes. Players merely glanced at their cards before discarding them. I knew of a saying in gambling: a true hero does not win the first 3 rounds, reflecting a fear of early fortune. As the old adage goes, the first to win is paper, and the second is money. I had often heard this during gambling sessions back home, and it was surprising to find these seasoned gamblers adhering to the same belief. From the 4th round onward, all players became earnest, and I continued to observe the dynamics at the table, noting a particularly intriguing detail. Tong San, positioned behind Scorpion, remained fixated on the game, his gaze unwavering. Regardless of the unfolding events at the table, be it wins or losses, it seemed irrelevant to him, save for the occasional drag from his cigarette, his expression eerily vacant. The outsider in the white shirt, positioned behind the smoker, also maintained an intense gaze, seemingly unaffected by any changes. Even during my moments of shuffling, his focus did not waver. I sensed that both individuals were closely watching one another, ever vigilant for any signs of cheating. Perhaps this was a hallmark of a high-stakes duel. In my previous observations of card games, I had never encountered spectators as intent as these two. The gamblers appeared relaxed while the onlookers bore an air of seriousness. I was perhaps the only one feeling at ease, for the outcome held no bearing on me. Yet I was curious to discern their methods of deceit. Time slipped by as I dealt cards repeatedly, my hands growing numb and my mind weary. Yet, I detected no irregularities. I began to believe that these players were above cheating, as each seemed to scrutinize the other intently. However, unexpectedly, after one round, Lindan declared, "Cease the game, let us verify the cards." Brother Long immediately leaned in, instructing me to count and verify the cards in my hand for their number and suits. Whether he had sensed something amiss, I began to check the cards dutifully, while the outsiders casually smoked and observed me. In truth, I knew they had not cheated. I kept track of every hand, knowing precisely who won and lost after dealing. Yet, upon inspection, I was taken aback. Chapter 63. The Master Duel. After verifying all the playing cards in my hand, beads of cold sweat began to form on my brow. What astonished me was not the number or suits of the cards, but rather the myriad of marks and symbols adorning the card faces. A brand new deck was riddled with various impressions. Some marks appeared faint, as if merely brushed by a fingernail, while others were deep, distinctly palpable to the touch. Some cards bore shallow creases through their centers, while others displayed worn corners. They had been tampered with. In the past, my uncle taught me that the only way to find the desired card among a stack is to mark it in advance with soldering. Using chemicals or causing damage to the card surface is referred to as flowering, which involves marking the playing cards. Many adept gamblers wear rings solely to inscribe marks on hard cards, such as Pai Gow and Mahjong. The markings created are often indecipherable to the untrained eye, with each individual S marks signifying different meanings, yet the marker can always comprehend their own symbols. At first glance, the deck appears perfectly normal, seemingly exhibiting only standard wear. However, to me, it is laden with concealed complexities. I've been intently watching for any signs of cheating, not realizing they were marking the cards instead. Regardless of the cards I dealt from my hand, those with marks could be instantly recognized. In a mere matter of minutes, with just a handful of rounds played, a brand new deck had been thoroughly tampered with. It was evident that they were all aware of the situation, teaching me that cheating extends beyond merely swapping cards. The cigarette smoker casually inquired, "Is there a problem?" I shook my head, indicating that all was well. Even if I had noticed, I could not utter a word. At this moment, I must maintain my integrity and avoid entanglement in their conflicts. Lindan smiled and said, "If everything is fine, let us continue. Let us switch to a new deck for a change of fortune." After tossing 200 yuan my way, I nodded and accepted the money, casually discarding the marked cards into the trash bin. As I opened a fresh deck, I was acutely aware that it would not be long before it, too, would become riddled with marks. It appeared that Lindan's group was no novice, yet his insistence on changing decks implied an advantage for him. Conversely, the out-of-towners must possess superior skills. Otherwise, they would be the ones requesting the swap. Let us test our luck with the first hand. Perhaps due to the new cards, Lindan and Scorpion both placed substantial bets, launching the round with 3,000 yuan without even glancing at their cards, indicating that the deck change favored them. Intrigued, I decided to gamble as well. The cigarette smoker followed suit, his words hinting at another layer of meaning, as if to suggest their previous bets had not relied on luck. Red Nose placed his bet with a frosty demeanor, while Ning Le showed no signs of retreat. They all refrained from inspecting their cards, and I sensed they were prepared to take significant risks. However, during the shuffling, I had a hunch that Scorpion held the strongest hand, likely a flush. In no time, the pot swelled to its cap of 50,000, yet none of them indicated a desire to reveal their cards. It seemed they were genuinely gambling on luck and points. As we reached the cap, it was time to reveal the cards and see who possessed the better fortune. The cigarette smoker grinned, clearly aware that the three of them held an advantage, with 3 hands against 2. Yet, Lindan and Scorpion showed no inclination to decline. Everyone appeared relaxed, but my anxiety escalated. I had never witnessed such amount of money before. When all revealed their cards, I initially believed Scorpion would surely win. Yet the outcome astonished me. Everyone's card values had inexplicably transformed. I distinctly remembered Scorpion holding a flush, yet he now had a mismatched hand, while Lin Dan, who should have had a pair, revealed a three-of-a-kind, 3 jacks. Ah, what splendid luck. The first three-of-a-kind of the night. Lin Dan exclaimed joyfully, while the expressions of the others tightened. The 3 outsiders, holding the highest hand, with a cigarette smoker's flush of aces, and they readily folded in defeat. Yet my heart was in turmoil. I distinctly recalled dealing the cards, and knew that the outsiders had not possessed any strong hands. Yet at the moment of unveiling, a flush of aces appeared from nowhere. If Lin Dan's hand remained unchanged, he would undoubtedly lose to the smoker. How could this happen? When did they switch cards? I could not fathom how such a result unfolded, especially since they hadn't even looked at their cards prior to the reveal, merely glancing at them right before opening. Was it possible they had exchanged cards in that fleeting moment? Evidently, the 200 yuan spent to swap cards proved to be a lucrative investment. The cigarette smoker casually remarked, his gaze fixed on Lin Dan. Both factions appeared unaffected, each handing Lin Dan 5,000 yuan as a congratulatory bonus for his three-of-a-kind, to which Lin Dan tossed back 2,000 as a tip. I was momentarily taken aback. Brother Long nudged me from behind, signaling me to accept the tip. I hurriedly pocketed the money, yet confusion lingered in my mind. During the subsequent shuffling, I took care to examine the cards in my hand, finding no anomalies in suit or value. This meant they had certainly exchanged cards among themselves, yet I had seen nothing. At that moment, I recalled my uncle's teachings. He had imparted many lessons that transcended mere situations, often emphasizing the importance of making connections and thinking critically. Had I known this would occur, I should have initiated a card swap myself. Scorpion remarked meaningfully, while Red Nose rolled his eyes dismissively, displaying an air of disdain. Ninglu, languidly stretching his neck, pondered aloud. Who could argue otherwise? Come, let us continue. A three-of-a-kind holds no low cards. Lin Dan remained cheerful, but despite their seemingly benign words, a subtle tension lingered, as if they were engaged in a clandestine contest. After a quiet shuffle, I dealt the cards once more, deliberately concealing high cards like jacks, queens, kings, and aces at the back, only distributing lower-value cards. I was especially vigilant of their movements as they took their cards. I felt that if their hands were somewhat comparable, it would likely be easier for them to form a three-of-a-kind or flush. Yet once I completed dealing, they all turned to me, causing my heart to leap into my throat. What's wrong? I cautiously inquired, wondering if my shuffling had been noticed or if they sensed something amiss with their hands. Particularly, the expressions of the outsiders shifted, and I felt cold sweat break out upon my forehead, completely unaware of the source of my unease. Perhaps my concealment had been too conspicuous. After a moment, the cigarette smoker regarded me and said, "Not bad, good hand. If we win, you'll receive double the tip." My hand is also commendable. This round promises to be entertaining, Scorpion chimed in, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief, as I had been thoroughly unnerved. To be honest, I had not paid much attention to their hands. I had merely dealt random cards, waiting to see if they would exchange. "Let us see good cards bring in good money," Red Nose suddenly declared, inspecting his hand closely. Scorpion glanced at him, but remained silent. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. Lin Dan had just won 50,000 yuan, a considerable sum. It was clear that the outsiders understood stakes. Frustration loomed over their faces, and it was not that they could not form strong hands. Rather, they had simply drawn weak cards. Red Nose wagered 2,000 yuan, impatiently urging, "Hurry up, are you in or out?" Seated behind Red Nose, Lin Dan took his time examining his cards, seemingly indifferent to the urgency. This only served to redden Red Nose's complexion, clearly agitated by the prospect of losing money. I had witnessed similar scenes back in my hometown. Initially, laughter and camaraderie filled the air, but as the stakes rose, the atmosphere shifted drastically. Those who had won became increasingly cautious, eager to conclude the game and collect their winnings, while those who had lost were desperate to recoup their losses, revealing two starkly different mindsets. The victors grew more circumspect, while the vanquished became more reckless. Yet, behind Red Nose, a man in a white shirt discreetly sipped water, seemingly signaling something. Everything returned to calm as Lin Dan chose to call, and the contest ensued once more, the stakes rapidly escalating to 50,000. However, this time, Red Nose did not acknowledge the cap and continued to raise the bet. Lin Dan and Scorpion also placed their bets, seemingly disregarding the previously agreed-upon limit of 50,000. As the money on the table surged past 100,000, the Smoky Man leisurely remarked, "That should suffice. Let's reveal the cards." Both Lin Dan and Scorpion appeared relaxed, as if victory was assured. But when Red Nose revealed his hand, they were left speechless, and I too was astonished to see 3 aces. Chapter 64. The unfathomable human heart. I rubbed my eyes vigorously to ensure I wasn't mistaken. Indeed, Red Nose held 3 aces. In an instant, everyone froze, with Scorpion and Lin Dan looking utterly bewildered, while Tong San furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. I broke into a cold sweat, recalling that I had clearly concealed the 4 aces in my hand, without distributing them. This hand is devoid of suspense, the Smoky Man teased, relaxed as ever. In a game of Jiajin, there are no rules allowing the smallest hand to beat the largest. Regardless of what cards Lin Dan and Scorpion held, victory was impossible. A few outsiders appeared unfazed, while Lin Dan's expression turned ashen, as if he couldn't comprehend the situation. He immediately turned to me, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Instinctively, I glanced at my own cards, only to notice that the outsider in the white shirt was staring intently at me. I feigned calmness, rubbing my hands without moving my cards, fully aware that these outsiders were cheating. Although I had not witnessed how Red Nose had cheated, he could not possibly have 3 aces unless he had hidden identical cards on his person. Moreover, no one but me knew what cards had been dealt. Wait, hiding identical cards beforehand? Recalling that before the game began, the Smoky Man had asked me to buy the cards, ostensibly to ensure fairness. But if they had preemptively purchased various suits nearby, and I had chosen the closest store, it would explain everything. I distinctly remembered that the store only had one type of deck available. If these outsiders had bought up all the other decks beforehand, then the cards I returned with would be precisely what they desired. Red Nosed was already collecting money, and Lin Dan and Scorpion's faces were grim. Yet they could utter nothing as they lost this hand. I took several deep breaths, attempting to appear unaffected, regardless of how much the outsiders won. They could not easily leave, and I would not reveal my own skills. Should I display surprise at this moment, the outsiders would undoubtedly sense something amiss. If I remained silent, Lin Dan and Scorpion were destined to lose, and Tong San, standing behind them, hadn't noticed anything unusual, implying that Red Nose's deceit had fooled everyone. I repeatedly reminded myself that who won or lost was irrelevant to me. My sole responsibility was to deal the cards and focus on my own duties. Moreover, I was acutely aware that tonight's gambling game was a trap. Longa had long been prepared, yet these outsiders were truly formidable. Their plans and intellect were top-notch, and Lin Dan and Scorpion were clearly no match. Had they not impulsively chosen me to deal, no one would have uncovered their cheating. As the saying goes, even the wisest can make mistakes. Their only oversight was selecting me to deal at random. Perhaps they underestimated me due to my youth, never considering that I could see through their deception. Wait, if they switch cards, there must be a significant flaw. A deck contains only 4 aces, and now there were inexplicably 3 more. Someone would surely notice. Lin Dan and Scorpion still had a chance. If they requested a card verification, discrepancies would be revealed. I instinctively glanced at Lin Dan and Scorpion, who were still lost in shock, unable to regain their composure. A single hand had caused someone to lose 100,000. Although their bets were only half that amount, it surely felt unpleasant. However, I was growing increasingly anxious. If they could demand a card verification, the outsiders would be caught cheating. Yet, I also did not wish for these outsiders to fall into trouble. If caught cheating, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The Smoky Man leisurely smoked, while Ning Lu tilted his head, watching Red Nosed collect money, as if sensing my gaze. Red Nose tossed 1,000 yuan towards me, coldly stating, "Tip money." Observing his unwilling demeanor, I sensed that, had it not been for the rules of the house, he wouldn't have contributed a single cent. After handing over the money, he casually flipped over the cards in front of him. At that moment, the Smoky Man stood up, distributing cigarettes to Lin Dan and Scorpion, his body blocking the card table. In that fleeting instant, I suddenly noticed Red Nose's wrist twitch, and then 3 cards were hurled towards me. I was all too familiar with this card-switching maneuver. It was the most commonly used sleight of hand. The sleeve arrow. The sleeve arrow, also known as concealed in the sleeve, is a technique used to swiftly switch cards, executing the exchange in a brief moment. He had just instantaneously returned the 3 aces, and the cards thrown to me were his true hand. Gazing at the 3 playing cards before me, I knew they could not possibly be 3 aces, and I did not immediately set them aside. Red-Nosed feigned nonchalance, but his eyes remained fixed on me. I understood that if I stowed away these 3 cards, it would be too late for Lindan and the others to verify the cards. The smoky man had finished distributing cigarettes to everyone. The momentary obstruction had passed, and I, positioned at the dealing position, could see everything. I lowered my head to examine the 3 cards before me, feeling as though numerous pairs of eyes were fixed upon me. I kept reminding myself to avoid causing trouble as I slowly picked up the 3 cards and placed them back into the deck. At the moment I inserted the cards, the outsiders relaxed visibly, and Red-Nose tossed 2,000 yuan my way, saying, "Young brother, you have quite the luck." I tucked the 2,000 yuan into my pocket, and just then, Lindan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I want to verify the cards." Upon hearing this, the outsiders laughed easily, signaling that there was no problem at all, but I knew full well that it was too late for verification. The opportunity had passed. I slowly revealed the cards in my hand. The top 3 cards were those Red-Nosed had thrown to me. I glanced at them and saw that they were merely a random assortment, then proceeded to check the cards in front of everyone. At that moment, no one felt more conflicted than I did. I was fully aware of the truth, yet had to maintain an air of indifference, which made me realize an important truth. The human heart is forever inscrutable. The outsider's scheme was not particularly sophisticated, yet it managed to deceive everyone. Seemingly, they were lambs to the slaughter tonight, yet no one anticipated this outcome. After checking all the cards, Lindan appeared ashen, while Scorpion forced a strained smile. Looking somewhat embarrassed, the outsiders chuckled, assuring that everything was fine, but I could see mockery in their eyes. I was uncertain whether the game would continue. Yet I knew Lindan and his companions would be deceived again. My uncle had once said that if one cannot discern others' tricks at the card table, they can only serve as a financial benefactor to others. Suddenly, Ning Lu stood up, clutching his stomach in apparent pain, prompting the smoky man to ask anxiously, "What's wrong?" Everyone's hearts sank, unsure of what he was up to. He awkwardly clutched his belly, stating, "It's nothing, just a stomach ache. Where's the restroom?" Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Long Gu, with a stern expression, pointed towards the door. I sensed they might attempt to flee, but even if Ning Lu escaped, he couldn't take everyone with him, and a sudden stomach ache seemed too coincidental. Before I could say anything, Ning Lu dashed out, while everyone continued to smoke. Awaiting the next development, I noticed Lindan's complexion worsening, his face reddening, clearly a sign of frustration from his losses. However, giving him a moment to pause was not necessarily a bad thing. Yet I suddenly wondered if these outsiders were using this as a tactic to buy time. Just then, a knock came at the door of the private room, startling everyone. For some reason, I felt a twinge of anxiety as Longo walked over to open the door, revealing my uncle. My uncle entered, holding a leather suitcase, exuding an air of travel-worn fatigue, and upon entering, he exclaimed, "So, I haven't arrived too late, have I?" The money I had just withdrawn was still warm. Brother Long greeted my uncle as he entered, and upon spotting me standing beside the gambling table, he immediately averted his gaze, as if he did not recognize me at all, and cheerfully approached the table. "What game is so lively? Count me in as well." My uncle casually placed his suitcase on the ground, which emitted a dull thud, suggesting it was heavy with contents. In that moment, several outsiders were watching him, and although no one spoke, I imagine my uncle could gauge the knight's fortunes by their expressions. Surprisingly, he seemed unconcerned, sitting down and beginning to take out money. "Come on, let me play a couple of warm-up rounds. 5 players are just right for a game of Jia Jinhua. Aren't you just a dealer? What brings you here to deal cards?" Faced with my uncle's question, I was at a loss for words. I wanted to warn him that this gambling session was suspicious, but in front of everyone, I had no chance to speak. Suddenly, I noticed my uncle making a seemingly casual gesture with his fingers, one that only I could decipher, indicating to leave. I was unsure of his intent or if I had misinterpreted it, but he flicked the ash from his cigarette and repeated the gesture, adding another that signified danger. Chapter 65. The Trap of the Deceiver. Recognizing the signal of danger, I wasted no time and swiftly moved towards the exit. Regardless of my uncle's plans, I had never defied his wishes, firmly believing he would not harm me. The outsiders were watching me, and before I could reach the door, Brother Long stood up and said, "Why aren't you dealing cards? Where do you think you're going?" I need to use a restroom," I stammered, handing him my waist pouch. He waved it off, urging me to hurry back. The outsiders chuckled, showing no intention of stopping me. Stealing a glance at my uncle, I noticed he wore a relaxed smile, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of unease. Although I could not fathom what he had discovered or what he intended to do next, I would unconditionally comply with his wishes, as I had always done. Once I left the private room, I sighed in relief, not sensing anything amiss around me. My calves felt numb, and my head was spinning. It was already past 1 in the morning. Dragging my weary body to the first floor of the mahjong parlor, I leaned against the bar and lit a cigarette, taking deep puffs that instantly relaxed all my nerves. I had been so tense. Sister Fei approached, handing me a bottle of water. "You finally came down. What is happening upstairs?" But before I could take a sip, the entrance burst open with a kick, and a dozen uniformed individuals stormed in. Red and blue lights flashing outside. My heart sank, and everyone was taken aback. "Everyone freeze. Get down." The ominous black guns were terrifying. This group swiftly took control of the first floor of the mahjong parlor, while others rushed upstairs. The suddenness of it all left me dumbfounded. Sister Fei quickly wrapped her arms around me, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid. It's just a raid." I understood the concept of a raid, but had never encountered one before. These individuals appeared fierce, and everyone huddled against the wall in a row, myself included. This was the second time I had a gun pointed at my head, and an indescribable fear gripped me, something I had never experienced before. Would I be taken away? Would I be imprisoned? Soon, I heard a commotion from upstairs, followed by everyone being lined up to come down. The first few outsiders had their hands on their heads, followed by Lin Dan, Scorpion, and Tong San, but I did not see my uncle. Amidst the shouts, the outsiders were obediently led away, with others carrying all the suitcases. I was terrified, fearing I would be mistaken for a gambler and taken along. However, contrary to my expectations, Brother Long stood at the doorway, preventing anyone from taking us away, his face contorted with rage as he spoke on the phone, seemingly trying to pull strings. Anyone would be displeased after being raided. But why would a mahjong parlor, which had been operational for so long, suddenly be targeted? If there were no connections, it would not have survived this long. Before I could piece things together, a uniformed officer exchanged a few words with Brother Long. I vaguely heard terms like wanted criminal, and then they escorted everyone away. The entire episode lasted less than 5 minutes. It seemed the raid had not caused any significant damage, nor had they arrested us. Only a few outsiders were taken. Lin Dan and the others looked dazed, and I felt as though these raiders were specifically targeting the outsiders. Perhaps they truly were wanted criminals. Wait, could this be the infamous heavenly jump? I had heard my uncle recount many tales, including those of swindlers collaborating in schemes. Now that I thought about it, it certainly seemed plausible, especially since Brother Long did not know these raiders and was inquiring over the phone about the situation tonight. I sensed that tonight was a ruse. These outsiders were likely con artists, and it was no surprise they devised such a scheme. Moreover, they had taken everyone's suitcases, and it was likely they would never return. A few minutes later, Brother Long received confirmation that no one had come to raid his establishment that night. But by the time he realized it, both the outsiders and the uniformed officers had vanished, and the Audi cars outside were gone as well. Damn it! Someone go chase after them. Those people were frauds. Brother Long bellowed, prompting the thugs in the mahjong parlor to rush out, but the perpetrators had long since disappeared. A group of thugs frantically pursued, and it finally dawned on me why my uncle had urged me to leave quickly. He must have seen through the deception. Amidst the chaos, I dashed upstairs, having not seen my uncle since earlier. I wondered why he and T come down, but the second floor was eerily empty. Not a soul was in sight. I could hardly believe my eyes. Had he truly vanished into thin air? Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder from behind, startling me. I turned around to find it was my uncle. "Oh, Uncle, you scared me. Where have you been hiding?" I quickly calmed my racing heart, still shaken from the earlier scare. My uncle, with a grim expression, whispered, "Stop the chatter and go to bed. No matter what sounds you hear tonight, don't come out. I'll deal with you tomorrow." My heart sank. I was unsure what I'd done wrong. With a scowl, my uncle headed downstairs, and I dared not follow, obediently returning to my room to sleep, feeling that something significant was about to happen. For safety's sake, I locked the door, faintly hearing shouting from the mahjong parlor below, as if an argument was escalating. Regardless, I refused to peek outside, otherwise my uncle would surely kick me. My mind was a whirlwind. Once I closed my eyes, everything replayed in my thoughts, especially the unforgettable gaze of the man in the white shirt. I pondered if I had intervened tonight, would the outcome have differed? If I hadn't tucked away the 3 cards with the red nose, how would they have dealt with me? I was grateful I had not meddled, and at that moment, I lacked the courage to speak up. In retrospect, those outsiders must have been armed. They were clearly unafraid of confronting Brother Long. Reflecting on it all, how could those outsiders be so astute, yet fail to recognize Brother Long's trap? They had come prepared, and my uncle had mentioned they were inadequately equipped, which likely prompted their hasty retreat. Everything I experienced that night was unlike anything I had encountered before. After the tension and excitement, I felt utterly exhausted, as if a tide of fatigue washed over me, and I drifted into a haze of sleep. It felt as though I had a long dream, constantly hearing arguments and the sound of things being thrown. I woke the next morning at 9, not roused by noise, but by an instinctual feeling that something was amiss. I was unsure of the previous night's outcome. Yet Brother Long's pursuit of those outsiders would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In the midst of such chaos, a mere 5 minutes had passed. It is no surprise that the average person would struggle to react. The ingenious method of deception employed was not easily conceived. Last night, Ning Lu, feigning a stomach ache, surely slipped away to relay information. Since then, I have not laid eyes upon him. He must have fled in advance. Quietly exiting the room, I found the mahjong hall enveloped in silence. Upon reaching the first floor, I spotted Sister Yin tidying up. The disarray was staggering, making it hard to fathom the events of the previous night. Had those outsiders been apprehended? "Good morning, Sister Yin," I greeted her. She appeared taken aback and hurried over, her expression fraught with concern. "What are you doing here?" Perplexed, I replied, "I've been here all along, sleeping here at night." "What is the matter?" Sister Yin's expression was laden with complexity, as if she were on the verge of saying something, but hesitated. My curiosity piqued, I whispered, "Have you seen my second uncle? What transpired last night? Were those foreign swindlers caught?" "Sure, you must leave at once. Don't you know that Brother Long and your second uncle have fallen out?" Her words sent a chill down my spine, leaving me in shock. Brother Long and my second uncle had quarreled? Before I could utter another word, Sister Yin pushed me towards the exit. I understood her intentions were for my safety. Though I found it hard to accept, I complied and left promptly. As soon as I stepped outside, I called my second uncle, but his phone was switched off. Anxiety washed over me. He was alone and vulnerable. What if Brother Long intended to harm him? If Brother Long dared to lay a hand on my second uncle, I would not let him go unpunished. In a critical moment, no one's feelings mattered. Regardless of Brother Long's past treatment of me, when it came to my second uncle, there could be no compromise. I would always stand by him. I hurriedly departed the mahjong hall, vowing never to return. My heart ached for my second uncle. I worried for his well-being, especially given Brother Long's ruthless reputation. I continued to dial my second uncle's number. It remained unreachable. Frustration mounted as I chain-smoked, tears streaming from my eyes. Just then, my phone rang. I answered immediately, only to find it was Sister 17 calling. "San Ming, have you missed me?" "Yes, where are you?" "I'm coming over now." I was at a loss for where to go, feeling a sense of emptiness. Sister 17 laughed joyfully, informing me she was at school, celebrating with her classmates after their exams, and invited me to join them for lunch. I readily agreed, hoping to encounter Sister 16. If my second uncle was indeed in trouble, I would seek her assistance. Her influence could summon a crowd capable of confronting Brother Long. I arrived at the school in haste, the hall echoing with cheers. Shredded papers danced in the air like snowflakes, and suddenly, my heart constricted. It was merely an exam, yet I felt an unexpected sadness for missing it, a deep unease stirring within me. Observing the jubilant scene, I experienced a sense of regret, though I could not articulate why. Perhaps I had missed more than just an exam. I had overlooked a life of conformity. Among my peers, I felt like an outlier, a deviation from a norm that I could hardly accept. I pondered whether things would have been different had I not transferred here. If I had remained with my parents, perhaps I would be celebrating alongside my peers, leading a mundane life devoid of the lurking darkness and treachery surrounding me. Unbeknownst to me, a profound sense of loss enveloped me. For most, the high school entrance exam is a rite of passage, but I had forever missed that chance, never to return. "Xiong, San Ming," a voice called from a distance. I turned to see Sister 17, running towards me amidst the swirling paper. In that instant, my heart stirred, and I dashed to meet her. As I embraced her, the desolation within me melted away in an instant. I twirled her around, her laughter brightening my spirits. Though my eyes grew misty, this bond had intertwined with my very being, melting my heart in that moment of embrace. I sensed someone observing us. Glancing toward the classroom window, I recognized a familiar silhouette with long hair. It was Sister 16, her expression calm. I nodded in acknowledgement. Once, I held feelings for her, but I realized I could never stand on the same level as her. Now, I had discovered my own affections. I tightened my hold on Sister 17, feeling joy at her smile. She playfully punched my shoulder, exclaiming, "San Ming, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. We're having lunch together." Of course, I agreed without hesitation, though my thoughts lingered on my second uncle. However, I reassured myself that he would be fine. He had always been capable in my eyes. I hoped he would return my call soon, putting my mind at ease. Should anything arise, I would certainly seek Sister 16's help, even if it meant serving her in any capacity. Sister 17 took my hand, leading me towards the back of the school as we waded through a flurry of paper. It felt as if we were amidst a snowstorm. Laughter erupted from the building. I could not help but smile. To be Sister 17's boyfriend was an honor. I could only imagine how envious others might be. Though she was outgoing yet shy, she always brought warmth to those around her. I had always been traditional. Once I committed to something or someone, it was challenging to change my stance. Arriving at the schoolyard, we were both breathless. Despite the abundance of words we could share, we found ourselves at a loss. Now, Sister 17 blushed and fidgeted, a stark contrast to her earlier boldness. I scratched my head, playfully saying, "Sister 17, you're so daring. You ran over in front of so many people. Many boys must be heartbroken." Without hesitation, she playfully punched me again, pouting, "Oh, please. I'm not that special. No one at school is pursuing me." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to a mosquito buzzing, and I teased, "It's not that no one is pursuing you. It's that no one dares." Another playful punch followed, but it was merely a gentle tap, hardly painful. They say that moments of happiness pass swiftly, and before I knew it, it was noon. Sister 17 called to confirm our lunch at the nearby restaurant, and we made our way there first. Soon, Sister 16 and the others arrived, instantly becoming a dazzling sight in the restaurant. Sister 16 sported her iconic denim overalls, while Sister 18 wore a striking wine-red dress, and Sister 19 donned a black miniskirt with makeup. Only Sister 15 appeared in a simple student outfit. Each girl was uniquely beautiful, some aloof, some boisterous, some alluring, and others traditional. But they all shared an undeniable charm, capturing everyone's attention. As the girls playfully teased Sister 17 about me, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. I noticed a girl from the previous birthday celebration among them, but there were no boys present. "Are Jiangsu and Wang Gang not coming?" I inquired curiously. Sister 17 replied that she hadn't informed them, implying they weren't invited at all. However, Sister 18 boldly chimed in, "I saw them on my way here and mentioned we were dining here, but didn't invite them. Today, you and Sister 17 are the stars." Once this was said, everyone began to jest about Sister 17 and me, turning it into a grand spectacle. Sister 17's face flushed crimson as she retorted a few times, yet her expression radiated pure joy. I believe it would be prudent to invite Zhang, Su, and Wang Gang to join us. Although our relationship is not particularly deep, they are among the few individuals I know. Furthermore, Zhang Su has certainly proven himself by rising to the top of the school's hierarchy, and it is always wise to maintain such connections. My uncle once remarked that friendships are built on mutual support. You give me face, and I reciprocate. When you assist me, I shall return the favor, and in time, genuine affection can blossom. Although my uncle also mentioned that relationships in this world often revolve around exploitation, I sincerely wish to extend this invitation to them. The more friends one has, the more opportunities present themselves, and who knows when we might cross paths again. Moreover, I understand that to grow stronger, cultivating a circle of friends is essential. One cannot stand alone against a multitude. Thus, I propose we invite them over. A larger gathering is bound to be more lively. What do you all think? I tentatively inquired, seeking the opinions of the other girls. Absolutely. Invite whomever you wish. Since you're treating us today, it would be ideal to bring along a couple of handsome fellows. Sister 19 teased, and the others voiced their agreement. Indeed, since you've managed to pursue 17, you must treat us to dinner today. Sister 18 chimed in, striking a pose as if to suggest she would whisk Sister 17 away if I failed to comply. I readily acquiesced. I took out my phone and called Zhang Su and Wang Gang separately, inviting them to join us for dinner. They both expressed surprise, but quickly agreed. Then, another name came to mind, Su Yurong. Although he is rather aloof and not particularly talkative, I consider him a unique and irreplaceable friend. I was uncertain whether he would accept the invitation, but I decided to call him anyway. After a brief delay, he finally answered, and I could faintly hear the laughter of children in the background. Hello, what is it? His voice seemed warmer than before, suggesting he had been enjoying some time with the little ones. Perhaps it is indeed the environment that can transform a person. I'm at Zhu Yuan restaurant and would like to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? After a moment of silence, he asked, just the two of us? I knew he preferred quieter settings, yet I replied honestly, there will also be my girlfriend and some of our good friends whom you met last time. I anticipated he might decline, but I wanted to extend the invitation regardless. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed, saying he would come over shortly. As I hung up, I noticed a call from my uncle and answered it with urgency. My hands trembled with anticipation, uncertain of what news awaited me. I instinctively glanced at Sister 16. If my uncle were in danger, I would immediately seek her assistance. Hey, you fool, where have you run off to? Hearing my uncle's irreverent voice lifted a tremendous weight from my heart. Where are you, uncle? Are you safe? Did something happen with Brother Long? I bombarded him with questions, anxiety coursing through me. I've left the mahjong parlor. He replied dismissively. His nonchalance baffled me, as I sensed he was in a good mood despite my worries. How did you run off so quickly? What's going on with you? Did Brother Long do anything to you? I continued to question him, filled with concern. He laughed. You needn't fret. That scoundrel Fai Long messed things up while trying to act behind my back. He got what he deserved. I was taken aback, trying to comprehend the situation. It sounded as if Brother Long had deceived my uncle. Cautiously, I inquire what happened. You needn't worry yourself about it. I can't explain everything in just a few sentences. I'm perfectly fine. But what about you? Where are you? Relieved to hear he was unharmed, I felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. I'm at Zhu Yuan restaurant behind the school, planning to have dinner with a few close classmates. Should I come find you? Dining with classmates? Have you found yourself a girlfriend? My uncle teased, his tone suggesting he was amused. Even through the phone, I could almost envision his mischievous grin. However, I could not deceive him. He had always been perceptive. I stammered, struggling to articulate my thoughts. You truly are my nephew. Enjoy your meal, but remember to find someone beautiful. I won't approve of anything less. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, feeling exasperated. Who I choose is none of your concern. This is my business. Is it that girl from the arcade? The one with the short hair? She's quite lovely. His lewd laughter over the phone made me wish to hang up. I'm hanging up now, I retorted. Don't run off tonight. Wait for my call. Enjoy yourself. This is your last chance for revelry. And don't forget to bring protection when you check into a hotel. With that, he hung up, my face flushed with embarrassment, grateful that Sister 17 and the others hadn't overheard. How'd I end up with such an irreverent uncle? Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Sister 17 snatched my phone from my hand, and the other girls gathered around, their expressions conspiratorial, as if they had uncovered a significant secret. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, feigning composure as I lit a cigarette. What is going on? Sister 19, with a playful glint in her eye, said, quickly check your call log. Was it some little vixen who called you? Look at how guilty you appear. There must be something amiss. Yes, check quickly. We might discover something. Sister 18 added, her eagerness palpable. I felt a chill run down my spine. Sister 17 regarded me intently, her voice dripping with intensity. Xiong Sanming, may I see your phone? I gulped, realizing she wouldn't allow me to refuse. I nodded in acquiescence, hoping that since my uncle had called, they wouldn't hear the content of the conversation. But then I remembered, my uncle's call. Oh no. Soon, all the girls gasped in unison. Sister 17 looked at me, exasperated. What nonsense is this? Why do you call your uncle that? In that moment, I felt my face heat up with embarrassment. I sheepishly scratched my head, awkwardly aware that I had saved his number under that ridiculous name. Other than him, I had only a few numbers saved, and I had never been particularly sociable. To be honest, I once believed I was too cowardly to deserve friendship. Just then, Zhang Su and Wang Gang burst in, their excitement palpable. I offered them cigarettes, understanding the importance of maintaining our relationships. I had thought the moment would pass, but the astute Sister 19 was not about to let me off the hook, saying, "I think we should call back and listen. Perhaps that name is merely a facade." Indeed, why was he so nervous when he answered the phone? He was sneaking glances at us. Something must be up. Sister 18 chimed in, joining the fray. As the suggestion sank in, everyone wore an enlightened expression, while I felt utterly bemused. What were these girls thinking? Had they been watching too many spy dramas? Sister 17 appeared conflicted. I could tell she didn't genuinely want to pursue this, but felt compelled to act in front of the others. However, calling my uncle back would surely raise a ruckus. I quickly explained, "It's genuinely my uncle. He is just a bit of a joker, so it's best not to call him. We must call. He is definitely feeling guilty." Sister 19 appeared quite certain, resembling a seasoned detective, leaving me speechless. After a moment's hesitation, Sister 17 glanced at me apologetically and, under the encouragement of Sisters 18 and 19, decided to return the call. The other girls gathered around, each straining to listen. Even the demure 15 joined in. Only Sister 16 stood silently at the side, maintaining her usual icy demeanor, as if it were an inherent trait shaped by her upbringing. Her gaze towards me was calm, yet imbued with an indescribable complexity, prompting me to instinctively avert my eyes, reminding myself to keep a safe distance, lest I unknowingly provoke her wrath. Before long, the call connected, and Sister 17 cautiously inquired. Instantly, I heard Uncle S' laughter, which shattered my heart. The girls began to bombard me with questions, and I braced myself for an impending catastrophe. Jiangsu and Wang Gang patted my shoulder in a feeble attempt at consolation, their expressions reflecting confusion. I thought to myself that no amount of Yunnan Baiyao could heal the wounds inflicted by Uncle, who would forever remain a source of pain in my heart. Reflecting on Uncle's usual antics, I could only imagine the chaos he would unleash over the phone. If he were to utter any vulgarities, the situation would be utterly irretrievable. After a short while, Sister 17 returned the phone to me, and every face around wore a grave expression, contrary to the anticipated anger. Instead, they praised my uncle, commenting on his politeness and pleasant voice, suggesting he must be quite refined. I was left in a daze, questioning whether the person they spoke of could indeed be my uncle. Just then, Sister 18 expressed curiosity, and all eyes turned to see Su Yurong, dressed in a sleek black martial arts uniform, exuding an air of confidence, his expression as cold as ever. "Who is this handsome gentleman? I seek an introduction." Sister 19 gushed, her face alight with infatuation. With an exasperated sigh, I stepped forward to greet him. "Now that everyone is here, shall we prepare for dinner?" He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group before lingering momentarily on 15. To my astonishment, since Su Yurong's arrival, the girls transformed, each adopting an air of elegance. Their voices reduced to soft whispers, as if they had not been the raucous crowd moments before. Sister 16 remained unchanged, while Sister 17's attention was solely on me. In contrast, Sisters 18 and 19 fidgeted awkwardly, entirely different from their usual selves. Sister 19, particularly, positioned herself next to Su Yurong, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, which relieved me somewhat, for at least they would no longer focus on me. Surprisingly, Su Yurong appeared entirely at ease, exuding the poise of someone familiar with such gatherings. "Come, everyone, let us eat and chat." Although I was uncertain about Uncle S' intention behind the phrase final indulgence, it was rare for everyone to be together, and we prepared to feast, planning to sing at KTV afterward. Uncle had always said that one should revel in life's pleasures. Yet I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss in Su Yurong's gaze. The meal proceeded quietly, with Su Yurong maintaining a calm demeanor, while Sisters 18 and 19 took turns engaging him in conversation, to which he responded with half-hearted replies. Despite their enthusiasm, I sensed his attention was directed towards 15, perhaps a sign of interest. Yet 15, with her innocent demeanor, sat quietly eating, listening more than speaking, occasionally offering a gentle smile, the epitome of a refined young lady. A cold-faced warrior and a delicate beauty. Could these two truly come together? Only fate would know. Sister 17 repeatedly served me food, and I found myself savoring the moment, genuinely happy. Perhaps our relationship might not receive universal approval at this age, but to me, it felt like the most beautiful thing. Sister 16 barely touched her meal, instead listening intently to others, while Jiangsu and Wang Gang were engrossed in a heated discussion about League of Legends, oblivious to our conversations. The initial plan was to head to KTV after dinner. But at Sister 18's suggestion, we unanimously decided to visit the Taekwondo studio where Su Yurong trained. Everyone was visibly excited. Even the usually timid 15 agreed. I glanced at her, feeling a bit shy, yet she showed no signs of refusal, maintaining a calm facade with a hint of something deeper in her gaze. The Taekwondo studio was conveniently located just a street away from the school, spacious and immaculate, with thick mats covering the floor and bright, spotless interiors, complemented by numerous training bags in the corners. Upon entering, the fragrant aroma enveloped us, and a striking calligraphy hung at the entrance, boldly inscribed with the words dragon and tiger combat, stirring a sense of awe even in someone like me, unversed in the art of calligraphy. Here, I felt invigorated, and Su Yurong instructed everyone to remove their shoes and don the neatly folded, pristine Taekwondo uniforms. The girls' faces radiated excitement, each eager to try on the uniforms, while Sister 17 dashed off with a group of them to the changing room. Truth be told, it was my first visit to such a place, while Jiangsu and Wang Gang lurked at the back, likely hoping to catch a glimpse of the girls. Clad in black, Su Yurong exuded an effortless charm, as though he belonged there, embodying the essence of a true champion. Before long, the girls emerged in their crisp, white Taekwondo uniforms, each looking strikingly impressive, leaving Jiangsu and Wang Gang awestruck. Honestly, I had never seen girls in such attire. Sister 17, with her short, stylish hair, appeared particularly fierce, yet for some reason, Sister 16 seemed to wear the uniform best. Su Yurong demonstrated a few basic moves, and the girls eagerly imitated him with enthusiasm. I stepped towards the door, intending to sneak a cigarette, when suddenly the wooden door swung open. A trio of girls in Taekwondo uniforms, appearing around 20, nearly collided with me. Their uniforms bore the name Long Hu Min, and upon seeing me, they looked taken aback. I nodded slightly in acknowledgement, sensing there were likely students or instructors here. But their expressions soured almost immediately. Mei Ling, look, they exclaimed as they marched straight towards Su Yurong. An unsettling feeling washed over me as I noticed the hostility in their eyes, particularly towards Sisters 17 and 18, which was palpable. Rong, who are they? The leader asked coldly, her disdain for Sisters 17 and 18 unmistakable. My friends, Su Yurong replied, continuing to instruct, seemingly unfazed by the tension. The girls mirrored his movements, entirely disregarding the girl named Mei Ling. Feeling the atmosphere shift, I sensed something was off. Mei Ling's animosity towards Sisters 17 and 18 was evident, and their deliberate ignorance of her only heightened the tension, a palpable sense of conflict lingering in the air. Your friends? Since when did you have so many friends? Mei Ling pressed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and I was at a loss for what had gone awry. Was our presence here inappropriate? Sister 18, relaxing her wrist, remarked disdainfully, "How rude of you. Can't you see he is busy? Do you not realize he is unable to engage with you right now?" A single remark transformed Mei Ling's expression, nearly igniting her to charge forward. 18's sister stood undaunted, as all the girls instantaneously formed opposing factions. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, although 17's sister's side had the numerical advantage. The three girls across appeared older and were evidently practitioners from a Taekwondo dojo. Su Yurong turned around, her face frosted with displeasure, and coldly declared, "I have stated that they are my friends. Ronggu, you cannot act like this. Mei Ling has treated you well. Indeed, they ought not to be here. Let us send them away quickly." Two girls murmured from behind. It was clear to any observer that Mei Ling harbored feelings for Su Yurong, incessantly addressing him as Ronggu to the point of inducing goosebumps. "Why should we leave? Is this your family's establishment?" 18's sister retorted, hands on her hips, while 19's sister sarcastically added, "Do you really think everyone must heed your commands?" Mei Ling's expression shifted dramatically as she snapped, "Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are to speak here?" "You." 19's sister's face paled with fury, and I hastily intervened to mediate, saying, all right, it's all a misunderstanding. We merely came to have some fun, and we'll leave shortly." Mei Ling shot me a glare and retorted, "Then why aren't you leaving already?" I was left speechless, pondering if this girl had consumed gunpowder today. 17's sister immediately grew displeased and, without hesitation, intended to confront her. only to be restrained by 16th sister. You should choose your words carefully, 17th sister warned, clearly prepared to defend me, and the situation grew increasingly awkward. You do not deserve to wear those outfits. Take them off immediately. Myling suddenly shifted her attack towards 17th sister and her companions. Why should I? I wear what I love. Are you looking for trouble? 18th sister boldly countered, her masculine demeanor shining through at that moment, revealing a hint of competitiveness. One girl behind, Myling mockingly declared, "You are merely here to challenge us. Do not even think about making a move on Rome Go. Indeed, we are here to challenge. What of it?" 18's sister remained unyielding, seemingly dismissive of Myling and her group. I was anxious, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, uncertain of how to mediate. It was evident that Myling and her companions were filled with hostility, while 17's sister's group stood firm, neither side willing to concede, resulting in a stalemate. I glanced at Su Yurong. His expression was calm as he observed the unfolding chaos. Yet it was clear he was somewhat displeased, whether due to Myling's provocations or 17's sister's obstinacy remained uncertain. Suddenly, another girl behind Myling snidely remarked, "Not going to take them off, huh? Since you're wearing Taekwondo uniforms, let us have a sparring session." With those words, the tension in the air intensified, and the conflict escalated instantaneously. I approached to dissuade 17's sister and the others, but no one heeded my pleas. "Let us not argue. We should leave quickly." Little 15 tugged at the other's clothing, her face reflecting sheer fright. However, Myling and her group showed no signs of retreat, instead escalating their provocations. And the girls began engaging in a fierce war of words, leaving me sidelined. Who could have anticipated such seriousness among girls? It was evident that neither side would yield, possibly fueled by their feelings for Su Yurong, or perhaps a matter of pride. Without further ado, if one wishes to challenge, they must be worthy. Let's engage in a contest. Myling, her face ablaze with anger, stepped into the center, preparing for confrontation. Who fears whom? Before others could react, 18's sister boldly agreed. Without a second thought, she moved to face Myling, her confidence unwavering. Despite her boisterous demeanor, this was not a situation to take lightly. I rushed forward to intervene, but 17's sister held me back, leaving me helplessly glancing at 16's sister, whose face remained calm, showing no inclination to stop the unfolding events. I thought to myself, this is it. Even a usually composed 16's sister was drawn into this contest, and despite 18's sister's bravery, could she truly match Myling? Is this how you treat my friends? Su Yurong glared coldly at Myling, who defiantly replied, "I am merely engaging in martial camaraderie. Who amongst us is friends? Do not feign innocence. Do not think we are easy to intimidate." 18's sister boldly assumed a fighting stance. Yet it was evident she was not on the same level as Myling. "Then let us see." Myling retorted, "Do not accuse me of bullying." With that, she charged at 18's sister, who stood her ground, and the two began to grapple. However, it was clear to any observer that Myling held the upper hand. Her movements precise and aggressive, while 18's sister seemed utterly untrained. The disparity in age and physical prowess was stark. Myling's proficiency in Taekwondo was evident, causing me to break into a cold sweat. 17's sister and 19's sister stood by, offering encouragement, but 18's sister was clearly outmatched, suffering several kicks before being forcefully knocked down. Without hesitation, 18's sister rose to her feet and charged again, only to be brought down yet again, the cycle repeating painfully, yet she showed no signs of surrender. "Didn't you just say you were here to challenge?" Myling taunted, provoking 18's sister, who, undeterred, scrambled back to her feet and charged once more, yet remained without a viable defense. Seeing this, 17's sister could no longer stand idly by and rushed to assist, suddenly wrapping her arms around Myling from behind, providing 18's sister the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick. This intervention proved disastrous. I thought to myself, how could she assist in such a heated moment? As 17's sister charged forward unexpectedly, both sides erupted into chaos, with two girls from Myling's group rushing in to provide support. I called for Wang Gang and Zhang Su to help mediate. After much effort, we finally managed to separate the two factions, only for them to launch into another heated exchange of words. I found myself drenched in cold sweat. I had never witnessed girls fighting before, and the intensity of their seriousness was staggering. I wondered if these girls might truly devolve into a full-blown brawl. Behind me, a short-haired girl shouted at 17's sister, If you have the ability, come and challenge me. Without hesitation, she charged forward. In a split second, I rushed to intervene, but my attempts at mediation yielded no results, and I suffered a few kicks, unable to discern their origin. 17's sister, incensed, lunged at the short-haired girl, and they began to grapple fiercely. Amidst the scuffle, 17's sister incessantly spoke, seemingly blaming this girl for earlier kicking me. I hurried to separate them, fully aware that while 17's sister might be brash, she was certainly no match for someone trained in martial arts. The Taekwondo dojo descended into chaos, the cacophony of arguing girls drowning out our voices, and Su Yurong's face paled with anger. After much effort, I finally managed to pull 17's sister away, only to hear a shriek from behind. Little 15 had been knocked to the ground by Myling's kick, igniting a blaze of fury within me. Little 15 was known for her honesty and had been attempting to mediate since the beginning. This was nothing short of blatant bullying. "Stop crying, get up." Myling continued her provocations, while two girls nearby wore mocking expressions. Before I could utter a word, 17's sister and her companions surged forward. The girls clashed, and despite their lack of skill, their fury fueled their resolve. 16's sister helped little 15 to her feet, gently wiping away her tears. 16's sister, woo-woo. Little 15 began to sob, and I noticed 16's sister's fists clenched tightly, her gaze coldly fixed on Myling. Sobbing, "Come here and help me keep an eye on little 15, 16's sister instructed, and before I could respond, she dashed towards Myling and her group. In an instant, 16's sister confronted Myling, astonishing everyone with her precise and fierce movements, rivaling Myling's prowess and even pushing her into a corner. Two girls approached to lend assistance. Yet Sister 6 stood her ground against three adversaries without the slightest hint of faltering. With a swift, precise high kick, she sent one opponent sprawling, then executed a powerful back kick that struck another. The spectators gasped in astonishment, for I had never anticipated that she was a concealed master of martial arts. Even Sister 17 and the others were taken aback, seemingly unaware of Sister 6's formidable Taekwondo prowess. "Should you wish to spar, I shall oblige." Sister 6's gaze was icy as it fixed upon Myling, radiating an aura of fierce intensity. "Just as I despise girls with long hair like yours." Myling assumed a standard Taekwondo stance, and the two girls commenced their bout. The scene resembled a Taekwondo competition, with strikes exchanged in a lively display of skill. Despite Myling's age advantage, Sister 6's height proved beneficial, allowing her long legs to consistently land blows on her opponent. My uncle often quoted a phrase, "An inch longer is an inch stronger. An inch shorter is an inch more perilous." Only now did I grasp its true significance. Although Myling's kicks were formidable, she could scarcely land a hit on Sister 6, who expertly maintained distance with her long legs, delivering light kicks to keep her opponent at bay. After several minutes of this enthralling contest, it became evident that Myling was growing weary, sweat beading upon her brow, while Sister 6's assault intensified, her furrowed brow betraying no sign of relaxation, and the cold menace in her eyes remained unaltered. It was clear to me that Myling's earlier bullying of Xiao 15 had provoked Sister 6. If it weren't for the unwritten rule against men striking women, I would have intervened myself. Yet, with Sister 6 handling the situation, my concern was alleviated. As the battle progressed, Myling began to receive more and more blows, with Sister 6 showing no mercy until she finally knocked her to the ground. The onlookers witnessed a true demonstration of resilience. Consider this a lesson. I shall let it pass this time, but should there be a next, I will not be so lenient. Sister 6 coldly declared before turning to leave for the changing room. Sister 17 and the others wore expressions of prideful triumph as they followed her, leaving Myling in a state of disbelief on the floor. No one had expected this outcome. It was utterly inconceivable that Myling, a dedicated Taekwondo practitioner, would be bested by Sister 6. Yet, I surmised that Sister 6 must have trained rigorously, for it was impossible to defeat Myling without such preparation. She was shrouded in mystery, appearing known to all, yet truly understood by none. After changing, Sister 6 departed with her entourage, and Sisters 18 and 19 no longer sought to converse with Su Yurong, their demeanor evidently altered. "Let's go," Sister 17 urged, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yurong. He had been observing the entire exchange without offering any counsel or intervention. Unable to restrain myself, I confronted him. "Why did you not intervene? Are you truly so cold-hearted?" Had Sister Six not displayed such unexpected taekwondo skill, they would have suffered greatly. He regarded me calmly and replied, "They are not children. Their choices are their own. My guidance is reserved for those under 10. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me speechless. I had initially perceived him as frigid and lacking empathy. Yet now I found merit in his words. After exiting the taekwondo studio, I invited a few girls for drinks, and they discussed the earlier incident with envious expressions, while Sister Six remained remarkably composed. For reasons unknown, her tranquility exuded a profound loneliness. She was not devoid of emotion, but rather unable to express it in that moment. Deep down, I understood that while she appeared to have forged bonds with the other girls, no one could truly penetrate her inner world or comprehend her solitude. Chapter 70. Guests and host. The afternoon was spent languishing in a bubble tea shop, while the scorching sun beat down upon the earth, compelling one to seek refuge in an air-conditioned haven. We played cards, and I found myself adorned with sticky notes, as they implored me to teach them a few tricks. This time, I refrained from demonstrating any, feigning ignorance, for I wished to guard my secrets. My uncle once imparted that a person's secrets should remain undisclosed, otherwise, they cease to be secrets. Such subtle techniques should remain known only to oneself. At 6 in the evening, my uncle called, summoning me for dinner, citing an important matter. I bid farewell to Sister 17 and the others, taking a taxi directly to the luxurious Hua Feng Seafood Hotel. Truth be told, I felt a tinge of reluctance parting ways with Sister 17, as time spent with her always seemed to slip away quickly. Each time she affixed a note to my face during our games, her gentleness shone through, and she would instantly grow displeased whenever others teased me. The taste of love is akin to a potent poison, intoxicating yet utterly irresistible, ensnaring one in an unfathomable whirlpool until enveloped by tenderness. The Huafeng Seafood Hotel is renowned, considered a premier establishment in the area. My uncle had revealed little over the phone, yet I sensed an air of tension. He rarely deemed matters important. My first thought was of Brother Long. Being invited to such a high-end venue for dinner surely indicated a significant occasion, as my uncle seldom included me in such gatherings. It was clear that today's events were likely related to me. Upon arriving at the hotel, I spotted my uncle's BMW parked outside, appearing as though it had not been used in quite some time. Stepping into the opulent lobby, a refreshing coolness greeted me, and the exquisite chandeliers paired with the polished marble floors transported me into a realm of luxury. Having never visited such a lavish hotel before, my initial impressions were of its exorbitance. Those who could afford to dine here were undoubtedly wealthy. Unable to contain my curiosity, I glanced around, only to be jostled by a young man in a suit. Behind him stood a slightly portly elderly gentleman, whose kind face belied a piercing gaze. I quickly apologized, realizing that, but for the young man's intervention, I would have collided head-on with him. Though the young man still clutched my collar, the elder waved dismissively, indicating all was well. I dared not linger in my observations and made my way to the 4th floor, locating my uncle's private room. I gently knocked and entered, finding my uncle in a white shirt, smoking, with none other than Wang KZ present. Several unfamiliar faces stood behind him, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. My first instinct was to believe that my uncle had fallen into Wang KZ's clutches, and I had been lured here under false pretenses. However, upon closer inspection, my uncle appeared relaxed, engaged in light conversation with Wang KZ. He beckoned me over, and I scrutinized his gesture for any hidden meanings, but found none. My uncle and I share a unique form of sign language, a code developed during our moments of boredom that no one else could decipher. "Uncle," I greeted cautiously, feeling my heart race as I forced a smile at Wang KZ, my mind racing with uncertainty about what this gathering portended. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come over and greet Boss Wang," my uncle admonished. Swallowing hard, I approached Wang KZ and offered my respects, my heart pounding in my chest. Wang KZ, impeccably groomed in a shirt and tie, could easily be mistaken for a scholar or a legitimate businessman. Had I not known better, he scrutinized me with a smile, commenting, "Not bad, this lad has a certain vigor about him, reminiscent of you, Dongzi." Upon hearing this, my uncle beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Of course, if he doesn't take after me, whom could he resemble? I've watched him grow since childhood, though his intellect is a bit lacking." Everyone laughed, and I thought to myself, what time is it that my uncle still has the mood to joke? I truly couldn't fathom his thoughts. I initially believed he would be seated with Brother Long, yet to my surprise, he was with Wang the Lame. However, it seemed that my uncle and Wang shared a good rapport, almost like friends, which left me puzzled. Had my uncle's relationship with Brother Long soured, leading him to associate with Wang instead? I stood obediently behind my uncle, clearly indicating allegiance. At that moment, another person entered through the door, whom I recognized as Boss Liu from the last card game at Sixth Master's place. He sported a round belly and wore a cheerful smile while toying with a string of prayer beads. Sorry for being late. Traffic was a nightmare. He laughed. Liu seemed as spirited as ever. He plopped down at the table, accompanied by two men who maintained an intimidating presence behind him. My uncle had mentioned before that Boss Liu was a businessman, but it was evident that his dealings were far from scrupulous. He exuded an air of villainy, making even Wang the Lame appear more virtuous. Wang tossed Liu a cigarette, chuckling, "No rush, Sixth Master hasn't arrived yet, but he should be here soon." Liu accepted the cigarette, took a puff, and then, with a teasing grin, directed his gaze at my uncle. "Dongzi, there's been an incident with Dajuan, and people are saying it was you. Is that true?" In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, all eyes fixated on my uncle. Although Liu's words seemed innocuous, anyone with discernment could sense the underlying tension. I suddenly recalled my uncle mentioning he would deal with Dajuan that night. Could it be that he had indeed taken action? My uncle slowly retrieved a cigarette, and I promptly stepped forward to light it, noticing his expression darkening, clearly displeased. "Boss Liu, Dajuan is my brother. His misfortune weighs heavily on me. Although there have been minor disagreements in the past, even brothers have their quarrels. We can't heed the gossip from outsiders." My uncle's voice trailed off, and he cast a meaningful glance at Liu. Liu chuckled, rubbing his plump hands together. "I always knew it couldn't have been you. Perhaps it was just an unfortunate accident. A high spinal injury means he's essentially finished." These words furrowed my uncle's brow. I discerned that Liu's remarks were laced with insinuation, clearly hinting at his suspicion that my uncle was involved. Otherwise, why would no one else have mentioned it? The atmosphere in the private room became stifling, with only smoke swirling around, and everyone wore serious expressions, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Wang coughed twice and stood up. "Old Liu, let's wait for Sixth Master to arrive before discussing this. Right now, it's all hearsay. You know what kind of person Dongzi is. Is he really capable of such a thing?" Though Wang's words appeared to support my uncle, I felt a sense of discomfort. I recalled that my uncle and Wang did not share a strong relationship, and Wang had long-standing grievances with Brother Long, coupled with considerable debts. Just then, more people entered the room, this time Sixth Master arriving with a group, including that young beauty from last time, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. He wore a jade ring on his finger. Upon his entrance, everyone stood to greet him. Wang personally moved to pull out the central seat, which I knew to be the main position, while my uncle occupied the guest of honor's seat. "Everyone, please take your seats. No need for formality," Sixth Master gestured, and everyone settled down. The beauty resembling Yang Mi stood behind him, exuding a sense of familiarity. Yet who would suspect she was a master of deception? "Sixth Master, shall I have the dishes served? Today, I prepared your favorite Yangtze River dolphin." Wang feigned politeness, but Sixth Master waved his hand, saying, "No rush. I've invited Old Huang to join us, and he should be here shortly." As Sixth Master spoke, he glanced at my uncle, who remained seated in the guest of honor's position, showing no intention of yielding. He casually remarked, "VIPs tend to arrive late." No one else commented, but I understood the unspoken rules. The central seat was for the host or a person of high esteem, presiding over the gathering. The right side was reserved for the guest of honor, the most distinguished among the attendees, while the next guest followed in rank. At that moment, more guests entered the room, and I caught sight of a slightly plump elderly man. Everyone rose and called out to him, "Old Huang." So he was Old Huang. I recalled that he was already here when we arrived, yet had only now chosen to make an entrance. Was this a deliberate act of delay? My uncle's earlier comment about VIPs arriving late suggested that the later one arrived, the higher their status. It seemed he had intentionally delayed his entry to enhance his prestige. What a display of hypocrisy. "Old Huang, you still look as vigorous as ever. It's been a while, please. Have a seat." The others greeted him warmly. My uncle, too, stood to acknowledge him, but showed no intention to yield his seat. Old Huang walked directly to my uncle's side. I had anticipated my uncle would offer his position, yet after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he remained seated, leaving only the seat below him for Old Huang. The atmosphere in the private room turned awkward, but Old Huang said nothing, settling down with a smile. Everyone's gaze fell upon my uncle, and I could sense the hostility and scrutiny in their eyes. Old Huang smiled, yet there was something unsettling about it. He cast a glance in my direction, not uttering a word, but he certainly recognized me. His gaze was sharp. He seemed to be of a similar age to Sixth Master. Honestly, I felt nervous for my uncle, unable to comprehend why he wouldn't relinquish his seat. My uncle leisurely retrieved a cigarette, respectfully offering it to Old Huang and even lighting it for him, smiling. It's been a while since I last visited. I must make amends in person soon. His words elicited a smile from Old Huang, providing him a way out, indicating that my uncle was indeed affording him respect. Yet he still wouldn't yield his position. Was there some underlying significance in this? I couldn't shake the feeling that my uncle was not someone who would overlook such nuances. He was astute and adept at managing situations. Yet I remained perplexed about his motives. As the guests settled, the dishes were served. I couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the lavish seafood spread before us. But those present were all people of status, and their companions stood at the back, remaining still, each maintaining their own air of authority. I couldn't embarrass my uncle, so I straightened my posture, tried to avoid glancing at the seafood, especially the lengthy Yangtze River dolphin. I should have eaten something before coming here to spare myself from this hunger pang. Sixth Master exchanged a few pleasantries before commencing the meal, but everyone merely made token gestures as I realized they were preparing to discuss business. My anxiety intensified as Sixth Master cleared his throat and spoke deliberately. I trust everyone has heard about Dajuan's unfortunate incident, leaving him paralyzed at such a young age. I've gathered you all here today to express your thoughts. His words bore a striking resemblance to Lu's earlier comments, albeit with greater finesse. He subtly alluded to the matter without directly addressing it. It was clear that this meal would not be a mere feast. My uncle remained relaxed, his arms crossed, smoking, while I sensed the weight of everyone's stares upon him. He appeared unfazed, yet I was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. While the lame spoke first, Dajuan has always been a good brother. It's a pity about the accident. I'll send over 50,000 as a gesture of goodwill. I nodded in agreement, echoing Wang's sentiment. Lu casually remarked, his gaze fixed on my uncle, as if everyone awaited his response, yet he remained silent. I stood behind, anxious for my uncle. What was he playing at? I had never seen him so aloof before, leaving me wondering what his true intentions were. Half a day had passed, and my uncle remained silent. Lao Lu leisurely remarked, Dongzi, why don't you express your thoughts? Regardless of our past relations, we are all brothers who have shared experiences. It's essential to maintain decorum. Only then did my uncle extinguish his cigarette, slowly muttering, I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guests. My resources are limited. A modest gift of 2,000 should suffice. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including myself. Mr. Huang's expression darkened, his fists clenched with visible tension. I was bewildered by Mr. Huang's sudden ire, sensing a deeper connection between him and Dajun. My uncle's words were evidently dismissive. He had no intention of providing Dajun with any financial assistance, nor did he even attempt to disguise his disdain. The atmosphere in the private room grew as silent as a graveyard. I dare not breathe, uncertain of my uncle's hidden motives and whether today's gathering was a trap specifically set for him. Dongzi, 2,000 seems a bit meager, doesn't it? We are all men of dignity. After all, Lu Fatsi remarked with a forced smile, while Wang Kezi jovially attempted to smooth things over, stating, everyone has times when finances are tight. Just let me know, and I can cover it for now. Wang Kezi's words provided my uncle with an exit, and I sighed in relief. Yet, my uncle dismissed it with a wave of his hand, asserting, does the sincerity of a gift depend on its amount? Just being able to contribute is commendable. This declaration left everyone with grim expressions, and I realized my uncle was clearly bent on disrupting the gathering. Although I was unaware of how Dajun had become incapacitated, I felt my uncle's arrogance was unwarranted. No. My uncle has mentioned that those who are arrogant must possess the means to be so. Otherwise, they are courting disaster. He is certainly not the latter, I thought, recognizing that Dongzi and Dajun might have been entangled in a misunderstanding. Mr. Huang casually inquired, seemingly indifferent, but with an underlying threat, leaving me anxious for my uncle's well-being. At that moment, it became evident to me that today's meal was a direct assault on my uncle, with all present believing he was responsible for Dajun's predicament. My uncle remained silent, while Wang Kezi stood to say, it's not a misunderstanding. Dejun had previously apprehended Dongzi's nephew, leading to some conflicts, and AOB was involved. Wang Kz's gaze was fixed on me, and I felt the weight of everyone's scrutiny. I swallowed hard, contemplating the possibility that my uncle indeed had a hand in Dejun's condition, though the extent of his actions was unexpected. Indeed, the external affairs have escalated. Dejun's associates are seeking revenge on Dongzi, resorting to underhanded tactics. This situation is no trifling matter, Lu Fatsi drawled, raising his glass to take a sip. Mr. Huang had been glaring at my uncle, his expression darkening, losing the politeness he previously displayed, leaving me feeling suspended in anxiety. What a farce. I care not for the opinions of outsiders. Anyone seeking trouble will find it with me. However, let me state this clearly. Dejun's despicable act of detaining my nephew remains unresolved, and if he encounters misfortune today, it is merely fate intervening. Otherwise, I assure you, this matter is far from over. My uncle's bold proclamation left everyone in shock. I had no idea if he had consumed something potent today, his directness leaving no room for subtlety, and now he was dragging me into the fray. My nephew. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him will face my wrath. My uncle cursed, nonchalantly taking a bite of his food, while the others exchanged glances, speechless. I felt a warmth in my heart. The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. I sensed the atmosphere crackling with unspoken threats. Even if my uncle intended to disrupt the gathering, he should not have brought me along, as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos. Lao Lu turned to me and asked in a leisurely manner, "What was the reason Dejun apprehended you? And what is the situation with AOB?" I swallowed hard, knowing it was not my time to speak, and remembering my uncle's adage that trouble stems from careless words. "Lao Lu is asking you. No need to be nervous. Please, enlighten us." Wang Kz's tone softened, clearly attempting to mediate. Despite his efforts, I remained mute, unsure why he was so protective of both me and my uncle today. Suddenly, my uncle kicked me lightly, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Sit down and clarify the situation." What Wang and Lao Lu have asked is tantamount to my own inquiry. Before I could grasp the situation, my uncle turned to the others. Smiling, I sincerely apologize. "Esteemed guests, my nephew is inexperienced in social settings and lacks the necessary awareness." His words nearly elicited eye rolls from everyone present. His behavior today was indeed out of character. Yet, I detected a deliberate undertone in his speech. He was intentionally acting this way. I was completely in the dark about my uncle's motives, having arrived here oblivious to the unfolding events. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all, I took a seat at the empty space. I glanced at the lengthy steamed fish in the center of the table, beads of cold sweat forming on my brow. Chapter 72. Youthful impetuosity. I felt akin to that steamed fish, thoroughly scrutinized and rendered uncomfortable, as if I were completely exposed. Surrounded by seasoned veterans of the game, I had never felt such an overwhelming sense of unease. It was as if I were sitting on nails, drenched in cold sweat. The crystal chandelier in the private room made me slightly dizzy. I had never anticipated sharing a table with them, and I silently vowed that had I known this would be the situation, I would have resolutely avoided coming here. "Speak up. Let Lao Lu hear the details." "Dejun would not have apprehended you without reason." Wang Kz initiated the conversation. I wiped my clammy palms and looked to my uncle for help, but he appeared unfazed. I hoped he would not betray me at such a critical moment. If he did, I would be in dire straits. Yet, memories of past betrayals by my uncle flooded my mind, where he always seemed innocent while leading me into trouble. Today was different. Among these seasoned players, one wrong word could spell disaster. Moreover, I was puzzled as to why my uncle hadn't prepared me for this meeting beforehand. At the very least, I could have known what to expect today. "San Ming, try the flavor of this Yangtze River dolphin and recount the events surrounding Dejun's actions." My uncle urged me to eat. However, I did not dare touch my chopsticks. In such a tense atmosphere, being observed by these experienced men made me uneasy. Despite the seafood laid before me, I had no appetite. My uncle shot me a fierce glare, signaling me to comply. Trembling, I picked up my chopsticks, my hands unsteady as I clumsily lifted a piece of fish and slowly brought it to my mouth. To be honest, I could hardly discern any flavor. My mouth felt bitter and waxy, and I was on the verge of suffocation from anxiety. Everyone's faces reflected impatience, and I discreetly gestured to my uncle, but he remained unresponsive. After a prolonged pause, seeing my uncle's reluctance to speak, I stammered through the events as best I could, omitting the part where Dejun suspected me of cheating and only mentioning that he had forced me to call my uncle and implicate him. Before I could finish, Lu Fatsi interrupted, frowning. So, you're saying that AOB was not summoned by Dongzi, but rather by a friend of yours? I thought it over and nodded, recalling that at that time, my uncle was unaware of the situation, so it couldn't have been him. Wait, I had been apprehended from the mahjong parlor, and Yun Jie could have easily informed my uncle. Could it be that my uncle had orchestrated the entire affair? Yet, I distinctly remembered that upon my return to the mahjong parlor, both Longu and my uncle had appeared equally astonished, and my uncle had privately inquired about AOB Lugu. He seemed unaware. Was he deceiving me? What a farce. Can a mere lad summon someone from AOB? Do you truly think we are so senile? Wang the cripple appeared utterly incredulous, yet I found myself at a loss for words. To this day, I remain in the dark about who called upon AOB's brother Lu for assistance. Regardless, he did save me once, and my uncle insists that one must be grateful and repay kindness. I shall certainly return this favor when the opportunity arises. One cannot help but say that Dejun, that scoundrel, is far too ruthless in his dealings. Had I known he would meet such a grim fate. My uncle abruptly interjected, cursing Dejun with every word, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. The seasoned veterans present exchanged inquiries, and I answered truthfully, having no other words to offer. I resolutely maintained my silence regarding the card cheating incident, simply stating that I knew nothing of it. Countless times, I instinctively glanced at my uncle, yet he remained absorbed in his seafood, disregarding both the questions posed to me and my responses, as though he were an unconcerned bystander. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened over the course of the meal. I was uncertain of the repercussions my answers would yield or how they might relate to Dejun's predicament. However, my uncle had made his stance abundantly clear. Anyone who touched me would face his wrath. Not only did I suspect that Dejun's troubles might have been orchestrated by my uncle, who has always been fiercely protective of his kin, but his unwavering demeanor left me perplexed. Sixth Master beckoned everyone to drink and eat, and seizing a moment, I took a sip of water before hastily returning to my uncle's side, finally able to exhale. Unbeknownst to me, I was drenched in cold sweat, my head spinning, whether from fear or anxiety I could not tell. I felt utterly disoriented. Dunzi, is that the situation as you understand it? Sixth Master inquired. My uncle wiped his mouth and replied, How would I know? I wasn't there that day. But Dejun is indeed a scoundrel, merciless even towards a mere child. He deserved to be crippled. With that, silence enveloped the room, each word condemning Dejun without offering him an ounce of grace. Old Huang's face shifted from red to pale, clearly agitated, yet he remained silent, continuously sipping his tea, nearly crushing the cup in his grip. It dawned on me why my uncle refused to concede his seat. Huang had clearly come to seek retribution. Targeting my uncle. How could my uncle give way? If he showed weakness before negotiations, what could he hope to achieve? My uncle often quoted, Be humble and not arrogant. Arrogance and lack of humility do not coexist. Today, it appeared he was determined to assert his dominance over Huang. The meal was a harrowing affair. Yet once my uncle had his fill, he leaned back, crossed his legs, and puffed on a cigarette, exuding a relaxed demeanor, while everyone else bore a heavy countenance. I could not discern whether my uncle's apparent joy stemmed from Dejun's misfortune, or if he was simply perceived as an anomaly by the others. I feared the situation might escalate, especially since my uncle had recently clashed with Longu. If trouble arose, who would come to our aid? Unexpectedly, Huang did not broach the subject again. Instead, Sixth Master and the others attempted to smooth things over, each offering platitudes about the unpredictability of fate. I recognized their efforts to defend my uncle, and while the matter of Dejun seemed to fade, I remained unsure if my uncle had indeed orchestrated it. Had I not attended this dinner, I might have believed it was all his doing, but now I could not be certain. I resolved to inquire further when we returned home. Perhaps it was merely an unfortunate accident. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Lu Fatty unexpectedly waved a piece of brown paper at me. My uncle gestured for me to approach without saying a word. I accepted the paper, which was unsealed and contained a substantial sum of money. For a moment, I was taken aback, puzzled as to why Lu Fatty would be offering money. Was he intending to help my uncle send a bribe to Dejun? Dongzi, this is a token from Zhang Shuai. He mentioned that day he was feeling faint and confused, and that children's quarrels should not be taken to heart. Consider this a small apology from him. PLL treat you to drinks another day. Upon hearing Zhang Shuai's name, I immediately thought of the stout figure from the Ainsworth supermarket, recalling how he had bullied both me and my uncle. I was astonished by his sudden change of heart, not only apologizing, but also willingly offering money. The thought of that rotund man reignited my anger. My grievances were minor, but he ought not to have humiliated my uncle. Such an affront was intolerable. Lou Fatty awaited my response, but my uncle, lighting a cigarette, remained silent. Sixth Master then interjected, "I've heard about this. Zhang Shuai is just overly protective of his son. It's all trivial." Once Sixth Master spoke, my uncle finally regarded Lou Fatty, smiling as he said, "Zhang, you truly underestimate me. It's merely a small matter. Must we make such a fuss over it? I'll personally invite you for drinks another time. We go way back." Upon hearing this, Lou Fatty laughed, raising his glass jovially. "I've always said that even among prominent figures, there can be disagreements. Nothing is insurmountable. Of course, let us drink to that." My uncle downed a glass of liquor in one go, then turned to me. "Here, that's your pocket money. Take it. Let us not speak of this matter again. When you see the kids, just be good friends." At this, I understood. The children's dispute was settled. But the adults' conflict was far from resolution. Regardless, I heeded my uncle's words and accepted the money, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If not for that June's predicament, would that arrogant fatty have softened his stance? Chapter 73. The Imperial Palace Entertainment Club dinner concluded around 9 in the evening. A truly exhilarating affair. Everyone had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, with my uncle downing a full gin of white liquor, stumbling out into the night. Remarkably, everyone's tolerance was impressive. Even Sixth Master, an elder, managed a gin without issue. After bidding farewell to the others, only Wang the cripple lingered. He offered me a cigarette, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Dongzi, don't be disheartened. How about we go to my place for another drink? I've got some fiery spirits there." I could sense his ulterior motives, yet to my surprise, my uncle readily agreed. Wang the cripple grinned, a knowing smile that seemed to carry weight. "I'll head back to prepare. Await your arrival. Mr. Wang, you must ensure the strongest liquor and wildest dogs are on hand. Without these, I shan't come." My uncle, inebriated, declared, and Wang the cripple nodded enthusiastically before disappearing into his Land Rover. My uncle staggered towards his BMW, and I felt an urgent anxiety. What good could come from associating with Wang the cripple? "Uncle, don't go tonight. You've had too much to drink. It's south unsafe to drive. And Wang isn't a good person, it's nothing. One bottle is hardly enough to affect me. I know precisely what I'm doing. I don't need your reminders." My uncle shot me a glare, and as soon as he entered the car, he appeared completely alert, revealing that his earlier drunkenness had been a ruse. He had often drunk heavily, but had never truly been inebriated. It seemed he had merely been putting on a show for the others. I suspected that the seasoned individuals present had all been keeping their wits about them. Truth be told, I was filled with questions. My uncle's unusual behavior left me puzzled. Now, with just the two of us in the car, I could no longer contain my curiosity. "Uncle, why were you so assertive tonight? It's not quite your usual demeanor, haha. When have I not been assertive? Those old foxes are no fools. If we don't establish dominance, we shall find ourselves in dire straits tonight." My uncle's words chill me to the bone. I had long foreseen the perilous dinner gathering this evening. Not only was there mention of the incident involving Dejun, but also the affair concerning the deceased rotund individual. All matters pointed towards my uncle. I reached into the leather pouch and counted the 20,000 yuan within. However, I understood that this money was of no consequence, for nothing could assuage the seeds of vengeance that had taken root in my heart. I swore to seek retribution, not for any other reason, but to quell the indignation that festered within me. "Take this money," I said. "You'll need it in the future. And remember, while it's important to settle scores, do not let money be a casualty of your disputes." Upon hearing my uncle's words, I instantly comprehended his intentions. He had never intended to let this matter slide. I knew his character too well. After being so insulted and humiliated, it was inconceivable for him to let it pass without consequence. "By the way, Uncle, did you orchestrate the June's incident?" I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, yearning for an answer. "Less chatter. It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business and refrain from causing me trouble in the future." It was evident that my uncle was displeased, and I dared not press further. Yet, reflecting back, I surmised it was highly probable. Based on my understanding of his personality, there was little he would shy away from. In our hometown, he was notorious for his lewd behavior towards women and for consorting with ruffians in various entertainment venues. To others, he was a complete scoundrel, yet he treated me with kindness, fiercely protective of anything related to my well-being. I recalled how he declared at a dinner gathering that he would not let anyone who dared to lay a finger on me go unpunished, a statement that resonated with power in the presence of seasoned veterans. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of a lavish entertainment complex in the city, and I spotted Wang Keizi's Land Rover. The glaring neon lights outside proclaimed the establishment as the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. Do you see? This is Wang Keizi's domain, quite upscale, isn't it? I inquired. Uncle, what caused the rift between you and Longue? Wang Keizi has been defending you all night. Is he attempting to win you over? Thinking back on the entire dinner, it was indeed Wang Keizi who had been advocating for my uncle, providing him with several graceful exits. It was hard to believe that he wasn't trying to win my uncle's favor. Regardless of where I am always a valued guest. Money speaks louder than anyone's face, my uncle retorted. That good-for-nothing Filong sought out Lin Danxi behind my back, only to be ensnared in their trap. Had I not heard of your involvement, I would have remained indifferent. My uncle cursed, revealing that he had certainly received news that night. Aside from Sister Feifei, I could think of no other informant. I had long perceived her interest in my uncle. Perhaps one day she would become my aunt by marriage, and it was reasonable for her to relay information. I understood the unspoken rule in the underworld. Reputation was paramount, and the most despised were those who betrayed their own. It was no wonder my uncle was furious. Your suitcase was also taken that night. Quite unfortunate. I mused, feeling a pang of regret, for it must have contained a considerable amount of money. Oh, please. My suitcase contained nothing of value, just a few iron weights, meant to deceive those swindlers from Shanxi. My uncle replied dismissively. And why did you go to deal cards? I recounted the entire affair, detailing how the Shanxi swindlers had been cheating, which caused my uncle to appear solemn. He sighed deeply. Thank goodness you did not expose them on the spot. Otherwise, you would have been in deep trouble. Remember this. If it doesn't concern you, keep your distance. Gamblers can be utterly deranged. I nodded in understanding, realizing that I must exercise caution in similar situations. Those swindlers could very well be armed, and if they turned hostile, I would find myself in dire straits. Shimming, you needn't frequent the arcade or mahjong parlors anymore. Instead, stay close to Wang Keizi and assist him, my uncle declared unexpectedly. What? I must have misheard. You wanted to work with Wang Keizi? You know his character. He's quite treacherous. I protested, unsure whether my uncle was inebriated and speaking nonsense. If I were to truly work alongside Wang Keizi, I could hardly fathom what my future would hold. Wang Keizi and Filong are not of the same ilk. Being by his side will allow you to learn something worthwhile, my uncle assured me. Moreover, I never anticipated that within just a few days, you would see through the arcade and mahjong establishments. My uncle's gaze was laden with significance, and I awkwardly scratched my head. In truth, gamblers share common traits. With careful observation, one can easily discern that they are a group of psychologically distorted and fervent individuals. Uncle, can we negotiate this matter? If I stay with Wang Keizi, wouldn't that make me a hostage? He would surely leverage that against you. And what if he and Longue come to blows? What then? I was unwilling to go, attempting to reason with him, hoping to evade this predicament. My uncle's expression was deadpan, devoid of any jest, as he stated, precisely because he has a grudge against Filong. Being near him is safer. If a serious incident were to arise, Filong would spare your life. What? That only solidifies my reluctance. Why must I always be thrust into such chaotic situations? Can't I be around decent people? You cannot refuse, for you are unlike others. My uncle's words pierced my heart, each time he brushed me off with such reasoning. After parking the car, my uncle led me towards the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. Upon alighting, he immediately reverted to his drunken demeanor, a transformation remarkably swift. I must admit, this entertainment complex was quite upscale, with a line of women in kipeos greeting us at the entrance, their garments cut daringly high. They welcomed my uncle with warmth, clearly recognizing him as a regular. My uncle playfully touched one of the women and entered the door with a mischievous grin, leaving me blushing in his wake, utterly baffled by the thoughts that occupied his mind. The interior of the entertainment complex was opulently decorated, featuring not only gaming tables, but also bars and KTV rooms. The barmaids were comely, and the entire establishment outshone Feilong's mahjong parlor by several streets. Upon entering, a heavily made-up woman awaited us, and after exchanging pleasantries, She led my uncle to a private room on the second floor, assuring him that everything was arranged. Upon opening the door to a KTV room, I was greeted by a sight of white thighs. Dozens of beautiful women stood in a line. Wang Kezi rose to greet us, the table laden with a variety of imported liquors. My uncle laughed heartily as he sat down, gesturing towards the women. Choose one. Chapter 74. Enchanting glances. The lights in the KTV room flickered on, and for a moment, I was at a loss for words. What was happening? I could hardly believe my ears. Had I misheard? Before me stood a row of stunning women, each clad in incredibly short skirts, stirring my inner turmoil. Yet I dare not raise my gaze. Why are you dawdling? You can choose one, and if that's insufficient, pick two. You're truly my nephew, knowing how to indulge in double delights. My uncle boastfully remarked to Wang Kezi, leaving me utterly paralyzed. I had never encountered such an outrageous uncle. It was either gambling or seeking out women with him. He never took me to do anything of substance. Doubts began to creep into my mind. Was he once again plotting to ensnare me? You come here. Without allowing me to speak, my uncle beckoned two women, wrapping his arms around them. I swallowed hard, feeling my face flush with heat. I'm not sure if it's due to my nervousness, but I feel as if my entire body has become rigid, my heart pounding wildly. In front of me stands a row of beautiful women. I steal a glance at them and only see a sea of bare thighs, along with a few adorned in vibrantly colored stockings. Perspiration beads continuously form on my forehead due to my anxiety. This unexpected situation tonight has caught me off guard, leaving me utterly unprepared. I thought we were merely here to drink, never anticipating the presence of such lovely ladies. Who would have thought that this fellow would be shy? Clearly, Dongzi, your training has not been sufficient. This young man requires more practice, otherwise, how will he grow up? Haha, Wang, the lame man, teased me, making me feel even more embarrassed. My uncle waved his hand at me, displaying an expression of impatience. I did not wish to lose face in front of others, but being a traditional person, I hold a place in my heart for Sister 17 and would never engage in frivolous behavior. Taking a deep breath, I firmly declared, I don't need that. I already have a girlfriend. As soon as I uttered those words, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. To my surprise, the entire room fell silent, and then everyone erupted into laughter, with Wang practically in tears from his mirth. My uncle, however, wore a dark expression, scolding me with irritation. You fool, did I bring you here to choose a girlfriend? Dongzi, your nephew is quite amusing. Coolme, pick a beauty to keep you company. Rest assured, we won't tell your girlfriend. Wang, still chuckling, continued, leaving me bewildered as to what was so amusing. I wanted to defend myself, but seeing my uncle's grim countenance, I obediently closed my mouth, knowing too well that he had not hesitated to discipline me in the past. A row of beautiful women looked at me with smiles, and I felt utterly awkward, as if a country bumpkin had entered the city for the first time. They were all older than me, and I dared not look up at them, my face burning with embarrassment. Wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Stealing a glance at my uncle, I thought to myself, had I known it would be like this, I would have come. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pick one, instead of just staring at me. My uncle snapped, and suddenly I realized he was worried I would be left idly gazing at him. It truly was a novelty. My uncle had brought numerous women home over the years, all of them dressed provocatively, changing them out every few days, yet I never imagined he would be concerned about being looked at. The array of beauties awaited my choice. I glanced once more and pointed to the nearest lady in a pink jumpsuit, not quite seeing her features but catching sight of her fair, shapely legs. The woman I indicated took a seat beside me, her presence infused with the fragrance of jasmine. Wang waved his hand, and all the women departed, with the last one turning off the lights in the KTV room, plunging everything into darkness. In the dimness, my courage surged. I stole glances at the lady beside me. Her face a perfect oval framed by shoulder-length hair, the snug pink jumpsuit accentuating her exquisite S-curve. The first glimpse of her profile struck me as stunning, exuding a captivating charm. I sat rigidly, trying not to move, while she appeared relaxed, pouring 2 glasses of chill beer and handing one to me. Hey, handsome, let us have a drink, she said, flashing a smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Her delicate eyebrows framed long, slender eyes, and when she smiled, they resembled crescent moons, leaving me momentarily speechless. I accepted the beer and downed it in one gulp. I accidentally brushed against her delicate fingers, and my heart raced uncontrollably. This was my first time drinking with a beautiful woman, and I felt an indescribable thrill. Nearby, my uncle and Wang were drinking heartily, each embracing a woman as if they were affluent landowners, with my uncle's hands busily caressing. The women giggled as they poured drinks for them, completely ignoring my existence. For reasons unknown, the chilled beer ignited a warmth within me. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, I looked up at her, who sat closely beside me, and I could even feel her breath. My gaze involuntarily wandered to her chest, which was undeniably imposing. It was hard to believe that someone of her slender build could possess such a figure. Did she subsist solely on papayas? I took another drink. It was rare to have the opportunity to unwind tonight. She poured me another glass of cold beer, and I seized the moment to indulge my gaze, feeling progressively more relaxed. Perhaps her ease allowed me to relax as well, and I began to enjoy myself. No wonder my uncle frequently sought the company of beautiful women for drinking. After a few glasses of beer, I felt transformed, engaging in light conversation with her. My confidence growing as I dared to share a few risky jokes, relishing the dim lights that allowed me to admire her freely. As we chatted, we grew more familiar, and she revealed her name was Xiaoying, hailing from Changzhou, Jiangsu. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, and her outgoing personality made our conversation feel effortlessly enjoyable. Suddenly, Wang called out with a grin, "Xiaoying, it's our young nephew's first night here. Make sure to take good care of him and let him have a good time." Xiaoying smiled and nodded, assuring him it would be no trouble. I discreetly wiped the sweat from my palms, thinking to myself how Wang lacked subtlety. Why must he make the atmosphere so suggestive? Saming, take it easy on the drinks tonight. You still have business to attend to later. Don't end up like last time, drunk and unaware of what happened. My uncle said with a mischievous grin, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. The incident of my drunkenness still stung, a lingering regret. Yet my uncle insisted on bringing it up, and I shot him a glare without uttering a word. Wang, intrigued, leaned in to inquire further, and my uncle, lacking discretion, recounted my drunken escapade, even mentioning I spent money for a woman to entertain me for an entire night. Listening to their banter, my heart sank. Before long, the women beside them stood up and exited the room, and the lights were turned back on. Wang turned to me, saying, "Nephew, let Xiaoying take you to rest. Your uncle and I have some matters to discuss." With that, he waved Xiaoying over. Realizing the courteous invitation was likely to facilitate a private conversation, I understood this was not the usual treatment Wang extended. My uncle also gestured for me to leave, indicating the seriousness of their discussion. "Uncle, I will wait for you outside." "What are you waiting for? There are rooms upstairs. Go rest and let her keep you company. This time, don't fall asleep again, haha." My face burned with embarrassment. I had heard that comment repeated countless times, and even if it didn't find it tiresome, I certainly had. "I want to go. I have a girlfriend," I replied curtly, distinguishing between drinking and sleeping, asserting they should not be conflated. Wang regarded me with a knowing smile, saying meaningfully, "Nephew, you still don't understand. A girlfriend is for cherishing and pampering. Tonight, Xiaoying is here for your enjoyment, and it's not the same matter." He was wrong. "You fool, hurry up and go. Don't embarrass me any further." My uncle scolded. Xiaoying took my hand and stood, pulling me out the door without allowing me a chance to protest. Her hand was cool and soft as she guided me up a flight of stairs, resembling a hotel corridor with soft carpeting underfoot. She led me into a room, closing the door behind us, and my heart raced with an indescribable tension, while she appeared completely at ease. She instructed me to lie on the bed, kicking off her high heels and straddling me. My heart was ready to leap from my chest. Her hands gently began to massage me, and in that moment, the sensation was so blissful it felt as if my soul might take flight. Gradually, I relaxed, savoring the pleasure of her touch, but my body was responding involuntarily, making it evident to her. My face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit. Could you turn off the lights?" I spoke hesitantly and softly, barely able to hear myself. She chuckled, promptly turned off the lights, leaving only a dim bedside lamp aglow. With seductive glances, she approached the bed, helping me remove my shoes and attempting to take off my pants. I anxiously clutched my belt, refusing to let go. "Don't move. I'm merely helping you relax," she murmured gently, slowly pulling down my trousers. However, my body reacted increasingly intensely, and I felt a scorching heat flush across my face, wishing I could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Suddenly, I felt a coolness below, before I could fully comprehend, she had seized me, her icy hands enveloping the heat, sending electric shivers throughout my entire being. I looked at her with a pained expression, unsure of what to say. She cast a sultry glance my way, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and leaned in, gently engulfing me. In that instant, I felt as though I had plunged into a whirlpool of tenderness, my hands desperately gripping the sheets as I gasped for breath, a warm surge rushing to my head. I realized that being cherished by a girlfriend and being cherished by someone else is indeed a vastly different experience. Chapter 75. You Are My Captor. In this hazy and restless night, everything transformed into the extraordinary. I could not recall how many times I'd been carefree. All I remembered was being submerged in darkness, ultimately succumbing to her gentleness and drifting into a profound slumber. It was the most exquisite dream I had ever experienced, in which I could almost savor that sweet essence, soft, smooth, firm, and elastic, imbued with a hint of jasmine fragrance that intoxicated the senses. The next morning, I awoke to the grumbling of my empty stomach, feeling utterly drained, finally understanding the sensation of being completely exhausted. Xiaoying lay beside me, as quiet as a little kitten, her head resting on my arm, the gentle flutter of her eyelashes dancing with her breath. My arm began to tingle, yet I could not bring myself to withdraw it, fearing I might disturb her sweet dreams or tarnish this beautiful moment. For reasons unknown, gazing at her face stirred a pang of discomfort within me, and I thought of Sister 17, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, not just towards her, but even more so towards Xiaoying. She was gentle and intelligent, and last night she had elevated me to euphoric heights, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she was not entirely willing. It felt more like a transaction, one devoid of emotions and driven solely by self-interest. At that moment, I sensed no warmth, only an icy chill. I quietly withdrew my arm and tiptoed out of bed, carefully covering her with a thin blanket, striving to refrain from gazing at her form. I picked up my phone to check the time. It was already 10 in the morning. I was puzzled as to why my uncle hadn't called me last night, nor did I know how his conversation with Wang the Lame had gone. However, based on my understanding of him, he must have spent the night here. I just didn't know in which room. Dragging my weary body out of the room, I felt an urgent need to find something to eat and locate my uncle. Yesterday, he mentioned wanting me to stay and work for Wang the Lame, but I was uncertain of his seriousness. After wandering around the Dynasty Entertainment City for a while, I realized it was significantly larger than a mahjong parlor, boasting luxurious decor. The third floor housed guest rooms, with more than a dozen rooms available. The second floor was filled with KTV rooms, while the ground floor featured a bar and gaming area. Everywhere I looked, staff in cleaning uniforms were diligently tidying up, creating an impression of professionalism. The doors on the second floor were closed, and the bar on the first floor was already being cleaned, with several well-dressed women in black OL suits, all quite attractive. Upon reaching the first floor, I estimated that the gaming area alone was larger than a mahjong parlor, and I noticed a row of computers in the corner, likely for online gambling. When I entered last night, I had caught a glimpse of a beautiful dealer shuffling cards on the screen. My uncle's BMW was still parked at the entrance, but my attempts to call him resulted in his phone being turned off. Reluctantly, I ventured out alone to find something to eat. Fortunately, there was a mutton soup restaurant not far across the street, which would suffice to replenish my energy. After my meal, I lit a cigarette, recalling the saying that a smoke after a meal is better than a divine blessing. From across the street, I gazed at the Dynasty Entertainment City. Although not located in the city center, it still attracted a considerable flow of people. Nearby was a boutique pedestrian street, which I had noticed in the darkness last night. Now, I could see the impressive three-story building, which felt much superior to Long Ji's establishment. Yet, I couldn't comprehend why Long Gu owed Wang the Lame money and why he was deliberately delaying repayment. I vividly remembered witnessing Long Gu leading a group to chase Wang the Lame's men away last time, even smashing their car. Was Long Gu truly resorting to such unscrupulous tactics? It was evident that Wang the Lame and Long Gu were not of the same ilk. Long Gu was boisterous and carefree, often bare-chested, showcasing his tattoos and frequently cursing. In contrast, Wang the Lame always dressed quite formally. Yet neither of them could be deemed virtuous. None of these seasoned players were truly good people. Noticing that it was still early, I realized I hadn't indulged in gaming for quite some time, and the itch to play had been building up. I took a taxi to a nearby internet CAF. But perhaps due to last night's indulgence, I felt lightheaded and weak as I walked. The moment I exerted myself, my thighs ached, and an indescribable discomfort pervaded my body. I truly felt drained. After purchasing a bottle of energy drink and logging in, I discovered that Sister 16 was online, though not in a gaming state. I rubbed my hands together, typed to her to see if she wanted to team up, and shortly received her game invitation. She was ranked Gold V, while I was Diamond V, which gave me a bit of satisfaction. Without further ado, we began matching. Initially, I intended to play support for her, but she selected Carmine. Seeing the jungle role open, I chose Lee Sin. I casually checked her previous match history and was astonished to find that almost all her games were on Carmine. Could she have risen to this level solely by playing support? It's well known that a capable support can significantly influence the game, even controlling the tempo. I messaged her to ask if she had eaten, but received no reply. I offered to help her secure the 3 wolves and the buff in the bottom lane. Yet still, no response came. Carmine stood motionless in the fountain, and I suspected she might be temporarily inactive, possibly due to an urgent matter. Time was of the essence for the jungler, so I aimed to reach level 3 and gank, hoping for a chance to secure first blood. The essence of Lee Sin lies in his Q. However, as the game progressed, I increasingly sensed something was amiss. Carmine remained stationary in the fountain, not entirely still, but occasionally moving, clearly under someone else's control. The crocodile was furiously typing insults at the AFK player. I typed to ask if she was eating, but received no reply, and a nagging suspicion crept in. Was she on a phone call? Or was she simply there for amusement, waiting to ride the coattails of victory? It was certainly a possibility. I dared not delay and hastened to develop my character, striving to secure as many ganks as possible, as my prowess would be highlighted by carrying Sister 16 to victory. However, it was evident that our opponents were formidable. What initially seemed like a favorable match quickly turned into a struggle. Not only was the crocodile spamming insults, but even the top lane prince joined in. One must understand how crucial a Carmine is during the landing phase. I suspected that Sister 16 had muted everyone, even me, as I typed to explain to my teammates that our female comrade was inexperienced and was merely waiting to ride the win. Everyone promptly fell silent, and suddenly they became bolder. Yet, as we faced an inevitable collapse, I found myself reluctant to head into the mid-20 mark, but with no one developing. And my gear being subpar, I ultimately succumbed to the urge to surrender. Carmine was the first to oppose, and I knew she had been online the entire time. She should have realized that this game was slipping away. Continuing would only lead to a humiliating defeat. The opposing team's momentum had surged, with the mid lane pushed to our doorstep. Everyone voted to surrender, yet Carmine remained in the fountain, with others spamming insults, even threatening to report her for being AFK. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Sister 16 today. Otherwise, how could she have idled for over 20 minutes? After the game ended, I messaged her to ask if she was feeling unwell, but she didn't respond. I inquired whether she didn't want to play Carmine anymore, yet still, no reply came. This left me somewhat bewildered. Perhaps she had matters to attend to. I clicked to exit the game, preparing to match again, but just as I left, I received her game invitation. No matter what I inquired upon entering, I received no response. Eager to engage, I exited once more, only to be met with yet another invitation. After several back-and-forth exchanges, I could no longer restrain myself and typed, "Sister 6, what troubles you? Are you unhappy today?" After a long pause, she finally replied, "Do you truly like 17? In an instant, my mind was engulfed in confusion. Could she possibly know something? Did she learn about last night's events at the Royal Dynasty Entertainment City? While I would doubt anyone else could have such insight, Sister 6 undoubtedly possessed that capability. What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with 17? I cautiously typed, hoping to gauge her feelings, yet she remained silent. Thus, everything fell into a heavy stillness. My heart raced with uncertainty, and I refrained from exiting the game, my mind swirling with questions. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, indicating the game was about to commence, and she switched to AI mode. At that moment, I was utterly perplexed. Was it truly necessary at this rank to practice against AI? She chose the character of the Muse, while I was instructed to select Zed. "You are my Zed," she stated, leaving me bewildered about her intentions. Perhaps she genuinely wished to practice coordination against AI. I decided to indulge her for a while, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. As the game commenced, the Muse stood motionless in the fountain. I opted to accompany her there, but suddenly, she performed a movement, leaping into Zed's embrace. In that fleeting moment, I was taken aback, rubbing my eyes in disbelief. Yet everything resumed as if nothing had transpired. Was I merely imagining things? Perhaps it was a mere coincidence, or perhaps I was overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, I dared not ask. Why did she want me to select Zed? She merely typed, "I'm exiting," and then fell into silence. Observing the muse standing in the fountain, my emotions were conflicted. I hoped that everything was simply a figment of my imagination. Yet, I didn't exit the game, even though Sister Six had forcefully left. I wished to remain by her side a little longer, to accompany the muse with my Zed, sensing her profound solitude.